Hi, welcome back to Novella Love Tales. Picking the story back up, life settles into a strange, funny rhythm as Tang Xiaonen's growing bond with the Huo family leads to one comedic misunderstanding after another, proving that even hardship has room for laughter and warmth.
Chapter 353 The Law of the Upper Clan. But suddenly, a powerful force slammed into her. Before Shinjuju could even react, she was knocked back several steps. After being struck repeatedly, she was forced further back, growing farther and farther away from Huang Fengxian. Realizing it was Tang Aijuan and a dozen or so older boys causing trouble, Shinjuju felt both angry and resentful. Gritting her teeth, she decided not to waste her energy on them. She had to make her way up there quickly and would settle the score with that bandit Tang Aijuan later. But no matter which way Shinjuju tried to go, someone would always block her path. Tang Aijuan and his dozen or so accomplices surrounded her completely, leaving her no way out. Frustrated, Shinjuju shouted, "Get out of my way. Is this the road to your house? If you're so capable, try squeezing through." Tang Aijuan arrogantly spread his legs wide, and the others followed suit. Shinjuju was so furious she began to cry, her voice trembling as she said, "Don't push your luck. Pfft, who's bullying you? Did we hit you or yell at you? Besides, how could we dare to bully you? Who knows if you'd go report us? That'd be so scary." Tang Aijuan patted his chest dramatically, putting on a terrified expression. The other children all started shouting, "Your mom is Fu Zhigao, you're no good either. Fu Zhigao is a traitor in Red Cliff. He's an antagonist." My mom didn't report anyone. Shinjuju's tears flowed even more freely. She was frantic with worry. But after all, she was his niece. He had to step in to protect her no matter what. He'd deal with her later, once things had calmed down. "If you're so brave, crawl your way out. Who's stopping you?" Tang Aijuan snorted coldly, but continued to surround her. Hu Jinji had made it clear, Shinjuju absolutely could not be released until Huang Fengyan confessed. "Are you implying that my fourth grandfather falsely accused your mother?" Tang Aijuan demanded coldly. Everyone's gaze turned simultaneously to Huang Jinqiao. They certainly needed to hear the Huang family's opinion. Huang Jinqiao's expression darkened. He felt a deep sense of disappointment toward Huang Fengxian. These past few days had been anything but peaceful, all because of this cousin, and now she'd stirred up public outrage. She deserved to be beaten to death. Huang Fengyan, who had been playing dead, trembled slightly, so terrified she nearly lost control of her bladder. She had thought her parents and brothers would step in to save her, but even after all this time, not a single one had shown up. Huang Fengxian's heart grew colder and colder. She had to come up with a solution quickly. She didn't want to suffer any more physical pain. Tang Peng, holding a megaphone, said, "Everyone, how should we handle this matter reported by Huang Fengxian? I'd like to hear your opinions." Hu Jin still harbored a grudge over the potato field incident. He was the kind of person who never let a slight go unavenged. Whoever bullied him, if he couldn't get even right then, he'd make them pay later. He had no time for showing mercy to a woman. Shinjuju shook her head vigorously. "No, it's a misunderstanding. Everyone, please step aside. Jin Xiao, what do you think we should do?" Huang Jinqiao had been secretly vying with him for the position of village chief all along. He was also the unofficial leader of the Huang clan. Huang Jinqiao hadn't spoken up once from start to finish, so Tang Pengzheng certainly wasn't going to let him off the hook. Tang Pengzheng looked at Huang Jinqiao, the head of the Huang family, with a meaningful gaze. The villagers' voices drowned out the loudspeaker, and even Huang Fengxian's pitiful state did nothing to quell their anger. "Beat her to death. Fengxian made a mistake in a moment of confusion and certainly deserves punishment, but we live in a society governed by the law now. If we actually beat her to death, it'll be hard to explain to the school district. I say we apply clan law instead." Huang Jinqiao didn't deny the accusation, and no amount of defiance from Huang Fengxian would change that. If Tang Xiaoheng hadn't thoroughly investigated the matter, he wouldn't have brought it up in front of the entire village. Moreover, he could tell that Huang Fengxian was acting guilty. She couldn't possibly deny it. "I certainly have no objections. It's up to everyone else." Tang Pengzheng didn't agree immediately, but after the others hesitated for a moment, they also agreed to Huang Jinqiao's proposal. End of chapter. Chapter 354. Tang Laifu, who voluntarily offered his belt. Huang Jinqiao consulted with several elders of the Huang family, and it was decided that he would enforce the clan law. However, there was one rather awkward problem. The whip used to enforce the clan law was missing. In the past, there had been two ancestral halls on Mopen Mountain, one for the Huang clan and one for the Tang clan. Each hall enshrined a cold, hard cowhide whip used to discipline clan members who had committed offenses. However, the halls had been demolished several years ago, and the whips were lost as well. For the time being, they couldn't find anything suitable. "We can use a belt," someone suddenly shouted. Hu Jinji casually glanced around and exchanged a knowing smile with Tang Xiaonan. Huang Jinxiao breathed a sigh of relief. A leather belt was indeed a good idea, but few villagers could afford one. Most used cloth belts, and he himself wore a cloth belt. Use mine. Tang Laifu took the initiative to unbuckle his belt, a genuine cowhide belt. Since he had a thick waist, the belt was about 3 meters long, roughly the same length as the whips in the ancestral hall. Huang Fengxian had just breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing Tang Laifu's words, her vision went dark and she nearly died of rage. Men really are heartless and ungrateful. When things were going well, he'd have given her his very heart, but now he's siding with these people to harm her. May Tang Laifu die a horrible death. Once she recovers, she'll certainly not let the Tang family off the hook. Tang Xiaonan was overcome with excitement and suddenly smacked Hu Jinji on the head. Hu Jinji, mimicking Tang Laifu's gesture, hoisted her onto his shoulders and straddled her, only to be suddenly hit on the head. Hu Jinji looked up to see the chubby girl with her mouth agape, her face beaming with joy, drool almost dripping from her lips. So happy? Shin Yuzhu grew even more anxious. If the beating continued like this, Wang Fengxian would definitely be unable to withstand it. She had to rush up there, but Tang Aijuan and his band of thugs were still surrounding her. In a fit of rage, Shin Yuzhu grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at the nearest man. Huang Jinxiao stepped onto the stage and glanced at the terrified Huang Fengxian. Though he felt a pang of pity, he still brought the belt down resolutely. The crisp crack of the belt striking flesh, mixed with Huang Fengxian's screams, silenced the villagers. The sound was particularly piercing. But fools have their own kind of luck. It's better for Tang Xiaoping to be a bit simple-minded. Tang Xiaonan nodded vigorously. Tang Laifu had finally distanced himself from Huang Fengxian. How could she not be happy? After several consecutive lashes, Huang Fengxian rolled around on the ground, blood seeping through her clothes. In Yuecheng and Mei, people only wore thin jackets, which offered no protection against the belt. Soon, Huang Fengxian's skin was torn open. Shin Lixia, who had already stepped forward, recoiled at the sight. He certainly didn't want to take the lashes meant for Huang Fengxian. Ouch! I can't see anything! Hu Jinji smiled. Tang Xiaopeng's joy and anger were both simple and obvious. He wore his emotions on his sleeve and couldn't hide a thing. That side of Tang Xiaopeng was actually quite endearing, even if he was a bit dim. Shin Yuzhu seized the opportunity, shoving her way through with all her might. She broke through the gap and sprinted forward as fast as she could. Before Tang Aijuan could even react, Shin Yuzhu had already squeezed her way into the crowd. 15 more lashes. Huang Jinxiao announced in a deep voice. The total was 30 lashes, and 15 had already been administered. In truth, he had been holding back, though his strokes appeared fierce. He deliberately restrained his strength with each one to ensure they caused only superficial wounds rather than damage to the bones and tendons. But he didn't know that Huang Fengxian hadn't done a single bit of work in all these years. She'd never even washed dishes, and had been pampered into being even more delicate than city women. How could she possibly endure such physical torment? The moment she heard there were still 15 lashes to go, Huang Fengxian was terrified out of her wits, fearing she would be beaten to death. Deputy District Chief Zhou had promised her that next year he would transfer her to teach at the town's elementary school, where the salary and benefits would be much better than in the countryside. By then, old Zhou would arrange housing for her at the school, and she'd be a city dweller just like Shirlan. Shirlan's good life was also coming to an end. In a year at most, that slut would face terrible misfortune. Once she gave birth to that monster, let's see if Tang Laigui would still like her. He'd surely regret rejecting her back then. After all, she'd given birth to a son. Her son, Yuhai, was so handsome. Could Shirlan ever give birth to a son like that? End of chapter. Chapter 355. Shin Yuzhu takes the initiative to admit her mistake. Crack. A lash cracked through the air, shattering Huang Fengxian's smugness. She let out a series of agonized screams, and Huang Jinxiao counted out 14 more lashes. Huang Fengxian was drenched in cold sweat. She knew she couldn't possibly withstand another 14 lashes. Please stop. Huang Fengxian wailed for mercy, her mind reeling. You should have thought about the consequences before you reported them. Huang Jinxiao lashed out with another stroke, filled with both anger and hatred toward Huang Fengxian. She had brought utter disgrace upon the Huang clan. From now on, that old fool Tang Pengzheng would surely use this incident to pressure the Huang family. I didn't mean to do it. Shin Lixia made me report them. The rabbit thing was Yuzhu's idea, too. Shin Lixia resented the Tang family for taking away his job herding cattle, so he told me to go tell the town about the Tangs raising rabbits. I was blinded by anger at the time. Uncle Jinxiao, I know I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. Huang Fengyan simply couldn't take it anymore. Her body felt as if it were being torn apart by 1,000 knives, the pain piercing her very soul. All she wanted now was to escape the whipping. If it continued, she wouldn't survive. The best solution she could think of at the moment was to shift the blame onto Shinlixia. After raising this good-for-nothing for over a decade, it was finally time for him to pay his dues. Yuju, come back. This has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault, Grandpa Jinxiao. Please whip me instead. I let it slip by accident. If I hadn't said anything, none of this would have happened. Take the whip and strike me. I'll take the remaining 14 lashes in my mother's place. Shinlixia let out a cold laugh and sneered. You'd actually listen to me? When have you ever listened to a word I've said? It's been over 10 years since you and I. It was you who egged me on. You talked me into it until I lost my head and did something stupid. Shinlixia, don't even think about shirking responsibility. Huang Fengxian shrieked, her eyes filled with hatred. Shinlixia tried to pull Yuju back. He didn't want his daughter to take the lashes meant for Huang Fengxian. But Yuju ran fast, reaching the platform in no time, where she shielded Huang Fengxian with her body and tearfully begged Huang Jinxiao to whip her instead. Down below, Shinlixia's expression darkened. That damned bitch had actually framed him. Yuju rushed up, sobbing, cutting off the rest of Shinlixia's words and shooting him a warning glance. Besides, she resented Yuju for telling her about the rabbits. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to harm her. This daughter was just as selfish as Shinlixia. She'd love to see her suffer. Now that she was in trouble, Shinlixia and his daughter wouldn't even show their faces. Huang Fengxian hated them with a passion, and the words just slipped out without a second thought. Nonsense. I had no idea about the rabbits. If the cowherd job is gone, it's gone. Why would I be upset? And there's no way I'd have her report me. Shinlixia's heart skipped a beat. He'd nearly blurted out something that could have cost him his life. Doing so would have inevitably alienated the Huang family for good. He still needed a certificate from the village to return to the city. If the Huang family played dirty, he'd never be able to go back. Her heartfelt filial piety was truly moving. Many people were touched by Yuju's deep devotion, and some even envied Huang Fengxian for having such a dutiful and capable daughter. Huang Jinxiao looked at Yuju with satisfaction. Though his niece was a disappointment, the daughter she'd born was a good one. Huang Fengxian, however, felt no sense of relief at all. She hated Yuju with a passion. She screamed, "It's all because she and Shinlixia led me astray. That father and daughter have no good intentions. Uncle Jinxiao, beat her and Shinlixia." Yuju bit her lip hard, burying her hatred deep within her heart. Crying, she nodded. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said I wanted to follow Grandpa Baishan's example and raise rabbits at home. We haven't had meat in a long time, and I thought if I raised rabbits, we'd have meat to eat. I was wrong. Grandpa Jinxiao, please hit me. I really was wrong." End of chapter. Chapter 356. Masterful Acting. This heartfelt plea softened the hearts of many. Of course, they still hated Huang Fengxian with a passion, but they felt nothing but sympathy for Shinyuxian. This child had truly had a hard life, with a weak-willed father and a biased mother. She was the one who had to cook, do the laundry, and gather firewood. If she didn't do it well, she'd be scolded. Many villagers saw Yuju secretly wiping away tears. It was quite pitiful. No matter how bad Huang Fengxian might be, when trouble struck, Yuju still felt it was her duty to protect her mother, and that filial devotion was truly moving. The villagers all shared the same view. No matter how many faults parents may have, children must still fulfill their filial duties. Otherwise, it would be a grave act of disobedience. Yuju's actions left the villagers very satisfied. They didn't blame her in the slightest, but only felt that the child had led a hard and pitiful life. Tang Xiaonan was so furious she yanked hard on Huijinji's hair. That scheming stepmother was such a great actress. She'd managed to fool the entire village. It was infuriating. Huijinji frowned as well. He'd underestimated Yuju. With just a few words, she'd effortlessly restored her good reputation. No matter what Huang Fengxian said now, no one would harbor ill will toward Yuju. Instead, they'd only think that Huang Fengxian, as a mother, wasn't as sensible as her own daughter. Just a moment ago you said you didn't know the Tang family kept rabbits, and now you do. People in your family change their stories every minute. Huijinji pinched his nose, his voice shrill and piercing, just like a woman's. After speaking, he moved to another spot. It was dark out, so no one knew he was the one up to no good. Yuju wanted to extricate herself from the situation, but he refused to let her get her way. Yuju's heart skipped a beat. She silently cursed him for meddling, but on the surface, her tears flowed even more freely as she looked utterly remorseful. I did lie. I was scared at the time and didn't dare admit it. It's my fault. I'm willing to accept punishment, just don't hit my mother. Huijinji furrowed his brow. With Yuju playing the victim and feigning misery, the situation was already in his favor. However, Huang Fengxian's good reputation in the village had been completely ruined. She'd lost all her friends, and the Huang family now hated her to the core. Don't be upset. She'll show her true colors sooner or later, Hu Jinji consoled her. The warm breath tickled Hu Jinji's ears, making his heart flutter. There was also that unique milky scent characteristic of plump young girls. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It smelled even better than the soap Suwon reused. It was truly delightful. Do you bathe in milk? Hu Jinji blurted out. As soon as he asked, he regretted it. That was way too abrupt. Even though she was just a little girl, he shouldn't have asked such a private question out of the blue. He hoped Tang Xiaobang hadn't heard him. Huh. Besides, Huang Fengxian was having a rough time, and Xin Yuzhi's life was bound to be even harder. She wasn't independent yet and had to rely on Huang Fengxian. She'd have a rough time of it later on. Tang Xiaonan slapped the table again in frustration. It was driving her crazy. What kind of business was Xin Yuzhi even running? She didn't even need acting training. Her performance would absolutely outshine some of the young heartthrobs of later generations. Tang Xiaonan nodded, then leaned down and whispered into Hu Jinji's ear, "It won't be long now." Humph. Tang Xiaonan was focused on the stage and hadn't actually heard clearly. She asked blankly, "What?" Hu Jinji quietly let out a sigh of relief. "Nothing." Thank goodness she didn't hear that, otherwise it would have been a total embarrassment. Hu Jinji felt his face grow warm. A flush spread to his ears. He glanced around to make sure no one had heard, and only then did he fully relax. Tang Xiaonan was completely oblivious to these little gestures, her attention entirely focused on Xin Yuzhu and her daughter on stage. Driven by Xin Yuzhu's filial piety, the remaining 14 lashes of the Golden Bridge were awarded to Xin Lixia. This effectively implied that Xin Lixia was the mastermind behind the scheme, that Huang Fengxian was merely foolish and easily swayed, while Xin Lixia was the truly wicked one. End of chapter. Chapter 357. Going All Out. With Xin Yuzhu as a witness, Xin Lixia had no way to defend himself. Before he could even react, Huang Jinxiao had his men drag him onto the stage. Naturally, there was no need to hold back when dealing with an outsider. Moreover, Huang Jinxiao resented Xin Lixia for inciting Huang Fengxian to ruin the Huang family's reputation, so he lashed out with all his might. Every stroke drew blood, far more brutal than when he had flogged Huang Fengyan. Xin Lixia's piercing, heart-wrenching screams sent shivers down the villagers' spines. The timid ones looked away, unable to bear the sight. After just a few lashes, Xin Lixia's skin was torn open and his flesh exposed. In contrast, Huang Fengxian, lying next to him after receiving 16 lashes, was in much better condition. He didn't use enough force earlier. He was covering for Huang Fengyan. Tang Xiaonan shouted angrily. Xin Lixia had gone limp after only 5 lashes, while Huang Fengxian, who'd received 16, was still able to cry out. It was clearly a case of favoritism. Hu Jinji saw through it too. Pinching his nose, he shouted, "She didn't eat for the first 16 lashes. Has she had her fill now?" The others hadn't reacted yet, but Su Jifeng shuddered and immediately cried out, "Uncle Jinxiao, those 16 lashes of yours were just tickling that fox spirit." Xin Lixia went stiff after just 5 lashes, but that slutty fox is still as lively as ever after 16. Do you think we're all idiots? Exactly. If you want to cover for her, just say so. Why pretend to be so damn impartial? If you ask me, who's fooling whom here? When has Huang Fengxian ever listened to Xin Lixia? She ignores Xin Lixia on every other matter, big or small, but for some reason, she listened to her on this one. After tonight, Xin Lixia must be seething with hatred for Huang Fengyan. Cuckolded and dragged into getting whipped, no man could endure such humiliation. With Su Jifeng leading the charge, the others joined in the outcry, mostly women who'd long had it in for Huang Fengxian. Moreover, to be precise, Xin Lixia and Xin Yuzhu were cut from the same cloth, both selfish and self-serving. So he understood perfectly why Xin Yuzhu had sacrificed him to protect Huang Fengxian. It was nothing more than a ploy to curry favor with the Huang family. In excruciating pain, Xin Lixia was so overcome with emotion that tears, mixed with blood, streamed down his face. He hated Huang Fengxian with a vengeance. One day, he would make that vile woman realize just how formidable he was, leaving her wishing she were dead but unable to die. Tang Xiaonan asked anxiously, not because she was worried about Xin Lixiao's life. This man, just like Huang Fengxian, was no good. She simply felt it would be better to keep Xin Lixia alive to deal with Huang Fengxian. Another lash came down, harder than the previous ones. Xin Lixia was too pained to cry out. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Will they beat her to death? As for his daughter, Xin Yuzhu, Xin Lixia's feelings were somewhat complicated. After all, she was his flesh and blood. Yet Xin Yuzhu's behavior just now had left Xin Lixia feeling a chill in his heart. He had never been a loving father to begin with, nor did he have much sense of responsibility. His feelings for Xin Yuzhu ran shallow. Tang Xiaonan was startled. It had only been 7 lashes, and Xin Lixia was already unable to take it. His constitution was far too weak. She was genuinely worried that he might kick the bucket by the time the 14th lash landed. He won't die, but he'll likely be left with lasting health problems. Hu Jinji furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected Shinlixia to be such a wimp, looking like this after just a few lashes, and there were still 7 more to go. Crack. Another lash came down. Perhaps the commotion below had made Huang Jinqiao restless. He quickened his pace, delivering 3 lashes in quick succession. Shinlixia couldn't even manage a groan. The ground was covered in blood, a harrowing sight. Tang Pingxing's expression was grim. He didn't want anyone to die, and besides, Shinlixia wasn't from Mawan Mountain. Huang Jinqiao was taking this way too far. Compared to Huang Jinqiao, who'd cut his teeth in the beggar's sect, Tang Pengzheng wasn't nearly as ruthless. Even when dealing with walking, he tried his best to assign them light duties, unlike some villages that treated wandering practitioners as less than human, where it was not uncommon for them to be tortured to death. End of chapter. Chapter 358, The Unsung Hero. Shinlixia isn't a member of the Huang family. Even if clan law were applied, it wouldn't apply to her. Huang Jinqiao, are you trying to kill her to silence her? The voice from earlier rang out again, wavering and elusive. Huang Jinqiao's dark, menacing gaze swept the room, trying to pinpoint the person who was constantly thwarting him, but amid the dense, dark crowd below, everyone seemed a potential suspect. Shinlixia, on the verge of death, forced his eyes open and happened to catch sight of Huang Jinqiao's ferocious expression. His heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat poured down his face. He couldn't die, he still had to return to the city to live a good life. That old bastard really is ruthless. Shinlixia clenched his teeth tightly. He'd remember this. I'm not a member of the Huang family. Why should I be subject to your clan's laws? Summoning his last ounce of strength, Shinlixia rolled to the side, dodging a lash of the whip. As his wounds scraped against the sand and gravel on the ground, the pain was so excruciating, he nearly found himself reporting to the King of Hell. Then that unknown voice reminded him he didn't have to endure these lashes at all. Damn it. Su Jinfeng's eyes lit up, and she shouted at the top of her lungs, Shinlixia isn't a son-in-law by marriage, he's a Shin. What right does your Huang family have to whip him? If you're going to whip anyone, whip that slutty vixen Huang Fengxian. That's right. The Huang family's whip is meant for the Huang family. Why are you whipping an outsider? There are 4 more lashes left, Uncle Jinqiao. Don't you dare run out of strength again. More and more people joined in the uproar, all deeply dissatisfied with Huang Jinqiao's blatant favoritism. Even some members of the Huang family were among them. After all, Huang Fengxian had harmed the interests of the entire village this time, and everyone was itching to beat her up themselves. Tang Peng was secretly delighted and deeply grateful to the anonymous hero speaking from the shadows. He stopped Huang Jinqiao, who was about to strike again, and said, "You're all right. Shinlixia isn't a son-in-law who moved into the family home. His domestic issues with Huang Fengxian are something the two of them need to resolve on their own. Invoking the clan law was enough. Let Huang Fengxian take the rest of the lashes herself." Everyone was amused by the words of Su Jifeng and her daughter-in-law and joined in the laughter. How many men would she have to sleep with to get that confused? Ugh. She was just speaking off the cuff, but Huang Fengxian and her daughter Xin Yuzhu both turned pale at once, as did Shinlixia. The reactions of this entire family were intriguing, though it was too dark for anyone to notice. Mom, you just don't get it. I reckon even Huang Fengyan herself doesn't know whose children those 2 she gave birth to really are, so what does the surname matter anyway? Su Jifeng said even more caustically. Jinfeng hit the nail on the head. It really doesn't matter what surname they have, because no one even knows what it should be. There must be at least 17 or 18 of them. What does it matter whose surname they take? Lixia has joined the Huang family, and we're generous. It doesn't matter what surname the children take. Weilin's mother started spouting nonsense. Zhang Manhwa sneered sarcastically, "Your family is so broad-minded. Your daughter's a public outhouse, open to any man to sleep with, and the child can take any surname. Then why don't you let your sons and grandsons take the surname Pig or Dog? Why not? Shinlixia is my son-in-law by marriage. He's a member of the Huang family." Huailin's mother shrieked. Zhang Manwei snapped back. The son and daughter Shinlixia had with Huang Fengxian both take the Shin surname. What kind of son-in-law is that? Do you think we're all idiots? Stop spouting your stinking bullshit. My Fengxian is completely innocent. If you keep spouting this nonsense, I'll fight you to the death. Huailin's mother jumped to her feet and started cursing furiously. Su Jifeng stared at her coldly. Forget about being innocent for now. Pay back the 28 yuan you owe my family. You've got 20 days left. If you don't pay up, I'll come to your house and haul your stuff away. Everyone burst into laughter, their eyes filled with contempt. She claimed to be innocent, but behind closed doors she was up to no good. If she hadn't gotten something in return, would Tang Leifu have given her so much meat? End of chapter. Chapter 359, Keeping a Glimmer of Hope. Huailine's mother wanted to argue further, but her husband, Huang Yinxiao, stopped her. Both Huang Yinxiao and his son, Huang Huailin, looked grim. They hadn't said a word all evening. Huang Huailin's wife was preparing to take the children back to her parents' home first thing in the morning. She couldn't bear the shame. Huang Yinxiao and his son now deeply regretted their actions. They were kicking themselves. They had finally experienced what it felt like to be the subject of the whole village's backbiting. Naturally, they harbored resentment toward Huang Fengxian, especially since trouble had been brewing nonstop lately. There hadn't been a single moment of peace. No matter how deep their bond might have been, it simply couldn't withstand such turmoil. Not to mention that Huang Fengxian's relationship with them was never all that deep to begin with, after all. This whole family was selfish to the core. Why won't you let me speak? They're all saying those things about Fengyan, Huailin's mother muttered unhappily. Bullshit. What a daughter you've raised. She's made a complete fool of me. Huang Yinxiao glared at her fiercely, wishing he could sink into a crack in the ground. If he'd known, he would have gone home with his daughter-in-law too. They're slandering Fengxian, and you're joining in with this nonsense too? It's clearly that bastard Xin Lixiao's fault, your Fengxian's own father. Huailin's wife accused him indignantly. Huang Yinxiao let out a cold laugh, his face as dark as ink. He knew full well whether he was being wronged or not. After all, Huang Fengxian had admitted it herself. It was that old woman who was utterly deluded. Huang Huailin said grimly, enough already. As if we haven't been humiliated enough. Seeing the grim expressions on her husband's and son's faces, Huailin's mother felt her heart sink to the bottom of her chest. A chill crept over her, mingled with a sense of sorrow. If even her own family wouldn't stand up for her daughter, what would become of Fengxian in the future? The old man and his son were far too heartless. It must have been her daughter-in-law who incited them. It was all that little slut's fault. Huang Huailin's mother's face darkened. She would settle the score with that little slut when she got home. She was still the head of this household, and that little slut had better behave herself. Although Huang Jinxiao wanted to protect Huang Fengxian, the public outcry was too great to quell. Even the Huang family was in an uproar, so he had no choice but to agree to administer the remaining 4 lashes to Huang Fengxian. Huang Jinxiao delivered 1 lash. Huang Fengxian rolled her eyes and fainted. This single lash was more brutal than all the previous 14 combined, and her delicate skin simply couldn't withstand it. Zhang Manwei also shouted, I may be an old woman, but I still have some strength left. Jinxiao, why don't you take a break? Huang Jinxiao's face was as stern as water, the veins on his forehead bulging. He gripped the whip tightly, no longer holding back. With so many eyes watching, if he failed to carry this out properly, he would never be able to re-establish his authority. All it would take was a single lash to send that slutty vixen to the afterlife. Uncle Jinxiao, if you haven't eaten your fill, I'd be happy to help you with the whipping, Su Jifeng shouted deliberately. Crack. Huang Jinxiao delivered the remaining 3 lashes. In truth, he had held back a bit. Otherwise, Huang Fengxian would truly have been crippled by the whipping. Although Tang Pengzheng had seen through the trickery, he didn't say a word. He was very satisfied with the harsh slap in the face he'd just dealt to the Huang family. There was no need to wipe them out completely, especially since an even more spectacular show was yet to come. He'd keep Huang Fengxian alive to reel in a bigger fish. After the 4th lash, Huang Jinxiao descended with a grim expression. He couldn't bear to stay up there. The Huang family's reputation had been completely ruined by Huang Fengyan. That old fox Tang Pengzheng now held this leverage over them and would surely gloat for a long time to come. From now on, whenever he saw Tang Baishan and his brothers, he wouldn't even be able to stand up straight. Yinxiao, Huailin, take them back. Tang Pengzheng cast a cold glance at the 2 men slumped on the ground, showing not a shred of sympathy. Anyone who dared to harm the interests of Mopin Mountain would never be spared, not even his own son. End of chapter. Chapter 360, Su Jinfeng's Exhilaration. Huang Huailin and his son went upstairs with their heads bowed. They called over a few relatives, who carried Xin Lixia and Huang Fengxian back down. Xin Yuzhu followed behind, sobbing. Her eyes were swollen like peaches, and she looked utterly pitiful. Although everyone hated Huang Fengxian, their feelings toward Xin Yuzhu remained the same as before. If anything, they pitted her even more. Tang Ping was holding a megaphone and warned, we at Mopin Mountain must stand united if we're to live a good life. Anyone who dares to stir up trouble behind our backs, don't blame me for turning my back on you. I'm putting this out there up front. You'd better watch your step. Got it. No one's going to cause trouble who wouldn't want a good life. Everyone chimed in agreement. Under Tang Pengzheng's leadership over the years, life on Mopin Mountain had been quite good. Even during those years of famine, no one in the village had starved to death, unlike in other villages, where people were so starved they ate grass roots and tree bark, and even rice chaff. That chaff wouldn't digest, so they couldn't pass stool and were literally choked to death. P.S. The chaff mentioned here isn't the fine chaff used to feed pigs today, but rather the shriveled husks that fall off during threshing, sharp and prickly, that can even scratch the throat. Eating this kind of chaff could kill you. The fine chaff available back then was a luxury that ordinary people couldn't afford. Other villages had all suffered fatalities, but not Mopin Mountain. Although everyone went hungry, no one starved to death. Life had improved steadily over the past 2 years, and Tang Pengzheng deserved much of the credit for that, which was also why he'd been re-elected village chief for more than a decade. Farmers' wishes are simple. They just want to have enough to eat. They'll elect whoever can fill their bellies as village chief. Huang Jinxiao didn't have what it took, but Tang Pengzheng did. The meeting is adjourned. Get some rest. We've got work to do tomorrow morning. As soon as Tang Pengzheng finished speaking, the villagers began to disperse. Within a short while, most of them had left. In high spirits, Su Jifeng walked over with a smile on her face. She picked up Tang Xianwan from Hu Jinji's arms and planted several hearty kisses on her cheek. Tonight was the most satisfying day she'd had in the 20-odd years since she'd married into the family. Seeing that sly fox beaten to a pulp made her feel better than if she'd eaten 10 jin of meat. What do you want to eat, Xianwan? Su Jinfeng asked cheerfully. Smack. Tang Aijuan rubbed the back of his head and made a playful face at Tang Xiaonan, though he still felt a little disappointed. He really loved sugar candies. It was a shame they were only made once a year. If only he could eat them every day. Tang Aijuan's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, I want sugar dumplings with thick layers of beans and lots of sugar. What do you want to eat, third brother? Tang Xianwan looked at Tang Aijuan. She really didn't have anything specific in mind. Even if her daughter said she wanted the most luxurious glutinous rice balls, she'd be willing to make them. Su Jinfeng slapped her hand down. Do you want some five-finger cakes? Go back to bed. Tang Xianwan covered her mouth and giggled nonstop. This time, she didn't spoil third brother. Making sugar-filled glutinous rice balls was too labor-intensive and used up too many ingredients. They were only made once a year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and usually several families would team up to make them. It required staying up all night, which was just too exhausting. I don't really want anything. Tang Xiaonan shook her head. She really didn't have any particular cravings or wait, that wasn't quite right. She wanted to eat so many things: spicy hot pot, grilled skewers, milk tea, barbecued meat, Cantonese dim sum. She even missed wolf's tooth potatoes, not to mention junk food like spicy strips. So many delicious things, she was dying to eat them all. She'd even drool in her dreams, but where could she possibly go to get any of it now? Sigh. Over the next few days, Huang Fengxian stayed home to recover, and Xin Lixia didn't go to work either. He'd been beaten so badly, he was nearly incapacitated. And it looked like he'd need to recuperate for nearly half a month. Xin Yuzhu didn't go to school either. She stayed home to take care of them. From time to time, Huang Fengxian's curses could be heard coming from the Huang household, and Xin Yuzhu was even seen crying alone in the courtyard. The villagers felt even more sympathy for Xin Yuzhu, but there was nothing they could do. End of chapter. Chapter 361. Back to school. Even an impartial judge can't meddle in family affairs. They're outsiders and have even less right to interfere. Besides, what child isn't scolded by their parents from a young age? A few scoldings are perfectly normal. Before he knew it, it was the end of May. The weather was getting hotter by the day, and the rice in the paddies had already begun to head. The villagers had a few days off again and didn't have to work every day. But Buluo's leisure didn't last long. Come July and August, he'd be working so hard he'd be worn to the bone. July was for harvesting rice and August for rushing to transplant the seedlings. For a whole month, there wasn't a single day off. They worked from dawn till dusk. If they fell behind, the harvest for the first half of the year would suffer, which affected the entire village's livelihood, so no one dared to slack off. Huang Fengxian had been beaten so badly she couldn't even get out of bed, so naturally she couldn't go out to flirt with men. Tang Lijian had no choice but to return to work dutifully. He figured Huang Fengxian's injuries would take a month or so to heal. Tang Xiaonan and Chai Yuxiang went back to school. Since Huang Fengxian wasn't around, Tang Laifu and Su Jifeng both felt she shouldn't neglect her studies. Although Tang Xiaonan protested, the couple ignored her. Word spread like wildfire, and Huang Fengxian became famous far and wide, not for a good reputation, of course, but for her notorious scandal. As luck would have it, the teacher substituting for Huang Fengxian was none other than Song Hongmei, the one Huang Fengxian got along with best. Naturally, she paid no attention to Xin Yuhai, just as Huang Fengxian had once ignored Tang Xiaonan. Song Hongmei was actually quite decent. At the very least, she didn't actively bully Xin Yuhai. Moreover, parents strictly forbade their children from playing with Xin Yuhai, not just at Mopin Mountain, but at school as well. When Xin Yuzhu didn't go to class, Xin Yuhai would go alone. Left all by himself, Shin Yuhai was often bullied so badly that he'd hide in a corner and cry. No one likes a backstabber. Huang Fengxian's foolish behavior completely destroyed the good reputation she had worked so hard to build. People used to speak of her with praise, but now they looked down on her. News of Huang Fengxian's beating quickly spread throughout the entire Huaquan township, and naturally reached Gu village as well. Su Jifeng had even made a special trip back to her parents' home to embellish the story. Su Jinfin began to regret it a little. If she'd known, she wouldn't have stirred up trouble that morning. Rather than seeing Huang Fengxian get whipped, she would have preferred to see that scheming vixen caught red-handed. Before the school incident, Tang Laifu and Su Jifeng had actually seen eye to eye. They both hoped their 4 children would amount to something. After all, parents' hearts are all the same. Tang Baishan, however, kept his cool. He took things one bite at a time, and he knew revenge had to be exacted bit by bit. There was no need to rush. Tang Xiaonan reluctantly attended school for a few days. Song Hongmei's academic ability was, of course, far superior to Huang Fuxian's, but Tang Xiaonan still looked down on her. After all, she was a college student who'd been admitted to a top-tier university. Song Hongmei's educational level was certainly not as high as hers, and her Mandarin wasn't standard either. She read the pinyin with a thick rural accent that was a real pain to listen to. After 3 days of enduring the classes with a heavy heart, Tang Xiaonan was at her wit's end. Her new deskmate was a scruffy boy whose clothes were filthy. She had no idea how many days it had been since he'd changed them. She could tolerate all that, but what she couldn't stand was the boy's runny nose. She didn't know if he had rhinitis, but from morning till night she could hear him sniffling. Greenish-yellow snot would slowly ooze out. Just as it neared his mouth, he'd give a forceful sniff and suck it back in, only for it to start flowing again a moment later. Followed by another sniff, the cycle repeating endlessly. Tang Xiaonan was really worried that the child would swallow his snot, so she couldn't help but keep glancing over at him. It made her feel sick, but she just couldn't stop. It was like watching a horror movie. Even though she was terrified and wanted to die, she simply couldn't control herself. End of chapter. Chapter 362, The Boy Who Stole Rice Ears. Finally, during class, she saw this boy licking the vermicelli that had dripped into his mouth with relish, savoring it a few times before wiping the remaining bits onto his sleeve. Tang Xianwan finally understood why this kid's cuffs were covered in scabs. It turned out they were all from him wiping his snot on them. Ugh. Tang Xiaonan gagged a few times, deeply regretting why she'd paid so much attention to this kid. If she hadn't looked, nothing would have happened. Now she felt utterly disgusted. The boy sensed Tang Xianan's gaze, turned his head, and grinned at her. He was actually quite a cute kid. It was just that snot. Well, it was hard to put into words. Tang Xiaonan forced a smile, pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, and handed it to the boy. She then pointed to his nose, gesturing that he could use the handkerchief to wipe it off. The boy froze for a moment, then realized what she meant. He scratched his head sheepishly, but didn't take the handkerchief. Tang Xiaonan placed the handkerchief in the boy's desk drawer and smiled at him. The boy whispered, I'll wash it and give it back to you. Such a pretty handkerchief must be really expensive, he thought. He'd never used a handkerchief before. He just wiped his face with the back of his hand for everything. It was so convenient. But he wanted to be clean too. Tang Xiaonan smelled so nice, and her clothes and hair were exceptionally clean, unlike some of his female classmates who had lice in their hair, never combed it, and let it hang loose like crazy women. Tang Xiaonan always tied her hair up neatly every day and wore pretty hair ornaments. She looked really lovely. No need, it's a gift for you. Thanks. The boy blew his nose with the handkerchief. His face looked much cleaner. He was a boy with delicate features. If only he'd wash his face a little better. Tang Xiaonan didn't want to eat in the classroom. She wanted to go outside and soak up the sun. Chai Yuxiang, of course, had no objections. The 2 girls carried their lunchboxes outside and found a spot to sit near the school gate. The sun warmed their bodies, making them feel incredibly comfortable. Lunchtime arrived, and everyone went to the cafeteria to get their meals. Tang Xiaonan and Chai Yuxiang went too, while Gu Zhila went home to eat. He was the oldest in the class, 10 years old, and by all accounts should have been in 3rd grade, but he was still in 1st grade. She hadn't used this handkerchief yet today. She'd washed it herself with soap, and it smelled especially nice. Cousin, let's go eat outside. The boy felt even more embarrassed. It didn't feel right to just take it for free, but he also knew deep down that Tang Xiaonan probably disliked the fact that he'd already used it. A pang of sadness suddenly welled up inside him. He didn't want things to be like this either. Tang Xianwan shook her head vigorously. As she pictured the boy wiping his nose with it, a tightness returned to her chest. No matter how clean it was washed, she wouldn't use a handkerchief that someone else had already used. Cousin. Tang Xianwan smiled. This boy seemed to be from Gu village. His name was Gu Zilyu. His family was certainly poor, his clothes were patched over and over again, and even in winter he had no socks, walking barefoot in tattered cloth shoes, and now he was simply walking barefoot. Just as Tang Xiaonan was about to pass the vegetables to Chai Yuxiang, she caught a glimpse of Gu Zhila out of the corner of her eye. He was walking alone along the edge of the field, seemingly plucking rice ears. Whenever no one was looking, he'd pluck a handful, stuff it into his mouth, chew it, and then pluck another handful. Are green rice ears edible? Tang Xiaonan was very puzzled. And they were raw. Wouldn't eating them like that make her throat scratch? What are you doing? Someone shouted angrily upon seeing him. Gu Zhila, like a startled rabbit, ran as fast as he could toward Tang Xiaonan and the others, still clutching a handful of rice ears tightly in his hand and chewing nonstop. When he reached Tang Xiaonan, he hastily shoveled the rest of the rice ears into his mouth and began chewing as if they were the finest delicacies. End of chapter. Chapter 363. Pitiful. Gu Zhila was extremely thin, so thin that the bones in his neck jutted out. He chewed the rice ears with great effort, his face flushed bright red, and the veins in his neck bulged, giving him an inexplicable air of tragic grandeur. Tang Xiaonan realized that Gu Zhila wasn't playing a prank, he was stealing rice ears to stave off hunger. Was there really no food at home? Only after he'd painstakingly swallowed the rice grains did Gu Zilyu notice Tang Xiaonan and her sister. Both girls were staring at him. He blushed so fiercely his face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. He had his pride, but now it was completely shattered. Tang Xiaonan must be looking down on him, right? It looks really tasty. Cousin, I'm going to grab some too. Tang Xiaonan set her lunchbox on Chai Yuxiang's lap and jogged over to the edge of the rice paddy. She yanked a handful of rice with all her might. This was her first time stealing. She was so flustered her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. She hurried back and smiled triumphantly at the stunned Gu Zilyu and Chai Yuxiang, holding out her hands, a handful of green rice grains. She popped a few grains into her mouth. They weren't as hard as she'd imagined, since they weren't fully ripe yet and had a faint grassy scent, but they tasted awful, just like chaff. They were especially harsh on the throat, and she really couldn't figure out how Gu Zilyu managed to eat so much of it. Besides, if he kept eating like this, Tang Xiaonan was genuinely worried that Gu Zilyu would damage his stomach and intestines. There had been cases in the past where people had died from eating chaff, unable to pass stool, they swelled up and died. It's actually pretty good. With a warm lunchbox now in his hands, Gu Zhila looked up as Tang Xiaonan smiled at him. Thank you. I can't eat any more either. Just throw it away. I can't eat any more of this rice. If you don't want it, cousin, I'll throw it out. The embarrassment on Gu Zhila's face faded a little. He scratched his head and smiled, then turned to leave, but Tang Xiaonan's voice called out from behind him. Gu Zhila couldn't help but stop. It would be such a waste to throw away such good food. He turned around just in time to see Tang Xiaonan about to dump a lunchbox filled with meat, vegetables, and white rice. Gu Zhila blurted out, "Don't throw it away." Gu Zhila blurted out again, but immediately regretted it. He was afraid Tang Xiaonan and her sister would look down on him, and that his classmates would look down on him too, because he was dirty and poor and couldn't even afford his tuition. I can't eat any more, and my cousin won't help me finish it either, Tang Xiaonan said earnestly, preparing to throw it away again. Chai Yuxiang picked up on Tang Xiaonan's hint and played along. Tang Xiaonan paused and looked at him with surprise. Handing the lunchbox to Gu Zhila, Tang Xiaonan took Chai Yuxiang's hand and walked away. If they stayed there, Gu Zhila definitely wouldn't be able to eat. Let me eat it for you. Tang Xiaonan struggled to swallow the rice. It was truly awful. Gu Zhila must have been starving to eat this. She wondered what was going on at his house. That's such a waste, Gu Zilyu said softly. They moved to another spot to bask in the sun. Chai Yuxiang handed her lunchbox to Tang Xiaonan. Have mine. You didn't take a single bite just now. Her cousin was just too kind-hearted, even when helping others. She should have eaten a few bites herself. But that Gu Zhila really was pitiful, even more so than she'd ever been back home. At least back home, she'd never gone hungry. No thanks, I'll have some cookies. Tang Xiaonan pulled some cookies out of her snack bag. She really wasn't hungry, and she wasn't just being overly kind. She just didn't want to see Gu Zhila starve to death, so she'd help if she could. Still, Chai Yuxiang forced a few mouthfuls of rice down her throat before she started eating herself. Meanwhile, Gu Zilyu stared blankly at the lunchbox. The long-missed aroma of cooked food made his stomach growl even louder, and he swallowed hard. End of chapter. Chapter 364. Gu Songtao makes a name for himself. Gu Zilyu began eating heartily. It had been a long time since he'd had meat and eggs. As he ate, tears welled up in his eyes. He missed his mother. When his mother was alive, he used to have meat and eggs to eat, but now he couldn't even afford pickled vegetables. Gu Zilyu ate while crying, and before long he had finished the entire box of rice, even licking the grains clean from the edges of the container. In truth, he wasn't really full, but his body felt much warmer, and having his stomach filled with warm food made him feel very comfortable. He really wanted to lie down and take a nap. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaonan was discussing Gu Jila's situation with Chai Yuxiang. It must be a stepmother. No matter how poor a biological mother is, she would never let her child go hungry, Chai Yuxiang said with certainty. A child with a mother is a treasure. A child without a mother is just a blade of grass, and Gu Zilyu was that pitiful blade of grass. Tang Xiaonan agreed. It wasn't a famine year. Even the poorest families wouldn't let their children go to school on an empty stomach. They could at least boil a few sweet potatoes, right? Besides, Gu Zilyu's filthy clothes weren't the work of a biological mother. Let's go back. After finishing her meal, Chai Yuxiang took Tang Xiaonan's hand to head back to school. But at the gate, they saw a group of children gathered in a circle, and the sound of a child crying drifted out. It sounded familiar, as if it were Shin Yuhai. As they got closer, they saw it was indeed Shin Yuhai, lying on the ground wailing, covered in mud. Standing nearby were several older kids, presumably the ones who'd beaten him up. I'm going to tell my mom. You're picking on me, sniffle. One of the older boys kicked him defiantly, causing Shin Yuhai to cry even harder. His heart felt bitterer than gall. Neither his mother nor his older sister was at school, and there was no one to stand up for him. For the first time in his life, Shin Yuhai truly understood what it meant to be completely alone and helpless. Tang Xianwan furrowed her brow. Was this Gu Songtao trying to make sure everyone knew about his relationship with Huang Fengxian? I'll show you whether I can do something about this or not, you little brat. Go ahead and report me. I hit you again. If you've got the guts, go report me right now. Tang Xianwan tugged at Chai Yuxiang's sleeve, not wanting to get involved in the commotion. A few kids couldn't possibly cause any real trouble, but they hadn't taken more than a few steps when they heard an adult shout, "What are you doing?" One of the older kids was pretty bold. He didn't take Gu Songtao seriously, glaring defiantly at him and even kicking Shin Yuhai as if to show off. He wasn't afraid of a landowner, not in the least. Is this any of your business? It was Gu Songtao. He looked like he'd rushed over on purpose. Fuming, he strode toward them, raising his hand as if to strike the older kids. The rest of the children scattered in a flash, standing far off to watch the commotion. Besides, his actions would only cause more trouble for Huang Yingchen and her son Gu Yunchuan. Although official documents stated that social class no longer mattered, landlords were still looked down upon in the village. Instead of keeping a low profile, Gu Songtao was making a big scene by hitting a child. He was really asking for trouble. You landowner, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Gu Songtao was instantly enraged. He reached out and slapped the older boy across the face. Afterward, he pulled Shin Yuhai to his feet and carefully brushed the mud off his clothes. The older boy who'd been slapped was quite defiant and actually started fighting with Gu Songtao. The other kids joined in too, and Gu Songtao couldn't hold his own against them. He was left scrambling. Tang Xiaonan snorted lightly. That good-for-nothing weakling deserved to get beaten. It was rather pitiful that Gu Yunchuan had a father like that, but fortunately, he had a good mother in that respect. He was much luckier than Hu Jinji. Word had already spread, and Huang Yingchen and her son had arrived. Tang Xiaonan dragged Chai Yuxiang back to school, making sure Gu Yunchuan didn't see them. End of chapter. Chapter 365, Too Poor to Even Afford a Workbook. Tang Xiaonan couldn't concentrate on her afternoon classes. Her mind was on Gu Songtao. Seeing his father in such a pitiful state, Gu Yunchuan must be feeling terrible, right? Tang Xiaonan regretted not having read the book more carefully. When Gu Yunchuan and Shin Yuzhu got married, both Gu Songtao and Huang Yingchen were present. Logically, Huang Yingchen must have known about the scandal involving Gu Songtao and Huang Fengxian, so why didn't she stop it? Given Gu Yunchuan's filial piety, if he had simply pleaded with Huang Yingchen not to consent, he certainly wouldn't have married Shin Yuzhu. It's all down to the old lady Gu. Everyone says that old lady is shrewd and capable. Huang Yingchen was honest and kind-hearted, but perhaps unaware, but the old madam must have known. How could she have allowed Gu Songtao to treat Huang Yingchen that way, let alone let Gu Yunchuan marry Shin Yuzhu, stabbing Huang Yingchen right in the heart? Tang Xiaonan thought of something else. After Gu Yunchuan and Shin Yuzhu got married, their business empire grew even larger. They moved to Songqing to live permanently, while Huang Yingchen remained in Gu village. Although the book didn't go into detail, one could sense Huang Yingchuan's loneliness. She didn't like Shin Yuzhu, so even when Shin Yuzhu had a child, she didn't help take care of the baby, and she wasn't affectionate toward her own grandchildren either. That was completely out of character for Huang Yingchen, who was known for her down-to-earth and kind-hearted nature. So there was a sense that Huang Yingchen must have known about it, yet for some reason, she didn't intervene and chose to bear the bitter consequences alone. Once she got home, there was an endless pile of chores. She couldn't spare a moment for her homework, and if she used even a little extra electricity, she'd get scolded. It was nowhere near as peaceful as it was at school. Tang Xianwan put her lunchbox in her backpack and, seeing Gu Zhizhuo walking by, asked curiously. When school finally let out, Tang Xiaonan was packing her backpack when she spotted her lunchbox. It had already been washed clean. Beside her, Gu Jila whispered, "He washed it with soapwort 5 times. Aren't I going home?" Gu Jila shook his head shyly. "He's going to finish his homework before heading back. Use that one. Just put it back in the drawer when you're done." Tang Xiaonan didn't ask any further questions. She waved goodbye to him. She watched as Gu Jila took a homework notebook out of his backpack. It was actually an old, used notebook. And the pencil was just a leftover stub they'd been using, one you had to hold between your toes, making it incredibly difficult to write with. Plus, without an eraser, he'd have to smudge out mistakes with saliva. No wonder his homework book was always getting criticized by the teacher. Gu Yunchuan probably had no idea about this. From her few interactions with him, Tang Xiaonan had formed a very favorable impression of him, unlike Shin Yuzhu, whose goodness was merely a facade. Gu Yunchuan had sound character and values. He was just a bit old-fashioned, but he was far better than the self-serving Shin Yuzhu, who was all about flexibility and self-interest. Tang Xiaonan smiled. No wonder her lunchbox had a faint scent of liquid chamomile. She knew there was a kind of grass by the little river that produced foam when rubbed vigorously. Many children in the village used that grass to wash their hair and bathe. Tang Xiaonan took a pencil and an eraser out of her pencil case, handed them to Gu Jila, and walked away. Looking at the pencil being sharpened to a fine point and the fragrant eraser, Gu Zilyu sniffed, wiped his eyes with his dirty sleeve, and sat down to do his homework, working diligently with neat, legible handwriting. His older sister had told him that education was their only chance to change their fate. She ranked first in the entire school year after year, and he vowed to follow her example. He was determined to get into college and make something of himself. He wanted to repay those who had once helped him and take revenge on those who had bullied him. He kept all of this in his heart and would never forget it. Gu Zhilu is not a bit player, nor is his older sister. Tang Xiaonan had intended to go straight home, but her cousin Su Guoqiang dragged her back, saying that their grandmother had made Polo Su a homophone. The author doesn't know how to write it. That's what the elderly call it. End of this chapter. Chapter 366. A new level of scumminess. What's Polo Su? Is it tasty? Tang Xiaonan was very curious. It was the first time she'd ever heard of this kind of snack. Actually, in her previous life, she was a native of Yuecheng, but after graduating from college, she went to Wuching to work in foreign trade and spent more time living there. Still, she was very familiar with the customs and way of life in Wucheng. She'd tried foods like chiming rice cakes, sesame balls, tangong, and vine stems, but this poluosu that Su Guoqiang mentioned was truly a first for her. She couldn't help but be intrigued. Her grandmother and aunt were both excellent cooks, so whatever they made was sure to be delicious. It's definitely delicious. I can't really explain it, you'll know once you take some home and try it. Su Guoqiang couldn't explain it either, all he knew was that it tasted good. On the way to her grandmother's house, they had to pass by Gu Yinchuan's place. As they walked by, Tang Xianwan deliberately glanced inside. It was quiet and peaceful, just like usual. It didn't look like there had been any trouble. Don't go in, it's not a good time right now. Aunt Chan is upset today. Su Guoqiang thought Tang Xiaonan was going to play with Gu Yunchuan, so he simply picked her up and walked away quickly. Why is she angry? Is it because of Shin Yuhai? Tang Xiaonan's curiosity was piqued. She wrapped her arms around Su Guoqiang's neck, her eyes sparkling. It's exactly that. Gu Santa stood up for someone else's kid, and the son of that homewrecker, no less. Aunt Chan has never been this angry before. After running a few steps, Su Guoqiang was panting heavily and had to set her down, adding, "Xiaonan, you're even chubbier than Guoping." She wanted to go take a look, but Tang Xianwan grabbed her arm. Don't go over there. In family feuds like this, it's the children who get hurt the most. Besides, kids really don't want outsiders watching the spectacle, especially friends their own age, because it makes them feel humiliated. Tang Xianwan didn't want to embarrass Gu Yunchuan. Guoping was Su Guoqiang's younger brother, a year younger than Tang Xiaonan. He was a chubby, sturdy-looking boy. Tang Xiaonan glared at him irritably, feeling frustrated. She'd already cut back on meals and snacks. Why was she still so plump? Was she really just one of those unlucky types who gains weight even from drinking water? After walking a few more steps, a loud crash suddenly came from behind, as if something had been smashed to pieces. Tang Xiaonan jumped in surprise, while Chai Yuxiang exclaimed excitedly, "It's the Goof family." Oh my god. Tang Xiaonan ran her fingers through her hair in frustration and decided she wouldn't eat dinner. She had to cut back even more. It was definitely because she'd been eating too much. Su Jinfeng loved to cook and loved to feed people. In fact, she really did eat quite a lot. From now on, she had to eat even less. Are you deaf? Get out of the way, or I'll beat you to death, you ugly monster. Gu Songtao's tirade was incredibly arrogant. Tang Xiaonan frowned. She hated this kind of good-for-nothing, hot-tempered scumbag, the most cowardly as a dog outside, but as tyrannical as a bandit at home, good for nothing but bullying his wife. Huang Yingchun, you think you're all that now? It's none of your business. Who do you think you are? Get the hell out of here. Gu Songtao was livid and looked like he was about to lash out. Tang Xianan's anger flared up. He actually dared to hit someone? Damn it. Put those eggs down. They're for Yunchuan to eat, and I raised that chicken too. What right do you have to take them? Huang Yingchuan's voice was strained with anger. She stood firmly blocking the doorway, refusing to let Gu Songtao leave. The scumbag was holding a basket containing more than a dozen eggs, and the two of them were locked in a standoff. I'm the head of this household. What's wrong with me eating a few eggs? Gu Songtao spoke with utter self-righteousness, showing not a shred of self-awareness about being a freeloader. He even had the nerve to spout such high-sounding rhetoric about being the head of the household. He'd truly taken scum to a whole new level. End of chapter. Chapter 367, Mutual Care and Understanding. Since father is the head of the household, may I ask how many work points you earn in a year? Gu Yunchuan stepped forward, blocking Gu Songtao, and reached down to pick up the basket. Gu Songtao felt a bit embarrassed. He could berate Huang Yingchun without any qualms. After all, he didn't like that ugly woman at all, but when it came to his son, he did have some affection for him. After all, he was his own flesh and blood. Still, that was all there was to it. He's in poor health and can't do heavy labor. I don't know about that. I'm getting on in years now. Why don't you go earn some work points? What good does it do to sit at home all day reading those useless books? I've raised you all these years and haven't enjoyed a single moment of peace. Raising you is worse than raising a dog. Gu Songtao grew angrier as he spoke. Gu Yunchuan was 14 years old. Almost every boy his age in the village was out earning work points, yet Gu Yunchuan was the only one who stayed home studying every day, spending a fortune on books. That money would have been so much better spent on meat. It had been so many days since the family had eaten meat, all squandered by that good-for-nothing. Gu Yunchuan's rosy cheeks flushed crimson. Those words struck a raw nerve, because he really hadn't contributed a single thing to the family. He lived off their labor every day, and even the money for his books had been saved bit by his mother through gathering medicinal herbs. In truth, he was just like Gu Songtao, a parasite on the family. What right do I have to smash his eggs? He's the one who raised the chickens. I've never even pulled a single blade of grass. What right do I have to smash them? Gu Songtao, I'm not even human. I can't even take care of my own son, and all I think about is that. I'm the one who's worse than an animal. He'd be willing to cut off his own flesh to raise his son. Besides, Yunchuan has grown up. Didn't I pay for his food, not just provide grain? Even I, this beast, am being supported by him. What right do I have to curse his son? But Gu Yunchuan wasn't so easily fooled. He could clearly tell that Huang Yingchun had been about to say a name, but hadn't finished, and his intuition told him that person was likely a woman, most likely his father's mistress. Huang Yingchun suddenly exploded, charging at Gu Songtao like a mother beast. She could endure anything, but her son was the apple of her eye. No one was going to bully her son. She wasn't well off and couldn't afford to feed her son meat for extra nutrition, so she made do with giving him 1 or 2 eggs a day. She sold the extra eggs, saving every little bit of money to buy her son books. What Gu Songtao had smashed wasn't just eggs, it was her son's future. She wasn't heartbroken over the eggs, she was heartbroken over her son. A whole basket of eggs lay smashed on the ground, yellow and red splattered everywhere. Huang Yingchun froze in shock, her heart twisting in agony. Huang Yingchun grabbed Gu Songtao, beating and cursing him, but she stopped mid-scolding, forcing herself to swallow that name. She couldn't bring up those sordid details in front of her son. He valued his pride so much that he wouldn't be able to bear it. He wasn't just a bookish nerd, he actually knew a thing or two about what was going on at home. Gu Songtao left early and came home late, hanging out with the wrong crowd every day, and didn't exchange a single word with his mother from morning till night. All the signs pointed to Gu Songtao having a lover on the side. But Gu Yunchuan didn't want to dig deeper. He was afraid of hurting Huang Yingchuan's feelings. Maintaining this superficial calm was enough for now. Once he got into college and settled down in the city, he'd bring his grandmother and mother to live there, leaving Gu Songtao and that woman to fend for themselves in Gu village. You lunatic. I begged you not to argue with me, but you went and smashed them anyway. Now I'm satisfied. Gu Songtao was heartbroken over the eggs. He'd heard that Huang Fengxian had gotten into trouble and had planned to sneak over to visit her that morning, bringing a few eggs along. He couldn't very well show up empty-handed, after all. Now that they were all smashed, he was furious. End of chapter. Chapter 368. Not only a jerk, but arrogant too. Huang Yingchun was so furious her face turned red, her lips completely drained of color. Her face, covered in a dense network of pockmarks, looked even more jarring. Gu Songtao shot her a disgusted glance. Ugly people are always the most troublesome. Just looking at a hideous creature like that made him want to vomit. All she does is read books, just a bookworm. For someone from a family like theirs, what good does all that reading do? It's just a waste of money. If she had that much energy, she'd go earn work points instead. Keeping her at home like this just turns her into a good-for-nothing. Gu Songtao shot another disdainful glance at Gu Yunchuan. The boy was already as tall as he was and ate just as much as he did. That brat was eating his father into poverty. Huang Fengxian was wrong. They should have sent that kid out to earn work points. Reading those damn books, what good is it for a landlord's brat to read so much? Gu Yunchuan's face flushed redder and redder. He hated himself for being so useless, unable to earn money to support the family. He felt so guilty watching his mother toil so hard in the mountains gathering herbs. As he watched her back grow more hunched day by day, and her red hair grew more and more each day, yet he couldn't help her in the slightest. Gu Songtao was right, he really wasn't a good son. Don't listen to his bullshit, Yunchuan. My job right now is to study. Mom doesn't need me to earn work points. Huang Yingchen sensed her son's heartache and distress. She felt even worse than he did. Her son was her whole life. She hated Gu Songtao with a passion, and that bitch Huang Fengyan too. I'll shut him up. I don't need to support his son. I'll go out and have some fun. I don't need to worry about this household. I'll do whatever I want. Get out, I'm out of here. Speak of the devil, no sooner had Su Guiqiang finished speaking than they heard the hoarse voice of the old woman, make him kneel down. Tang Xiaonan was seething too. Gu Songtao wasn't just a scumbag, he was even worse than Chai Buoyang. Why didn't a man like that just die? He'd already spent over a dozen eggs. Huang Yingchen must have been saving up for a long time. Who's going to meddle in the landlord's family affairs? Why isn't Gu Yunchuan's grandmother showing up? Gu Songtao fears the old lady more than anything. Su Guiqiang found it strange, with all that commotion. Surely the old lady must have heard it. It's driving him crazy. Is there no one left in the Gu family to keep him in line? It's absolutely despicable. Huang Yingchen shouted at the top of her lungs, drawing a crowd of villagers. Seeing the usually even-tempered Huang Yingchen so furious, everyone knew at a glance that Gu Songtao must have done something despicable again. Then, seeing the eggs scattered all over the ground, everyone knew exactly what had happened. They all despised Gu Songtao, a good-for-nothing goody two-shoes who loved to act like a big shot at home. If only Huang Yingchuan's family had any brothers, they would have beaten that good-for-nothing Gu Songtao into submission long ago. Tang Xiaonan perked up, the big boss had finally made an appearance. She'd actually met the legendary Mrs. Gu before. Curiosity drove her to take a few steps closer, peering out from behind the crowd. She spotted an elderly woman wearing an old-fashioned, cross-colored cotton blouse. She was very thin, with her back held very straight, a small bun of bright red hair, and a face full of the pallor of illness. She looked utterly haggard. No wonder she hadn't shown her face for so long. Gu Songtao was indeed afraid of the old lady. The moment she appeared, she became docile, obediently kneeling on the ground. What am I supposed to do with eggs? I haven't contributed a thing to this household. What right do I have to enjoy anything? What business is it of mine that Yunchuan is studying at home? If I don't like it, I'll just leave. After scolding him for a few moments, the old lady began coughing violently, unable to stop. Gu Yunchuan patted her back, looking very worried. Lately, the old lady had been very ill, but she refused to go to the hospital. Instead, she had concocted some medicine herself and was forcing herself to drink it, though it wasn't doing much good. Gu Yunchuan felt that penicillin would be a better option. End of chapter. Chapter 369. The Height of Shamelessness. Unfortunately, there were no barefoot doctors in Gu village, so villagers would come to his house whenever they were sick. For more serious cases, they'd go to the town health clinic. But the old lady refused to go. She was afraid of spending money. Grandma, have some water. Gu Yunchuan poured a cup of lukewarm water. After the old lady drank it, she perked up a bit and glared sternly at the kneeling Gu Songtao, her eyes filled with disgust. Tang Xiaonan found this a bit strange. That look didn't seem like one a mother would give her son. No matter how good-for-nothing a son might be, a mother wouldn't look at her own child as if he were trash. She'd likely feel more like she was disappointed in him for not living up to her expectations. I am, after all, the head of this household. What's wrong with taking a few eggs? Gu Songtao remained defiant, convinced he hadn't done anything wrong. The old lady let out a cold laugh and sneered. Who crowned you head of the household? I'm not dead yet. Since when did this household become yours to run? If you want eggs, earn your work points yourself. Yunchuan, you have even less right to say anything to him. If I hear you spouting that nonsense again, I'll break your dog legs. Cough, 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 cough. The old lady coughed violently again. Even drinking water didn't help, and she simply couldn't stop. Gu Songtao, who was kneeling, glanced up briefly and saw the old lady's frail, gaunt figure and her face, which looked like dried orange peel. She seemed as helpless as an oil lamp about to burn out, posing absolutely no threat to him. "You fool. Your mother is so old she can't even come downstairs anymore. What are you afraid of?" Huang Fengxian's voice rang in his ears. She had told him this more than once, but the old lady's decades of accumulated authority had left Gu Songtao too afraid even to entertain the thought of defiance. Yet, just as an ice 3 feet thick isn't formed in a single day, thawing it certainly isn't accomplished overnight either. Huang Fengxian's constant repetition of these words, day after day, month after month, had actually planted the seeds of defiance deep within Gu Songtao's heart. "Fine. You think you're all grown up now, do you? You, get out of here." Gu Yinchuan glared furiously at Gu Songtao. Once again, his father had shattered his understanding of just how shameless a person could be. He had already witnessed it firsthand. After saying these words, Gu Songtao stood even straighter, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He even regretted not having listened to Huang Fengxian sooner. He should have stood up to the matriarch long ago. He was the master of the Gu household. All the best food in the house should be reserved for him. As for Gu Yunchuan, he didn't need to go to school anymore. He should be out earning labor points instead. The old lady felt a lump in her throat, and her coughing grew even more severe. Gu Songtao's defiance had taken her by surprise. She had suppressed the son since he was a child and had thought she'd completely broken his spirit, but she never expected him to dare defy her today. What an unfilial beast. "Why should I be the one to leave? This house is mine, I'm the master here," Gu Songtao shouted, jutting out his chin defiantly. With his father abroad, he was the head of the household. If anyone had to leave, it was that ugly hag Huang Yingchen. As for the old lady and Gu Yinchuan, he wasn't entirely heartless. He'd let them stay. After all, the old lady didn't eat much rice and Gu Yunchuan could earn work points. Seeing the frail old lady today, that seed suddenly sprouted. Gu Songtao straightened his back, stood up abruptly, and shouted at the old lady, "Why am I not the head of this household? A wife follows her husband when married, and her son when her husband dies. Mom, you're getting senile. From now on, I'm the one who calls the shots in this house." Cough, 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 cough. "What right do you have to yell at Grandma? You certainly have no right to be the head of this household. You're the one who should get out." Gu Yinchuan stepped between the old lady and Huang Yingchen, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes bloodshot, fists clenched tightly as he faced off against Gu Songtao. Smack. Gu Songtao slapped him across the face, leaving a red handprint on Gu Yinchuan's pale cheek. End of chapter. Chapter 370, knocked out with a single swing of a chair. "How dare you talk to me like that, you disrespectful little bastard." Gu Songtao slapped him across the face, then swung his hand again, ready to strike once more. He'd been wanting to teach this son a lesson for a long time. The boy had absolutely no respect for him as his father, and it was all because of that ugly hag Huang Yingchuan's bad influence. Tang Xiaonan was furious watching this. How could there be such a shameless scumbag in the world? Was there really no one in the Gu family who could rein this bastard in? "What right do you have to hit my son? He hasn't eaten a single grain of rice from you or spent a single penny of yours. What gives you the right to hit him?" Huang Yingchen suddenly lunged forward, knocking Gu Songtao to the ground in one blow. Though she was short, years of farm work had given her considerable strength. Caught off guard, Gu Songtao was knocked down and didn't have time to react before Huang Yingchen was already straddling him, her hair gripped tightly. "I'll beat you to death. I told you long ago, I don't care about the dirty deeds you get up to out there, but you have no right to lay a finger on my son, you heartless bastard." Huang Yingchen was like a madwoman, one hand clutching his hair while the other swung like a punching bag, leaving Gu Songtao dazed. But he was quick on his feet, and being a man, it wasn't long before he was locked in a fierce struggle with her. Gu Yinchuan watched in distress. He wanted to help his mother, but the old lady stopped him. "Go get a stool." Gu Yinchuan brought over a stool. The old lady mustered her strength, took the stool, and had Gu Yunchuan help her walk over. Gu Songtao and Huang Yingchen were still grappling with each other. Several people tried to break them apart, but they simply couldn't pull them apart. Gu Yunchuan tried to go help Gu Songtao, but the old lady snapped at him. "The ground is cool. Let your father calm down." Clutching the stool tightly, the old lady waited for the right moment, then brought it down hard on Gu Songtao's head, fast, fierce, and precise. Gu Songtao's head lolled to one side, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. The old lady coughed for half a minute before recovering. Without even glancing at Gu Songtao on the floor, she said hoarsely, "Clean this up. From now on, keep the eggs with me." Tang Xiaonan silently gave her a thumbs up. Now that's a true powerhouse. If the old lady had been born in the modern era, with her drive, she could definitely have made a name for herself. Her decisiveness put most men to shame. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone else had dispersed. There wasn't much to see in the Gu household's commotion anyway. Gu Songtao couldn't make a dent against the old lady. She'd taken him down in no time. What a good-for-nothing. Huang Yingchun smiled and turned to comfort her son. You've had your share of eggs. The hens will lay more tomorrow. Go back to your room and read. I'll clean this up. Mom, it's okay if I don't eat any eggs, Gu Yunchuan whispered reassuringly. Huang Yingchun stared blankly at the sticky egg liquid on the floor. Not a single one of the dozen or so eggs had been spared. They were all ruined. It hurt more than if her own flesh had been cut. She wished she could stab Gu Songtao again. Seeing Huang Yingchun forcing a smile, Gu Yunchuan's heart ached and he felt guilty. Although Gu Songtao was a scoundrel, he was right about one thing. As a grown man, Gu Yunchuan really shouldn't be sitting at home living off his parents. I don't actually need to read every day. I can work during the day and read at night. That won't do. You can't multitask. We don't need you to earn labor points here. I can handle everything on my own. Just focus on your studies. Don't worry about anything else. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Be a good boy and go study. Huang Yingchun shook her head vigorously. There was absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter. She wanted to see her son get into college, become a city dweller, and work for the government. No matter how hard or tiring it might be, she was willing to endure it all. End of chapter. Chapter 371. Preparing to steal the deal. Gu Yunchuan opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He'd said similar things many times before, but neither Huang Yingchun nor the old lady agreed. The old lady told him not to focus only on the immediate future. As long as he got into college, he could ensure a comfortable life for Huang Yingchun. Earning labor points now wouldn't actually lighten Huang Yingchun's burden much. On the contrary, it would interfere with his studies, making it not worth the effort. But seeing Huang Yingchun work so hard every day, he simply couldn't bring himself to focus on his studies. He wanted to do something, even if it was just earning a jiao, to ease his mind a little. But what could he do? Tang Xianwan saw all of Gu Yunchuan's inner turmoil and distress, and she deeply understood that feeling of helplessness, like a bird that longs to soar through the sky, but whose wings are tied down by a rope, surrounded by nets, unable to move an inch, let alone do anything. In the book, Gu Yunchuan was introduced to the business world by Shen Yuzhu. Although Gu Yunchuan had no ambition in the business world, he was, like Hu Jinji, a business prodigy with exceptionally keen insight. Although he started later than Shen Yuzhu, his investment acumen surpassed hers. It was largely thanks to Gu Yunchuan that Shen Yuzhu's business empire expanded. Although Shen Yuzhu helped Gu Yunchuan succeed, Gu Yunchuan also helped Shen Yuzhu succeed, and in fact, Gu Yunchuan's contributions were even greater. Without Shen Yuzhu, Gu Yunchuan's talent wouldn't have been buried. With the help of his grandfather abroad, he could still have made a name for himself, but Shen Yuzhu might not have achieved the level of success depicted in the book. Xiaonan's gone. Tang Xiaonan felt more and more smug the more she thought about it. The author had made these two arch-enemies, but she was going to turn them into the perfect partners and cut off all of Shen Yuzhu's support. Let's see how she could possibly rise to the top now. Once she got back, she'd discuss it with Hu Jinji. Gu Yunchuan would definitely be on board. He must be eager to earn money to support his family right now. She was going to steal the show. If Shen Yuzhu lost Gu Yunchuan, would she still be able to become the powerful, influential businesswoman she was meant to be in this lifetime? In the book, Hu Jinji and Gu Yunchuan are arch-rivals, but if the two of them joined forces, might they build an even more powerful business empire? If Hu Jinji had a capable right-hand man by his side, perhaps he wouldn't have met with that fate. A thought struck Tang Xiaonan, and she suddenly came up with a brilliant plan. As for whether two tigers could coexist on the same mountain, Tang Xiaonan wasn't too worried. Gu Yunchuan actually didn't have much ambition. His greater interest lay in learning rather than business. More often than not, Shen Yuzhu made the decisions, and he simply carried them out on her behalf. His biggest problem was a lack of decisiveness. While Hu Jinji's greatest strength was his boldness in both thinking and acting, the two of them were actually complementary. Of course, Tang Xiaonan wasn't just thinking this up on a whim. She remembered that although Hu Jinji was very capable in the book, he had no capable people around him. First, he was extremely suspicious, and second, he had an eccentric temperament. No one could stay by his side for even a year. As a result, Hu Jinji had to handle everything, big and small, himself. The reason he went to Africa was simply because there was no one else to go. He had no choice but to go himself, and as a result, he never returned. Gu Yunchuan was certainly not a good decision-maker, but he was an excellent executor. It was such a pity that he and Hu Jinji were rivals. Su Guqiang came over and picked her up. The girl was standing there staring blankly, lost in thought. Tang Xiaonan smiled at him, but then spotted Guzhila carrying a full basket of pig fodder and couldn't help but ask, "Cousin, do you know Guzhila?" "How could I not know Guzhila? Isn't he in the same class as you?" Su Guqiang had spotted Guzhila too. "He's my desk partner. He didn't even get any lunch, poor thing." Su Guqiang snorted derisively. "As if he'd get any food." He's a stepchild, and how many good stepmothers are there anyway? End of chapter. Chapter 372. Where there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. Tang Xiaonan wasn't surprised at all. Sure enough, she was a stepmother, no wonder she looked so pitiful. He also has an older sister who's in her sophomore year of high school in town. She's ranked first in the entire school every year. Once his sister gets into college, Gu Ziliu's life should get a little easier. Su Guoqiang explained the situation of the Gu family. The siblings relied solely on each other. They were often hungry and poorly clothed. It was the elders of their clan who had fought to secure their spots in school. Fortunately, Gu Ziliu's older sister was exceptionally talented, and it seemed they were finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. What's her name? Is she in the same class as my older brother? Tang Xiaonan asked with great interest. Tang Aihua was also in her sophomore year of high school. There were very few students in high school these days. Each grade had only one class, so barring any surprises, they'd likely be in the same one. Her name is Gu Jian. Logically, they should be in the same class. I'll ask next time. Tang Xunwan made a mental note of it. When Tang Aihua came home for vacation, she'd ask her too. If they were in the same class, she'd ask Tang Aihua to help the girl. She seemed rather pitiful. But that name, Gu Jian, why did it sound so familiar? When she arrived at her grandmother's house, Tang Xiaonan finally saw what vegetarian buns really looked like. They were actually vegetarian buns made with tofu skin wrapped around shredded daikon radish. You dampen the tofu skin with a little water to soften it and use it as the wrapper. The daikon radish is shredded and mixed with various seasonings. You can also add some meat filling, but Tang Xiaonan's grandmother made them strictly vegetarian. Well, he was sneaking into the rice fields to eat raw rice ears. He looked so pitiful, so I gave him some of my rice. Tang Xiaonan nodded. Raw rice ears really are terrible to eat, but Gu Zila was devouring them with relish, which showed just how hungry he must have been. Xiaonan gave her rice to Gu Zila. Once wrapped, they can be pan-fried or steamed, both are delicious. Tang Xiaonan prefers them pan-fried. The steamed ones are too plain, whereas the pan-fried ones are fragrant. Delicious. Tang Xiaonan hadn't eaten lunch and was already hungry, so she ate 3 in a row. Her aunt, Shouchuan Tao, watched with delight. She patted her belly and said to her mother-in-law with a smile, "These vegetarian buns really suit Xionan's taste today. She's eating more than ever before. I brought some. I wasn't hungry at lunchtime." Tang Xiaonan didn't really want to bring this up, afraid her grandmother might blame Gu Zila. After all, no family had an abundance of grain at a time like this. Chai Yuxiang hesitated, on the verge of speaking. Although she sympathized with Gu Zila, she was even more concerned for her cousin, who was going hungry herself and wouldn't even eat her own meals. If she gave her food away again tomorrow, her cousin would surely get sick from hunger. Chai Yuxiang pretended not to notice Tang Xiaonan's warning glance and told her grandmother everything. "Why did you give your lunch to Gu Zila? Didn't he eat?" Grandma asked patiently. "Why wouldn't he eat? Didn't your mom pack you a lunch?" Grandma asked with concern. Chai Yuxiang whispered Xiaonan didn't eat lunch. She'd only eaten one piece before stopping. She knew full well that this wasn't her real grandmother, nor was this woman her real aunt. She had to know her place and not make herself a burden. Shouchuan Tao furrowed her brow and said unhappily, "This family has really gone too far. It's not like they're starving to death, yet they won't even feed the child. No wonder that child has been looking so emaciated lately. Gu Qingshan probably doesn't know about this. I'll mention it to him later." Grandma sighed. Family matters like this were the hardest to handle, but that child, Gu Zila, was truly pitiful. If she could help, she would. Talking to Gu Qingshan won't do any good, he only listens to that woman these days. "I think Gu Qingshan's brothers need to step in," Shichunto suggested. Grandma nodded. "Wait until your dad gets back and have him talk to them." Tang Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. With an elder stepping in, Gu Ziliu's situation should improve a bit, right? At the very least, he won't have to go hungry anymore, will he? End of chapter. Chapter 373. Fairy Lu is finally arrested. The next day at lunchtime, Tang Xiaonan kept a close eye on Gu Ziliu and didn't see him stealing any rice ears. That afternoon on the way to school, Tang Xiaonan asked him quietly, "Did you eat lunch?" Gu Ziliu nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Last night, his eldest and second uncles had come to his house and given his father and stepmother a stern talking to, so he'd been able to eat a proper meal today. Although it was just leftovers, he was already very satisfied. He knew it must have been Tang Xiaonan who told her grandfather, which is why Grandpa Su had gone to see his eldest and second uncles. Anyone else wouldn't have bothered with someone else's family affairs. Although Grandpa Su wasn't a member of the family, he held great prestige in the village, and his words carried weight. Tang Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he had something to eat, that was enough. Seeing that Gu Ziliu was still writing with a pencil stump, she handed him a new pencil. Use this to write, she said. Gu Zhila felt too embarrassed to accept it. He couldn't afford to owe anyone a favor. Tang Xiaonan tucked the pencil into his desk drawer. I have plenty of pencils. If she could help, she would. Tang Xiaonan didn't expect anything in return. In her past life, whenever she saw a person with a disability asking for money on the street, she would give them some. Doing good deeds within her means would surely bring blessings. Perhaps the blessings wouldn't be obvious, but would come subtly and unnoticed, affecting her without her realizing it, just like the butterfly effect. Tang Xiaonan firmly believed that if everyone did a little good, the world would surely become more and more beautiful. Thank you. Gu Zilyu whispered his thanks and put the pencil away. This single pencil would last him at least a year. Tang Xiaonan couldn't help but smile. Just as she expected, that wicked woman. The police had finally taken action. The police car soon disappeared, and the bell rang for class. Everyone returned to their classrooms. After 2 periods, school was out. Tang Xiaonan and Chai Yuxiang walked home together. As they walked along the main road, the police car reappeared, but this time, it was heading back into town. Xian Xiaogo, what happened in your village? Someone shouted. The 2 sisters stood by the roadside. Through the window, they could see a woman in her 40s sitting in the back seat with a mournful expression on her face, surrounded by metal bars and watched over by several police officers. It's Lu Xiang'o, she's been arrested. They've caught a criminal. What's going on in Liuxia village? Someone shouted. During the break between the first and second classes that afternoon, they suddenly heard police sirens, woo-wah, woo-wah. The students all ran up to the roof to look. Tang Xiaonan and Chai Yuxiang ran up too. The school was a 3-story building, and from the roof they could see far into the distance. They could vaguely make out a police car heading toward Liuxia village. The boy nicknamed Xian Xiaogo was from Liuxia village. He shook his head. How would I know? We'll find out when we get back. I'll tell you guys tomorrow. The other kids suddenly started shouting. They were from Liuxia village, so naturally they knew Lu Xiang'o. Tang Xiaonan smiled and didn't think much of it. It was just a minor matter, after all. Besides, she really did have plenty of pencils, along with lots of homework notebooks and scratch paper. Since Sherlon was a teacher, she had an abundance of these supplies. All the stationery at home came from Sherlon, so they didn't have to spend money on them. Tang Xunan's heart skipped a beat. Liuxia village, could it be Lu Xiang'o? Cousin, let's go tell Grandma when we get back. Tang Xiaonan was in high spirits as she took Chai Yuxiang by the hand and ran off. She had to share this good news with Zhang Manwei. But she didn't need to say anything. Zhang Manwei already knew the news. Tang Lijian had run back to tell her. When Tang Xiaonan got home, Zhang Manwei was standing right outside the Huang Huilin family's door, shouting insults. You heartless old cousin. You knew full well that Lu Xiangu was a villain, yet you still recommended her medicine to my Sherlon. You just wanted to see my family suffer on purpose. You're bringing misfortune upon your own descendants. Aren't you afraid of karmic retribution? After you die, you'll be thrown into a cauldron of boiling oil and sent to the mountain of knives. In your next life, you'll be reincarnated as a pig, and my Laifu will slit your throat, rip open your belly, strip your bones and flesh, and then boil you alive to eat. End of chapter. Chapter 374. No contact ever again. How was I supposed to know that Master Lu is out to harm people? Everyone says her medicine works wonders. I recommended her to you out of the goodness of my heart, hoping your barren daughter-in-law would finally give you a grandchild. Good deeds go unrewarded. Although Huilin's voice was loud, it betrayed her unease. She didn't dare meet Zhang Manue's gaze and felt even more frustrated inside, cursing Lu Xiangu for being such a failure. How could she have let the police catch her? Pfft. Everyone in Liuxia village knows about this. Are you deaf or mute that you wouldn't know? Do you think everyone else is an idiot? I can see right through your wicked little heart without even having to dig it out. You were just trying to make my daughter-in-law give birth to a freak. All the pregnant women in Liuxia village who took Lu Xiang'o's medicine have given birth to freaks. I'd have to be an idiot to believe a word from you, you black-hearted witch. I actually went and bought Lu Xiangu's medicine, and it cost me 10 yuan. I'll beat you to death, you wicked, good-for-nothing cousin. Zhang Manwei grew angrier and angrier as she ranted. Thankfully, her granddaughter had warned her, otherwise, she would have harmed her own grandson. In a fit of rage, Zhang Manwei knocked Huilin's mother to the ground with a few punches and kicks, kicking and stomping on her without holding back at all. It took the others a while to piece the story together. At first, they thought Zhang Manwei was overreacting, but now they felt Huilin's mother deserved to be beaten to death. Harming someone's descendants is the most underhanded thing imaginable. No wonder Zhang Manwei was so furious she wanted to kill her. I've been married for so long, how was I supposed to know there was something wrong with Lu Xiangu's medicine? Ouch! Stop kicking me. I really didn't know. Huilin's mother kept begging for mercy, but inside she was overjoyed. Sherlon must have taken the medicine, and as long as she did, she might give birth to a deformed child. The Tang family was in for a world of trouble. Don't play dumb with me. No one in Liuxia village takes Master Lu's medicine. How could you not know that, since you visit your parents' home every other day? You're deliberately trying to harm my grandson, you wicked-hearted cousin. Thank heavens my daughter Sherlon didn't take your poisonous medicine, otherwise, I'd kill your whole family. My one life is worth more than all of your worthless lives combined. Zhang Manwei kicked her a few more times, her already unkind face growing even more hideous. Huang Huailin's wife heard the commotion from inside the house and, furious, ran out shouting, "Third grandma, take your grievances to the right people. Whoever has wronged you, go after them, but my child and I haven't done anything to you. Who is my grandson wronged? He was still in his mother's womb, and your family nearly killed him. If I don't settle this with your family, then with whom?" Zhang Manwei kept cursing and kicking. Huang Huailin and his son, who had heard the news, rushed over. They really hadn't known anything about this. After hearing Zhang Manwei explain the whole story, the father and son were both furious and exasperated, angry that the Tang family had gone too far, and annoyed that the women in their household were such good-for-nothings, constantly causing trouble. They hadn't had a moment's peace these past few days. Exactly. I never would have thought Huailin's mother was this kind of person. She's the type who smiles to your face, but stabs you in the back. I wouldn't dare deal with a villain like that. Who would dare? It's not like we're eager to die. Yin Xiao, your wife has gone too far this time. To do something so underhanded, we're all neighbors living in the same village. It's normal to have the occasional argument, but secretly harming someone's descendants is utterly immoral. Watch out for karma. This time, the villagers unanimously stood behind Zhang Manwei. Whether Huailin's mother did it on purpose or not, they weren't fools. It was clearly deliberate. It was common knowledge in Liuxia village. How could she not have known? She must have intentionally set out to harm Sherlon. Zhang Manwei was right, her heart was as black as hell. Let's go home. As soon as Tang Baishan spoke, Zhang Manwei stopped and spat at Huailin Yang, who lay on the ground in a pitiful state. Huang Yinxiao, your wife harmed my grandson. I'll remember this. As long as I'm alive, our two families will have nothing to do with each other. Tang Baishan said, enunciating every word. End of chapter. Chapter 375, Internal Strife. Baishan, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain, Huang Yinxiao hurriedly explained. There's no need to explain. Those medicines are still sitting at home, they're all poisonous snakes and insects. Even an adult could die from eating them. You know full well what your wife is up to. Tang Baishan's usually gentle face was now clouded with anger. The fact that the police had taken so long to make an arrest meant they must have uncovered evidence that Lu Xiang'o had harmed others, and it also proved Huailin's malicious intent to harm his family. With a knife already at his throat, he naturally wouldn't tolerate it any longer. Tang Xunwan almost wanted to applaud Tang Baishan. She'd always thought of him as timid and avoidant, but she never expected him to be so defiant this time. He'd completely broken ties with Huang Yinxiao. Let's go home. Tang Baishan barked, and the whole family headed home. Huailin Yang was still lying on the ground, not moving a muscle. She looked as if she were dead. Huang Yinxiao, his face dark with rage, suddenly yanked Huailin Yang to her feet and began beating her mercilessly. That's what you get for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. It's none of your damn business if someone else can't have kids. All you do is stir up trouble day in and day out. You've turned this house into a battleground. I think you're just asking for a beating. Stop hitting me. I meant well, but got nothing but trouble. I had no idea that taking Lu Xinggu's medicine would cause a child to be born with deformities. I really didn't know. Huailin's wife begged for mercy in agony, beaten into a pitiful state with not a single spot on her face or body left unscathed. Huang Huailin tried to stop his father, but was held back by his wife. Didn't you hear what Zhang Manwei just said? She wants our whole family, old and young, to pay with our lives, you know? Your mother and sister go around stirring up trouble all day long. They're but sticking out like they've got candles stuck in them, and they're always picking fights with the Tang family. If they want to die, don't drag me and the kids down with them. My mom meant well. Huang Huailin defended his mother. Huailin's wife let out a cold laugh and sneered. Your mom has good intentions? She's nothing but malicious. Huang Huailin, I'm putting this out in the open today. I've had enough of this kind of life. If this happens one more time, we're getting a divorce. I'm going back to my parents' house. Huailin's mother, who had been beaten until she was groaning in pain, saw her daughter-in-law actually snubbing her son right in front of her. She jumped to her feet and started cursing, full of energy. Huang Huailin went inside with a long, troubled face. If they really got divorced, he'd never find a good wife again. His mother was truly getting more and more senile as she aged. Her words and actions made no sense. Go ahead and roll back to your parents' house right now if you've got the guts. How dare you lose your temper at my son, you worthless piece of trash. Do you think you'll ever get married again after leaving my son? Pfft. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror and see what you really look like? With that, Huang Huailin's wife shook off his hand and ushered her son and daughter into the house. If it weren't for the fact that Huang Huailin still had a shred of conscience, she would have gone back to her parents' home long ago. Huang Fengxian, relying on her status as the eldest sister-in-law, even meddled in the affairs of Huang Huailin's bedroom, and her mother-in-law was constantly putting on airs in front of her. More than anyone, she wished misfortune upon those two damned women. Huang Yinxiao slapped her across the face. Mind your own business first. If you cause trouble again, get the hell back to your Liuxia village. Mom, just keep your mouth shut. Sai, just calm down a bit. Weilin's mother froze in shock. She'd been arguing with her old man for decades, but this was the first time Huang Yinxiao had ever told her to get lost. Seeing the look of disgust in Huang Yinxiao's eyes, she couldn't help but shudder and dared not act so arrogantly anymore. Huailin's wife came out carrying a bag, with Huang Huailin chasing after her, trying to smooth things over. Huailin's wife gave Huailin's mother a cold, mocking smile and said, "I can't afford to serve a family like yours, and I wouldn't dare serve a heartless mother-in-law like you, who knows when you might slip rat poison into my food." No matter how much Huang Huailin pleaded with her, his wife wouldn't change her mind. She snapped at him. "One of you cheats on her husband and sells herself, and the other has no conscience and harms her own grandson. How could I possibly live with a mother and sister like you?" With that, she turned and walked away without even looking back. End of chapter. Chapter 376, No Going to School. Huang Huailin scratched his head in frustration. Life had become unbearable. Ever since the new year, there hadn't been a moment of peace at home. No wonder his wife had gone back to her parents' house. Come to think of it, it was all his mother and sister's fault. Sigh. Let her go. Let's see what kind of fuss she can stir up. She'll be back on her own 2 feet in a few days. Huang Huailin's mother said resentfully, only to get kicked again, this time by Huang Yinxiao. "I think you're the one trying to stir up trouble. Get in the kitchen and cook dinner." Huang Yinxiao stormed into the house in a rage, tore off a page from the calendar, rolled some tobacco, and smoked in silence, while Huang Huailin sat in the courtyard smoking. Both father and son sat with grim faces, not uttering a single word. Huailin's mother washed her face and, enduring the pain, went to cook. Shen Yuzhu came in carrying a bundle of firewood. She'd hesitated for a long time before finally making up her mind. Huang Fengxian wouldn't let her go to school anymore, and no amount of pleading had helped. She had no choice but to turn to her grandfather and uncle for help, hoping they could stand up for her. Huang Huailin, feeling downcast, looked up and forced a smile, but he was in no mood to talk to Shen Yuzhu. "Uncle." Before Shen Yuzhu could speak, tears streamed down her face. She looked at Huang Huailin with a pitiful expression. If only her uncle and grandfather would step in, they would surely be able to persuade Huang Fengxian. Huang Huailin was distraught and had no patience to talk to Shen Yuzhu. He waved his hand impatiently. "Uncle, Mom won't let me go to school anymore." "Uncle." Huang Huailin's words sent a chill through Shen Yuzhu's heart, extinguishing her last shred of hope. Tears welled up in her eyes. She set down the firewood and knelt before Huang Huailin. "Uncle, I really want to go to school. Please help me, okay?" But she had overestimated her standing in the eyes of Huang Huailin and his son. They were both deeply frustrated with Huang Fengxian at the moment, so naturally they wouldn't give her a friendly reception. Besides, the timing was all wrong. Huang Huailin and his son were already in a foul mood. It's enough for a young lady to know a few characters. You don't need to go to school, just go home and do some chores. Go home. We'll talk about this later. Shen Yuzhu let out another plaintive cry. Huang Huailin suddenly glared at her and snapped impatiently, "Hurry home and cook dinner." What good is it for a young lady to go to school so much? He used to think his niece was quite sensible and had good judgment, but today she was being completely unreasonable. Couldn't she see he was already stressed? Besides, there really wasn't much use in a girl going to school. Sooner or later, she'd have to get married. No matter how well she studied, it would all be for someone else. Just like his sister, Huang Fengxian, she was a teacher now, but she didn't send her salary home. She was supporting people from another family. The last shred of hope in Shen Yuzhu's heart was completely shattered. She shot a disappointed glance at Huang Huailin, hoisted the firewood onto her shoulder, and headed home. She'd come back in a few days to plead with her uncle and maternal grandfather. If that didn't work, she'd go talk to Gu Yunchuan to see if he could tutor her. She'd follow his example and study on her own at home. Before she knew it, it was June. The rice plants had turned from green to a pale yellow, and the rice ears were growing increasingly plump. In another month, it would be time for the double harvest, and the entire village would need to participate in this massive labor effort of harvesting and planting. Hu Jinji decided to make a trip to the south in June. He had already agreed with Tang Lijian to put the matter of recruiting female cadres on hold for the time being. Wang Fengxian's injuries wouldn't heal anytime soon. She hadn't left the house for nearly half a month, hadn't gone to work, and certainly didn't go out. Every day, All one could hear was her cursing Shinyuju. That evening after dinner, Tang Lijin and his nephew Tang Ijuan went to find Hu Jinji, carrying little Tang Xiaonan with them. Yuan Bao, who had grown quite a bit, ran ahead wagging his tail, stopping every few steps to look back, as if urging them to hurry up. End of chapter. Chapter 377, Preparing to head south. On the road, Tang Ijuan kept trying to persuade Tang Lijin to take him south. He was so eager to go out into the world and see what it was like. After hearing old Master Qi talk about the outside world these past few days, Tang Ijuan was no longer the country boy who used to spend his days just walking dogs and catching loaches. He, too, wanted to go out and see the world. He wanted to go to Hong Kong, Paris, Rome, New York. He wanted to visit every single one of the cities old Master Qi had mentioned. Uncle, I want to go too. It's better to take me than third brother. I don't need a ticket. Tang Xunwan also wanted to see what the South was like these days, and that legendary Shenzhen, which was probably just a small fishing village now. Tang Ijuan glared at Tang Xiaonan in exasperation, that ungrateful little brat. Tang Xiaonan stuck out her tongue at him, completely unafraid. Do you think I'm going on a vacation? I'm off to handle some important business. You two just stay home and be good, and I'll bring you some treats. Tang Lijin coaxed her gently. His words were, of course, directed at Tang Xiaonan. As for Tang Ijuan, he'd always dealt with him through force. You'd better convince your parents first. Do you think this is a trip to Wuching? A trip to the south takes at least 10 days to half a month. Do you think your parents will agree? Tang Ijuan said with a grin, Uncle, as long as you agree to take me, I'll find a way to get my parents on board. Tang Lijin rolled his eyes in exasperation, not taking his nephew's words seriously. Fine. If you can get your parents to agree, I'll definitely take you. It's a deal. Cross my heart. Tang Ijuan was overjoyed and held out his hand to make a promise, afraid Tang Lijin might change his mind. Hu Jinji ruffled his hair. Go ahead and eat. No one's going to take it from you. Yuan Bao affectionately nuzzled his hand and went back to eating, this time without looking up. I'll take care of him, Hu Jinji said casually. Dogs were his favorite animals. Once he settled down, he was definitely going to get lots of dogs and even build a whole building just for them. After brewing the tea, Su Wanra went back into her room and didn't come out again. She was making clothes for Hu Jinji. He'd been growing so fast lately that his old shirts and pants had all become too short, so she had to make new ones. Su Wanra called out in a soft voice. The bowl contained bones mixed with leftover rice and some meat broth. In the countryside, people weren't particular about how they fed their dogs. They were fed leftovers, yet they still grew up glossy and healthy. Yuan Bao would often wander over to the Hua household on his own in search of food. Hu Jinji was particularly fond of him and would bring home some spare ribs every now and then. Both the old master and Su Wanra loved spare ribs, and the leftover bones and broth were Yuan Bao's favorite treats. Hu Jinji was already waiting at the door. Yuan Bao whined and wagged his tail at Hu Jinji's feet. He couldn't have been more affectionate. Over the past few months, Hu Jinji had shot up quite a bit. He was now about the same height as Tang Ijuan, and his build had become much sturdier. His face, that of a young teenager, bore a determination and composure uncharacteristic of his age, making it impossible to underestimate him. No wonder he won't eat at home. Turns out he's been coming over here to eat. Don't spoil my Yuan Bao's appetite, though. Who can afford to feed him bones every day? Tang Ijuan said in a carefree manner. Yuan Bao ran over happily and began to gobble his food, glancing around warily after every few bites. Tang Lijin snorted derisively, playing along with his nephew's charade. He didn't believe for a second that Tang Ijuan could have convinced his older brother and sister-in-law. They'd been away for so long, there was no way they'd agree. He'd already seen right through this kid. Xiao Bao, come over and eat some bones. When are we leaving? Tang Lijin asked bluntly. Have you gotten your certificate yet? Hu Jinji countered. Not yet. I can't get it until you've set a date. We'll be leaving in the next day or two. Go get that certificate sorted out. Don't mention that you're coming with me. I told the village chief we're going to Songqing to visit relatives, Hu Jinji instructed. End of chapter. Chapter 378, Rolling Around and Acting Cute. Hu Jinji had already gone to the village chief last night to ask for time off. He brought 2 bottles of fine wine and 2 packages of pastries. The village chief's wife was very gracious. Without the village chief even having to say a word, she made the decision herself, telling him to just stay in Songqing for a few more days and come back whenever he wanted. It wasn't the busy farming season anyway, so old Master Qi could handle things on his own. Tang Lijin downed his tea in one gulp, slapped his thigh, and said, I'll go get the certificate right now. Hu Jinji went back to his room, grabbed 2 packs of peony cigarettes, and shoved them into Tang Lijin's hands. Give both packs to the village chief. Don't you dare pocket any. Tang Lijin immediately dismissed the thought of pocketing 1 pack for himself and gave a few forced laughs. He no longer dared to underestimate Hu Jinji. Though young, this boy acted with more ruthlessness than any adult. Tang Lijin was genuinely impressed and even hoped the boy would help him strike it rich. After Tang Lijin left, Tang Xianwan ran over to Hu Jinji, wrapped her arms around his, and said nothing, just looking at him with pleading eyes. Hu Jinji, of course, understood what she meant, but bringing such a little girl along would indeed be inconvenient. He really wasn't going just to have fun. I'll bring you some good food. The roast goose in the south is especially delicious. Tang Xiaonan shook her head vigorously. Once she got to the south, she'd be able to eat until she was stuffed. These petty favors weren't going to win her over. I don't need you to take care of me, and I don't need a ticket. Just take me with you. I don't take up much space when I sleep, just give me a corner of the bed. I don't eat much either. I'm very easy to take care of. Tang Xiunan's voice grew more pitiful as she spoke, her eyes brimming with tears. If she kept going, they'd surely overflow. Hu Jinji looked utterly exasperated. If he'd known, he wouldn't have let this chubby girl find out about the trip to the south. But this chubby girl was quite shrewd. She wasn't easy to placate at all. Tang Xiaonan pouted, gazing at him with wide, teary eyes. That pleading, soulful look could melt even the hardest of hearts, so Hu Jinji had no choice but to give in. I'll take you along if your parents agree. Tang Lijin quickly drew up the certificate. The document itself was simple. What mattered was the village committee's official seal. Only with this certificate could they buy train tickets, just like an ID card today. Without it, you couldn't go anywhere, not even stay at a guest house. As long as you take me, my parents will definitely agree, Brother Hua. I'm begging you. Tang Ijuan deliberately lagged behind to whisper to Hu Jinji, urging him to buy a train ticket. After all, he had school tomorrow. Your parents won't agree. Hu Jinji looked very calm, but Tang Lijin, on the other hand, was getting a bit restless. He'd been to the south once a few years ago, and he'd been dreaming of going back ever since. He never expected it to happen so soon. Yuan Bao finished off a whole bowl of rice mixed with bones, her belly round and full. She ran over to Tang Xianwan, lay on her back with her head tilted back, and let Tang Xianwan rub her belly. Yuan Bao purred with pleasure, curling up her forepaws, a truly endearing sight. Let's make a deal. I'm strong and I know how to fight. If you get bullied out there, you'll see how good it is to have me along. You don't have to pay for the train ticket, I've got my own money. Cross my heart, no backing out. Tang Xiaonan was overjoyed. She held out her hand to make a promise with Hu Jinji. She'd already made up her mind. Even if she had to throw a tantrum, she'd convince Tang Laifu and his wife. Go home and pack your things. We'll leave early the day after tomorrow. I'll buy the train tickets tomorrow. Tang Ijuan pulled a wad of cash out of his pocket and shoved it all at once into Hu Jinji's hand. His personal stash amounted to over 30 yuan, more than enough for a round trip to the south. After shoving the money into Hu Jinji's hands, Tang Ijuan ran off as fast as he could. Hu Jinji looked at the money in his hand with a sigh. Taking Tang Ijuan along wouldn't be a problem, but he didn't think Tang Laifu and his wife would agree to let the kid go. As soon as she got home, Tang Xianwan started acting cute and sweet with her parents. She didn't mention going to the south. Tang Laifu and his wife would definitely never agree to that, so instead, she said she was going to Songqing. Brother Hua is going to Songqing to visit relatives, and I want to go along for fun. End of chapter. Chapter 379, Tang Laifu, who thinks too far ahead. No way. Songqing is so far away, why go there? Be careful, some kidnapper might snatch you away. Su Jinfeng flatly refused. Tang Laifu wasn't happy about it either. The last time he went to Wuqing, he didn't see his daughter for a whole day, and his heart felt empty. A trip to Songqing would take at least several days. He couldn't even enjoy his meat anymore. Uncle's going too. Let me go, Dad, Mom. I'm going. Tang Xiaonan climbed onto Tang Laifu's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and wriggling nonstop. Tang Laifu was dizzy from her wriggling, and all his principles and rules melted away. He wouldn't have to worry if Tang Lijin were coming along, but he just couldn't bear to be parted from his daughter. What's your uncle going to Songqing for? The double harvest is just around the corner, Su Jifeng grumbled discontentedly. Uncle said he'll definitely be back before the double harvest. I want to see the city god temple, and I want to see the Huangpu River. Tang Xianwan kept acting all cute, pouring out all the charm she'd accumulated over 2 lifetimes, and finally managed to get Tang Laifu to give in. I'll be back in a few days. Daddy's the best. I love you the most. Tang Xiaonan planted a big kiss on Tang Laifu's cheek. Seeing that Su Jifeng looked unhappy, she climbed down, hugged her, and kissed her too. I love Mommy the most too. It was just dawn when Tang Lijin was about to set off. Su Jifeng boiled a dozen or so eggs for them to eat on the road and packed a water bottle. You need water when eating eggs, or you might choke. Tang Xianwan's eyes widened. That was an absolutely brilliant excuse. If she'd known, she would have gone with third brother to stay at Grandpa's house too. With no landlines or cell phones these days, and Su Jifeng unlikely to visit her parents' home every day, maybe by the time they returned from the south, neither Tang Laifu nor Su Jifeng would even notice they'd been gone. The next morning, Tang Xiaonan woke up early. She'd been so excited last night that she'd barely slept. Chai Yuxiang was still snoring softly, sleeping soundly and carefree. Last night, she'd given Chai Yuxiang instructions all night long, entrusting Su Wanri to her care. If anything happened, she was to go find Su Jifeng. But Hu Jinji had surely spoken to the village chief, so nothing should go wrong. As for school, Tang Xiaonan had Chai Yuxiang call in sick for her. With no one supervising the first graders, she was curious to see how Tang Aijuan would get out of this. They were set to leave tomorrow, yet he hadn't made a peep. Could it be that third brother was planning to slip away on the sly? During dinner, Tang Aijuan finally spoke up. "I'm going to stay at Grandpa's house for a few days starting tomorrow." "You little rascal, just letting you go there makes us good parents." Tang Laijin patted his chest in assurance, picked up Tang Xiaonan, but kept glancing at Tang Aijuan, wondering where that kid had run off to. Su Jifeng tapped Tang Xiaonan's forehead and couldn't help but laugh herself. She really couldn't bring herself to refuse such a sweet-talking, clingy little bundle of joy. Besides, going to Songqing wasn't a big deal. They'd be back in 3 or 4 days. Third son, keep a close eye on her. If anything happens to Xiaonan, I'll skin you alive. Tang Laifu warned, his face dark with worry. The thought of not seeing his daughter for several days made his heart sink. He really wanted to kick Tang Laijin. Don't worry. Tang Laifu and Su Jifeng didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. The 3 Tang Aijuan brothers had been staying in Gu village since they were little, and the 3 Su Guoqiang brothers also frequently stayed over here. They were used to it by now. After nagging for quite a while longer, Tang Laifu finally let them go. Watching Tang Laijin and Tang Xinhuan walk away, Tang Laifu felt an inexplicable sadness well up inside him. Suddenly, he thought of how his daughter would have to get married in a few years' time, and his heart sank even further. "We should find a son-in-law to move in with us in the future." Tang Laifu blurted out this out-of-the-blue remark. Su Jifeng was completely baffled and glared at him exasperatedly. "Xianwan is only 6 years old. What on earth are you thinking? What's so great about having a son-in-law move into the house? It's better to marry Xianwan off to a family nearby. They'd just need to prepare a generous dowry." With her and Tang Laifu keeping an eye on things, plus their 3 sons to protect her, no one would dare bully their daughter. End of chapter. Chapter 380. Decided to sell cloth. Tang Xiaonan, perched on Tang Laijin's back, was thrilled. She was finally going on a long journey. The cool breeze brushing against her face felt wonderful. June mornings were still a bit chilly, and it was even cooler at the foot of the mountain. Tang Xiaonan wore a light jacket over a blue and red plaid pinafore dress paired with a white blouse, and she'd even put on a pair of red leather shoes. Both the dress and the shoes had been bought in Songqing by Sherlan through a friend. They were said to be the most fashionable styles in Songqing right now. Su Jifeng usually wouldn't let Tang Xiaonan wear them, saving them only for outings. She was afraid Tang Xiaonan would look too unsophisticated in Songqing and be looked down upon, so she'd brought along all the best clothes from home. "Where's your third older brother?" Tang Laijin looked around for a long time but couldn't spot Tang Aijuan. With their departure imminent, Tang Xiaonan shook her head. She didn't know where Tang Aijuan had gone either. She hadn't seen him since waking up that morning. "Hurry up, you two. We've been waiting forever." Tang Aijuan's voice rang out from the dirt hill ahead. The guy had gotten there even before them and was waving his hand smugly, with Hu Jinji standing beside him. "Did your parents agree?" Tang Laijin walked over, gave him a light kick, and asked with a smile. "Of course they agreed, otherwise, how would I have been able to leave the house?" Tang Aijuan said it with a carefree shrug. Tang Laijin took him at his word and muttered to himself, "Your parents are really easygoing this time." Even Xianwan agreed. Before, they wouldn't even let you go to Wuching, but now they're at ease with you going all the way down south. Tang Aijuan took a jacket out of his bag and draped it over Tang Xianwan's shoulders. The wind was strong up on the mountain, and it was easy to catch a cold. When it came to his little sister, the usually rough-and-tumble Tang Aijuan was always thoughtful. "Let's go. We'll try to catch the 10 o'clock a.m. train. If we miss it, we'll have to wait until 5:30 p.m. With Uncle here, Mom and Dad feel especially at ease." "Have you bought the tickets yet?" Tang Laijin asked. Hu Jinji kept his head down and walked at a brisk pace. Tang Laijin and Tang Aijuan weren't far behind. They were both used to walking mountain trails. Tang Xiaonan yawned and asked sleepily, "Brother Hua, did you bring your camera?" Tang Xunwan felt relieved, yawned a few more times, and drifted off into a deep sleep. She was absolutely exhausted. It's not peak season right now, so tickets aren't hard to come by, and there are plenty of sleeper berths. "I did." Hu Jinji had already checked the train schedule. The 10 o'clock a.m. train was the best option. The trip would take 2 days and 1 night. They'd arrive in the south at night, stay there for 1 night, and then head out to explore. Tang Xiaonan buttered up Tang Lijin, making him beam with joy. Hu Jinji shot her a suspicious glance. The chubby girl was only that sweet-talking when she wanted something. He always had a feeling she was up to no good. Since she'd finally made the trip down south, she had to take plenty of photos. Hu Jinji nodded. He not only brought a camera but also a dagger for self-defense. Things were too chaotic out there, and since he was carrying a large sum of cash, he had to be careful. What are we going to do over there? How about digital watches? They're not expensive and easy to flip. Tang Lijin said enthusiastically. We'll see once we get there. Hu Jinji was certainly interested in digital watches, but he had bigger goals. He'd recently made inquiries in Wucheng and Wecheng, and while electronics were in high demand, the costs were too high. He didn't have that much capital right now, only 2,000 yuan in total, so he needed to find a product with low startup costs and high profit margins. After much research, he concluded that fabric was the best option. The hottest item right now was Dekiliang, cheap, durable, and available in many patterns, with high demand among the common people. But since fabric purchases currently required ration tickets, as long as he could get his hands on cheap Dekiliang, he wouldn't have to worry about sales at all. Once he has a bit more capital, he can also get into electronics. He doesn't really care for things like electronic watches. He wants to go big: radios, televisions, fans, and the like. There are plenty of people in the city with money to spend, but nowhere to buy these items. End of chapter. Chapter 381, Friends Under the Heavens. According to Old Master Qi, supply currently falls short of demand, creating a severe gap in the supply chain. Since domestic supply cannot meet the people's daily needs, a black market is bound to emerge, as has always been the case throughout history. Take the Ming Dynasty, for example. Although maritime trade was strictly prohibited, it remained flourishing. The public never lacked for those exotic and ingenious goods from overseas because there was demand, and because the profits were enormous. Consequently, countless people risked being beheaded to engage in smuggling overseas. The situation today is naturally no different. The South is home to port cities and is close to Hong Kong. There are bound to be a group of daring individuals there, and Hu Jinji intended to seek them out. When Tang Xianwan woke up, she was already on the train. The clatter of the tracks made her feel a bit nostalgic. As a child, she'd ridden these very green-painted trains. They were painfully slow, yet had a unique, down-to-earth charm. Xianwan, you're awake. Would you like something to eat? Tang Lijin asked. The sleeper car was quite clean. It could sleep 4 people. They occupied 3 of the berths, leaving the top bunk empty, presumably for someone boarding later. Tang Xianwan peered curiously out the window at the passing scenery. It was moving so slowly. I really miss high-speed trains and planes. It only takes a few hours to get to the south. Have some water. Want an egg? Tang Ijuan asked after cracking one open. Tang Xiaonan licked her lips. They were a bit dry. Tang Lijin handed her the water bottle and helped her take a few sips. Only then did she fully wake up. It was very quiet on the train and there were no strange odors. The people staying in the sleeper car were all well-mannered. At this time of day, those who could afford a sleeper berth were mostly government officials on business trips, so their manners were generally quite good. The man lay on the bed for a while, then grabbed a towel to wash his face. But just like climbing a mountain, getting up was easy, but coming down was hard. No matter which foot he lifted first, it felt wrong. Stuck halfway, he found himself in an awkward predicament, unable to move up or down. Tang Lijin, ever the good Samaritan, called over Tang Ijuan to help support the heavy-set man. He urged him to just let go. The man had no strength left. He closed his eyes, steeled himself, and let go. As his body hung in midair, his feet touched the ground. Having eaten his fill of eggs, Tang Ijuan couldn't sit still. He paced back and forth in the train car, finding everything fascinating. So this was the green caterpillar his little sister had seen in her dreams. Next time he'd ride that flying iron bird again, then he'd have something to brag about. He'd even been up in the sky. When they arrived at Jincheng Station, a heavy-set man in his 30s took the vacant berth. He had his hair slicked back in a pompadour, making it look greasy and shiny, wearing a white shirt and slacks, his shirt tucked into his belt, with a bulging belly. He had a black briefcase tucked under his arm and was carrying a suitcase. His leather shoes were polished to a shine. He was clearly a government official. Tang Ijuan was in the lower bunk. As soon as the man walked in, he smiled, set his small suitcase on the bed, and huffed and puffed for quite a while before finally climbing up. Watching from below, Tang Xiaonan wished she could climb up for him, and she resolved even more firmly to lose weight. Comrade, don't worry, let go. We've got you. Tang Xiaonan shook her head. She really didn't like hard-boiled eggs. Tang Ijuan devoured his egg in one bite, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it, then peeled another one. He'd rushed out without eating breakfast. Thank you so much. The heavy-set man kept thanking them. What's there to thank us for? It's the boss's decision. Comrade, why don't you just take the bottom bunk? Let my nephew sleep on the top one, he's as nimble as a monkey, so it'll be no trouble for him to climb up and down. Tang Lijin was extremely warm and friendly. He loved making friends more than anything. The heavy-set man looked a little embarrassed. How about I pay you the difference? The top and bottom bunks cost different amounts. I'll pay a little extra. End of chapter. Chapter 382, The Old Hand. Why bother? It's just a few bucks. Let's just call it even. We're all just trying to get by out here. Tang Lijin took the man's suitcase down from the bunk and tossed Tang Ijuan's tattered backpack onto the top bunk. Tang Ijuan didn't mind, he could sleep on either bunk, so he let Tang Lijin make the decision. Thank you so much. My surname is Ma, as in instant success, and my name is Ma Xiongdong. The heavy-set man introduced himself. My surname is Tang, as in the Tang dynasty, and my name is Tang Lijin. This is my nephew, Tang Ijuan. This is my niece, Tang Xiaonan, and this is my cousin's son, Hu Jinji. Tang Lijin rattled off his entire family tree in one breath. Tang Xiaonan's lips twitched slightly. People these days were so trusting. They'd just met, yet he'd already revealed his entire family background without hesitation, as if he weren't afraid of running into a con artist. Brother Tang, are you taking your nieces and nephews out for some fun? Ma Xiangdong asked with interest. But he was even more interested in Hu Jinji and Tang Xiaonan. The chubby girl was pretty and adorable, but unfortunately, he didn't have a daughter of his own, so seeing other people's pretty girls made him itch to get his hands on them. As for Hu Jinji, though he wasn't very old, he was deep thinking, not at all like a child. This whole family was quite interesting. Right, taking them to see Guangzhou. I'm heading to Guangzhou too, what a coincidence. When they arrived at the dining car, Ma Xiangdong was very generous. He ordered a table full of dishes and a bottle of wine. He and Tang Lijin felt they'd met too late, they'd chatted all afternoon and still hadn't had enough, so after a few drinks, they picked up the conversation again. Ma Xiangdong laughed heartily. Brother Tang, you're definitely going places. Forget the dining car, you'll be flying in no time. Ma Xiangdong was tight-lipped about his own work, and Tang Lijin, sensing the hint, didn't press further. However, both men were very talkative. Even if they were just chatting about trivial matters, they could easily spend an entire afternoon at it. Before they knew it, evening had fallen. I don't have time to play around. I'm going on a business trip over there. I'll be back in a few days. No way. Restaurants are ridiculously expensive. I can't let you spend that much. Tang Lijin refused repeatedly. The food on the train tasted pretty good. There was meat, fish, and soup. Tang Xiaonan ate quite a bit, but this meal was really expensive, over 18 yuan. For some people, that's about a whole month's salary. It was only because it was paid for by the company that she didn't mind. If she'd had to pay out of her own pocket, she definitely wouldn't have been able to bring herself to do it. Hu Jinji glanced at the towel Ma Xiangdong had hung on the bed frame, the corners of his mouth curving upward. He was pretty much certain of Ma Xiangdong's identity, a seasoned veteran of the business world who'd surely been on the road for years. 9 times out of 10, he was a procurement officer from the factory. Ma Xiangdong chuckled. No need for me to foot the bill, I can get reimbursed when I get back. Come on, stop being so awkward. Tang Lijin's interest was immediately piqued. Brother Ma, are you heading to Guangzhou for a trip too? Tang Lijin was so delighted his eyes narrowed and his mouth couldn't close. Brother Ma's words were music to his ears, and he felt sure he was destined for great things. Tang Lijin felt a bit self-conscious, keeping a close eye on the changes in Ma Xiangdong's expression. If there was even a hint of disdain, their relationship would grow distant after this meal. Come on, let's grab a bite at the food truck. It's on me, Ma Xiangdong said enthusiastically. Well, then I won't say no. To be honest, I've never eaten at a food truck before. Thanks to you, Brother Ma, I've really opened my eyes today. Ma Xiangdong went to pay the bill and even brought back a bag of peanuts. They left half a bottle of liquor unfinished, saving it to finish later that night. Brother Tang, you're not being honest, you didn't tell me the truth. You're definitely not going to Guangzhou just for fun, are you? Ma Xiangdong was starting to feel a little tipsy. Right, I won't hide it from you, Brother Ma. I want to go there to find a way to make some money. Sure, don't go blabbing about this. Tang Lijin was pretty drunk too, his eyes were glazed over. He spilled everything about his financial situation without holding anything back. Tang Xunwan was a little worried and glanced at Hu Jinji. Seeing that he remained completely unfazed, acting as if nothing were wrong, she felt reassured. End of chapter. Chapter 383, Eagle Eyes. Ma Xiangdong chuckled. I knew you were planning to make your fortune over there. You can't hide anything from my eagle eyes. And bringing a few kids along as a cover, that's a brilliant move, absolutely brilliant. He leaned in closer and said mysteriously, I know Guangzhou like the back of my hand. There have been plenty of people heading over there to strike it rich these past couple of years. Some even try to jump across the river to the other side, some make it, some drown, and some end up as food for the fish. But as long as you're not too greedy and you've got the kids with you, nothing usually goes wrong. Bro, you know that place well. Could you give me a few pointers? I'm completely in the dark right now, I don't know a thing. Ma Xiangdong smiled smugly, popped a peanut into his mouth, took a sip of liquor, and then said slowly and deliberately, "You've come to the right person. What do you plan to do over there? Radio sets? Or fashion? How do you get into the radio business? Does it cost a lot of money?" Tang Lijin asked. There are plenty of ways to do it, whether you've got a lot or a little. If you've got plenty of money, you can do more. If you've got less, you do less. I've helped people bring in radios before foreign imports. They're good quality and cheap, and they're really popular. I haven't dealt in fashion before, but if you're really serious about it, I can introduce you to someone. Ma Xiangdong was very enthusiastic. It sounded like he had a wide network of contacts in Guangzhou. Tang Lijin was so excited he kept rubbing his hands together. Things had been going too smoothly so far. He'd met a benefactor the moment he set out. Hu Jinji suddenly asked, "Do you have any connections for fabric?" Fashion is too costly to produce, and it's easy to get stuck with inventory. These days, many people prefer to buy fabric and make their own clothes. Not many buy ready-to-wear garments. Ma Xiangdong paused for a moment, scrutinizing Hu Jinji before glancing at the drunken Tang Lijin. He suddenly smiled, so it turned out this young man was the one calling the shots in their group. Hu Jinji understood the situation and said gratefully, "Thank you, Uncle Ma." Ma Xiangdong smiled. "Here's the deal. Once we get to Guangzhou, I'll introduce you to someone. His nickname is Crazy Uncle. I'm not close with him, but if you can get him to help you, you'll basically have access to all the distribution channels in the south. You'll never have to worry about running out of stock." Ma Xiangdong laughed. "No need to thank me, it's just a matter of a word. Who knows? Maybe when you strike it rich someday, I'll even need your help to get ahead." Ma Xiangdong remained silent, leisurely sipping his drink and munching on peanuts. After a long while, he asked, "How much stock can you handle? What kind of fabric are you looking for?" "Dianqi Liang," Hu Jinji replied. "Come on, brother Ma, you're a man of great ambition," Tang Lijin said with a chuckle. Ma Xiangdong shook his head. "I don't know the specifics, but Crazy Uncle has a very peculiar temperament. That's why they call him Crazy Uncle after all. If he takes a liking to you, everything's easy to handle, but if he doesn't, you could talk until the cows come home and still get nowhere. Small-time deals are fine, but if you want to go big, you've got to win Crazy Old Man over. Otherwise, even if you have the goods, you won't be able to get them out." "I can't afford much right now, but I'm sure I'll be able to in the future," Hu Jinji said honestly. 2,000 yuan certainly didn't make him a major client, but it wasn't exactly a small amount either. "Does this crazy old man have any taboos?" Hu Jinji asked. Ma Xiangdong shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "I'm just a procurement guy. What big deals could I possibly pull off? To be honest with you, I'm on edge every single day." "Worried the towel factory will go under?" Hu Jinji asked. Ma Xiangdong froze. He thought back. He hadn't mentioned that he worked at a towel factory. How did this kid know? Hu Jinji pointed to the towel hanging on the bed frame, which bore several large, bright red characters. JH City Guangwei Towel Factory. End of chapter. Chapter 384. Limited Product Line. Ma Xiangdong was amused and began to view Hu Jinji in a new light. This young man acted with composure, had keen observational skills, thought clearly, and spoke with remarkable eloquence. He was definitely destined for great things. It was good to establish a positive connection with him now. Life was unpredictable, and who knew when this connection might come in handy. "You're right. Right now, I'm worried the factory will go under. If it does, everyone here will be left with nothing." Ma Xiangdong sighed, feeling uneasy. The towel factory had been built before the liberation and had weathered many storms over the decades. He had lived through its heyday. During those glorious years, he was constantly on the road all year round, with the factory working day and night to meet demand. Products were even exported overseas. But now, half the machines in the workshop were idle, and the workers spent their days chatting and playing cards. There was not a trace of that vibrant energy left. The factory could go under? How is that possible? Isn't it an iron rice bowl? Tang Lijin found it hard to believe. Ma Xiangdong gave a wry smile. There's no such thing as a truly secure job in this world. If the factory can't make money, it'll naturally have to shut down. That's the law of the market. If the factory really does go under, even I'll have to go into business for myself. Tang Xiaonan glanced at the towels hanging on the bed frame. They were just ordinary long red, white, and blue towels. Most towels back then looked like that, unlike those in later generations, which came in a wide variety of patterns and colors, and came in many styles, large and small, for washing your face, taking a shower. or washing your hair, as well as bathrobes to wear and towel blankets to cover yourself with, all falling under the category of towels, with a wide variety available. This towel isn't pretty. Tang Xiaonan pointed at the towel and said it really wasn't pretty. She liked soft, pastel-colored towels. She used to love collecting all kinds of them, filling an entire drawer with them. She might never actually use them, but she just loved collecting them. Ma Xiangdong looked at the towel he was using. It was a new product from the factory. Well, it wasn't really new. The factory had been producing towels like this for over a decade. The factory workers didn't have to pay for their towels. They just grabbed them from the workshop, taking a dozen or so at a time, and when they ran out, they'd take more. No one ever said anything. As long as the towels work well, that's all that matters. It's not like we're wearing them. Who cares if they look good? People buy them because they look good. If they don't, nobody wants them. Tang Xiaonan sighed to herself. People these days really have no sense of beauty. Ma Xiangdong still hadn't realized why the factory's towels weren't selling. If all the towels were like this, it would be a miracle if business were any good. Hu Jinji asked, Uncle Ma, how many varieties of towels does your factory produce? Ma Xiangdong looked slightly taken aback, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Ma Xiangdong didn't take Tang Xunan's words seriously. What did a little girl know? What the little girl said did make sense. If they weren't attractive, naturally no one would want them. But how attractive could a towel really be? It's just a small piece of cloth. Just 3 or 4 varieties. We mainly produce this kind for washing your face. We don't make the others anymore. Even though this was the era of black, blue, and gray, people still had standards for beauty. Moreover, aesthetic sensibilities in the city were gradually making a comeback. The blue and red plaid skirt she was wearing, for instance, showed that city dwellers' taste wasn't half bad. How many patterns do you have? Ma Xiangdong thought for a moment. Not many. There's also a blue and gray checkered one, and the magpie and red plum pattern. Those 3 come in more variations. He took 2 new towels out of the box, one with a blue-gray checkered pattern and one featuring magpies and red plum blossoms. The quality was actually quite good. They were soft and thick, but the patterns and colors were, to put it mildly, hard to describe. The blue-gray checkered one looked as if it hadn't been washed properly. It wasn't light blue, but rather a grayish blue. Although the magpie and red plum design had a pattern, it looked rather tacky. Compared to the others, the long striped one was still the most understated and elegant. End of chapter. Chapter 385, Brainstorming. Ma Xiangdong picked up a magpie and red plum towel and said, these sell pretty well. A lot of people use towels as wedding favors. Hu Jinji looked at Tang Xianwan and asked pointedly, which color do you like? None of them are pretty. Tang Xianwan answered honestly, she didn't like any of them. Back when she used to buy towels on Taobao, there were dozens of patterns and styles to choose from. She'd been spoiled for choice, and every single one was incredibly beautiful. These 3 designs really couldn't compare. Ma Xiangdong awkwardly scratched his nose. They really aren't pretty? They look pretty good to me, and they feel nice to the touch. Hu Jinji rubbed the towel between his hands. The quality was indeed quite good, but the colors and patterns were just too tacky. The colors and patterns are too plain. I saw other styles of towels at the mall that were slightly better than these, and quite a few people were buying them. In truth, Hu Jinji wasn't impressed by even the best-selling towels at the mall. He always felt they could be prettier, though he couldn't quite put his finger on exactly how. He just felt there shouldn't be so few patterns to choose from. Ma Xiangdong felt as if a light had gone on. He slapped his thigh hard and said excitedly, as soon as I get to Guangzhou, I'll head to the mall to see what their towels are like. As long as I can bring the factory back from the brink, forget about just treating you to these few meals, I'd be more than happy to treat you to sea cucumber and abalone. Haha, I'll take that as a good omen. As long as we have more variety in our products, business is sure to boom. I'm looking forward to Uncle Ma treating us to sea cucumber and abalone. Hu Jinji laughed. Then he added with a touch of regret, I go to Guangzhou several times a year. How come I never thought to learn from them? I'm just too slow on the uptake. It's a good thing I ran into you guys today. That's quite a distance, 70 or 80 li. Next time Brother Ma comes to Weqing, I'll treat you to a meal. Tang Lijin felt a bit embarrassed. They'd been eating at other people's expense the whole way, so he had to return the favor. My wife is from Yueching, though it's a bit far from where you are. My mother-in-law is from Dalian Township. Ma Xiangdong knew his way around well. After leaving the station, he led them to the bus stop, and Tang Lijin showed him his ID. The next afternoon, they finally arrived at Yangcheng Station. Tang Xianwan was drowsy and feeling unwell. Trains back then didn't have air conditioning, and the further south they went, the hotter it got, leaving her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Ma Xiangdong chuckled to himself, feeling quite pleased. He looked at Hu Jinji with even greater respect. Throughout the journey, Ma Xiangdong had been extremely courteous. even picking up the tab for every meal. Since his expenses were covered by the government, he figured he might as well take advantage of it. Ma Xiangdong laughed heartily, feeling much more confident about the future. Both his parents were longtime employees of the factory. He lived at the towel factory since childhood and felt a deep attachment to it, so naturally, he sincerely hoped the factory would turn things around. That was Uncle Ma's own idea. What does it have to do with us? Hu Jinji said politely. Ma Xiangdong smiled. All right, let's find a guest house first. We'll go to the one I usually stay at. Did you guys get a letter of recommendation? But everyone knew this was just lip service. There was no way Ma Xiangdong would go out of his way to see Tang Lijin just for a meal. The guest house Ma Xiangdong went to wasn't bad, with several different room categories. Naturally, he stayed in the best one 2 yuan a night, while Tang Lijin booked a large room with 3 beds for 1 yuan a night. Tang Lijin insisted on paying the room fee himself. Ma Xiangdong didn't have to pay a cent. After all, one feels obligated when someone treats you to a meal. It wouldn't be right to spend someone else's money on top of that. Tang Lijin treated them to dinner as well, though the money came from Hu Jinji, who had given it to Tang Lijin. Guangzhou is a city of fine cuisine, and Tang Xiunan's eyes were dazzled by the variety, but Ma Xiangdong was very considerate. He took them to a restaurant that offered good food at reasonable prices. A full table of dishes cost only 6 or 7 yuan, so Tang Lijin didn't have to spend much. End of chapter. Chapter 386. Crazy Old Man. Early the next morning, Ma Xiangdong came knocking on the door. Hurry up, I'm taking you to see Crazy Old Man. This early? Tang Lijin hadn't had enough sleep yet. It was barely dawn outside. Crazy Old Man goes to a time-honored restaurant for dim sum every day. He starts at 7 and eats until 9 before heading home. If you want to find him, you have to go early, otherwise, you won't find him, Ma Xiangdong explained. Why not just go to his house? Tang Lijin was puzzled. Why did they have to go to his dining spot? Ma Xiangdong replied impatiently, if I knew where Crazy Old Man lived, would I have to get up this early? Hurry up, if we're late, we'll miss him. Tang Lijin was still dawdling in bed when Tang Xiaonan, furious, kicked him hard. She hated lazy people the most. Tang Lijin was quick-witted and articulate, but he was just too lazy, a habit that really made her see red. Ouch! Caught off guard, Tang Lijin rolled off the bed, his sleepiness completely gone. He glared angrily at Tang Xiaonan, but before he could say a word, she stood there with her hands on her hips and shouted, when we get back, I'm going to tell Dad, he'll skin you alive. Get up, you little busybody. I should have known better than to bring you out. Tang Lijin hobbled off to wash up. Thankfully, he still had a young man's back, otherwise, that kick from his niece would have crippled him. Tang Xianwan made faces behind his back, and Ma Xiangdong watched with a chuckle, feeling even more envious. Once he got home, he'd work hard with his wife to try for a daughter. He'd heard the family planning policy was set to take effect next year, so he'd better hurry. Is there something wrong with his eyes? Tang Lijin asked curiously. Tang Xiaonan and Tang Ijuan both lowered their heads, feeling guilty. That phone call had given them away. Hu Jinji noticed this and became even more certain that the two of them had snuck out. Only Tang Lijin, that fool, was still in the dark. Who knows? No one's ever seen him from below, so I guess there's probably something wrong with him. Ma Xiangdong wasn't sure either. He'd only heard it from others, and he'd never actually dealt with Crazy Old Man himself. Ma Xiangdong found a seat near Crazy Grandpa. Someone pushed a cart over, and he took some snacks. Go ahead and eat. The pastries here are delicious. Crazy Grandpa has a regular seat. Look, that's him sitting by the window. When you talk to him, whatever you do, don't look him in the eyes. He hates it when people look him in the eyes, Ma Xiangdong warned. Tang Ijuan, carefree as ever, picked up a char siu bun and dug in, finishing it in 2 bites. His mouth was like a bottomless abyss, drawing the attention of quite a few people. Even Crazy Uncle glanced over this way, a faint smile playing on his lips. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived at the dim sum restaurant. It was bustling with people coming and going. Most were elderly folks, eating and chatting, a rare moment of pure contentment. After freshening up, Ma Xiangdong led them to find Crazy Uncle. As they passed the post office, Tang Lijin slapped his forehead. I'll give your second uncle a call later and have him let the family know. Tang Xiaonan quietly sized up this big shot. He was in his early 40s, with a vigorous and alert demeanor. A long, diagonal scar ran from the corner of his right eye all the way to the base of his ear, giving him a rather menacing look. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she made a point of studying Crazy Grandpa's eyes. But the moment she met Crazy Grandpa's gaze, he sensed it and turned to look at her. His icy stare was like a knife, sharp enough to pierce right through a person. Tang Xiaonan quickly lowered her head and pretended to eat, but after a moment she couldn't resist any longer. Thinking that the old man probably wouldn't be staring at her anymore, she raised her head again. However, the moment she glanced up, she locked eyes with crazy old man's half-smiling, half-scornful gaze. Tang Xiaonan blushed with embarrassment, lowering her head as if she'd been caught red-handed. She ate frantically, shoving food into her mouth without even looking at what she was holding, and only after chewing for a while did she realize the texture was off. "Xiaonan, why are you chewing on a piece of cloth?" Tang Aijuan exclaimed in mock alarm. It was the napkin he'd used himself. His little sister's tastes were truly peculiar. End of chapter. Chapter 387, Locked Horns. Tang Xiaonan snapped back to her senses and saw the napkin in her hand. Beside her, Tang Aijuan was looking at her strangely and held out his hand, saying, "Blow my nose for me." Ew, ew. Tang Xiaonan felt a wave of disgust wash over her. She tossed the napkin at Tang Aijuan and glared at him fiercely. Tang Aijuan innocently rubbed his nose, blew his nose with the napkin, and went back to eating and drinking heartily. A soft chuckle reached her ears. Tang Xiaonan instinctively turned her head and locked eyes with crazy old man again. This stern-faced big shot was smiling, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It must have been him laughing just now. Tang Xiaonan didn't dare meet his gaze. She lowered her eyes to avoid trouble. The smile on crazy grandpa's face turned cold, and he suddenly barked, "That little girl, come here." Tang Xiaonan jumped in surprise. Could he be calling her? But she clearly hadn't looked him in the eye. Maybe he was calling someone else. Tang Xiaonan pretended not to hear him and kept her head down, nibbling on a steamed bun, though it tasted bland. She silently prayed that it wasn't her. "That little brat's acting pretty high and mighty, come here." Crazy old man pointed directly at Tang Xiaonan as he called out. It didn't look like anything good was coming. Tang Aijuan jumped to his feet, clenching his fists. Ma Xiongdong's legs went weak with fear. He quickly pushed Tang Aijuan back down and whispered, "Are you tired of living? This is their turf. How many of them do you think you can beat? Just behave yourself." Crazy old man looked at Tang Xianwan with interest. The little girl was quite bold. He poured a cup of tea and motioned for Tang Xianwan to drink it. "Don't you dare laugh, I'm ugly as sin." Crazy old man frowned, his tone sharp. Tang Xianwan felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Although she was terrified, she couldn't let third brother get dragged into this. It must have been because she'd been spying on him earlier. That's what caused all this trouble. It was all her fault for being so careless. Tang Xiaonan shut her mouth in fear, but she couldn't help feeling indignant. How could she possibly be ugly looking like this? She was plump, fair-skinned, and adorable. This guy must be blind, no wonder he wouldn't let anyone look at his eyes. Tang Xiaonan made a sour face as she picked up a crystal bun. After eating one, her mouth felt a little better, and she wasn't quite as scared anymore. Surely a big shot like him wouldn't hold a grudge against a little kid like her, right? He probably just thought she was cute and wanted to treat her to breakfast. Feeling relieved, Tang Xiaonan flashed a wide grin at crazy grandpa, hoping to win him over by acting cute, but Tang Xiaonan lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip, only to scrunch up her whole face. It was bitterer than yellow gentian root. Was this guy just asking for trouble? Tang Aijuan tried to step in but was stopped by Hu Jinji. He kept his eyes fixed on crazy grandpa the whole time. If that guy dared to lay a hand on Tang Xiaonan, he'd cause a scene and use the commotion to help Tang Xiaobang escape. Tang Xiaonan bravely lifted her head and met crazy grandpa's gaze, looking at him just as she would any ordinary person. She'd expected to see something unusual in his eyes, but after staring for a long time, she couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary, just a pair of very ordinary eyes, devoid of emotion. "I'll fight even if I can't win, but you can't bully my little sister," Tang Aijuan shouted defiantly. Ma Xiongdong was startled and quickly forced a smile. "Crazy grandpa, kids don't know any better. Please be magnanimous, don't take it personally." A hint of a smile flashed in crazy grandpa's eyes. He grabbed a few baskets of food from a passing car. "Eat up." Mad grandpa snorted coldly. "I wasn't talking to you. Tell that little girl to come over here." "I'm here." "Eat," Mad grandpa ordered. Tang Xianwan glanced into the steamer basket, picked out a shrimp dumpling and began eating it in tiny bites so as not to reveal her gap-toothed smile and be called ugly again. "Why aren't you eating bigger bites? Do you think what I ordered isn't tasty?" Crazy grandpa's tone grew even harsher. A wave of anger welled up inside her. Tang Xiaonan desperately wanted to smash the shrimp dumpling in her hand right into this guy's face. Damn it, was he going through menopause or something? She didn't even know this guy, and yet he was acting like a lunatic for no reason at all. End of chapter. Chapter 388, The Crazy Big Shot. Although she really wanted to throw something at him, Tang Xianwan was level-headed. She knew this big shot wasn't someone to mess with, so she had to hold back. She began eating big mouthfuls as long as it made him happy. That was all that mattered. "That's so ugly. Take smaller bites." Crazy grandpa's gaze grew even more contemptuous, piercing her like knives. Hu Jinji was a bit worried that Tang Xiaonan wouldn't be able to take the abuse. After all, at home she was treated like a little princess, and in the village she ran roughshod over everyone. How could she possibly put up with such abuse? But to his surprise, Tang Xiaonan held her ground. No matter how harshly Crazy Old Man spoke, she obediently did as she was told. I'm done eating. Tang Xianwan finished eating a shrimp dumpling. Why were you sneaking glances at me just now? Crazy Old Man asked coldly. Tang Xianwan's heart leapt to her throat. She swallowed hard, scrambling to find the right words to answer without making the boss angry. But the more anxious she got, the harder it was to think straight. Her mind was in a complete jumble. Crazy Old Man pressed her. Is it that hard to answer? Were you trying to look into my eyes? No, I wasn't looking at your eyes. Tang Xiaonan quickly looked up to explain, only to lock eyes with him. She couldn't look away even if she wanted to. Now she was really in trouble. This crazy grandpa was definitely a gangster and a local big shot. There was no way the three of them could escape. You can't see them even this close? I said I'm not allowed to look at your eyes. But crazy grandpa only grew more amused. He had no intention of letting Tang Xiaonan go. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up inside Tang Xiaonan. These were all pointless questions. Of course, she could see clearly from this close-up. Was there any point in him nagging her like this? To be honest, I hate it when kids lie. Crazy grandpa cut her off, his voice so cold it made Tang Xianwan's teeth ache. Here to ask me for a favor? Tang Xiaonan plucked up her courage to speak, stealing a glance out of the corner of her eye. When Crazy Old Man looked her way, she immediately turned her head away, putting on a serious expression, though inside, she was already panicking like crazy. No. Tang Xiaonan stammered out her explanation, wanting to avoid his gaze, but afraid that looking away too obviously would make him even angrier. She could only stare blankly at him, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Tang Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I've heard you're really capable. There's nothing you can't handle. Tang Xiaonan nodded. Hu Jinji stood up to go over, but Ma Xiangdong held him back. Unless Crazy Old Man tells you to, you'd better stay put. Just wait and see how things play out. I don't think anything will happen. Tang Xiaonan swallowed hard, her back drenched in sweat. She'd never been this nervous, not even when dealing with her most difficult clients back in the day. A difficult client meant nothing more than a lost deal, but this lunatic could cost her life. Crazy Grandpa cast a casual glance at Hu Jinji and the others, then turned to Tang Xiaonan and asked, Are they with you? A hint of a smile flashed in Crazy Grandpa's eyes again as he asked pointedly, What else have you heard about me? Then why were you sneaking a peek? Crazy Old Man asked again. Judging by his reaction, he was clearly very self-conscious about people looking at his eyes, but Tang Xianwan really couldn't figure it out. His eyes looked perfectly normal, so why wouldn't he let anyone look at them? I just took a quick peek. I didn't see a thing, Tang Xiaonan said, looking at Crazy Grandpa with a pitiful expression. She really hadn't seen anything. Couldn't he cut her some slack? She was just a kid, after all. A big shot should act like one, right? That doesn't count. You looked at me, I didn't look at you. I saw them. She'd been hanging around Yongqing for so many years, and she'd never heard of Crazy Grandpa picking on little kids. Tang Xiaonan nodded, deciding to take her chances. He couldn't possibly gouge out her eyes. This was a society governed by the rule of law, after all. What did you see? Eyes, nose, ears, head, mouth, skull. Tang Xiaonan listed them one by one, then added, and a beard. End of chapter. Chapter 389, News About My Father. Crazy Grandpa's mouth twitched imperceptibly. This chubby girl was quite interesting. Other kids were scared of him. They'd start wailing before he even said a word, which was incredibly annoying. But this chubby girl could actually eat, drink tea, and chat with him. She was pretty bold. Aren't you afraid of me? Crazy Grandpa asked pointedly. Tang Xiaonan froze for a moment, unsure how to respond. Some big shots didn't want people to fear them, while others were the exact opposite. They wanted to be feared. Which type was this nutcase? Do you want people to be afraid of you? Tang Xiaonan asked bluntly. This time it was Crazy Grandpa's turn to be taken aback. What kind of ridiculous answer was that? Aren't you scared when you look into my eyes? Crazy Grandpa brought up his eyes directly. Tang Xiaonan stared wide-eyed for a long time, but couldn't find anything special about this guy's eyes. She shook her head. What's wrong with your eyes? She couldn't tell, and she was too lazy to keep beating around the bush. She'd rather the boss just get to the point. Mad Grandpa was a bit taken aback. Pointing to the scar at the corner of his eye, he asked, Aren't you afraid? Tang Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. Holy crap, it's just a scar. She'd been guessing for ages, crossed eyes, dead fish eyes, toad eyes, only to find out his eyes were perfectly fine after all. Tang Xiaonan didn't feel like eating at all, but she didn't dare disobey the boss, so she had no choice but to obediently eat. Just then, she saw Crazy Old Man wave at Hu Jinji and the others. The person in charge, come here. Tang Lijin retorted irritably, "You're certainly smart, but your age speaks for itself. After all, I'm the adult here." Ma Xiangdong silenced Tang Lijin with a single remark. Tang Xiaonan spoke and gestured to show she really wasn't afraid. Still, she found it strange that a mob boss would care so much about looks. It wasn't a beauty pageant, after all. What's wrong with having a scar? Crazy Grandpa's expression softened a bit. So she was the butcher's daughter, no wonder she was so bold. He pushed the food toward Tang Xiaonan. "Eat up." Mad Master looked at Hu Jinji in surprise, then glanced at the indignant-looking Tang Lijin. His interest piqued even more. "Are you the one in charge?" A child like this certainly didn't come from an ordinary family. "You probably don't know my father, but my grandfather is Hu Shouzheng. We're the Hu family, Hu of the south, Qin of the north." Hu Jinji stated his family lineage. Hu Jinji added calmly, "I've heard that to buy goods here, one must first pay respects to your territory." "You know my father? Where is he now?" Hu Jinji asked, surprised and delighted. Tang Lijin instinctively stood up, but Hu Jinji was faster. He walked over and sat down next to Tang Xiaonan. Tang Lijin sulkily sat back down, feeling thoroughly put in his place. After all, he was the adult here, yet he'd ended up looking like a sidekick. Crazy old man stared at him intently, then suddenly smiled. "You take after your father. Don't be so competitive, brother." "I think Young was just smarter than you," Ma Xiangdong whispered. Crazy old man was even more surprised. This kid actually knew his place, so he asked, "What does your father do?" "That's not necessarily true. It's never too early to have ambition. After all, there was once a 9-year-old who served as chancellor." Tang Xunwan chimed in eagerly. "He's the one who calls the shots." "I'm not afraid. My dad slaughters pigs with that long knife and all that blood, and I'm not scared at all." Tang Xiaonan really wasn't scared. If she wasn't afraid of slaughtering pigs, why would she be afraid of a little scar like this? Besides, she wasn't really a kid. Back in the day, she was a tough customer who'd even watched The Ring. He hadn't heard from his father in 4 years. He assumed something terrible had happened to him. "You're not with your father?" Crazy Grandpa found this strange. Hu Jinji shook his head. "We parted ways 4 years ago." Crazy Grandpa had probably guessed the reason. His gaze toward the boy held a touch more admiration. For years ago, this kid would have been 8 or 9 at most, and judging by his appearance, he'd been doing just fine. He was a capable kid. End of chapter. Chapter 390, almost choked to death again. Hu Jinji could hardly contain his excitement. He hadn't heard from his father in 4 whole years, and had even begun to think his father was no longer alive. He never expected to receive news of his father, and it sounded as though crazy old man was quite familiar with him. "When did you meet my father? Where is he now?" Hu Jinji asked impatiently, losing his usual composure. Tang Xunwan chewed her shrimp dumplings slowly, her heart racing as well. According to the book, Hu Jinji and his father, Hu Xiu, weren't supposed to meet for another 4.5 years. Yet now she'd learned of Hu Xiu's whereabouts ahead of schedule. Surely her arrival must have something to do with it? So, whether it was Hu Jinji, the Tang family, or her own fate, it would all change. It simply had to. Crazy old man, he glanced at Tang Xiaonan, who was eating nonstop. The shrimp dumplings were almost gone. This chubby girl sure had an appetite. No wonder she was so plump. He grabbed a few more baskets from a passing cart and set them in front of Tang Xiaonan. "Eat up." Tang Xiaonan stole a glance at him, not daring to say no, then lowered her head and quietly went back to eating. As long as the boss was happy, that was all that mattered. Crazy Grandpa's lips curled upward. He was in a great mood. He said to Hu Jinji, "Your father just picked up a shipment for me last month. If you'd come a few days earlier, you would have run into him." Hu Jinji grew even more excited. Not knowing where to put his hands, he asked eagerly, "Do you have my father's contact information?" "I don't have your father's, but I do have your mother's." Burp. "This is the end of me." Tang Lijin and his nephew were so startled they panicked, patting Tang Xianwan's back frantically. With a mouthful of water still stuck in her throat, already in pain and struggling to breathe, the relentless pounding from these 2 clueless idiots was truly killing her. Ouch! Was she going to be the first unlucky soul to choke to death on water? "Xunwan, just make a sound. If you make a sound, you'll be fine." Tang Xiaonan spat out a shrimp dumpling. The water had gone up her nose, and her face was a mess of snot and tears. She looked a total mess, but she'd finally caught her breath. Hu Jinji grabbed the teapot and had Tang Xiaonan drink straight from the spout. She downed half the pot in one gulp, which choked her so badly she nearly went to meet her maker. Her chest hurt worse than a heart attack. It felt as if something had suddenly clenched around it, the pain so intense she couldn't breathe. "Ouch! You guys are completely out of control. Get out of the way right now." Cough, cough. Ma Xiangdong, returning from the restroom, saw Tang Xiaonan being tormented to the point of death by a couple of idiots. He shoved Tang Lijin and his nephew aside, scooped Tang Xiaonan up in one arm, and turned her upside down so she was lying face down across his lap, while patting her back with his other hand. Tang Xianwan let out a long sigh. Her chest still ached terribly, her stomach felt bloated, and her face was flushed with discomfort, but she was simply too exhausted to move. She lay motionless on Ma Xiangdong's lap, and the fat guy's knee was pressing into her stomach, making it hurt even more. Have some water. Tang Xiaonan couldn't help but burp, and then she couldn't stop. Like a hen laying an egg, she burped so hard her eyes rolled back, leaving her gasping for breath. Her stomach felt so bloated it was pressing against her throat. All right. You guys were just being reckless just now. You can't just pour water down a child's throat when she's choking on food and patting her so hard. Do you even know you could have broken her bones? Ma Xiangdong glared disapprovingly at the bunch of idiots. The chubby girl had nearly met her end at their hands. Tang Lijin and the others were so scolded they didn't dare utter a word, meekly listening to Ma Xiangdong's lecture. After all, he was a father of 2 sons, he had the right to speak. Hu Jinji felt deeply guilty. He thought that all you needed to do for a hiccup was to make the person drink water. That's what he'd always done himself. Perhaps Tang Xiaopeng's throat was as thin as a straw. No wonder girls had to be pampered, otherwise, they could easily be broken if you weren't careful. End of chapter. Chapter 391, A New Love Interest. Ma Xiangdong sat Tang Xiaonan down in her seat. Seeing her face was a mess, he used a napkin to wipe it clean. Tang Xiaonan looked at him gratefully, silently giving him a good guy card. Are you still feeling sick, Xiaonan? Tang Lijin asked softly. Tang Xiaonan nodded. My stomach hurts. She felt like she was about to burst. It was fine as long as she didn't drink water, but as soon as she took a sip, it felt like the shrimp dumplings she'd eaten had all expanded inside her. She was so bloated and in pain that she couldn't even sit up straight. Tang Lijin panicked again. What was he going to do? Something had already gone wrong on the very first day. His older brother would surely skin him alive. Let's go to the hospital. I'll have someone drive you there, Crazy Grandpa said. Thanks so much. Tang Lijin was deeply grateful. He picked up Tang Xianwan and was about to leave when Ma Xiangdong noticed her round, plump belly and the empty steamer baskets on the table. He had a pretty good idea of what had happened. How much did Xianwan eat? Tang Xianwan weakly pointed at the stack of empty steamers, then looked at Crazy Grandpa with an accusing gaze and whispered, I ate them all. Crazy Grandpa's eyes flickered as he silently did the math. With a stomach capacity of 2 or 3, this chubby little girl had just eaten at least 12. No wonder her stomach hurt, it must be because the shrimp dumplings were so delicious. Kids always love tasty food. She also felt that the mother Crazy Grandpa had mentioned couldn't possibly be Su Wanru. Su Wanru hadn't even left Malwan Mountain in all these years, so how could she possibly know Crazy Grandpa? This is a long-established restaurant. The food is excellent, Crazy Grandpa said casually. Tang Xiaonan gave Hu Jinji a sweet smile to show she was really okay. Only then did Hu Jinji feel at ease. He had just as many doubts as Tang Xiaonan, and since he'd thought of the same thing she had, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. But the book didn't mention any of this. It only said that Huaxiu had taken Hu Jinji in, and by that time, Huaxiu had already reclaimed the Hu family's assets and was running a thriving business. However, Hu Jinji didn't get along well with his father, so before long, he left the Hu household to strike out on his own. Tang Xiaonan's anger flared up instantly. Was he implying she was a glutton? If you hadn't kept urging her to eat, would she have eaten until she was stuffed? Tang Xiaonan shot a resentful glance at Crazy Grandpa, then swallowed her frustration. She'd put up with it. Tang Lijin nodded repeatedly. He glanced at the empty steamers and asked in puzzlement, Xiaonan, how did you eat so much? At most, there are only 2 or 3 of us with big appetites in this house. Could it be that Huaxiu has taken another lover? Ma Xiangdong looked exasperated as he scolded. How could a little girl possibly eat that much? She'll make herself sick. You people really don't know how to raise a child at all. There's no need to go to the hospital. Just buy some hawthorn slices for her to eat later. It doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, hawthorn slices. Got it. Crazy Grandpa scratched his nose. Why was that chubby girl staring at him like that? She hadn't even eaten that much, just a dozen or so shrimp dumplings. He could polish off 20 or 30 in a single sitting. Tang Xiaonan knew Hu Jinji must have a lot of questions he wanted to ask, so she pulled herself together and sat up straight. Besides, she was also very curious to know how Crazy Grandpa had found out Hu Jinji's mother's address. Is there a woman in my father's life? Hu Jinji asked bluntly. Mad Master's eyes flashed. He quickly understood and countered. Are you with your mother? Hu Jinji nodded. Yes. For years ago, my father left my mother and me. For the past 4 years, my mother and I have relied on each other for survival, with no news from my father. A hint of sympathy flashed in Crazy Old Man's eyes, but that was all. He was a man of the underworld, living by its rules. Compassion was the last thing he should possess. To feel sympathy for others was to belittle himself. End of chapter. Chapter 392, Analyzing Future Economic Models. Hu Jinji pleaded, "Could you please give me that woman's contact information?" "I can't." Crazy Grandpa was adamant. Although he felt sympathy for Hu Jinji, he had to follow the rules. He couldn't disclose client information, or else he wouldn't be able to survive in the underworld. Hu Jinji didn't press the matter further. He understood the rules. His tact pleased Crazy Old Man greatly. He liked people who knew their place. "Next time your father comes by, I'll mention you to him." "Thank you." Hu Jinji stood up and bowed. Crazy Old Man smiled. "No need to thank me. Now, let's get down to business. What kind of goods are you looking to buy?" "Good quality stuff. If possible, I'd also like to get some radios." "How much money do you have?" Crazy Old Man asked bluntly. The kid had quite the appetite, but his eye for goods was truly sharp. "Only 2,000 yuan, but I'd like to do business with you long term." Mad Master burst out laughing. "Kid, you dare come to me with just 2,000? Do you think that's dollars? You can't even afford my goods with that little money. Go find some small-time dealers." He'd always dealt in big business deals. He looked down on small-time transactions. Besides, he had to play by the rules. He couldn't take all the profits for himself. He had to leave some scraps for the other small-time dealers. That was how he maintained balance. He truly didn't think much of Hu Jinji's 2,000. Before coming, he'd already anticipated that Crazy Grandpa would look down on such a small-time deal, but he had to seal the deal. Of course, retail buyers could also source goods, but their supply channels also came through Crazy Grandpa, and the goods might even have changed hands 2, 3, or more times by then. Hu Jinji poured some water onto the table from the teapot, dipped his finger in it, and casually sketched out a map of China. He circled 3 locations: Beijing, Songcheng, and Yangcheng. He had come to the south specifically to find goods at the lowest possible prices. Reselling them meant making a profit on the price difference. The bigger the difference, the more he earned. As long as he secured a deal with Crazy Uncle, he could sell at lower prices than anyone else. That was his competitive advantage. No, I assure you, the higher-ups are definitely going to make a big move by the end of the year. I can even predict the economic landscape 20 years from now. Look. He paused for a moment, then continued, "Besides, the policies are unclear right now. Who knows if they'll even go through with it later. I advise you to go home, take care of your mom, and live a decent life. Don't let those 2,000 go to waste." Crazy Grandpa found this amusing. "You've got some nerve. How do you know you'll definitely succeed? Don't think you're some big shot just because you've made a little money. You're still green, kid. I do only have 2,000 yuan right now, but I guarantee that within half a year, I'll turn it into 50,000 yuan. In the future, there'll be 100,000 or even 1,000,000. Plus, you'll be able to tap into the Southeast Asian market and make even more money. You won't lose a single penny by partnering with me, and I'm sure I'll be your biggest client down the road. Why not give it a try?" Hu Jinji made his case calmly and methodically. The economic reopening is inevitable. And by the end of the year, there will definitely be major initiatives to transform the agricultural economic model and vigorously develop industry and the small commodity economy. Jingdu is the political center, while Songqing is an international metropolis and the economic hub of the Yangtze River Delta. The surrounding provinces of Jiangsu and Zhejiang will undoubtedly experience economic takeoff, joining forces with Songqing to form a significant economic bloc. Hu Jinji spoke at length, gesturing as he spoke. These were all insights he and Old Master Qi had analyzed together. Yangqing is a major port city in the south. It has had a thriving trade and prosperous economy since ancient times. Therefore, the Pearl River Delta economic bloc, centered on Yangqing, has driven the economies of Guangdong and Fujian provinces. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, economic development over the next 20 years must revolve around these 3 blocks. My goal is to capture the southeastern market, and I will definitely do so. Wouldn't that make them major clients? Hu Jinji straightened his back. His eyes shone brightly, and his still youthful face was filled with determination. Though Crazy Uncle's expression remained calm, his inner world was in turmoil. The 50,000 word update is complete. I'll continue tomorrow. First-time subscriptions are really important. Please show your support, my darlings. I love you all. End of chapter. Chapter 393, The Visionary Big Shot. Tang Xiunan's mind was equally unsettled, for what Hu Jinji had said perfectly matched the developments of the future. Not a single detail was out of place. No wonder Hu Jinji's business had grown so massive. If nothing had happened to him, the couple Gu Yunchuan and Xin Yuzhu would never have stood a chance against him. Did you come up with all this on your own? Crazy Old Man struggled to contain his excitement. He simply couldn't believe that a kid of only 12 or 13 could possess such foresight. It wasn't all my own idea, an elder gave me some guidance. Hu Jinji spoke honestly. These insights had been analyzed only with the guidance of old Master Qi, it wasn't his achievement alone. Besides, he didn't possess such keen insight. His experience and knowledge were simply insufficient. Mad Grandpa's admiration deepened. This boy didn't take credit for himself or act arrogantly. He was someone capable of great things, even a bit better than his father. Can you predict what will happen 30 years from now? Crazy old man asked with interest. Hu Jinji thought for a moment and said, I have indeed considered future economic models. 30 years from now, there will likely be an energy crisis, and the economy will be dominated by new energy sources and the arms trade. Do you think there will be wars? Crazy old man wasn't entirely convinced. Wars are inevitable. The U.S. has never been stable. An energy crisis is bound to erupt in the future. If they don't have it themselves, they'll have to go and seize it from others. War is unavoidable, Hu Jinji stated with absolute certainty. Ma Xiangdong wasn't convinced either. Although Zhejiang province doesn't produce coal, many other provinces are major coal-producing regions. He once met a coal procurement officer while on a business trip. The guy said their mine could still be mined for another 100 years. There was so much coal down there, it would be impossible to ever run out. There are plenty of alternatives, nuclear power, hydroelectric power, solar power, but nuclear power will certainly be the mainstay. Other countries have already started using nuclear power, but our country's technology isn't mature yet, Hu Jinji replied. Impossible. There's plenty of that stuff. The mountains are full of coal and the ground is full of oil. How could we ever run out? Tang Lijin shook his head vigorously, thinking Hu Jinji was spouting nonsense. Crazy old man didn't really understand it either. He wasn't very educated, but he had some worldly wisdom. He grasped the gist of it and asked, so you're saying we'll run out of coal and gasoline someday? Tang Xiaonan gave him an admiring look. True to form for a big shot, that kind of foresight isn't something just anyone has. What does energy crisis mean? I don't get it. Ma Xiangdong, Tang Lijin, and the others couldn't help but gather around. They listened with great interest, but looked completely bewildered, unable to understand many of the new terms. In the future, it'll be that troublemaker, the U.S., stirring up trouble everywhere, making the world a chaotic mess. Thankfully, Great China remains peaceful and serene. We'll face it too. Hu Jinji explained patiently, whether it's coal or oil, they're both non-renewable resources. Unlike trees, which grow back after being cut down, coal and oil diminish with every use. As we vigorously develop industry and transportation in the future, we'll need energy. An energy crisis is bound to erupt. However, a new energy source will surely replace oil someday, which is why I say the new energy economy will dominate. What do you think this new energy source will be? Crazy Grandpa asked with interest. What this kid was saying sounded pretty intriguing. Tang Xiaonan couldn't help but chime in, adding that in the future there would also be the Three Gorges Project, a miracle that would astonish the entire world, and that Greater China would soon rise to prominence. Hu Jinji paused for a moment, then leaned close to her ear and asked excitedly, Did you actually see that? Yes, it'll all happen. Tang Xiaonan nodded. Everything Hu Jinji had mentioned about these new energy sources would indeed come to pass in the future. It was just a shame she couldn't say too much about it. End of chapter. Chapter 394. The little girl stays. What does that little girl know? Crazy Grandpa said with a laugh. Tang Ijuan retorted defiantly, My little Xiaonan is a divine being sent down to earth. She's so smart and knows so much. Crazy Grandpa and Ma Xiangdong both laughed, not taking the child's words seriously. After all, there were no divine beings in this world, though it was true that this chubby little girl was quite endearing. Tang Ijuan wasn't convinced and was about to give another example when Tang Xiaonan tugged at his shirt, signaling him to stop. There was no point in spreading such stories around, and besides, she wasn't really a divine being incarnate. Thanks for telling me all that. All right, come with me. I just got a new shipment of polyester cotton blend fabric and some radios that came over from Hong Kong. Crazy old man stood up, hands clasped behind his back, motioning for Hu Jinji to follow him. Having cut his teeth in the underworld for decades, he had a keen eye. He could tell Hu Jinji was no ordinary guy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he could one day take over the Southeast market. Most importantly, he really liked this kid's personality, and that chubby girl was right up his alley, too. Hu Jinji was overjoyed and immediately followed. Ma Xiangdong gave him a thumbs up but didn't tag along, he knew the rules. I'm off to take care of some business. See you at the guest house. Tang Lijin and his niece immediately grew tense, and Tang Xiaonan felt a bit uneasy as well, though she wasn't overly afraid. She sensed that crazy old man wasn't a bad person, though certainly not a good one either, but rather an underworld figure who played by the rules. Surely he wouldn't give a little girl like her a hard time, would he? Xiaonan is immature and loves to make a fuss. We'd better not bother you, Tang Lijin said with a forced smile. He certainly didn't dare leave his niece behind. This crazy old man looked like a real character. What if he didn't return her to him? Fei Zai, take them to the warehouse to pick out some goods. Give them the regular customer price. Let this little girl stay. I'll send her to a guest house later, crazy old man said, pointing at Tang Xianwan. He'd assumed Tang Lijin was the one in charge. Tang Lijin was so scared he started stuttering, his forehead covered in sweat. He tried to curry favor. How about I stay here too and chat with you? Crazy old man added, from now on, just come straight to Fei Zai. Okay. Fei Zai didn't ask a single question. He just beckoned to Tang Lijin. Come on. Crazy grandpa led them through several alleys to an old-style Western-style house. In the courtyard, a few young men were chatting. They were dressed fashionably, wearing checkered shirts and aviator sunglasses, the hottest look in HK right now, along with bell-bottom pants, though these men weren't wearing them. Crazy grandpa shot them a disdainful glance. The message was clear. Tang Lijin's face fell. What on earth were they going to do? Crazy grandpa said with a half smile, half sneer, "You're not afraid I'm going to eat this little girl, are you?" Hu Jinji suppressed his delight. He'd finally secured Crazy Grandpa's support, and now he could really make his move. No, that's not it. Ma Xiaodong had gone to run some errands. He'd come here on official business, too. Plus, he needed to go to the mall to buy some sample towels to see if he could save the factory, which was barely hanging on. Crazy Grandpa summoned a young man in his 20s, dark-skinned, skinny, and small, but full of energy. Fei Zai glanced at Tang Xianwan and the others, feeling a bit puzzled. He'd never seen anyone bring their whole family along to pick up a shipment before. It wasn't exactly a good thing that his niece was so adorable. Every time she went out, he worried someone might snatch her away. Sai, Uncle, I'll stay with Grandpa. You and Brother Hu go pick up the goods, Tang Xianwan offered. She sensed that Crazy Grandpa meant no harm. Perhaps he really just wanted to play with her. Crazy Grandpa broke into a smile and beckoned to Tang Xianwan, just as one might call a puppy. Tang Xianwan obediently walked over. He picked her up and sat her on his lap, then waved to Hu Jinji and the others. Let's go. End of chapter. Chapter 395, The Big Shot Who Loves Beauty. Tang Xiaonan waved her hand nonchalantly. Go ahead, I'll just play here. Hu Jinji glanced at her, and Tang Xiaonan flashed him a grin, letting him know she was really fine. I'll come pick up Xiaonan this afternoon. Hu Jinji's tone left no room for refusal. He still didn't quite trust this crazy old man, but he couldn't force the issue. This was the other man's turf. Crazy Grandpa waved his hand impatiently, not even glancing at him. Hu Jinji dragged Uncle Tang Lijin and his nephew outside, while Tang Lijin's shouts could still be heard from outside. What if he doesn't give Xiaonan back? Exactly. Xiaonan is so pretty. He's definitely planning to steal her and keep her for himself, Tang Ijuan shouted as well. The shouts grew fainter and fainter until they faded away completely. They must have walked far enough away. Aren't you afraid I'll really hide you away? Mad Master's voice came from above. Tang Xiaonan shook her head. No, you're not a bad person. She rubbed her face. It felt like it had been pinched until it was swollen, and in fact, it was swollen. Crazy Grandpa felt a twinge of guilt and barked at his men. Go buy some treats, that ice cream, and some Coke. I see your kid really likes those, Away. Crazy Grandpa burst into loud laughter and pinched Tang Xianan's face a few times, quite hard, actually. It seemed this guy had never pinched a child before. He was treating Tang Xianan's face like a rubber ball. Tang Xianwan rolled her eyes inwardly. It's just a scar, is it really worth getting so hung up on? One of the henchmen standing nearby couldn't hold back any longer. Boss, go easy on her. A kid's skin is tender, you'd think it was as tough as ours. Tang Xianan's eyes lit up. So they actually had Happy Chubby Guy drink here already? She'd missed it so much. And she wanted some ice cream, too. Big cities really were the best. There was so much more to eat than in the countryside. Crazy Grandpa set Tang Xiaonan down on a nearby chair and pointed to the scar on his own face. Tang Xiaonan pouted. It was big enough to crush a watermelon, and he was claiming he hadn't used any force? Humph. Just by looking at Tang Xianan's expression, Crazy Grandpa knew she wanted some. He was thrilled. It wasn't that hard to please a kid, was it? All it took was some good food. His men quickly brought back ice cream and Coke. Tang Xianan's face was being pinched so hard it was almost deformed. It hurt like hell. Unable to take it any longer, she mustered her courage and slapped the big boss's hand. That hurts. Just because someone doesn't have a scar doesn't mean they're a good person, and just because someone has a scar doesn't mean they're a bad person. I don't think you're a bad person, Tang Xiaonan replied sincerely. This big boss sure is petty, or maybe he got dumped by a woman because of that scar. She looked straight at crazy old man's face. Actually, the scar wasn't that scary once she'd looked at it for a while. Besides, she could see that his features were quite regular, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he stood tall and straight. If it weren't for that scar, he'd probably be a handsome, mature guy. Another soft chuckle rang out. Everyone else in the courtyard stared at him in surprise. The boss had never laughed so happily before. Where had this chubby girl come from? A good person wouldn't have such an ugly scar. Mad old man withdrew his hand. Seeing the red mark on Tang Xianwan's face as she looked at him with a pitiful expression, he couldn't help but give an awkward chuckle. He silently pulled his claw back and defended himself, saying, "I didn't even use any force. This girl's made of tofu." Tang Xiaonan thought the latter explanation was more likely, that he was so hung up on the scar on his face because of a broken heart that he'd become practically paranoid, convinced that even a casual glance from others was meant to mock him. The ice cream was a light blue scoop, the kind that would still be around decades from now. Tang Xiaonan had eaten it before during a business trip to Yongqing, but now the flavor was richer and the milkier taste more pronounced. "Tasty, isn't it?" Crazy Grandpa asked. "It's good. Do you want some?" Tang Xiaonan held out the ice cream toward Crazy Grandpa. He gave it a disdainful glance. He certainly wasn't going to eat the little girl's drool. End of chapter. Chapter 396, Coke. "No, you have it." Crazy Grandpa pushed the ice cream back. Tang Xianwan had really just been asking out of politeness. She didn't want to share this delicious treat with him. After taking a few licks of the ice cream, Tang Xiaonan picked up the Coke. These days, Coke came in cans, and this one had just been taken out of the fridge. The can was covered in condensation. Tang Xiaonan slipped her finger into the pull tab and gave it a hard tug, but it wouldn't open. Her fingers started to hurt from the strain, so she handed the can to Crazy Grandpa, who looked at her in surprise. "Uncle, can you open this for me?" Crazy Grandpa easily pulled the tab open. Hearing the familiar hiss of escaping gas, Tang Xianan's mouth watered. She took a big gulp straight from the can in Crazy Grandpa's hand. It was ice cold and refreshing, absolutely delicious. "That's so good." Burp. Tang Xiaonan burped contentedly. This trip to Guangzhou had been well worth it. Crazy Grandpa watched Tang Xiaonan eat with a smile, licking a spoonful of ice cream and taking a sip of Coke. Even he didn't realize just how gentle his expression looked at that moment. His other henchmen watched in amazement, deeply curious about Tang Xianan's background. Could she be the boss's illegitimate daughter from outside? "Do you know what this is called?" "Ice cream and Coke." Tang Xiaonan answered instinctively. Crazy Grandpa's eyes widened with surprise. Even among the children of Yongqing, many didn't know what Coke was. Kids from ordinary families certainly couldn't afford it, only the wealthy and powerful could. How could this chubby girl possibly know? Plus, she opened the Coke bottle with such ease, it didn't look like her first time. Could it be that someone in this chubby girl's family holds a high-ranking government position? "I can even speak English. Have you had it before?" Crazy Grandpa asked bluntly. "Can you read?" Tang Xiaonan spoke a few sentences of English fluently. Crazy Grandpa and his men were all stunned. Though they couldn't speak the foreign language themselves, they'd heard it spoken before, and it certainly sounded just like that. Grandpa Chi, he knows a lot of foreign languages and has been to many countries. But she'd clearly said her father was a butcher. How could he possibly be a government official? "Uncle, don't tell anyone else. If people find out, Grandpa Chi will get beaten up." Tang Xiaonan urged him solemnly. Crazy old man stifled a laugh and nodded. "Don't worry, I won't say a word." "Who taught you that?" Crazy old man was even more curious about Tang Xianan's background. Tang Xiaonan didn't hide anything. Crazy uncle asked a few more questions about old man Chi, but Tang Xiaonan didn't answer them. She had no idea what he was talking about. After all, she was only 6 years old. It was perfectly normal for her not to know. As Tang Xianwan spoke innocently, Crazy Grandpa looked pensive. He had probably guessed old Master Chi's identity. He must have been a rightist sent down to the countryside. These people were all talented. It was a pity they hadn't lived in better times. Just surviving was a stroke of luck. We learned it together. Tang Xianan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she'd almost given herself away. She shook her head and pointed to the words on the can, saying, "It says so right here." "Did your brother study with this Grandpa Chi too?" Crazy Grandpa probed. Seeing that she was almost done with her ice cream, he asked, "Want some more?" Tang Xiaonan was torn. She really wanted another scoop, but her little body definitely couldn't handle it, so she had to shake her head. "No, thanks." Hua Jinji and the others followed Fei Zai to the warehouse, not far from the alley, located inside an abandoned factory. The factory was overgrown with weeds and looked like a haunted house. No one would have guessed there were so many treasures inside. The warehouse was guarded, and the guards greeted Fei Zai respectfully when they saw him. "Help yourselves. Everything's right here," Fei Zai said. End of chapter. Chapter 397, Did Qi Liang and the Radio. The warehouse was piled high with goods, arranged in a haphazard mess. Most of it was fabric, bags upon bags scattered on the floor, along with stacks of cardboard boxes. Hu Jinji opened one of the bags, revealing brightly colored fabric with patterns far more vivid than those sold at Wuching department store. "How much is this?" Hu Jinji asked. "The boss said to treat us as regular customers, 90 to 100 jin per bag for 302 per bag, and no picking and choosing," Feizai replied. Hu Jinji did a quick mental calculation. Decliang fabric was roughly 10 chi per jean. At 90 jean per bag, that worked out to 3.5 mao per chi. At the department store, Indeed Good fabric was sold by coupon, and even the cheapest cost at least 6 mao 8 per chi. For fabric this vibrant, it would cost at least 7 mao or more. He stood to make double the profit. He was in for a huge windfall. "I'll take 5 bags." Hu Jinji did the math. He planned to buy 5 bags of fabric, leaving him with 400 yuan. He wanted to bring back some radios. The market for those was also booming. Quite a few people had asked him about them, and as long as he could get the goods, he wouldn't have any trouble selling them. Feizai blurted out, "Only 5 bags?" Regular customers always bought 10 bags or more. No one had ever bought just a few bags. What was this kid's relationship with the boss? Hu Jinji replied calmly and confidently, "Just 5 bags this time, but there will definitely be more in the future." After selecting 5 different patterns, Hu Jinji asked, "How much are the radios?" Hu Jinji opened one of the assembled radios and skillfully tuned the frequency. A clear sound came through. He switched through a few more stations, some playing opera, others singing or storytelling, and the sound quality was excellent. Feizai hadn't lied, the quality was indeed top-notch. "Pick 3 light bags and 2 heavy ones." The assembled radios from Hong Kong are really good quality. They just don't have a brand name. They're $20 each. There are also some imported from Japan. Those are expensive, $100 each. "Which kind do you want?" Hu Jinji wasn't quite sure, so he came up with a compromise. As long as his hunch proved correct, he'd know how to pick out goods in the future. After all, experience is learned through trial and error. However, such expensive radios had no market in a small city. His family used to have a Hitachi radio, bought with overseas remittance coupons at the Friendship Mall for 150 yuan each. It was of excellent quality. Hu Jinji took out 2,000 yuan and handed it all to Feizai. Feizai brought out 2 types of radios. One looked noticeably rougher. It was an assembled model, while the other was imported, bearing the Hitachi brand. He knew this company. It was very famous in Japan, so no wonder the price was so high. "Are you stupid? The price per bag is the same. You've got to pick the heavier ones." "The lighter ones are a rip-off," Tang Lijin whispered. "I'll take this one. Give me 20 units. Can I take a look at both?" Feizai smiled and let Hu Jinji choose the model himself. Tang Lijin and Tang Ijuan both went for the heavier ones. They figured the heavier they were, the better the deal. Hu Jinji had originally picked a heavy one too, but after a moment's thought, he switched to a lighter one. Feizai pointed casually and handed him 20 radios. "Where are you staying?" "We'll have them delivered to you in a bit." Hu Jinji gave the name of the guest house. Feizai nodded and signaled the others to load the items onto the handcart. Uncle Tang Lijin and his nephew pitched in to help as well. They were still in a daze. 2,000 yuan was the largest sum of money they'd ever seen in their lives, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. It felt like a dream. "Will we be able to sell all this stuff? What if we can't?" Tang Lijin muttered under his breath. Even though it wasn't his money, he still worried. "There's no way they won't sell. The department store charges 7 mao per chi for Indeed Good fabric and requires fabric coupons, but I'm selling it for 7 mao per chi without coupons. Don't you think people will buy it?" Hu Jinji was brimming with confidence. End of chapter. Chapter 398. Being a 10,000 yuan household is no problem. Tang Lijin nodded vigorously. "Of course people will buy them. These fabrics have great patterns, and you don't need ration tickets to buy them. You'd be a fool not to buy them. Selling them for 7 mao, how could that not make a profit? Haven't you done the math? This fabric costs 4 mao per chi at most. If I sell it for 7 mao, I'll still make a good profit. How could I not make money?" Tang Lijin scratched his head sheepishly. He was hopeless at math. At that very moment, he admired Hu Jinji to the utmost. Whether in intelligence, drive, or financial resources, he couldn't hold a candle to this young man. "How much do those radios sell for?" "The cheapest radio at the department store is 50 yuan each, and you need ration tickets to buy it. The quality is about the same as these, yet they sell for 50 yuan each. If we take them to the city, there are plenty of people who have money but no ration tickets." Hu Jinji already had a plan in place. Supply was currently lower than demand, so he wasn't worried about selling them. His only concern was not having enough manpower. Tang Lijin and his nephew were thrilled by the prospect, rubbing their hands together with excitement. By their calculations, making 1,000 or so yuan a month would be a breeze. It was just a shame they didn't have the capital. Otherwise, they could have made a big splash themselves. Uncle Lijin, if you have time, you could help me distribute the goods. I'll give you a commission of 8 fren for every chi of cloth you sell. The more you sell, the higher the commission. What do you say? Hu Jinji dangled the carrot. Tang Lijin eagerly ran the numbers in his head. 1 chi was 8 fen, 10 chi was 8 jiao, 100 chi was 8 kwai. He figured he could easily sell at least 100 chi a day, that's 8 kwai a day, or 240 kwai a month. With that kind of income, he'd be among the top earners in Wecheng. Thanks, Uncle Fei, Hu Jinji said gratefully. Uncle, you're wrong about that. He's putting up the capital and taking on the risk. It's only fair that he earns more. Tang Aijuan's eyes lit up. With 2 months of summer vacation ahead, he could earn several hundred yuan. Tang Aijuan retorted, looking excitedly at Hu Jinji. I'm willing to help sell them, I don't mind the pay. Tang Aijuan scratched his head. He really wanted to drop out of school. Going to school was nowhere near as good as running a business. School cost money, but business made money. Every thought in his head revolved around how great business was. But if he didn't go to school, his little sister would get upset. Sigh. But when he thought about how Hu Jinji could earn several jiao, he felt a pang of resentment. You're making more. At least 10 bags, no less. You've only got 5, that's way too few. This was way more profitable than selling movie stills. Once he'd saved up enough, he'd get a bag of his own to sell back home. Money would roll in like eggs from a hen, more and more every day. Who knows? He might even become a 10,000 yuan household someday. Fei's eye smiled again. If you guys have a lot of goods in the future, the boss has connections to get a rail car, that'll make things a lot easier. You still have to go to school, Hu Jinji reminded him. Fei's eye walked them to the guest house and kindly offered some advice. If you're heading to the train station, you can go to that alley and find someone to help you. Just give them 1 yuan for their trouble. Summer vacation is coming up soon. You can sell it during the break, Hu Jinji suggested. How much would it take to secure a rail car? Hu Jinji inquired. Hu Jinji made a mental note. With a few more trips, their capital should multiply several times over. 10 bags wouldn't be a problem. Having a rail car would make things much easier. He'd just need to come by once to pick out the goods, then have someone load them onto the train. After seeing Fei's eye off, Hu Jinji and the others looked at the goods in the room, feeling as if they were floating in midair. Everything seemed unreal. Tang Lijin suddenly asked, "Why did you pick the lighter ones?" Hu Jinji picked up a light bag and emptied the cloth inside. It wasn't all whole pieces, there were quite a few scraps mixed in. He then selected a heavy bag and emptied it out. It contained even more scraps. Scraps are heavy, so the heavy bags aren't actually as good as the light ones, Hu Jinji said with a smile. His guess had been correct. End of chapter. Chapter 399. The Quick-Witted Hu Jinji. Congratulations to Ijiecheng. Hu Jinji had originally thought that the heavier ones were better. Most people would think that way, but as he was selecting them, he caught Fei's eyes glance out of the corner of his eye, a half smile on his face, and he changed his mind. But he wasn't entirely sure, so he decided to take 3 bags of the lighter ones and 2 of the heavier ones. That way, he could minimize his losses, and besides, he'd learned his lesson. He'd know how to pick out goods better next time. Tang Lijin picked up the scraps of cloth and shook them out. Actually, they weren't really scraps, they were all separate pieces. The larger ones could be used as tablecloths, and even the smaller ones were a foot square. How are we supposed to sell these? They're too small for clothes, and it'd be a waste to use them for shoe lining. Besides, no one would wear shoes with such bright, flashy patterns. Hu Jinji furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't thought of that either, but we'll just sell them cheap when the time comes. Someone's bound to want them. There weren't that many scraps in a whole bag anyway. All things considered, they'd still make a profit. Tang Aijuan also picked up a small piece of floral fabric and muttered, it'd definitely look nice as a dress for Xiaonan. Xiaonan loves floral dresses. Last time, she was even pestering her mom to make her one. The more Tang Aijuan looked at the floral fabric, the more he liked it. He picked out a larger piece from the scraps, held it up to measure, and was very pleased. 2 pieces will be enough to make a dress. I'll have mom make one for Xiaonan when we get home. Tang Aijuan was beside himself with worry. His little sister was still in someone else's care. This guy was a simple soul with simple luck. His offhand remark had given Tang Aijuan an idea. Why sell these scraps so cheaply? It was such a waste. If he could find someone to turn them into children's clothes and sell the finished products directly, he'd make even more money. Better safe than sorry. Little Nan is so adorable. She's practically a divine being incarnate. What if they stop playing fair? No way. I've got to go keep an eye on things right now. Tang Aijuan shared his excitement. Soon he'd be the top earner in the family. He could buy his little sister treats every day. Just thinking about it made him happy. But Tang Lijin slapped his thigh hard, his eyes sparkling. This plan was brilliant. At that moment, he was truly and wholeheartedly impressed by Huijinji. That kid's mind worked so fast, he could come up with a solution in a second. He was a natural-born boss. Let's go pick up Xiaonan. That crazy old man must have seen how pretty she is and is deliberately holding her back. Tang Lijin was also very worried. If we go to pick her up now and are too late, what if he runs off with Xiaonan? We're not familiar with this place, and it's so big if she hides, we'll never find her. Tang Lijin rushed out in a panic. Tang Ijuan tried to follow, but Huijinji grabbed him. Someone has to stay behind and watch the goods. Crazy old man is a man of the underworld. He values his word above all else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to his current position. Since he promised to return it tonight, all we have to do is wait. Xiaonan will definitely be fine. Tomorrow, let's go to the department store to check out the latest kids' fashion trends. When we get back, we'll turn these scraps of fabric into ready-to-wear kids' clothes. Someone's bound to buy them. A light bulb went off in Huijinji's head, and he gave Tang Ijuan's shoulder a firm pat. I've got an idea. The uncle and nephew grew increasingly anxious as they talked. If they lost Xiaonan, they might as well hang themselves with their own belts. They'd have no face to go home, and even if they did, they'd end up being hacked to death. Huijinji wasn't too worried. Crazy old man wouldn't possibly hide little fat Tang and refused to return her. Third brother, you stay here. Tang Lijin roared. Why me? I'm going to find Xiaonan. Tang Ijuan stuck out his chin in defiance. The goods weren't nearly as important as his little sister. Uncle Lijin should stay behind. You're an adult. If any bandits show up, you can hold them off. Ijuan and I are just kids. It shouldn't be a problem for us to go find crazy old man, Huijinji said. End of chapter. Chapter 400. The Generous Mad Old Man. Tang Ijuan kept nodding. That was exactly right. He knew it in his heart, but couldn't quite put it into words. That Huikid sure had a way with words. In the end, Tang Lijin decided to stay. With 2,000 yuan's worth of goods on the line, he simply wouldn't feel at ease unless he kept a close eye on things himself. Talk things out with crazy old man, don't go head-to-head with him. A mighty dragon can't overpower a local snake, and since we'll be doing business with him in the future, we absolutely mustn't offend him. Just get the little girl back. Tang Lijin droned on like Tangsing, and Tang Ijuan grew impatient. I know. Huijinji's smarter than you. If you've thought of it, he's thought of it too. He's not as good at math as I am. What are you muttering about? Tang Ijuan didn't dare say the last part out loud, but even though he muttered it under his breath, Tang Lijin heard him. Furious, he kicked him in the butt. Muttering so loudly, do you think I'm deaf or something? I'm talking about you. Of course I'm not worried about little Hua, but you big mouth, don't go offending anyone when the time comes. Tang Ijuan rolled his eyes. Did he think he was stupid? With Xiaonan in their hands, of course he'd have to be on his best behavior. He'd even be willing to get down on his knees and kowtow if they asked. Did they really think he wasn't capable of using his brain? Tang Xiaonan spent the whole morning playing with Crazy Grandpa. After eating ice cream and drinking Coke, Crazy Grandpa took her out for a walk, followed by one of his henchmen, the one named Awei. Since he was the only one with a child, Crazy Grandpa figured he'd have more experience, so he brought him along as an assistant. They headed straight to the largest department store in Yangqing. Crazy Grandpa thought Tang Xiaonan was dressed too dowdy. It was an eyesore to an old man like him, so he went straight to the children's section and had the staff bring out this year's trendiest clothes. Bring out all the trendy stuff, and the shoes and socks too. There were overalls, plaid skirts, bright red dresses, sunflower print puffy skirts, and white princess dresses with lace trim. The prices were exorbitant. A tiny princess dress alone cost 18 yuan, which was about the same as some people's monthly wages. Sure enough, no matter the era, money from children is always the easiest to make. Good grief, that's just a few scraps of fabric. 18 yuan could buy over 10 zheng of cloth. Even though Awei had seen it all, he was shocked by the price. He had only 2 mischievous sons, both of whom wore clothes his wife sewed, not a single penny spent. He'd much rather spend that money on meat for his sons than on such expensive clothes. Crazy Grandpa stood with his hands behind his back, as if surveying the world, and the sales clerk, not daring to be disrespectful, brought out several trendy items. Tang Xianwan thought they were actually a bit old-fashioned, but for that era, they were already quite fashionable. Tang Xiaonan actually quite liked this dress, but 18 yuan was a bit too much. Besides, she could tell it had been on the rack for quite some time, the color had faded, and it was even covered in dust. In fact, she thought it was expensive too. This princess dress had been stocked last year, only 3 were brought in, and after a year on the rack, only 2 had sold. The manager was about to mark down the last one when, unexpectedly, a big spender walked in, and she didn't seem to be short on cash. The saleswoman forced a smile and said, "This is a princess dress that's popular overseas. The craftsmanship and fabric are top-notch. 18 yuan isn't expensive at all. It's dirty. Tang Xiaonan deliberately shook her head in disgust. This dress was definitely the last of the unsold stock. Since she couldn't refuse crazy uncle's enthusiasm, she might as well help haggle over the price. A wait chimed in. It's got stains all over it. This dress hasn't been worn by anyone else, has it? Absolutely no one has worn it. It's just been on the rack a little too long. How about this? If you really want to buy it, I'll let you have it for 15. The sales clerk was quite friendly, smiling the whole time, a huge improvement over those other bossy salespeople. Thank you so much to my dear EGF for her strong support in becoming the first patron of this book. I'm truly grateful. End of chapter. Chapter 401. Be My Daughter. In reality, sales clerks tend to treat people differently depending on who they are. Crazy Grandpa had an imposing presence and was very generous. He was clearly no ordinary person, so she naturally didn't dare to act snobbish. Sales clerks only put on airs in front of ordinary people with no power or influence. I'll take all of these and throw in a few pairs of nice shoes. Away wanted to haggle a bit, but Crazy Grandpa spoke up first, casting a disdainful glance at Away. How petty, haggling over a measly 100 or so bucks. It was an embarrassment to him. Sure thing, comrade. Just a moment. The sales clerk was over the moon and brought out a few more pairs of pretty leather shoes, all in similar styles. Tang Xiaonan only liked one pair, white lambskin shoes with laces, which were especially comfortable to wear and went well with her outfits. She wasn't interested in any of the others. You don't want these? Crazy Grandpa asked, pointing to the other leather shoes. Tang Xiaonan shook her head. They're not pretty. The truth was, she was only 6 years old now, and her feet would outgrow them by next year, so there was no need to buy too many shoes. She already had a pair of red leather shoes, and alternating between the two pairs would be plenty. Crazy Grandpa went along with her. If the chubby little girl didn't like them, he wouldn't buy them. He told Away to check out, then had Tang Xiaonan put on that princess dress and slip into the shoes he'd bought. The more he looked at her, the happier he was. That's exactly how a little girl should be dressed. Oh. This chubby little girl was quite entertaining, much more fun than kittens or puppies. Do you still want some Coke? Crazy Grandpa asked pointedly. Tang Xiaonan had been very well behaved the whole time. She listened to everything the big boss said. Besides, since he'd given her so many pretty clothes and shoes, it was only natural for her to be obedient. Tang Xiaonan came up with a good idea and looked up at Crazy Grandpa with hopeful eyes. No. Crazy Grandpa was quite particular about food. He took Tang Xiaonan to a high-end restaurant serving local specialties. She ate until her belly was round as a balloon, and on the way home, she couldn't stop burping. It was the most she'd ever eaten since arriving here. Crazy Grandpa was extremely pleased. He gave her a gentle pat on the head, then took her hand again. Let's go eat. A smile flashed in Crazy Grandpa's eyes. He shook his head, feigning sternness, only to see the chubby girl's face fall instantly. She looked gloomy, patted her belly plaintively, and let out a soft sigh, which only made the amusement in his eyes grow stronger. Can I take some home to drink? Tang Xiaonan was torn. Her chubby face scrunched up into a frown. She really wanted to drink it, but her stomach wouldn't cooperate. If she drank any more, it would burst. Tang Xiaonan nodded obediently, but inwardly she grumbled. Dressed like this in the countryside, she couldn't even walk down the road. The path was lined with wild grasses. One wrong step, and the dress would get snagged, not to mention getting covered in grass seeds and burrs. A dress that cost a dozen or so yuan wouldn't even last a day. The flowery skirt Su Jifeng made was much more practical. She wouldn't feel bad if it got ruined. I'm going to dress like this from now on. What I used to wear was so ugly. If you become my daughter, you can drink every day. Crazy Grandpa blurted out, surprising even himself, but he didn't regret it. This chubby girl really was fun. If she was willing, she could stay and be his daughter. It wasn't like he couldn't afford to raise her. Maybe it was just his age. He'd been feeling lonelier and lonelier these past few years. Having a chubby girl around to take care of would be quite enjoyable. Wei, who was following behind, turned pale, and the look in his eyes as he stared at Tang Xiaonan was one of utter disbelief. What on earth was it about this chubby girl that had caught the boss's eye? He'd only known her for a day and was already thinking of adopting her as his daughter. Surely she'd agree. This is a blessing she couldn't have earned in 8 lifetimes. Besides, in Guangzhou, who knows how many people would love to give their daughters to the boss. It's just that he hasn't taken a liking to a single one. Thanks to Little Squirrel who loves reading and No Beauty Under the Moon for their 10,000 coin tips. Thanks to I Just Wanted to Come Up with a Nickname, Micho Loves Meat, and Mia Mi Chong Chong for 1,000 coins each, as well as to Xianing, V7250, Jli 69, 1891, 252, 9299. Ice Fish Realm, Spring Blossoms Fade, 1 Flying Bottle 1. Rejected, Liang Sheng. Can we not be sad? Ya 198102121, VLVeen, Fong 1970, and other dear readers for your generous tips, as well as those who cast monthly votes. Thank you all. End of this chapter. Chapter 402, The Contradictory Mad Old Man. Please vote for monthly tickets. Tang Xiaonan was startled. Holy crap, had she been acting too cute, making this big shot unable to let her go? She couldn't help but feel a little smug. After all, she'd been raised on cuteness, she was loved by everyone, and no one, young or old, male or female, could escape her adorable charm. Although following Crazy Grandpa would definitely take her material life to new heights, like climbing Mount Everest, and her future prospects might be even brighter, Tang Xiaonan still wasn't willing. She loved the Tang family, loved Mr. and Mrs. Su Jinfeng, and loved her 3 older brothers, as well as Grandpa, Grandma, second uncle, and younger uncle. She'd grown attached to Mopin Mountain too and didn't want to leave. So, I have a mom and dad, and they're both really nice. Tang Xiaonan looked up at Crazy Grandpa with a serious expression. Can your mom and dad buy you Coke? Buy you pretty clothes? Crazy Grandpa asked pointedly. Tang Xiaonan shook her head. No. If you let me be your daughter, you can drink Coke every day, eat ice cream, and wear pretty clothes. Crazy Grandpa continued to tempt her. He didn't believe the little girl could resist. He felt torn. On one hand, he hoped the chubby little girl would say yes, but if Tang Xiaonan really did agree, he wouldn't be happy either. Even he himself wasn't sure what kind of answer he actually wanted. I was just joking with this kid, you don't know a thing. Tang Xiaonan blinked, her eyes immediately filling with tears, and looked at him pitifully. I want to go home. I don't want pretty dresses anymore, and I don't want Coke either. Crazy Grandpa's face darkened. Wei didn't dare mutter another word. He lowered his head and played dead. Crazy Grandpa snorted, turned his head, and forced a kind smile at Tang Xiaonan. Uncle was just joking with you. You don't have to be my daughter. Crazy Grandpa shot him a scornful glare. If he'd really wanted to keep the chubby little girl, he wouldn't have even asked, he'd have just kept her. Who would dare say no? Wei couldn't help but interject, Boss, don't scare the little girl. She's so young, how could she possibly be separated from her parents? Wei pursed his lips and muttered under his breath, It's not like you can't have kids of your own. Why are you always eyeing other people's kids? Just have one of your own. Although Crazy Grandpa felt a twinge of regret, he breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't misjudged her. This chubby girl had a good heart. Feeling a little restless? Tang Xiaonan let out a sigh of relief and flashed a sweet, wide smile, though inside she was deeply curious about Crazy Old Man's past. Judging by the way Wei spoke, this crazy old man had neither a wife nor children. With his wealth and influence, finding a wife would be a piece of cake, so why hadn't he? And why was he so self-conscious about the scar on his face? She was sure she wasn't wrong 9 times out of 10. He'd been hurt by love. It was a shame the author hadn't written about Crazy Old Man in the book, or perhaps she hadn't read that part carefully enough. She had no idea what became of him in the end. Tang Xiaonan walked slowly, holding Crazy Old Man's hand, lost in thought. After walking for a while, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine as she recalled a crucial plot point. Jinji had been in a terrible mood for a while because his much older friend, who was also an important business partner, had gotten into trouble. The author never directly described this person, only mentioning that he was Jinji's benefactor. Jinji owed his entire rise to this older friend. About 10 years later, this older friend was arrested on charges of speculation and profiteering and sentenced to a heavy prison term. Jinji pulled strings high and low, but was unable to save him. In the end, the older friend died, and Jinji remained despondent for a long time. The author didn't mention this older friend's name, but noted that he was from the south and wielded significant influence, all of which fits the description of Crazy Old Man. Barring any surprises, that older friend is indeed Crazy Old Man. The 10,000 word update is complete. Finally, I've got to give a shout out. Please subscribe and vote for me. The author needs motivation to keep writing. Kisses. End of chapter. Chapter 403, Watching a Movie. Tang Xiaonan's palms were clammy with sweat. In the book, Jinji really had terrible luck. His youth was fraught with hardship. Time and again, he lost important family members and close friends. He was tormented by illness and had no one he could trust, and even his only friend, who was much older than him, had met with misfortune. Just a few years after that older friend met his end, Jinji had also headed off to Africa. She had no idea what he was doing there. He claimed he was expanding his business, but what kind of business could one possibly expand in Africa? In the end, he went missing, and it was 9 out of 10 likely that he was dead. What are you thinking about? Crazy Grandpa's voice came from above her. Tang Xiaonan hurriedly looked up and smiled. Crazy Grandpa patted her on the head a few times. They had already reached the entrance of the alley. Crazy Grandpa glanced toward the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Wei noticed it too, but Crazy Grandpa shook his head slightly, signaling him not to startle anyone. They were just two kids. "Wanna watch a movie?" Crazy Grandpa asked. Tang Xiaonan nodded. The boss was the one who called the shots. She'd thought they'd be going to a movie theater, but she'd underestimated the big boss's wealth. He actually had his own home theater, complete with a collection of videotapes, though they were all homemade copies with pitch-black covers and only the titles written on sticky labels. "Which one's good?" Crazy Grandpa asked Wei. He rarely came to the screening room. Wei didn't know either, but he didn't want to look weak in front of the boss, so he picked one from the pile of videotapes. The title was Little Darling. In the pitch-black screening room, the two adults and the little girl watched intently, but the plot took an increasingly strange turn. Tang Xiaonan began to have her doubts. Why was the style starting to resemble those harmonious movies she'd seen before? Crazy Grandpa nodded. He agreed. He told Wei to pop the tape in. Tang Xiaonan yawned. A full stomach always makes her drowsy, but she really wanted to watch the movie, so she stared at the screen with wide eyes. Sure enough, the next scene didn't disappoint Tang Xiaonan. As she watched the flesh-colored expanse on the screen, she tried her best to look innocent, though inside she was dying to laugh. Wei was full of confidence. After all, it was just Little Treasure for kids. Crazy Grandpa, who had been watching with great enthusiasm, saw this sudden shift in tone and his face instantly darkened. He snapped at the dumbfounded Wei. "What kind of crap did you pick? Change it right now." The man's lecherous grin, the woman's alluring charm, the more she watched, the more they resembled each other, but she couldn't very well say that, could she? "This is definitely for kids." The VCR was of pretty good quality, the picture was clear, and the sound was okay, but this video didn't really look like a children's movie. It was full of adults, and they were speaking Cantonese, so it must have come from Hong Kong. Crazy Grandpa had originally planned to switch to another one, but seeing how enraptured Tang Xianwan was by it, he couldn't be bothered to change it. He figured a kid wouldn't understand much anyway, it was just for the entertainment value. Tang Xianwan sat up straight, her eyes wide. She could understand a few phrases of Cantonese. It didn't matter that it wasn't a kid's movie. She was a grown-up, after all, so she could follow along. Oh. Isn't that Little Treasure? How come it's this kind of stuff?" Wei muttered to himself as he changed the VHS tape. He'd really thought it was a kid's movie. Who knew it would turn out to be this kind of stuff? It must have been those little rascals, Fei Zi and the rest, who got their hands on it. "What did you see?" Crazy Grandpa was a bit worried the chubby girl might get a sty. Tang Xiaonan yawned widely, her eyes all misty, and looked at him blankly. She yawned a few more times, and Crazy Grandpa breathed a sigh of relief. The chubby girl hadn't seen a thing. That was good. End of chapter. Chapter 404, Sneaking Around. Go to sleep. Crazy Grandpa ruffled Tang Xianan's hair and had Wei switch to another action movie. This one was right up his alley. The familiar sound of gunfire got him all fired up. Tang Xiaonan was genuinely tired, and she didn't like war movies anyway. After watching for just a little while, she couldn't stay awake any longer. Her head bobbed up and down like a chicken pecking at grain. Crazy Grandpa found it amusing, so he simply picked her up. Exhausted, Tang Xiaonan didn't even notice. She fell asleep right there in Crazy Grandpa's arms, her mouth wide open, snoring softly, sleeping like a little piglet. Crazy Grandpa told Wei to turn the volume down a bit, and he kept watching while holding her like that. Suddenly, he felt a very strange sensation, as if something had filled his heart. "Boss, why don't I go out to the countryside and find a woman with a big butt to give you a chubby little girl?" Wei whispered. "Big my ass. Who else likes big butts as much as you do?" Crazy Grandpa slapped him across the face. Wei's wife had a big butt. She was much plumper than the skinny Wei, and she'd given him 2 sons. Although the couple bickered constantly, their relationship was still pretty good. But he didn't like that kind of woman. He liked women who were pretty, gentle, delicate, and timid, just like his ex, who was even more easily startled than a little white rabbit. Everyone said women like that were useless, but that was exactly what he liked. He was capable of protecting his own woman. She didn't need to do any work. If a real man couldn't even protect his own woman, what kind of man was he? But that little white rabbit eventually left him anyway, because of his scar. She was afraid of him, and in the end, she ran off with his rival. He didn't blame her, because she was nothing more than a will-less silk flower, clinging to whoever was the strongest. Since he'd lost, it was only natural he couldn't keep her, but deep down, it still left a bitter taste in his heart. Besides, having tasted the beauty of a heavenly maiden, ordinary women simply didn't catch his eye anymore. So be it. Outside the mansion, Hu Jinji and Tang Aijuan were lurking furtively. When they rushed over, the main gate was tightly shut and padlocked. They'd nearly scared the living daylights out of themselves at the time. thinking crazy old man had run off with Tang Xiaonan. Tang Aijuan nearly came to blows with Hu Jinji. It was all because this guy kept saying, it's fine, and now something had actually gone wrong. Tang Aijuan shifted his weight slightly, stretching his legs. They'd gone a bit numb from crouching for so long. Hu Jinji glanced toward the mansion. The courtyard was empty. Tang Xiaopeng had indeed looked quite pretty in that princess dress earlier. Once they had more capital, they'd get into the fashion business, have Tang Xiaopeng model for them. It was sure to sell well. Hu Jinji shook his head. He didn't have X-ray vision. How could he know what they were up to? But it certainly wasn't dangerous. That dress looked really good on Xiaonan. Once I start making money, I'll buy her pretty dresses too. Tang Aijuan's expression was full of anticipation, thinking about how he'd earned several hundred yuan over the summer. He couldn't help but smile. What's Xiaonan doing in there? Hu Jinji's confidence began to waver. He thought he might have misjudged the situation. Crazy old man was an unscrupulous underworld figure. He was also worried about Tang Xianwan's safety. That chubby girl had a sharp tongue but wasn't very strong. What if she really were sold off to some remote mountain village? Fortunately, crazy old man returned with Tang Xiaonan shortly afterward. Otherwise, Tang Aijuan would have gone crazy. Seeing Tang Xiaonan wearing a pretty dress and holding hands with crazy old man, they looked quite at ease together. The two men's hearts settled, and they waited outside. His expression suddenly changed as he glanced warily behind him. It was Awei. Awei's eyes also betrayed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Hu Jinji to react so quickly. The boss says you can come in. The two of them had been lurking outside for ages, peeking in from time to time. Tang Aijuan looked hesitantly at Hu Jinji, unsure whether to go in or not. End of chapter. Chapter 405. Don't even think about stealing my little sister. Hu Jinji followed Awei inside. On someone else's turf, it was only natural to play along, and besides, crouching outside was really making his legs go numb. Inside, he could sit comfortably and still keep an eye on Tang Xiaopeng. Tang Aijuan naturally followed suit, deliberately walking ahead of Hu Jinji. After all, as the older man who could still hold his own in a fight, he was supposed to lead the way. Crazy Grandpa had already come out of the projection room. Tang Xiaonan was lying asleep on the sofa, her sleeping posture decidedly unseemly. As soon as Hu Jinji and the others entered the room, they saw Tang Xiaonan sprawled out with her legs splayed wide, her head tilted slightly to one side, and drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. It seemed this chubby girl was doing just fine. He'd worried for nothing. Hu Jinji breathed a sigh of relief and tugged Tang Aijuan to sit down beside him. What were you two up to out there, sneaking around like that? Crazy old man snapped. I came to see Xiaonan, Tang Aijuan said brazenly. Like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, he showed no fear in the face of crazy old man. Hu Jinji added. Xiaonan's a bit mischievous. We were worried she might have offended you, so we came to check on her. Crazy old man smiled slightly, glanced at Tang Xianwan on the sofa, and said, This little girl is quite fun. She hasn't offended me at all. Hu Jinji smiled as well. Tang Xiaopeng was indeed quite fun when she wasn't causing trouble. I just told the chubby girl that she'll be my daughter and won't be going back with you guys. She agreed, so I'm letting you know, Crazy Grandpa said suddenly. The look of surprise on Awei's face didn't escape Hu Jinji's notice. Please don't take it personally. He's very close to the little girl and couldn't control his emotions. He didn't mean to offend you. Crazy old man understood perfectly. He was well aware of Hu Jinji's thoughts. The kid was still a bit green, lacking experience, but to possess such composure at his age was already quite remarkable. He'd been nowhere near that level when he was young. Hu Jinji silently cursed his luck and grabbed the frenzied Tang Aijuan by the arm. If they really managed to anger crazy old man, none of them would ever leave Guangzhou. Without a word, Tang Aijuan grabbed a chair, ready to fight crazy old man to the death. Even if it cost him his life, he couldn't let them take Xiaonan. I'll treat your sister like my own daughter, and I'll give you lots and lots of money. You're not happy about that? Crazy old man asked pointedly. He's trying to snatch Xiaonan. Why are you even talking to him? Grab your weapons, let's finish them off. I'm not having it. So, what if he's got money? I wouldn't trade my Xiaonan for a mountain of gold. I'm not afraid of you. Hu Jinji kept speaking politely, but secretly braced himself. If crazy old man really intended to keep Tang Xiaopeng, he'd have no choice but to resort to brute force. There were only two people in this courtyard right now. If he caught him off guard, he should be able to hold him off for a while, allowing Tang Aijuan to take Tang Xiaopeng and get out first. At worst, he'd just have to give up on the goods. Tang Aijuan's face turned ashen, and he leaped 3 feet into the air. Xiaonan would never agree to that. You're full of it. You just think Xiaonan is pretty and want to steal my sister. Keep dreaming. Xiaonan won't be anyone's daughter. She has to come back with me. If you want a daughter, go have one yourself. What kind of man would steal my Xiaonan? Tang Aijuan gripped the chair, his face flushed and neck bulging with rage, his eyes bulging like a bull's. Though still young, he exuded quite an imposing presence. Crazy Grandpa secretly admired them, one brave, the other cunning. They made an excellent pair. With proper guidance, they could both go far. Tang Xianwan was fast asleep, dreaming she was eating at Haidaleo, enjoying top-notch service and feeling completely at ease. But after just a few bites, she was woken by the commotion. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Tang Aijuan clutching a chair, ready to fight crazy old man. The sight scared all sleep right out of her. "Third brother, stop!" Tang Xiaoan shouted. Tang Aijuan slammed on the brakes, rushed over to her, and pulled her back toward the door. "Don't be afraid, Xiaonan. As long as third brother is here, no one will ever take you away." End of chapter. Chapter 406. You can give birth on your own. Before Tang Xiaonan could even react, Tang Aijuan had already pulled her behind him. He looked as if he were facing a major battle, ready to die for the cause. She felt both amused and touched, so she gave his tense shoulders a gentle pat. "Third brother, uncle didn't kidnap me. Just now he said he wanted you to be his daughter." "Xiaonan, don't believe this bandit." Tang Aijuan was still on edge, his head covered in sweat. The sweat blurred his vision, so he wiped it away with a quick gesture and scanned the surroundings. In a moment, he planned to smash that bandit's skull first, then make a run for it with Xiaonan. Tang Xianwan felt a bit exasperated and shouted at Crazy Grandpa, who was grinning as if watching a show, "Uncle, don't scare my third brother, he'll take it seriously." Only then did Crazy Grandpa laugh. "Your third brother's a funny one. Stay here and be my son." Tang Xianwan was dumbfounded. Was this guy impotent or something? Why was he going around claiming everyone as his son or daughter? "I've got a dad and a mom. Why the hell would I be your son?" Tang Aijuan shouted, sticking out his neck. "Third brother, don't swear." Tang Xianwan kicked him hard. Calling the boss old man, "Does he want to die?" Tang Aijuan grudgingly rubbed his calf, shot Fengyi a fierce glare, and continued to hold his head high in defiance. He absolutely would not back down. "Let's go." Tang Xiaonan nodded in agreement. He really should get married. He couldn't just have a child out of wedlock. "Thanks. Bye, uncle." Tang Xiaonan held up 4 fingers and looked at Crazy Grandpa earnestly. It would be so much better to have a child of her own. It'd only take a minute. Why was she always thinking about other people's kids? "Leaving?" Crazy Grandpa asked from the darkness. "Uncle, say goodbye to Uncle Ai-jun for me," Tang Xiaonan said softly. Tang Xiaonan waved her hand and hopped onto Tang Ai-jun's back on her own. Wei watched them leave the alley before heading back himself. "Uncle, since third brother can't be your son, you can have one of your own. My dad and mom had so many, 3 older brothers, plus me, that's 4. Take it back." The eldest bought it for the chubby girl. "He doesn't even have a wife. How the hell is he supposed to have kids?" "He's got to marry first before he can have any," Tang Aijuan shouted. Hu Jinji took it from him and glanced inside the house. Crazy Grandpa was sitting alone, his back to the sunlight, looking somber and lonely. Wei couldn't help but nod. The chubby girl was absolutely right. Why not just have kids himself? He could have as many as he wanted. He really couldn't figure out what the boss was thinking. Crazy Grandpa shot him a disdainful glare, then suddenly lost interest. He waved his hand impatiently, everyone out. Wei nodded and escorted them to the door. "Go home. Boss, just give the word and I'll make it happen right away. You'll be able to consummate the marriage tonight." Wei was even more eager than the man himself. God only knew how many years he'd been worrying about the boss's family line. Hu Jinji quickly scooped up Tang Xianwan, then dragged Tang Aijuan away. Wei also left. With the boss in a bad mood, he didn't dare stay behind. He even brought out the clothes he'd bought that day. Tang Xianwan offered a sincere suggestion. That crazy old man might be a bit older, but he's rich and he's not bad looking. Even if he has a scar, it's no big deal. Lots of women actually like men with scars. "Uncle, you'd better find yourself a wife." "Shut up." Wei nodded. "Bring that chubby girl over for lunch tomorrow." "It'll be a lot of fun," Crazy Old Man ordered, then got up and went upstairs. Wei twitched the corner of his mouth. Was he really into that chubby girl? But she was pretty fun, actually. Maybe when he got home tonight, he'd put in some effort with his wife and try to have a daughter, one who was plump just like her. That would be great. End of chapter. Chapter 407. Tang Aijuan, a bird startled by the bow. As soon as they stepped out the front gate, Tang Aijuan scooped up Tang Xiaonan and ran as fast as he could, vanishing in a flash. He was still worried that the bandit might snatch his little sister away, so the farther they ran, the safer he felt. "It's fine. He calls the shots in Yangqing. It won't do you any good to run as far as you want." Hu Jinji truly didn't think it was necessary. If Crazy Old Man really wanted to keep Tang Xiaobang, they wouldn't even be able to leave Yangqing. "We're going back today. I'm not staying in this godforsaken place any longer. Hurry up and buy the tickets." Tang Aijuan's nerves were on edge again, and he rushed off to the train station. Tang Xianwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but deep down she was quite touched. She gave her third brother a gentle pat on the head. Crazy uncle is a really nice guy. Don't be afraid, third brother. Like hell he is. He's about to snatch you away. Let's just go home, this place isn't safe. Tang Aijuan looked around nervously, suspicious of everyone, convinced everyone had ulterior motives. Are you stupid? If crazy grandpa really wanted to take Xiaonan, do you think you'd be able to leave Yangqing? Hu Jinji rolled his eyes in exasperation. Tang Xianwan nodded. Crazy grandpa was the local big shot around here, with connections across all walks of life. They definitely wouldn't be able to leave. Besides, she really didn't think she was that likable. Crazy grandpa was probably just joking and wouldn't actually keep her here. Then what do we do? Tang Aijuan panicked, his tone becoming sharp. Hu Jinji replied calmly, just go about your business as usual. Take Xiaonan out for a stroll tomorrow. Since we've come all this way, let's have some fun for a few days before heading back. Can we even watch movies at that bandit's house? Buy them all. Tang Aijuan glanced at the several bags Hu Jinji was carrying and felt even more annoyed. He muttered, Xunwan, don't trust that bandit too much. Once third brother makes some money, I'll buy you lots of flowery dresses, a new one every day. What did you do today? Hu Jinji asked with interest. I want pretty shoes and handbags too. Third brother, you have to buy them for me. Tang Xianwan made her demands directly. After all, having a goal gives you motivation. I want to take pictures. Uncle bought me lots of dresses. Tang Xiaonan nodded with a beaming smile. That's the spirit. She definitely wouldn't be tagging along next time, so this time she had to make sure to stay and play for a few more days, and also. Tang Xiaonan briefly recounted her day's activities, of course leaving out that little treasure unsuitable for children. She simply described it as a war movie. Tang Aijuan immediately grew envious. He loved watching war movies the most. Thinking he could win over his little sister with a few petty gifts? He could dream on. We had ice cream and Coke, then went out for a meal. It was absolutely delicious. After dinner, we went shopping at the mall, and when we got back, we watched a movie. The movie wasn't very good, so I went to sleep. Tang Aijuan was brimming with confidence. After all, he was about to become a 10,000 yuan man. What were a few clothes and shoes compared to that? From now on, Xunwan would drink malted milk and eat big white rabbit candies every day, and wear new clothes and shoes every day. She'd be the prettiest girl in all of Mo Pan Mountain. Tang Aijuan couldn't wrap his head around it. Didn't you have to go to a movie theater to watch a movie? Or maybe someone brought a projector to the village to screen films, but wouldn't that require a white screen and a projector? How could they show a movie at home? Tang Xianwan nodded. You can watch them. There are lots of movies. Hu Jinji explained, as long as you have a projector and videotapes, you can watch them. Tang Aijuan blurted out, once we have some money, let's get a projector and some videotapes. Villagers who want to watch can pay 1 mao per person. 10 people would be 1 yuan. That's easy money. Hu Jinji hadn't thought of it that way before, but now the idea piqued his interest. That clumsy oaf Tang Aijuan had actually come up with a good idea. They could set up a small home theater to make money. Although the initial investment would be a bit high, there would be almost no ongoing costs afterward. He'd have to give it a try sometime. End of chapter. Chapter 408. College students don't make as much money as business people. There are only a few people in the village. We'll have to go to Yuecheng to make it happen. We'll talk about this later. Hu Jinji kept this in mind. The house he'd bought in Yuecheng would come in handy now. As for who would manage it, he already had someone in mind. Li Qingsong, the leader of the local hoodlums, had asked him a while back if he could find some work for his mother. Mrs. Li wasn't in good health and couldn't handle heavy labor. She could only make paper boxes at home, a task that had strained her eyes to the point of near blindness, yet she earned only about 10 yuan a month. He hadn't come up with a good solution right away, but now it occurred to him, if the screening room were to open, Li's mother would be the perfect person to manage it. Even if officials came to inspect, it wouldn't be a problem. Since Li's mother was in poor health, the officials wouldn't be too harsh. He could always find a way to smooth things over with the relevant departments later. It shouldn't be an issue. Tang Aijuan asked excitedly, but we don't have a place in the city. How are we going to manage? I have a place, Hu Jinji said calmly. Tang Aijuan and Tang Xiaonan both looked at him in surprise. He actually had a place? When did that happen? I had someone buy a small house for me a while back. It has 3 rooms and a small courtyard. We can store our goods there in the future. Hu Jinji had already planned this out. Bringing so much fabric back to Mopen Mountain would be too conspicuous. It would be safer to store it in Yuecheng. He could just have Li Qingsong and a few of his brothers keep watch over it. These ne'er-do-wells actually had decent character. For now, they were trustworthy. He also planned to buy a house in Wucheng. He wasn't going to limit his sales to etching, and since Tang Xiaobang had dreamed of Wucheng's prosperity, it meant the city was bound to take off in the future. By buying a house there first, he'd secure a head start. He really didn't want to go to school anymore. Hu Jinji didn't even have to go to school. He could go out and make money every day, but he had to go to school every day to listen to teachers and monks drone on, wasting a ton of time. It was such a pain in the ass. Why don't you go to school? Aren't you planning to get into college? Hu Jinji had probably figured out Tang Aijuan's little scheme. It all boiled down to him thinking school was a waste of time. 12 years from now, he'd still be a penniless bum, while Hu Jinji would surely be a 10,000 yuan household. No, wait, this kid can already come up with 2,000 yuan now. In 12 years, he might even be a millionaire. Tang Aijuan felt even worse inside. He was already falling behind Hu Jinji now. If he wasted another 12 years, he wouldn't be able to catch up even if he rode a satellite. There was absolutely no way he could go to school. Tang Aijuan suddenly felt a pang of bitterness. That kid was a whole year younger than him, yet now he was buying houses and running businesses, making a name for himself, while Tang Aijuan couldn't even come up with 100 yuan. He felt utterly useless. I'm not going to school either, Tang Aijuan said gruffly. For the first time, he realized how precious time was. He was currently in 3rd grade and still had 2 years of elementary school, 3 years of middle school, and 3 years of college ahead of him. If he got lucky enough to get into college, that would be another 4 years, a total of 12 years. College graduates don't necessarily make as much money as you do. As long as I can write my own name and count, that's enough. Making money is what really matters, Tang Aijuan said frankly. He used to think college students were really impressive and believed that was a goal he could never achieve in 10 lifetimes, but now his thinking had changed. College students weren't really all that special after all. The college graduate working at his second uncle's liquor factory didn't even make as much as his second uncle did. His second uncle had the highest salary in the entire factory, 48 yuan, while the college graduate only made 36 yuan. Mind you, that graduate was just a junior college graduate. There were no bachelor's degree holders at his second uncle's factory. But even a junior college graduate was quite impressive. Mopin Mountain hadn't produced a single one in decades. And even such an impressive graduate only earned 36 yuan. If he went out every day to sell movie stills, he could make about 100 yuan a month, which was much better than what a junior college graduate made. End of chapter. Chapter 409, Applying to Imperial Capital University Together. Smack. Tang Xiaonan slapped him across the face and glared at Tang Aijuan in annoyance. If you don't get into college, I won't call you third brother anymore. Although making money was easy now, they couldn't put the cart before the horse. Tang Aijuan was only 12, he should be in school at this age. There's no rush to make money. By the time Tang Aijuan graduates from college, which will be in the early 1990s, there will be even more opportunities. As long as he's capable, he'll have no trouble earning enough money in 3 to 5 years to last 10 lifetimes. Tang Xiaonan had once heard a business owner say that people who know how to make money can achieve financial freedom in 2 or 3 years, and then spend the rest of their time enjoying life. That business owner was exactly like that. He was only in his 40s, but already semi-retired, working only 1 or 2 months a year, and spending the rest of his time traveling. He'd already explored nearly the entire world. That's what a real life looks like. So, there's really no need to rush when it comes to making money. The most important thing for Tang Aijuan right now is building up his knowledge. No matter what, you always have to keep learning. You can't give up on learning just for some short-term gain. That's called being short-sighted. Tang Aijuan rubbed his arm, feeling a bit wronged and still resentful. Pointing at Hu Jinji, he shouted, he never even went to school. Why aren't you saying anything to him? Brother Hu studies with Grandpa Chi. He knows way more than you do. Tang Xiaonan yelled. Then I'll study with the old man too. I'm not going to that lousy school. Tang Aijuan had come up with a plan. As long as he didn't have to spend every day at school, he'd be fine. Although in the book Hu Jinji didn't go to college, he actually took the college entrance exam and even passed it. But he didn't end up attending, no one knew why. Hu Jinji had been accepted into Imperial Capital University. The acceptance letter had even arrived, but he never enrolled. Tang Xiaonan's face was stern. She wasn't joking. Anyway, you have to get into college. If you don't, I'm not talking to you anymore. Tang Xiaonan was at a loss, unsure what to do. Studying with Grandpa Chi wasn't a problem, but would her third brother actually be able to focus on his studies? Tang Aijuan wasn't as smart as Hu Jinji, nor did he have Hu Jinji's self-discipline. At school, surrounded by classmates and teachers, he might actually pick up a thing or two. Hu Jinji will definitely get in, he's so smart. Tang Xiaonan had absolute confidence in Hu Jinji. Tang Aijuan hesitated for a moment. He really didn't have much confidence in himself. Even though he'd recently bragged to Tang Xiaozheng that he'd score 60 points, he still had no idea if he could actually pull it off. As soon as he was goaded, Tang Aijuan jumped to his feet, a move that never failed to work. He stuck out his neck and challenged Huijinji. At worst, he'd have to study day and night, gritting his teeth to get in. He couldn't let that kid make a fool of him. Sure enough. Who's the brainless idiot? What's so great about getting into college? I'm definitely going to get in. I bet you're the one who won't. It's just college. Just say you'll do it. Anyone who isn't a brainless idiot can get in. Huijinji goaded him on purpose. Tang Aijuan felt really upset. His little sister had so much faith in that Hua guy, but he didn't think the guy was all that great. He was determined to get into college anyway. It's not like you can just say you'll get in. You won't know until you take the exam, Tang Aijuan muttered irritably. Huijinji smiled and said pointedly, how about this? Let's make a deal. We'll both apply to Imperial Capital University. Whoever doesn't get in has to do whatever the other says for the rest of their life. Are you up for it? Tang Aijuan flew into a rage again, but he stuck out his chin and accepted the challenge. What the hell am I afraid of? It's just Imperial Capital University. What's so great about it? I'll get in just to prove it to you. End of chapter. Chapter 410, A Promise. Okay, if you get into college and I don't, I'll do whatever you say for the rest of my life, Huijinji said with a smile. Xinwan, did you hear that? You're our witness. Tang Aijuan was smug. He was certain he'd win this time. Huijinji had never attended a single day of school, whereas he, at the very least, had officially attended school. He was bound to win. Tang Xunan's lips twitched. Her third brother was way too easily provoked. She might as well let him lose the bet, so he'd have to take orders from the boss from now on. Although Huijinji could be petty, he was still pretty good to his own people, and hanging out with the boss wouldn't be so bad. Okay, I'll vouch for third brother. If you lose, you'll have to do whatever Brother Hua says. I'm not going to lose. It's this kid who'll lose and have to listen to me, Tang Aijuan retorted, clearly upset. Why was everyone assuming he'd lose? Tang Xiaonan nodded. Got it. Whoever loses has to do as the other says. No backing out. I definitely won't back out, said Huijinji. I won't back out either. Tang Aijuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. He was a real man, he always kept his word. Wait, explain that more clearly. Just how hard is the exam? Tang Aijuan's throat felt a little dry, his head was spinning even more, and his heart was racing. If neither of us passes, then neither of us has to listen to the other, right? A sudden idea struck Tang Aijuan. If he didn't pass, Huijinji might not pass either, so what was there to worry about? The moment third brother shifted his hips, she knew exactly what he was up to. He was definitely counting on neither of them getting in. She'd put that idea out of his head first. Tang Aijuan grinned, but before he could enjoy the moment for even a second, Tang Xiaonan blurted out, Brother Hua will definitely get in. Tang Aijuan blinked, a bit confused. What did she mean by the hardest to get into? He didn't quite follow. Huijinji stifled a laugh and said, Imperial Capital University has the highest admission cutoff scores of any university in the country. Only 1 out of every 10,000 people gets in. Good luck. Last year, when the college entrance exams resumed, Yueching's results were still quite good, but they only managed to get 1 student into Imperial Capital University and 1 into Huaching University. Some cities didn't get a single student in. Huijinji smiled and said earnestly, I promised Grandpa Qi that I must get into Imperial Capital University, so I'm definitely going to make it. Tang Aijuan's face fell instantly, and he glared at Tang Xunwan in exasperation. His little sister always seemed to be siding with the Hua family. Huijinji nodded. Right. If I don't get in, the bet is off, of course. Let me give you an example. In our city of Yueching, we might only get 1 or 2 students admitted each year, or maybe not even 1. Got it. Tang Aijuan stood there dumbfounded, stiff as a wooden post, kicking himself inside. Could he take back the words he'd just blurted out? He certainly didn't want to spend his whole life taking orders from that Hua kid. He wasn't a dog, after all. Third brother, you've got to study hard from now on. It's really hard to get into Imperial Capital University. Grandpa Qi said it's the best university in the whole country. Tang Xiaonan still couldn't bring herself to hold back, explaining just how difficult it was to get into Imperial Capital University. Only the cream of the crop could get in there. This was his promise, and he would definitely keep it. Tang Xiaonan suddenly understood why Huijinji had been accepted but didn't attend. He'd only done it to fulfill his promise to Grandpa Qi. It was a pity that Grandpa Qi had already passed away by then, but now that she was here, everyone's fate would change. Tang Aijuan's expression darkened even further. Was she deliberately trying to turn him into a lapdog? Is Imperial Capital University run by your family? Just because you say someone can get in, does that mean they definitely will? Tang Aijuan still wasn't convinced. Only 1 or 2 students from the entire city of Quanhua could get in. Was this Hua guy really that amazing? End of chapter. Chapter 411, Market Research, Monthly Votes Plus. Hua Jinji's smile grew even more sincere, and his words struck a chord deep within Tang Aijuan. Even though my family isn't running it, whatever I set out to do is bound to succeed. You can either get into Beijing University yourself, or just do as I say. Tang Aijuan exploded like a thunderclap. I'm not listening to you. Then work hard to get in. Hua Jinji gave Tang Aijuan a light pat on the shoulder. Truth be told, he actually hoped Tang Aijuan wouldn't get in. It was quite fun bossing this clumsy bear around. Tang Aijuan angrily brushed Hua Jinji's hand away and snorted, I'm definitely going to get in. Hua Jinji's eyes flickered, and he added, if you don't get in, you'll have to be more respectful around me from now on. You definitely won't be able to use words like old man anymore. I'm gonna say it anyway. The exam hasn't even happened yet. What the hell are you getting so worked up about? Tang Aijuan was livid. He really wanted to punch this kid. Why did he assume Tang Aijuan wouldn't pass? He was determined to pass no matter what. Hua Jinji wasn't the least bit angry. He said good-naturedly, I'm just giving you a heads up. Don't forget it when the time comes. Tang Aijuan snorted loudly, turned his head away, and walked off as fast as he could. He didn't want to look at this guy. What a pain. Want a Teresa Tung cassette? The sound quality is great. How much is it? The couple seemed quite interested. It's too expensive, make it a little cheaper. The girl beamed at the offer and looked hopefully at her boyfriend. She really wanted to buy it. Of course, the boy didn't want to lose face in front of his girlfriend. Although 3 yuan wasn't a small amount, he could afford it, so he generously pulled out the money and bought 4 cassettes. Tang Xiaonan, who was lying on his back, was laughing so hard her stomach hurt. She turned around and gave Hua Jinji a wink. The boss really knew what he was doing. That reverse psychology was brilliant. Who knows, maybe Tang Aijuan really could get into shitty university. When that happens, Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, and Dad would probably be so happy they'd throw a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights and burn a tractor load of gold ingots as offerings to their ancestors. It was getting a little dark, and the alluring scent of food wafted through the alley. Someone was pushing a cart selling snacks. It felt like the regulations here were a bit more lax than in Yueching, with plenty of people setting up stalls on the sly. Tang Xiaonan even spotted someone selling cassette tapes. Someone carrying a bag was sneaking around, looking from side to side, and would approach anyone they saw, but only young people dressed in the latest fashions. They ignored the elderly and children. A couple walking ahead of Tang Xiaonan was stopped by one of these vendors. Pretty lady, I'm not making any money here. How about this? Since you're so pretty, I'll sell them to you at a loss. How about 4 cassettes for 3 yuan? I'm really not making a profit here. It's not expensive, 1 yuan per cassette, 2 yuan 50 for 3. I've got Lu Wenjing and Su Xiaofeng too. They're the hottest hits over there right now. Hua Jinji slowed his pace. In just those 10 or so minutes, the man had sold about 10 cassettes. Although he didn't know the cost price, it certainly couldn't be too high, and since these were all self-recorded, the cost was even lower. These cassettes are selling pretty well, aren't they? Why don't we get some to sell back home? Tang Aijuan's eyes lit up. Hua Jinji disagreed. There's a market for them in Yangqing, but there won't be much of one in Yuecheng. How many people in Yuecheng can actually afford a tape player? Without one, they can't play the tapes, we won't make much money. Popular items like cassette tapes only have a market in big cities like Songqing and Yangzheng. They wouldn't work in small county towns like Yuecheng and Wucheng. He had already done market research. Only cloth, a daily necessity that everyone needs and that isn't expensive, offered significant business potential. End of chapter. Chapter 412, Biting Off More Than You Can Chew, Monthly Votes Plus. Tang Aijuan's excitement instantly turned to disappointment. He thought he'd discovered a huge business opportunity. Tang Xianwan patted him on the head. Third brother, you can't do 2 things at once. Selling cloth is enough. You can't bite off more than you can chew. Selling cloth was a lucrative business, and since everyone needed it, even the poorest families had to buy some. After all, no one could go out in public naked. Tang Xiaonan remembered watching a TV drama in her previous life. It seemed to be called The Great Dye House, a classic business war drama. The protagonist rose from a beggar to become the big boss of a dyeing factory, with orders counted in the hundreds of thousands of silver dollars. It might have been a bit exaggerated, but it clearly illustrated just how vast the business opportunities in the cloth trade were. She was also particularly struck by a line spoken by the male lead. Qin Liuzi, played by Ho Yong, frequently dined at a restaurant. On one occasion, the restaurant owner wanted to treat him to a free meal to thank him for his years of patronage, but Qin Liuzi refused, saying, "You restaurant owners don't make much money. As soon as I start up my machines, the money rolls and I make far more than you do in this business." Tang Xianwan can't recall the exact words, but that was the gist of it. That restaurant was the best in the whole city and certainly made a good profit, yet Qin Liuzi still looked down on it, which shows just how profitable his dyeing factory was. It really was true that as soon as the machines started running, money was rolling in by the minute. Back when Tang Xiaonan worked in foreign trade, the commodities she dealt with most were small goods, things like socks, pearl jewelry, cell phone charms, buttons, toothpicks, and so on, all very small everyday items with profit margins as low as a few li. Yet those business owners had become billionaires relying on just these meager profits. The business owners she dealt with were all hidden tycoons. They might not look like much, but their assets were incredibly substantial. Hu Jinji shot Tang Xiaonan a surprised glance. This chubby girl always managed to say something astonishing, showing more insight than many adults. Perhaps that fall on the mountain had truly been a divine revelation. Selling fabric is enough, don't overthink it, Hu Jinji added. He and old Master Qi had discussed it at length before settling on fabric as their product, and it would be their flagship item for the next 5 years. If he could become the largest fabric supplier in the southeast, the profits would be substantial. Once he'd accumulated more capital, he'd consider other products, such as various electrical appliances or even cars. The higher end the product, the greater the profit margin, and naturally, the more money he'd make. That skirt is actually quite pretty. Jinji, did you buy it? They returned to the guest house first. Tang Lijin had been waiting impatiently. If he hadn't been worried about the 2,000 yuan shipment, he would have gone out to look for them long ago. Seeing that Tang Xiaonan was safe and sound, Tang Lijin finally felt at ease, and when he noticed the pretty dress she was wearing, he couldn't help but smile. Call Uncle Air. No, crazy old man bought this for Xiaonan and all this too. It's fine. We'll call from the guest house later, just pay for it. Hu Jinji had come up with a plan. As they passed the post office, Tang Xiaonan cried out. They'd been gone for 2 days without even making a phone call. Tang Laifu and Su Jifeng must be frantic with worry. Have you guys eaten yet? How did the talks go? But the post office was already closed. Hu Jinji lifted his hand. It was full of clothes, and Tang Lijin chuckled. That's a lot. That crazy old man is pretty generous. Ma Xiangdong's booming voice reached them before he did. Seeing Tang Xiaonan dressed like a doll, he picked her up with delight. So pretty. That's exactly how a little girl should dress. It made him want to have a daughter again. He'd have to work hard on that when he got home. Uncle Ma, did you go to the mall? Hu Jinji asked. The daily update is complete. Please subscribe and vote for me. End of chapter. Chapter 413, Jacquard Towels. Ma Xiangdong nodded excitedly. I want to check them out. You really don't know until you see them. It's a real eye-opener. Just one little towel has so many different patterns. He'll show them to us. Just wait. With that, he turned and ran off, returning shortly afterward with a stack of towels in his arms. Take a look. Those are all the trendy patterns. The salesperson said that's exactly what they like in Hong Kong. We all know Hong Kong, right? That's a land of plenty where the streets are paved with gold. What they use there is pretty much the same as in foreign countries. I hope our factory can produce towels like those too. We'll definitely be able to break into the Asian market and take on the whole world. Ma Xiangdong spread the towels out on the bed, growing more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes sparkling. He had a deep attachment to the towel factory and had lived through its golden age. Back when he first joined the factory, the entire plant worked day and night. Though it was exhausting, everyone felt a sense of fulfillment. Back then, the factory's towels were quite popular for export to Southeast Asia, and it was a major taxpayer in the county. But in recent years, exports had dwindled to a pitiful level, and overseas sales were barely hanging on. Ma Xiangdong felt a deep sense of unease and truly wanted, from the bottom of his heart, to revive the factory. That's nice. Tang Xiaonan carefully examined the towels Ma Xiangdong had brought back. To her, they weren't particularly high-end or stylish. The fabric and patterns seemed outdated, but for that era, they were considered quite luxurious. Guangzhou was indeed the trendsetter of the time, after all, being so close to Hong Kong. P.S. Jacquard weaving refers to the technique of creating raised patterns by interlacing warp and weft threads. It's not limited to towels, it's also used in clothing, socks, and bedding. It's a common technique in the textile industry and was invented in China as early as the Eastern Han Dynasty. She also discovered several jacquard towels. Although the jacquard technique was invented in ancient times, jacquard looms were likely rare back then, and the technology wasn't yet fully developed. Tang Xiaonan recalled that the craft is now more advanced in Japan. She had to admit that Japan's textile industry has been far ahead of China's for many years, even though they clearly learned it from China in the first place. Tang Xiaonan picked up a jacquard towel and gave it a shake. In a few years, jacquard towels would become increasingly popular, while the market for printed towels would continue to decline. But as the saying goes, the wheel of fortune turns. Before she arrived, printed towels had come back into fashion. Buluo specializes in digitally printed towels, which are extremely popular among young people. There were quite a few printed towels, though the designs weren't particularly attractive. They included classic stripes, mandarin duck motifs, and floral and bird patterns, all quite festive. Ma Xiangdong must have bought every towel in the store. There were more than 10 of them. Since you can print any design you want simply by inputting the pattern directly into a computer, it's not as complicated as traditional printing. Traditional printing requires extensive prototyping, and the entire process is quite cumbersome, whereas digital printing is very simple, offers a wide variety of designs, and is especially popular among young people. But if Ma Xiangdong wants to revive the factory, he'll have to focus on developing jacquard towels. If he can come up with more designs, not only can he turn the business around, but he can also expand its scale. He also thinks those few pieces look nice. They seem a bit more upscale. Tang Lijin agreed wholeheartedly. Ma Xiangdong chuckled. We really do have a good eye. Those are the most expensive ones. The ordinary ones go for 1 yuan each, but those go for 0.98 yuan. That's half as much again. That big of a difference? They feel exactly the same to the touch. It's just the patterns that are different, Tang Lijin exclaimed in surprise. He picked up 2 towels and rubbed them together. The more he rubbed, the less he thought the more expensive ones were worth the price. It's not that the 4Jia5 ones are a better deal. They're all the same to use. It's not like clothes. You have to look good when you wear them. But with towels, it doesn't matter, Tang Lijin said. End of chapter. Chapter 414. There's never a shortage of rich people. If it were me, I'd buy the expensive ones, Hu Jinji said, picking up a jacquard towel. Are you crazy? It's twice as expensive. Tang Ijuan rolled her eyes. Only a fool would buy a towel that costs twice as much, as long as it wipes your face clean. That's all that matters. Tang Xiaonan shouted impatiently, I want this one, too. Tang Ijuan hurried to placate her. Xiaonan, don't be silly like him. Let's buy the cheap ones. We can use the money we saved to buy candy. That Hua guy can't even do simple math. One of those expensive towels could buy 2 of the cheap ones. No one's going to buy towels like this, Tang Lijin predicted. Ma Xiangdong smiled mysteriously. You're wrong this time. Quite a few people buy these towels. The sales clerk said they're really popular, lots of young people love them. Uncle Tang Lijin and his nephew were dumbfounded. Was Guangzhou turning into a factory for fools? Are those people out of their minds? What's the point of buying such a fancy face towel? We'd be better off buying meat to eat. Tang Ijuan muttered. He believed that nothing was as practical as food. Wearing gold and silver was no match for putting food in your stomach. This was what Su Jifeng had taught him since childhood, and it was the true meaning of life he'd learned over the past 11 years. Tang Xiaonan couldn't help but kick him and give him a fierce glare. All he ever thought about was eating, eating, eating. Ma Xiangdong was suddenly at a loss for words. He'd been so caught up in his excitement that he'd completely forgotten about this. As long as we can produce them, sales won't be a problem. But the real question is, can your factory actually make them? This jacquard weaving technique isn't simple, would Jinji cut to the heart of the matter. Haha, call it whatever you like. When you're out in the world, you don't sweat the small stuff. Little Hua, do you think my factory can produce towels like this? Ma Xiangdong laughed heartily and asked straight to the point. With insufficient initial capital at the moment, he could only make a small profit, but once he'd completed his initial accumulation, he'd be ready to really spread his wings. Ma Xiangdong's eyes sparkled with envy. His factory had once enjoyed such glory, but now it had gone under. Hu Jinji didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked, the salesperson said these towels are very popular in Hong Kong. You're right, Brother Hua, there's never a shortage of wealthy people, no matter when. Ma Xiangdong nodded repeatedly, growing increasingly impressed with Hu Jinji. Though young, his insight and discernment surpassed even those of an old hand like himself who'd traveled far and wide. Ordinary people who aren't well off certainly wouldn't buy such expensive towels, but there are many dual-income households in the city whose financial situations are quite good. Since they've already secured their basic needs, they naturally have higher standards for daily necessities. Expensive items will never fail to sell, because no matter when, there will always be a segment of the wealthy. Hu Jinji shared his perspective, which was also his future business goal. 90% of the world's wealth is held by 5% of the population. He intended to earn money from that 5% and eventually join their ranks. I wouldn't dare. Just call me Little Hua, Uncle Ma. Hu Jinji smiled. He had a very good impression of Ma Xiangdong. He was a warm-hearted man. That's right. That's exactly what the sales clerk said. They even export to that island nation. That towel factory works day and night. They can't keep up with demand. How can we produce new products without the technology? Then what do we do? Ma Xiangdong's spirits sank. His hopes had been dashed. Hu Jinji thought for a moment and said, there are 2 ways. Hurry up and tell me. As long as you help me solve this, I'll buy every single towel your company produces from now on. Ma Xiangdong was extremely eager. The 3 members of Tang Xunan's family were also looking at Hu Jinji, wanting to know what his solutions were. In fact, Tang Xiaonan had already thought of the most direct solution herself, but she wanted to hear what Hu Jinji had to say. End of chapter. Chapter 415, Poaching Talent. The first option is a bit slower. Send people to the large towel factory to learn the jacquard weaving technique, said Hu Jinji. Ma Xiangdong frowned slightly. Where would we go to learn? With new technologies like this, every company keeps them under wraps. It'll be tough. Then let's go with the second option, poach talent directly from the big factories. A flash of determination crossed Hu Jinji's eyes. He, too, favored the second approach. It was fast, decisive, and precise, with a short turnaround time and high returns. Although it wasn't exactly above board, doing business wasn't about being a knight in shining armor. As long as you could make money, the process didn't matter, only the result did. Those two master craftsmen naturally became the factory's prized assets, receiving the highest wages and benefits. Because the Hu family could print one-of-a-kind patterned fabrics, their orders multiplied. Even cloth merchants from north of the Yangtze River came to the Hu family to stock up, while the Qin family could only watch helplessly because they couldn't produce such prints. The Hu family had started earlier, so their technology was naturally more advanced, so the Qin family tried every trick in the book to poach talent from the Hu family. The incident that angered his grandfather the most occurred when the Hu family had mastered the nation's most advanced printing technology, using printing machines imported from Germany. His grandfather personally selected 2 master craftsmen to learn how to operate the machines from the Germans, and it took them a whole month to master the process. Wages and benefits at a large factory were certainly better than at a small one. Would anyone with technical skills be willing to leave? But old Master Chen wasn't one to be pushed around. Before long, he bought German machines of his own. However, his grandfather had long since made arrangements with the Germans, instructing them not to train the Qin family. Since the Germans and his grandfather were old friends, they naturally obeyed him. Hu Jinji chuckled softly. As long as the incentives are right, there's no talent that can't be poached. Tang Xiaonan smiled, her lips pressed together. She and Hu Jinji were on the same page. The best approach was to poach talent from the competition. No one in the world could resist temptation unless they were a robot. Old Master Chen had spent a fortune on a robot that ended up being nothing more than a display piece. Rumor had it he was so furious that he smashed quite a few things in the house and lost his appetite. His grandfather, however, had a hearty appetite. During that time, he even took on 2 new concubines. He was thriving in his love life and even more so in business. But her grandfather's joy didn't last long. He hadn't even had time to warm up to his new concubines yet. Old Master Chen poached one of his 2 prized masters, though he wasn't completely ruthless, leaving him one to keep. In less than a month, the northern floral fabric market had returned to the Qin family's control. His grandfather was so furious, he smashed everything in the house, but he had no choice but to accept reality and continue competing neck and neck with the Chens. Ma Xiangdong's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh hard. That's a great idea, but will they agree to go to a small factory? His father had once told him something. Although the Hua and Qin families had kept to their own spheres, one north of the Yangtze River, the other south, each making their own fortunes, they were actually competing behind the scenes. At the time, the Hu family had already offered those 2 master craftsmen quite generous terms, yet old Master Chen still managed to poach them away. His father had told him this story precisely to make him understand that there's no wall that can't be chipped away. It all depends on whether the temptation you offer is great enough. Ma Xiangdong had an epiphany, and his eyes lit up even more. I'll go back and discuss this with the factory director. Ideally, we should be able to poach a technician from that factory. He pointed to the jacquard towels on the bed. According to the sales clerk, this manufacturer currently offered the widest variety of towel designs and had highly sophisticated technology. It would be great if they could poach one of their technicians. Hu Jinji thought for a moment and said, a factory certainly has more than one technician. With so many people, there are bound to be differences in ability. You can ask around, there's bound to be a technician who's dissatisfied with the status quo. People like that are easier to tempt. End of chapter. Chapter 416, Shame. The technician who had been poached from the Hu family by the Qin family was paid slightly less than his hardworking colleague because he tended to be a bit lazy on the job. Over time, resentment began to build up inside him, and as soon as the Qin family made an offer, he immediately took the bait. His father had also taught him one thing: employee salaries and bonuses were top-secret company information, especially for those in key positions. They were absolutely forbidden from discussing wages privately, otherwise, it would lead to endless trouble. Every time Hu Jinji spoke, Ma Xiangdong nodded in agreement. He had come to genuinely respect this young man and no longer dared to treat Hu Jinji as a child. With such insight and maturity, Ma knew he wouldn't be able to catch up even if he lived another 40 years. Young man, how old are you this year? Ma Xiangdong couldn't help but ask. Brother Hua is 12, Tang Xiaonan interjected. Although she was once again stunned by Hua Jinji's business acumen, it didn't come as a complete surprise. After all, he was a future big shot. It was only natural for him to be so impressive. Ma Xiangdong blinked, suddenly feeling a bit ashamed. What had he been doing at 12? It seemed he'd been hanging out with a bunch of good-for-nothing friends every day, neglecting his studies and just wasting his time. He glanced again at the tall and burly Tang Aijuan. Although this kid wasn't as smart as Hua Jinji, it was still impressive that he'd managed to make a name for himself at such a young age. And then there was this chubby girl, articulate and well-spoken, with a clear and logical way of expressing herself. She was no ordinary child either. Kids these days are really something. Deeply moved, Ma Xiangdong felt a twinge of shame for 3 seconds, then gave Hua Jinji a hearty pat on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "Come on, I'm treating you tonight. Let's go for a big feast." "We can't always be eating at your expense. That wouldn't be right," Tang Lijin said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "If we were eating on the company's dime, I wouldn't have that kind of money, haha. Don't worry, eat up. If my factory can turn things around, I'd have no problem treating you to a feast every single day." Ma Xiangdong laughed heartily. "It's just one meal, no big deal. If it were managed properly, how could your factory be in such a half-dead state?" Hua Jinji retorted. The only words he wrote in the neatest handwriting were his full name, along with agree and disagree, his fluid, flowing script, honed from signing documents every day. As long as you can recruit some technicians and find a good manager, expanding the factory won't be difficult. Even without having visited Ma Xiangdong's towel factory, he could roughly guess its current state, a typical, big pot economy system. There were many similar small factories in Weqing, all in a situation much like the towel factory, barely hanging on by a thread, with everyone from top to bottom slacking off, counting down the days as they coasted through their work. Ma Xiangdong let out a few dry laughs and fell silent. He actually got along quite well with the current factory director, who looked out for him, but in all honesty, the director truly lacked management skills. He was a complete bumpkin who couldn't even read a single character. Hua Jinji's words made Ma Xiangdong's smile freeze, and he asked in confusion, "Are you saying the current factory director isn't managing things well?" The plant manager was a demobilized veteran who'd been resettled at home. Because of his past military merits, he'd been directly appointed as plant manager at the towel factory. In less than a decade on the job, he'd managed to run the factory into the ground, and he bore a great deal of responsibility for that. Hua Jinji understood immediately and cautioned, introducing new processes is only a stopgap measure. To address the root cause, we need thorough reform. Without a good manager, even the most advanced technology will be nothing more than a fleeting flash in the pan. Ma Xiangdong's expression turned serious. He took Hua Jinji's words to heart and knew they weren't just alarmist rhetoric. Managers were indeed crucial. But it's not up to me to decide who becomes the plant manager. That's decided by higher-ups. End of chapter. Chapter 417, Generous. Uncle Ma could be the factory director, Tang Xiaonan exclaimed, clapping her hands. "That's right. I think you'd be perfect as factory director, Brother Ma. Why don't we ask the higher-ups to appoint you?" Tang Lijin said with a smile. Ma Xiangdong waved his hands repeatedly. "I can't do it. I don't know anything about management. I'm good at buying supplies, but I don't have what it takes to run a factory." No, absolutely not." Hua Jinji smiled, but didn't respond. He'd already suggested the idea. The specifics of how it was carried out were none of his business. His friendship with Ma Xiangdong hadn't reached that level yet. The reason he'd offered the suggestion was simply to repay Ma Xiangdong for introducing him to crazy old man Tang Lijin, exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with Ma Xiangdong. As it grew darker outside, Ma Xiangdong said with a laugh, "Let's go grab a bite. I don't have anything planned for tonight, so let's have a few drinks, just the two of us." "Sounds good." Tang Lijin was in the mood too. He and Ma Xiangdong hit it off immediately, as if they were old friends who'd known each other for years. But when Tang Lijin caught a glimpse of the goods on the ground out of the corner of his eye, he hesitated. "I'd better not go out to eat. I need to keep an eye on the goods. 2,000 yuan, that's no small sum." After all, he was the only adult in the group, and the responsibility on his shoulders was immense. Tang Lijin dared not take it lightly. Ma Xiangdong looked down at the ground and asked with interest, "What kind of goods did you guys bring in? Can I take a look?" Tang Lijin turned to look at Hua Jinji. The goods weren't his, so he couldn't make the decision on his own. "How much are you selling this for?" Ma Xiangdong was a bit puzzled. Crazy old man never dealt in small-scale business. He always sold in bulk. Hua Jinji's stock was far too small. Why would crazy old man even agree to this? "It's all right here. There are also some radios." Hua Jinji pulled out a radio, pressed the play button, and tuned the frequency. Before long, music filled the room. Ma Xiangdong took it to play with, switching through a few channels. The reception was excellent. No worse than the big-name brands sold in department stores. It's free, I was going to give it to you anyway. If you don't mind, feel free to take it and use it. Of course I'll take it. If it weren't for Uncle Ma's introduction, we'd never have had the chance to meet crazy Grandpa. Hu Jinji agreed without hesitation. He untied a bag, revealing bright, brand-new fabric. Ma Xiangdong's eyes lit up. He bent down to run his fingers over the fabric and nodded. The fabric is really nice. Did you get all this from Crazy Old Man? Is that all there is? His father-in-law, however, wasn't very pleased. Though he didn't say so outright, he had grumbled about it to his wife a few times behind Hu Jinji's back. His wife also had her complaints, saying he was being unfair. Fed up with the nagging, Ma Xiangdong had planned to buy one here, and as it happened, Hu Jinji just happened to have one on hand. Ma Xiangdong wanted to buy one for his father-in-law. He'd just bought one for his own father a few days earlier. It had cost him 78 yuan on top of the industrial ration coupons, and his father was over the moon. He took the radio everywhere he went and told everyone it was a gift from his son. Hu Jinji generously shoved the radio into Ma Xiangdong's hands without batting an eye. Ma Xiangdong looked astonished and was deeply impressed. He really hadn't expected Hu Jinji to be so generous, giving away a radio just like that. Even at Crazy Old Man's place, where things were cheap, it would still cost a few dozen yuan. This kid was something else. He was destined for great things. That won't do. Even blood brothers settle accounts clearly, pay what's due. Ma Xiangdong had no intention of taking advantage of a kid. He could easily afford a few dozen yuan. Really, you don't have to. If it weren't for your help on this trip, Uncle Ma, my procurement wouldn't have gone so smoothly. You must take it. Tang Lijin chimed in to urge him as well, so Ma Xiangdong had no choice but to accept it, looking a bit embarrassed. However, he didn't ask any further questions, he knew the rules. End of chapter. Chapter 418, The Cat's Out of the Bag. How about this? I'll take a few of the kids out to dinner first, then buy some snacks to go with our drinks so we can have a drink together, Brother Tang. What do you think? Ma Xiangdong suggested, and Tang Lijin naturally had no objections. Once downstairs, Tang Xianwan insisted on making a phone call. Hu Jinji spoke briefly with the front desk and easily borrowed a phone. Tang Xianwan had initially worried that making a call would give away their location, but seeing the old-fashioned rotary dial phone, the kind without caller ID, she felt reassured. There was no way they could be traced. There were no phones at Mopin Mountain, so they could only call Tang Ligui's distillery. At this hour, Tang Ligui should still be at work. Tang Ijuan called the security guard, and sure enough, Tang Ligui hadn't left yet. He arrived shortly afterward. Hearing Tang Ijuan's voice, Tang Ligui smiled gently. Your uncle called earlier today. How's Xiaonan? Is she having fun in Yangcheng? It's a real foodie paradise over there. There's so much good food. Tang Ijuan was stunned and stammered. My uncle called? Yes, he called around lunchtime and asked me to let your parents know you're safe. You've got to take good care of the little one. Make sure to keep a close eye on her when you're out having fun. Tang Ligui admonished him in a gentle, soft-spoken tone. When he received Tang Lijin's call at noon and heard that he had actually taken his little niece to the south for a trip, Tang Ligui was completely taken aback. He was even more surprised that Tang Lifu and his wife had agreed to it. After all, they hadn't even trusted him to go to Wuching before. The old-fashioned phone didn't have very good sound insulation. You could hear it clearly if you were close enough. Tang Xianwan, standing nearby, caught snippets of the conversation. Just like Tang Ijuan, she thought, we're totally screwed. Her uncle was usually lazy as hell when it came to work and never took the initiative in anything, yet here he was, so eager to make this call, and talking so fast. He was definitely in for a spanking when he got home. Your second aunt is doing pretty well now. It's only an hour round trip by bike, so it won't take long. I'll swing by after work. Your parents must be worried. And Xiaonan, let me talk to her for a moment. Uncle, it's not safe to ride a bike at night. You should wait until daytime. Tang Ligui was deeply heartened. His nephew was truly becoming more and more sensible, and even knew how to look out for his aunt. However, ever since finding out she was pregnant, Shirlan's mood had been improving day by day, her appetite had improved significantly, and she was clearly in much better shape. Besides, since Shirlan was staying at her father-in-law's house and being carefully looked after by her mother-in-law, there really wasn't much for him to do. Second uncle, let's talk this over, okay? Don't bother reporting to work. You should stay home and take care of second aunt. We'll be back in a few days. Of course, it definitely wouldn't be her. Mom and Dad wouldn't have the heart to spank her. They'd definitely take all their anger out on third brother. Tang Xiaonan looked sympathetically at Tang Ijuan, who could only stare helplessly. His butt would be spanked until it split into at least 4 pieces, and his skin would be peeled right off, sigh. Tang Ijuan still wanted to try to salvage the situation. He hated Tang Lijin with a passion. Later, he'd make sure to add extra chili peppers to the vegetables he was bringing for his uncle. Tang Lijin couldn't stand even a hint of chili. It always gave him diarrhea. Tang Ijuan swallowed hard, his mind clearing slightly as he tried his best to persuade Tang Ligui. After all, he wanted to save his own butt too. Tang Ligui cut him off. We've got a flashlight, it's no big deal. Have Xiaonan answer the phone, I've got to get back to the workshop to work. Tang Ijuan was utterly dejected. There was no turning this around. He might as well just wait to get a beating when he got home. Thinking of the god-tier combined fighting power of Tang Laifu and Su Jifeng, a chill ran down Tang Ijuan's spine, and he suddenly felt an urge to run away and roam the world. Tang Xiaonan patted him gently on the back a few times. She planned to act cute and plead with Tang Ligui, asking her second uncle to help cover it up for a few days. Tang Ligui was always reasonable, surely he'd agree, right? But… End of chapter. Chapter 419, a butt split into 4 pieces. Ligui, the plant manager wants to see you. Hurry up. A voice called out from the other end of the line. Tang Xianwan had just picked up the phone and managed to say, second uncle, when Tang Ligui hurriedly replied, Xianwan, be a good girl and stay with your uncle and third brother. Have fun. Second uncle has to go now. Tang Ligui hung up after just one sentence. The receiver emitted a series of beeps. Tang Xiaonan blinked, and the look in her eyes as she looked at Tang Ijuan grew even more sympathetic. This was fate. Her third brother's bottom was as good as gone. Tang Ijuan didn't really care himself. He'd only been upset for a few minutes before quickly shaking it off. He even tried to reassure Tang Xiaonan, don't worry, third brother's got thick skin. It won't hurt. Didn't you guys tell your parents the truth? Hu Jinji sensed something was off. So they'd snuck out without a word? Tang Ijuan shot him a sidelong glance and retorted irritably, do you really think my parents would have let us go if we'd told them the truth? What did you tell them? Hu Jinji asked curiously. Tang Ijuan scratched his head and said smugly, I told them I was going to stay at Grandpa's for a few days. Simple as that. Hu Jinji looked at Tang Xiaonan. Did you say you were going to stay at Grandpa's too? You two didn't sneak out without telling your parents, did you? Ma Xiangdong caught on too, staring in astonishment at this audacious brother and sister. His own 2 sons were about the same age, though they were both mischievous little rascals, but they wouldn't have had the nerve to pull something like this. These 2 really had some guts. Doesn't your uncle know? Ma Xiangdong asked again. You 2 are way too bold. No wonder your parents are upset. Go home and apologize properly. From now on, if you want to go anywhere, just tell them clearly, don't sneak out like this again. You'll worry your parents. Tang Ijuan shook her head. My uncle thought my parents knew. Tang Xiaonan shook her head and confessed honestly, I told them uncle and brother Hua were taking us to Songqing for a few days. Hu Jinji gave her a good-natured tap on the head. So you think you're in the right, huh? Once Uncle Jean gets back, Uncle Laifu is definitely going to give him a good scolding. Hu Jinji couldn't help but laugh through gritted teeth. These kids were so bold they'd think they could fly to the moon. He should have seen this coming. There was no way Tang Laifu and his wife would agree to let little Tang come to a place like this. They'd even been reluctant to let him go to Wuqing. When the time came, she'd just stand in front of Tang Ijuan and Tang Lijin. If they wanted to teach them a lesson, they'd have to teach her one first. After all, she was Tang Xiaonan, a woman of honor. As he spoke, his anger flared up again, and he muttered resentfully, if my uncle hadn't let it slip, my parents definitely wouldn't have found out. And then there was Tang Ijuan, that clumsy oaf. He'd probably be in even worse shape than Tang Lijin. Hu Jinji cast a sympathetic glance at the guy's backside, though deep down, she was actually looking forward to it. Tang Ijuan sniffed back a tear, touched by the gesture. His little sister really was the best to him. Tang Xianwan nodded in agreement. That was certainly true. Tang Xianwan puffed out her chest and promised, I'll protect uncle and third brother. Ma Xiangdong gave them a heartfelt lecture. In truth, he understood these 2 kids quite well. After all, when he was a kid, he'd often sneak out to play too, only to be pinned down and spanked by his parents when he got home. Now that he was a father himself, he finally understood how his parents must have felt back then. A mother worries even when her child is 1,000 li away. Yongqing is more than 1,000 li away from Yueqing. Their parents must be frantic with worry. Tang Xiaonan nodded obediently. She would definitely have to comfort her parents when she got back. She had indeed done wrong this time, but she'd just been so desperate to get out. Ma Xiangdong took them to a nearby restaurant and ordered a large spread of dishes. Tang Ijuan ate with great relish, completely unfazed. Since he couldn't escape a beating when he got home, he might as well eat his fill. Uncle Ma, what kind of person is crazy old man? Hu Jinji asked. End of chapter. Chapter 420, surprisingly similar tastes. Ma Xiangdong thought for a moment, then said honestly, actually, this is my first time dealing with crazy old man today. I've only heard about him from others before, so I don't really know much. Anyway, just make sure you don't cross him. By the way, how did your talk go today? It seems crazy old man really likes you, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken on a small job like yours. Ma Xiangdong asked. Hu Jinji didn't beat around the bush. It went okay. Crazy Grandpa's a man of honor. That's good to hear. I've heard that the scar on Crazy Grandpa's face is from saving a brother. He almost lost his eye in the process, and at the time, he had a lover rumored to be even more beautiful than Shishir, but she ended up marrying someone else. Crazy old man's arch-rival, all because of that scar. Ma Xiangdong lowered his voice as he shared the gossip he'd heard. Tang Xiaonan understood immediately. No wonder Crazy Old Man was so sensitive about that scar, it really was a broken heart. If that woman had really left just because of the scar, that would be rather shallow. Crazy Old Man probably wouldn't have been happy marrying someone like that anyway. A woman who only cares about looks, let her go. Bringing her into the family would surely be a source of trouble, Tang Aijuan said with a look of disdain. Ma Xiangdong laughed. You're right about that. You marry for virtue, not looks. What good is beauty anyway? Once the lights are out, we're all the same. Exactly. A woman's got to be sturdy and able to work, someone like my mom. Like. Ma Xiangdong smiled broadly. No rush. Take your time eating, we've got the whole night. Hu Jinji shot him a scornful glare, though he wasn't really angry. He knew this clumsy oaf didn't mean any harm, and his eyesight really wasn't that great. He was just waiting to see what kind of woman Tang Aijuan would end up marrying, probably someone similar to Su Jifeng, or maybe even feistier. Ma Xiangdong and Tang Aijuan had surprisingly similar tastes in women and hit it off immediately. Judging by Ma Xiangdong's tone, he seemed rather regretful. Ma Xiangdong was thinking about having a daughter again. His wife's excellent genes shouldn't go to waste. He'd try for one as soon as he got home. Otherwise, with family planning policies getting stricter and stricter, he might not even be able to have another child if he wanted to. If I had a daughter, she'd definitely be as capable as her mom. My wife operates a CNC lathe. She's trained several groups of apprentices and is the best technician in the workshop. Tang Lijin picked up another piece of dried tofu with his chopsticks. He'd only chewed it a few times when his expression suddenly froze, his eyes reddening. It took him a great deal of effort to swallow the rice. The spice had left him speechless. After a hearty meal, Ma Xiangdong asked the restaurant to prepare a few more side dishes: stir-fried peanuts, spicy crab, steamed fish, and stir-fried celery with dried tofu. The peanuts and crab were meant to go with the alcohol, while the fish and dried tofu were for Tang Lijin to eat with his rice. Tang Aijuan scooped up a few spoonfuls of chili oil and poured it all over the dried tofu. Ma Xiangdong didn't think much of it. He just assumed Tang Lijin loved spicy food. Tang Lijin, whose stomach was growling with hunger, had finally waited for them to return. Before the dishes were even set out, he began wolfing down his food. He took a bite of fish and nodded repeatedly. This fish is really fresh. Brother Ma, wait for me. I'll join you for a drink after I finish eating. Tang Aijuan suddenly stopped, shot Hu Jinji a disgruntled glance, then lowered his head to eat his food. He'd almost brought up Suanru as an example again. Whoa, water. Tang Lijin's mind was completely fogged by the spice. Even though the water glass was right next to his plate, he hadn't noticed it at all. Hu Jinji handed him the glass. Only after downing more than half of it did Tang Lijin start to feel a little better, though tears were still streaming down his face. You can't handle spicy food? What about AI Jun? Ma Xiangdong couldn't figure it out and looked at Tang Aijuan in confusion. As soon as Tang Lijin heard this, he understood immediately and glared angrily at his nephew, that black-hearted little bastard. End of chapter. Chapter 421, Searching for News of My Father. Who told you to call second uncle and say we were in Yangcheng? When I get home, my butt's going to be a bloody mess. So, what if you ate a little chili? Tang Aijuan shouted defiantly. Ma Xiangdong glanced at Tang Lijin, whose face was a mess of tears and snot, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He gave up on trying to reason with them, instead munching on peanuts and sipping his liquor as he watched this pair of uncle and nephew, who both loved and fought each other. Tang Lijin's tongue was so numb from the spice that he spoke with a slur, stammering, if I'd known you were lying to big brother and big sister, would I have brought you out here, you little bastard? When we get back, your butt's gonna be a bloody mess, but mine won't be. Whoa, this is killing me with spice. I'll beat the crap out of you, you little brat. Would I have been able to get out of here if I hadn't lied to you? You're so slow on the uptake. You stay right there. I won't. Go ahead and hit me if you dare. The uncle and nephew chased each other around the room for quite a while. In the end, Tang Lijin hadn't even come close to touching the hem of Tang Aijuan's shirt, yet he was left panting and drenched in sweat. It was Ma Xiangdong who finally talked them down. Tang Lijin took the opportunity to back off, shot Tang Aijuan a fierce glare, then sat down to drink with Ma Xiangdong. Both Ma Xiongdong and Tang Lijin were in high spirits, and as they say, when drinking with a kindred spirit, 1,000 cups are never enough. They polished off 2 bottles of baijiu. Ma Xiongdong, accustomed to alcohol, was only slightly tipsy, but Tang Lijin was completely sloshed. He could barely make out a word, and within moments of lying down on the bed, he was already snoring. Who? Ma Xiongdong was staggering a bit as he walked, so Hu Jinji steadied him and escorted him back to his room. He also had a favor to ask of Ma Xiongdong. My father. His name is Hu Xiu. He's about your age. I'm not sure exactly where he lives, but he definitely hasn't left Z province. Back in his room, Ma Xiongdong splashed cold water on his face, which helped clear his head considerably. He smiled and waved at Hu Jinji. Go back to sleep. Hu Jinji nodded. We lost touch 4 years ago. I heard news about him today from crazy old man, so I'd like to ask Uncle Ma to help look for him. If you have any news, just send a telegram. The address is. Don't worry. I have friends all over the country. I should be able to track him down. Just stay home and wait for my good news. Ma Xiongdong patted Hu Jinji on the shoulder. It really was tough on the kid. Hu Jinji briefly described his father's physical appearance and shared the most important piece of information. My father must be running a pretty big business. He's managed to get quite a bit of merchandise from crazy old man, cloth, radios, and even TVs and tape recorders. Ma Xiongdong looked surprised, but didn't agree right away. Hu Jinji wrote down the address of Mawan Mountain for Ma Xiongdong. Uncle Ma, I'd like to ask for your help in finding someone, Hu Jinji said bluntly. I've had a really great time today. I'm heading back now. You guys should get some rest early too. Tomorrow, go explore the city a bit. It's a rare trip after all. He had even more admiration for Hu Jinji. Having lost his father's care 4 years ago, a child of only 7 or 8 could take such good care of himself and his mother. He was so capable. His own 2 good-for-nothing sons couldn't hold a candle to him. Were you and your father separated? Sure, I'll have someone look into it. As long as your father hasn't left the province, we'll definitely find him. How should I contact you when I have news? Ma Xiongdong agreed readily. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Hu Jinji bowed sincerely. He kept a close record of everyone who had ever helped him and was determined to repay them in the future. Don't thank me, get up. Ma Xiongdong helped Hu Jinji to his feet, feeling deeply moved. This boy didn't seem like a child at all. He was so capable it tugged at his heartstrings. If only he had a son as sensible as this. End of chapter. Chapter 422, Real Cola, Monthly Votes Plus. The next day, Ma Xiongdong had some business to attend to. He recommended a few tourist attractions and asked Tang Lijin to keep an eye on things at the guest house. Hu Jinji and Tang Ijuan took Tang Xianwan out to explore. They brought a camera along and took plenty of photos. Tang Xianwan would have liked to explore a bit longer, but she got sleepy around noon. She fell asleep resting her head on Tang Ijuan's back during lunch, so they headed back to the guest house, where they ran into Wei, who had been sent there on a mission. Big Brother said he wants Xianwan to join him for dinner. Wei looked at the chubby little girl snoring away with a troubled expression. How are they supposed to eat like this? Xianwan's asleep, Tang Ijuan protested. He didn't trust that bandit one bit. Hu Jinji said tactfully, I'll bring Xiaonan to see crazy old man tomorrow. It's definitely not going to happen today. All right, I'll be there right on time at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Wei was easygoing. He hopped on his bike and rode off. Tang Ijuan grumbled unhappily. Why do we have to take Xiaonan to that bandit's place? We'll just go back tomorrow. The bandit won't even be able to find us. Are we going to keep doing business in the future? Tomorrow morning, I've already bought the tickets, Hu Jinji replied. Tang Ijuan hooked his finger on the pull tab but didn't know how to apply the right amount of force. He yanked hard, but it didn't open. Gritting his teeth, he yanked again and snapped it off. Hu Jinji retorted that if they offended crazy old man, they'd never be able to come back to Yangqing again. Besides, crazy old man seemed to have a soft spot for Tang Xiaobang. He'd been treating him to meals and buying him things, so going out for a meal wouldn't be such a big deal. This soda tastes great. Xiaonan, where'd you get it? Tang Ijuan was thrilled. He loved soda more than anything. Tang Ijuan leaned in curiously, and as soon as he heard it was time to open it, he snatched the Coke away. I'll open it. Tang Xianwan picked up a can of Coke, handed it to Hu Jinji, and pointed to the pull tab. Brother Hua, open it. I'll have someone drive you to the bus tomorrow. He'd had it when he was very young, but he couldn't remember what it tasted like anymore. Coca-Cola, just like soda, is what Westerners drink, Hu Jinji replied, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. After Wei left, Tang Ijuan asked. It was his first time seeing a pull-tab can. It was bright red and made of tin. It didn't look like a malted milk powder can at all. Those were much bigger than this. The next day at noon, Wei arrived right on time. Hu Jinji had intended to tag along, but Wei wouldn't let him. The boss just wants to have lunch with the little girl. I'll bring her back after we're done. When are you guys heading back? But even after holding it in his hands for a while, Tang Aijuan still couldn't figure out how to open it. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he muttered, maybe we should use a knife to pry it open. Thanks, Uncle Wei. Hu Jinji breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed crazy old man simply wanted to have a meal with little Fat Tang. Little Fat Tang had indeed been quite endearing lately, so it wasn't surprising that he'd caught crazy old man's eye. He remembered his father had simply pulled the ring, and it had popped open with a hissing sound and bubbles, but since he'd never actually done it himself, he wasn't much better at it than Tang Aijuan. Hu Jinji said exasperatedly, it's already open. Can't you see the tab? What's this? Medicine. My uncle gave it to me. After lunch, Wei indeed brought Tang Xiaonan back, along with 2 cans of Coke. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the pull tab in Tang Aijuan's hand, then glanced at the Coke cans, none of them saying a word. Tang Aijuan gave an awkward smile. This thing really can't take much pulling, it snapped the moment I gave it a gentle tug. How are we supposed to open it if it's broken? Tang Lijian scratched his head. He wanted to drink some of that foreign soda too. Hu Jinji pulled out his pocket knife. They'd have to pry it open with the blade. The 3 of them gathered around the Coke, tapping here and prying there, working up a sweat. Tang Xiaonan sat on the sidelines watching the commotion. Drinking this Coke was more of a spectacle than a pig slaughter, truly Coke. The 10,000 word update is complete. I sincerely beg for your subscriptions and monthly votes. The author really needs the motivation. Kisses. End of chapter. Chapter 423. Who is the woman? After exerting every ounce of strength, he finally managed to open it. Hearing the familiar hissing sound, Hu Jinji couldn't help but swallow hard. Tang Aijuan couldn't wait to pour a small glass and hand it to Tang Xianwan. I've had enough to drink. Tang Xianwan refused. She had brought it back specifically for her 3rd brother and the others to try. Then I'll have some. What does this foreign soda taste like? Tang Aijuan gulped down a big mouthful but hesitated to swallow it right away. He held it in his mouth for a long time, his brow furrowed tightly as if he were drinking medicine. Tang Xiaonan giggled. Anyone trying Coke for the first time probably makes that face, but once they try it, they'll fall in love with it. This is happy couch potato juice, almost everyone loves it. What does it taste like? Is it good? Tang Lijian asked hopefully. Tang Aijuan swallowed with difficulty. Foreign stuff was bound to be expensive, he couldn't waste it, even though he really wanted to throw up. I can't describe it. You try it. Tang Aijuan handed the cup to Tang Lijian, his expression hard to describe. With his limited vocabulary, he really couldn't describe the taste of this foreign soda, better to let his uncle try it for himself. As a grown man, how could he let a kid treat him? It would be so embarrassing. Besides, once he sold all the fabric, he'd have money, he could certainly afford a cup of coffee. When that time came, he was definitely going to go to Songqing and really show off. Who knows, with a little luck, he might even find love. Hu Jinji smiled and shared a can of Coke with Tang Aijuan. The familiar taste strengthened his resolve to find his father. He didn't know why his father hadn't come to find him and his mother. Could it be because of that woman? Have you ever had coffee, Uncle Lijian? Hu Jinji asked. What kind of foreign stuff is that? It stings your nose. Orange juice is way better, only a Jiawa bottle. This can alone could buy dozens of them. Tang Lijian eyed the Coke with distaste. He really couldn't bring himself to like it. The taste was just too weird. It's really expensive. Uncle said it can cost several yuan. Tang Xiaonan squealed, finding it hilarious. Tang Lijian took a gulp as well, his eyebrows immediately knitting together into a straight line. His first instinct was to spit it out, but Tang Aijuan stopped him. This stuff is expensive. It's gross. Coffee's way better. Once your uncle here finds the right girl, I'll take your auntie out for coffee. Now that's a classy treat. Tang Lijian said dreamily. His motivation to work hard was to take a city girl out for coffee. That was even more expensive, so he had to work hard to earn the money. Tang Lijian's eyes lit up, but he waved his hand. I'll pay for it myself. You don't have to treat me. His heart sank. He had a bad feeling. A woman had appeared close to his father. Crazy uncle even thought she was his mother. It was very likely that this woman had already taken his mother's place. He had to get to the bottom of this. Tang Lijian's face fell, and he swallowed the drink without hesitation. A measly bit of soda cost several yuan. It was a ripoff. No matter how awful it tasted, he had to drink it. Tang Lijian shook his head. That stuff's only available in Songqing, and it's ridiculously expensive. I've never had it, but I've heard it's pretty good. Rich people drink it, it's classy. Hu Jinji couldn't help but laugh. Once we sell all this fabric, I'll treat Uncle Lijian to some coffee. Tang Aijuan licked his lips, still wanting more. Now that I think about it, it actually tastes pretty good. It made me a little lightheaded at first, but now it's actually pretty tasty. This Coke really tastes great. The more I drink, the better it gets. Burp. As soon as the can of Coke was empty, Tang Aijuan burped a few times, glanced at the remaining can, and tucked it into his bag. I'll save this one for Xianwan. He couldn't be greedy about things his little sister liked to eat. Tang Xianwan smiled, pursing her lips. She'd take this remaining can home for Tang Laifu and the others to try. It didn't matter if she had one less can to drink. Once she earned some money, she could have as much as she wanted every day. End of chapter. Chapter 424, Returning to U City. They were set to return to Yueching the next day. The return ticket Hu Jinji had bought was for a stop at Yueching, so they could drop off the goods directly in the city instead of taking them back to Mopin Mountain. The return train was scheduled for 9:30 a.m. The guest house where they were staying wasn't too far from the train station, but they still had to take a bus, and they certainly wouldn't be allowed to board with several large bags of goods in tow. Uncle Wei said yesterday that he'd have someone deliver them. Is that really true? Tang Aijuan muttered. He just tried carrying one bag. It was a real struggle. The cloth was heavy and dense. He and his uncle could manage one bag at most, but Hu Jinji, with his slight build, probably couldn't even carry one. Plus, he'd have to carry the little girl on his back. It'd be a bit of a hassle if no one came to help. Wait a minute. It's no big deal if they don't deliver. We'll just go to the alley across the street and find someone to do it. We'll just pay them. Hu Jinji checked the time. It was only 8 o'clock. He'd wait another half hour. If no one showed up, he'd go across the street to find someone. He'd already checked yesterday. There were several cart drivers in the alley across the way. For just 1 yuan, they'd take them to the train station and even help load their luggage onto the train. Why aren't you guys leaving yet? Hurry up, don't miss your train. Ma Xiangdong had come over. He wasn't heading back just yet. He still had some unfinished business, but he'd set aside the entire morning specifically to take them to the train station. Did you call for the handcart yet? Uncle Wei said he'd send someone to pick us up. I'll just wait a bit, said Hu Jinji. Ma Xiangdong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he muttered, Do you guys have some kind of connection with Crazy Old Man? I've never heard of him taking such good care of customers before. No matter how big the order, once the money's paid and the goods delivered, he's done with you, unless you pay extra for a private rail car. Hu Jinji was at a loss for words, shaking his head. I'm too slow on the uptake for Crazy Old Man to even notice me. Besides, I have my own parents. I could never be someone else's son. Crazy Old Man just took pity on me because I'm young and gave me a hand. He was convinced there was a special relationship between Hu Jinji and Crazy Old Man, but he didn't want to know any more about it. Some things were better left unknown, especially when it came to big shots in the underworld. The more you knew, the faster you'd die. He knew the rules. Ma Xiangdong asked in confusion, Which one is Uncle Wei? Ma Xiangdong gave a few dry laughs, his eyes darting about, while inwardly he scoffed. Pity. That word would absolutely never apply to Crazy Old Man. Rumor had it that Crazy Old Man had quite a bit of blood on his hands. How could a boss who killed without batting an eye possibly have a heart full of pity? Ma Xiangdong nodded, half convinced. Maybe that's true. I've heard Crazy Grandpa doesn't have any kids, and lots of people want to be his son, but he hasn't taken a liking to a single one of them. 2 burly middle-aged men appeared at the doorway, holding thick hemp ropes. The men weren't very tall, with dark, glossy skin and tattered clothes. They were clearly day laborers. Suddenly, Ma Xiangdong's eyes lit up. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Could it be that Crazy Old Man wants you to be his son? Hu Jinji smiled. He's probably just being considerate since I'm young. Brother Wei sent us over. Shall we go now? Crazy Old Man's men. Let's go now. Thanks for your help, uncles. Hu Jinji felt a surge of quiet joy as he motioned for the 2 men to come inside. The heavy burlap sacks were lifted with ease by the 2 men, one carrying 2 sacks, the other 3, which they tied securely with rope. Their backs bent nearly 90 degrees, like a tree that had been crushed, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Tang Xiaonan felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help but say, You could make 2 trips. The man carrying 3 sacks didn't say a word. He had already moved ahead. The laborer behind him, carrying 2 sacks, caught his breath and said with a smile, We're in a hurry. End of chapter. Chapter 425, Tang Aijuan's Grand Ambitions. After saying this, the man quickened his pace and followed his companion into the east building. Tang Xianwan felt a heavy weight in her heart. She knew all too well that pity for the working class at the bottom of society was useless, and besides, they didn't need pity. What they needed was work. The more work, the better, so they could earn more money to support their families. But seeing that scene, Tang Xiaonan couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. In her previous life, when she had just started working and was short on money, she rented a place in an urban village and used propane tanks for cooking. Whenever they ran out, she had to call someone to deliver a new one. She didn't live on the 5th floor, but once, the man who delivered the propane was an elderly gentleman with a head full of red hair. He was already 70 years old, heaving and panting as he hauled the gas cylinder up the stairs. Tang Xiaonan's heart was in her throat. terrified that the old man might slip and fall. She also felt deeply sorry for him. At an age when he should have been enjoying a peaceful retirement, he was still out there working hard to earn a living. But aside from tipping him an extra 20 yuan, there was nothing else she could do. Moreover, she never called that old man again to have him deliver gas. She was afraid something might actually happen. First, her conscience wouldn't let her, and second, she couldn't afford to pay for the damages. That's why Tang Xiaonan always looked down on herself. On the one hand, she sympathized with the vulnerable, but on the other, she was as timid as a mouse, always shying away from trouble. Ultimately, it wasn't that she was too weak, she simply lacked the confidence to help those at the bottom of society. In that past life, she'd been fortunate enough to be born at the right time. She would have worked hard to earn as much money as possible, not only to live well herself, but also to help others. He absolutely had to get into Imperial Capital University. He wouldn't lose to that Hua guy. They were both just heads on necks. What gave him the right to think he couldn't get in? Once third brother gets into Imperial Capital University, Huang Yumei and Huang Xiaoma will definitely be green with envy. Tang Xiaonan stoked the fire with all her might, unable to contain her anger. Even if Tang Aijuan didn't get into Imperial Capital University, it wouldn't matter. Getting into an ordinary university would be enough. Back then, a college degree was worth its weight in gold. Tang Xiaonan nodded. She understood what Hu Jinji meant, and she knew he was wrong. She was just feeling a bit sentimental. Third brother, I'm not asking to study hard. I just want to go carry bags like uncle and the others. Tang Xianan's tone was very serious. Tang Aijuan's eyes sparkled, and he spoke with great confidence. Absolutely. That's their line of work, Hu Jinji interjected from the side. That chubby girl was far too soft-hearted. There were countless pitiful people in this world, and those even more wretched than those two laborers were a dime a dozen. Tang Aijuan froze for a moment, then immediately lifted her head, pounded her chest, and shouted, he's aiming to get into the Imperial Capital University. Xiaonan, I'll be waiting. In the book, Tang Aijuan didn't end up hauling sacks, but his older brother, Tang Aihua, did exactly that kind of work. With no diploma or skills, he started out riding a tricycle at the department store market. The money he earned was barely enough to cover his drinking, and he lived a life of utter destitution. Take him back then, for example, he was just like Grandpa Chi. One moment he'd be here, the next he'd be there, with no idea where he was. Suffering from hunger and cold was one thing, but he also had to endure insults and beatings. Back then, whoever took pity on them? Life was hard for everyone back then. He had no extra compassion to spare for them, nor did he need their pity. Once he got back, he'd burn the midnight oil, studying late into the night, aiming to pass every subject on his final exams so he could finally tuck into Grandpa Lu's poor cock. Tang Lijian and Hu Jinji each carried a radio and their luggage, along with quite a few local specialties, while Tang Aijuan carried Tang Xiaonan on his back. Together, they headed toward the east building. The two men had already loaded the goods, tied them securely with hemp rope, and were waiting for them. Master, we'd like to help load them onto the truck. Please charge us extra for the labor, Tang Lijian said politely. No need to pay for labor, we're doing this for Brother Wei, the two men replied, waving their hands dismissively. End of chapter. Chapter 426, Too Soft-Hearted. Tang Lijian was about to say something else, but Hu Jinji gave him a subtle nod, so he held his tongue. He loaded his luggage and the radio onto the handcart. The two cart drivers pulled it at breakneck speed yet with remarkable steadiness. They reached the train station in just half an hour, before ticket inspection had even begun. The two drivers accompanied them while they waited for the train, though they were rather quiet. Tang Lijian bought a few meat buns for them, 3 for each, but they ate only one and put the rest away to take home for their children. When it was finally time to board, Hu Jinji bought platform tickets for the two drivers so they could accompany them inside the station. With the driver's help, the 5 large bags were loaded onto the train with ease. They even stacked the bags under the berths for them, showing great thoughtfulness. All set. The two porters smiled good-naturedly and prepared to leave. Hu Jinji took out 3 yuan and tried to slip it into their hands, but they refused it and quickly ran off the train. Hu Jinji pushed open the window. When the two porters walked over, he called out to them and rolled the 3 yuan into a ball, tossing it down right at their feet. He had his own principles. He was always generous toward the weak, especially genuinely honest people. He didn't mind taking a small loss. But if anyone tried to bully him, he would never take it lying down. If he couldn't handle it openly, he'd deal with it covertly. Hu Jinji smiled at the two porters, then rolled up the car window. The porters looked both delighted and apprehensive. They didn't dare take the money and decided to go back and let Brother Away decide what to do. Back in the day, the windows on the old green-painted trains could be opened, and many people who hadn't bought tickets would climb in through them. The two drivers were honest men. They took the 3 yuan back to report to their boss. When Wei heard their story, he smiled and said, "Split it evenly between yourselves." "Thank you, Brother Wei." The two delivery men were overjoyed. Delivering goods for someone usually only earned them 1 yuan, but Brother Wei's friend was so generous, giving them an extra 50 fin, which was enough to buy 2 jean and a half of rice. He got on the cart and even gave the driver 3 yuan. That kid sure is generous. Wei downed his tea in one gulp, his tone full of admiration for Hu Jinji. The boy handled things flawlessly, more dependable than any adult. He'd instructed the two porters to split the task of carrying Tang Xianwan between them and had emphasized the need to treat her with compassion. After the porters returned, they reported everything in detail, so Wei was fully in the know. After the two men left, Wei went upstairs to report to Crazy Old Man. Crazy Old Man was brewing gongfu tea by himself. He poured a cup for Wei. "Are they gone? If that chubby girl were ruthless, even you, boss, wouldn't have approved of her. I think she's just fine. Why should a young lady be so ruthless? It's the men who lack ability who can't protect the women in their families." Wei had a different take on things. Crazy Grandpa chuckled and asked, "What about that chubby girl?" "Boss, if you really like her, why didn't you keep her around?" Wei was puzzled. With the boss's capabilities, keeping that chubby girl around would be a piece of cake. Besides, it's just like a married couple. You miss each other terribly when you only see each other once in a while, but seeing each other every day gets tiresome. If he ever gets bored later on, he can just send someone to fetch her. Crazy Grandpa sipped his tea leisurely and shook his head. That chubby girl has a mom and dad. It'd be no fun keeping her around. Wei chuckled. That chubby girl has a soft heart. Crazy Old Man couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "You're right this time." "Oh my, that chubby girl is quite interesting. That little girl's heart is too soft. She'll get taken advantage of in the future." Crazy Old Man shook his head, not quite in agreement. This was a dog-eat-dog world. Without a ruthless heart, one couldn't get things done. "Boss, I think you should just have a kid of your own. How about I set something up for you tonight?" Wei hadn't given up yet. He'd already scouted out more than 10 women with big butts. As long as the boss gave the go-ahead, he could arrange for all of them at once. Crazy Grandpa rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Save them for yourself. Come on, let's go." It was driving him crazy. The women this kid had lined up, in a word, they were all brutish. Just looking at them killed his interest. Forget about having a daughter. End of chapter. Chapter 427. The Tang family, burning with anxiety. It was dark, but Tang Xianwan couldn't fall asleep. She'd slept too long during the day, so now she couldn't sleep at night. They'd reach Weqing by tomorrow evening, so it looked like they'd have to spend another night there. Tang Ijuan was carefree as he ate tea, eggs and meat buns. When he saw Tang Xiaonan was awake, he handed her a meat bun and said with a grin, "Hungry." Tang Xiaonan shook her head. After sleeping all day, she had no appetite at all, and besides, she was worried, terribly worried. "Third brother, will Dad beat you when we get back?" Tang Ijuan, who had been chewing heartily, paused for a moment. He felt a twinge of unease, but quickly shrugged it off. "So what if he beats me?" It wasn't like he hadn't been beaten before. He was tough as nails and wasn't afraid. After all, his old man couldn't actually beat him to death. "I'll protect third brother when the time comes," Tang Xianwan reassured him. "No need. Xianwan, you stay far away." Tang Ijuan wasn't really afraid of getting beaten himself. He was worried his little sister might get caught in the crossfire. His old man had no sense of restraint when he lashed out. What if he accidentally hit her? It was better for her to stay far away. In contrast to Tang Ijuan's carefree attitude, the Tang family in Mopen Mountain had lost their appetite. Even meat tasted bland. Ever since Tang Ligui returned to report that he was safe, the whole family had been consumed by worry. "That little bastard, the third son, I'll beat him to a pulp when he gets back." Su Jifeng cursed through gritted teeth, her eyes ringed with dark circles. She hadn't slept a wink for 2 nights, worried that something might have happened to her precious daughter. "That little rascal is as sly as a fox, she'd never say a word. Just the other day, she was sweet-talking me, saying she was going to Songqing with Hu Jinji to have fun. That brat deserves a good beating when she gets back. She's so bold she thinks she owns the world." Su Jifeng was both furious and frantic. She wasn't worried about anything else, only that her daughter had been abducted by kidnappers. Every day felt like an eternity, and she had no energy left to work. "I think you're the ones who are stupid. You believe everything the kid says and handed Xiaonan over without even asking for details, and to such a far-off place, too. What if Xiaonan?" Tang Laifu also had dark circles under his eyes, and his face was sallow. If Yongcheng weren't so far away and so vast, he would have gone looking for her himself. Tang Baishan replied calmly, "With the Hu family's child and Lai Jin there, nothing bad will happen. It's good for the child to go out and see the world. She can't just stay cooped up in Mopen Mountain her whole life." Don't mention this to anyone. If anyone asks, just say she went to Songqing to have fun. I think there's also that kid from the Hua family. What are they doing in Guangzhou? Yuxiang, do you know? Tang Lifeng asked her daughter. Zhang Manhwa didn't dare say anything more, worried that something might really happen to her granddaughter. Tang Lifeng said, with Lai Jin tagging along, Xiao Nan will be fine. Chai Yuxiang, who was busy washing dishes, shook her head. I don't know. The little one didn't tell me. Are you sure nothing will happen? Zhang Manhwa wasn't entirely convinced, but since Tang Baishan had said so, she felt a little more at ease. Can that good-for-nothing Lai Jin be trusted? When he gets back, I'll beat him to a pulp. Zhang Manhwa grew even more furious. When he returned this time, she was absolutely going to break her youngest son's legs, and if she didn't, she'd take the surname of a turtle. If something really had happened, how could he have called Lai Gui? Lai Gui said they're fine and will be back in a few days. What's there to worry about? The kids are grown up now and know what they're doing, that's a good thing. You're just being overly anxious. Tang Baishan really wasn't worried. If the kids could make it safely to Yangcheng, they'd naturally make it back safely too. His youngest son might not be the most reliable, but Hu Jinji was dependable, so he wasn't worried in the least. He was even somewhat relieved that the kids had grown up enough to venture out on their own to see the world. His confident tone put everyone's minds at ease. Zhang Manhwa picked up the pig feed bucket to feed the pigs, muttering under her breath, even if nothing happened, I'd still have to give them a good thrashing. If I let this slide, next time they'll run off even farther. Su Jifeng nodded vigorously. She felt the same way. That little rascal, the third son, she'd get him later and skin him alive. End of chapter. Chapter 428. Envy, Jealousy, and Resentment. Shen Yushu had been feeling a bit unsettled those past few days. Hu Jinji hadn't been seen for several days, much like Tang Xiaonan and Tang Aijuan, the brother and sister. There was no one at school either, and the villagers said that Hu Jinji had returned to Songqing to visit relatives, and the Tang siblings had gone along with him to have some fun. The villagers spoke of this with envy. In the minds of Yueching residents, Songqing and the imperial capital held equal status, though Songqing felt a bit more familiar. Whether it was a television or a simple pair of socks, people would claim they'd bought it in Songqing. Even the most ordinary items were imbued with a magical aura, transforming them into prestigious goods. If a family happened to have relatives in Songqing, that was something to brag about in the village. Take Mr. Huang, the village's second richest man. Ever since his daughter married into a family in Songqing, he'd been walking with his chest out. Whenever festivals or holidays rolled around, he'd put on his shiny wristwatch and would stroll through the village with a radio, telling everyone he met that his daughter had bought it in Songqing. Only after reaping a flood of envious comments and jealous glances would Accountant Huang return home, thoroughly satisfied. In reality, Mr. Huang's daughter hadn't married particularly well. Rumor had it that her husband was short, even shorter than she was, and not very attractive, and their home was quite cramped. Someone from the village who had gone to Songqing on business made a point of stopping by Accountant Huang's daughter's home for a meal. The family of 5 lived in a 15-square-meter room, with a cloth curtain partitioning the space to make room for 2 beds, along with some cabinets and tables. There wasn't even room for a dining table. The Hua family really hit the jackpot that time. No wonder the Tang family has been getting so close to them lately. You could say that. Songqing's status in the hearts of Yueching residents has remained unshaken for decades, and it will only continue to rise. The Gu family has been doing well lately. They've been making new clothes, buying bicycles, and even buying meat several times. It must be money from relatives. Tang Baishan is the most cunning of them all. He used to look down on the Hua family, but now he's suddenly doing so well. He must know the Hua family has powerful relatives in Songqing, otherwise, why would Tang Baishan be so kind-hearted? Winter is fine, but the smell in summer is simply unbearable. Having a single room for both dining and using the bathroom, just thinking about it makes me cringe. After that villager returned, he spilled the beans. Although Accountant Huang's status took a bit of a hit because of it, seeing the candies, pastries, and trendy fabrics his daughter sent back from time to time, the villagers couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy. So, when the villagers heard that Hu Jinji had returned to Songqing to visit relatives, they were all incredibly envious, and they envied the Tang family as well. Since Hu Jinji was a distant relative of the Tangs, that meant the Tang family had relatives in Songqing too. The kitchen was communal. People had to go to the communal faucet in the courtyard to wash vegetables and clothes. Using the toilet was even more of a hassle. You had to defecate in the toilet bowl. Every day, someone would come to collect the night soil. They made only 1 round per day. If you missed that time, you could keep it at home until the next day. Getting a modern Songqing household registration is even harder now. The government has introduced a series of restrictive policies, making it incredibly difficult to become a Songqing resident. Yet countless people still flock there, even if half their monthly salary goes toward rent, and so many are struggling to make ends meet, all in the hope of becoming part of that metropolis. That's the allure of Songcheng. And to put it bluntly, even living in a pigeon coop in Songcheng is still a step above living in Wecheng. At least accountant Huang's daughter has a Songcheng household registration. That's what's truly valuable. Looks like that relative of the Hu family is a big shot. The Hu family is finally getting back on their feet. The Tang family has benefited quite a bit too. Tang Baishan wouldn't do a deal that loses money. Oh my, why doesn't he have a good relative like that? Shen Yuzhu stopped in her tracks, her eyes filled with envy. Her heart felt as sour as if she'd swallowed vinegar. On her way back from gathering firewood, she ran into a few women chatting about the latest gossip, and it left a bitter taste in her mouth. She, too, longed for a relative in Songcheng. End of chapter. Chapter 429, The Unrestrained Huang Fengxian. Please support. Shen Yuzhu sighed and headed home with a heavy load of firewood on her back. No sooner had she stepped through the door than Huang Fengxian unleashed a torrent of abuse at her, basically complaining that she'd come home too late and delayed dinner. Huang Fengxian's injuries had mostly healed, and she had already returned to school. However, after suffering such a humiliating setback, her temper had grown increasingly volatile. She would take her frustrations out on Shen Yuzhu at the slightest provocation, and would even resort to physical violence. I went to gather firewood as soon as I got home from school. I didn't dare waste a single minute. Shen Yuzhu dodged Huang Fengxian's blows, clutching her head with both hands. Huang Fengxian had pinched her several times, causing her both pain and resentment. The more she begged for mercy, the harder Huang Fengxian hit her, glaring at her as if she were an enemy. I say one thing, and you talk back 10 times over. You think you're all grown up now, don't you? Forget about going to school after this semester. Stay home and work for me. What's the point of going to school? I've worked my fingers to the bone to send you there, only to raise an ungrateful wretch, just like your father, a heartless, ungrateful wretch. You'd better stay home and do your chores. Fortunately, she had good skin, and Gu Songta had prescribed her top-quality scar-removing medicine, so her complexion wasn't ruined. Otherwise, without old Zhou's support, how could she ever get transferred to the town elementary school? But Huang Fengxian was still filled with hatred. She hated the Tang family, and she hated Tang Pengzheng too. Yet for now, she had no way to take revenge, and that slut Sherlan was still walking around unscathed. That was what Huang Fengxian resented most. She was just waiting to see the show. Mom, I'll work hard. Please don't make me drop out of school, okay? You promised me before that I could finish elementary school, Shen Yuzhu pleaded through her tears. Huang Fengxian pinched her hard several times. Seeing Shen Yuzhu curl up in pain, she felt a little satisfaction. This ungrateful wretch deserved a beating, just as black-hearted as Shen Lixia, deliberately framing her to get her to report the Tang family, resulting in her being humiliated in front of the entire village and covered in whip marks. Her fair, delicate skin was her greatest pride. Even her lover couldn't get enough of it, and it had nearly been ruined. Shen Lixia glared at Huang Fengxian with loathing, her fists clenched tightly. As long as he could rise to greatness, she would definitely trample this vile woman underfoot. Shen Yuzhu pleaded desperately, but Huang Fengxian had made up her mind and wouldn't change it. Shen Lixia, who had been lying in the room, forced herself to come out despite the pain. Huang Jinxiao hadn't held back at all with those lashes. They'd injured her tendons and bones. Since Shen Lixia's health was already fragile, and she lacked proper medicine to recuperate, her recovery was much slower than Huang Fengxian's. Even now, she was still unable to go to work. Cough, cough. Huang Fengxian, don't go too far. Yuzhu is your own flesh and blood. Huang Fengxian remained unmoved, her eyes brimming with loathing. Marrying Shen Lixia had been the biggest mistake of her life, and an even bigger mistake was giving birth to Shen Yuzhu, that money-wasting good-for-nothing. She never wanted to spend another penny on that ungrateful wretch. Furious yet powerless, Huang Fengxian took out all her anger on Shen Yuzhu, beating her every day to vent her frustration. Mom, I'm begging you, let me go to school. Please. Huang Fengxian sneered mockingly. She's your precious daughter, isn't she? If you're so capable, go earn the money to send her to school yourself. I've got a son to raise. Shen Lixia's expression shifted, and she blurted out, Huang Fengyan, don't force me to expose your dirty secrets. Go ahead and say it if you dare, let's see who'll believe you. Shen Lixia, I'm warning you, if you ever want to go back to the city, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life on Millstone Mountain as a cuckold. Huang Fengxian wasn't the least bit afraid. She wouldn't be intimidated by this good-for-nothing, and besides, plenty of people in the village were talking about her, but they had no evidence. No matter how much they gossiped, they couldn't do a thing to her, and she'd continue living her carefree life just the same. End of chapter. Chapter 430, An Ant. Please vote for monthly tickets. Huang Fengxian let off a fit of rage, vented her frustration, and rode off on her bike, presumably to go fool around with her lover. Shinlixia clenched her teeth so hard that the veins on her forehead throbbed, looking as if they might burst at any moment, a truly terrifying sight. "Dad," Shin called out, though she felt a twinge of contempt in her heart. If Shinlixia could be as domineering as Tang Laifu, her life wouldn't be so miserable. Although her father doted on her, he was powerless to protect her and couldn't even earn a living. What good was that kind of affection? Shinlixia forced a smile. Seeing Shinyuju's red, swollen eyes and tear-streaked face, he felt a pang of sorrow. He hated himself for his helplessness and hated Huang Fengxian even more for her heartlessness and ingratitude. He was seething inside, but there was nothing he could do. He still wanted to return to the city, so he'd rather be a spineless cuckold than offend that vile woman. "I'm sorry you've had to suffer like this. It's all because I'm useless," Shinlixia said with a self-deprecating expression. "It's not your fault, Dad. This is just my fate." Shinyuju's expression was blank as she began cooking. She had no time for self-pity. If Huang Fengxian suddenly returned and the meal wasn't ready, she'd be beaten again. Shinlixia felt even worse inside. His daughter had grown much more distant from him lately, and he could sense it. She must be resenting him for being so useless, right? Shinyuju stoked the fire. The glowing red flames cast a warm light on her face. She stared blankly into space for a while before murmuring to herself, "If only we had relatives in Songqing. Dad, you should get in touch with Grandpa and Grandma. They must be missing you terribly." Shinlixia spoke wistfully of the past. His relationship with his younger sister was indeed strained. Shinbangxia looked down on him, calling him incompetent and a coward. Moreover, due to his sensitive background, he didn't get along well with his stepfather either, so the siblings weren't particularly close. "Could my aunt really have married into a family in Songqing?" Shinyuju asked hopefully. "I have an aunt?" "Dad, why didn't you ever mention this before?" Shinyuju was quite surprised. This was the first time she'd ever heard Shinlixia talk about an aunt. Shinlixia had intended to go back to his room to lie down, but upon hearing her words, he paused and limped over. "You really take after your aunt. She's just as strong-willed and capable as you are. Her greatest wish was to marry into Songqing." "Maybe so." Shinlixia gave a perfunctory smile and stood up, holding his lower back. He needed to go back to his room to lie down. Sitting had made his back ache. "Where's my aunt?" Shinyuju asked, her interest piqued. Shinlixia shook his head. "I'm not sure. I haven't been in touch with my family in a long time. She's probably been sent down to the countryside, too." Shinyuju, however, had an idea. Her eyes shone brightly. Right now, she was like a starving beast cornered at the edge of a cliff. She wouldn't let even the slightest chance slip away. Since Shinlixia never mentioned anything about his family, Shinyuju had assumed he was an orphan. "Your aunt and we weren't very close. We didn't have the same father. Your grandmother took me with her when she remarried, and your aunt was born later. Her name is Shinbangxia. She looks just like you, full of energy and with a strong-willed personality." "That's impossible." Shinlixia had never even considered this possibility. Back then, his stepfather had wanted him dead. If he died, no one would be taking up the family's food rations. How could he possibly have cared about him? "Dad, no matter what, you should write a letter home." "Let me help you write it." Shinyuju, however, wasn't giving up. Her gut told her this aunt couldn't be just an ordinary person. Maybe she really had gone to Songqing after all. "Do whatever you want." Shinlixia had absolutely no confidence in the matter. Let his daughter write if she wanted to, he certainly wouldn't. After all, he'd left home only after breaking ties with his stepfather. He had his pride. End of chapter. Chapter 431. We have a warehouse. Please vote for monthly tickets. By late afternoon the next day, it was already dark when Tang Xiaonan and the others finally arrived in Yuecheng. It was June, and the temperature had already risen. After spending 2 days and 1 night on the train, they were starting to smell, and the sticky feeling made them feel especially uncomfortable. "I'll go find a handcart," Tang Lijin said. About to head out, there was bound to be one near the station. They certainly couldn't carry 5 large cloth bags on their own. A handcart would make things much easier. "No need to look." Hu Jinji stopped Tang Lijin. He'd called Li Qingsong yesterday and told him to wait at the station. He should be arriving soon. "There they are. Hurry up." Li Qingsong, accompanied by 2 of his guys, ran over excitedly, pushing a handcart. Hu Jinji waved at them, and the 3 ran even faster. When they saw the large bags and small boxes on the ground, they were even happier. Whatever was brought from the south was bound to be good stuff. It meant they'd be able to make more money. How could they not be happy? "Boss, what good stuff did you bring?" Li Qingsong asked curiously. He didn't feel the least bit embarrassed calling a kid several years younger than himself boss. After all, merit speaks for itself. Even though Wajinji was young, he could help him make money, so Li Qingsong was more than happy to call him boss. Li Qingsong knew exactly what was going on. He hoisted several large bags onto the truck, and the group hurriedly left. We'll talk about it when we get back. Let's go to my room. It'll be our warehouse from now on. We'll need at least 2 people to guard it, Hwajinji said. Hwajinji had the 3 of them load the bags onto a handcart. The train station was a melting pot of all kinds of people, and standing there would draw too much attention. In just a short while, quite a few people had already come over to size them up. If they attracted the attention of the patrol, it would be trouble, which was why he'd specifically timed their arrival for the evening in Yueching, when they wouldn't stand out as much. Once they reached a secluded spot, Li Qingsong couldn't resist asking. Curiosity was getting the better of him. 5 bags that big and that heavy, they had to be something valuable. Li Qingsong and the other 2 exchanged glances of delight. The fact that they were already managing a warehouse meant the boss's business was expanding by leaps and bounds. As his subordinates, they'd benefit too. Maybe they could even earn 100 or so yuan a month. If they could earn 100 or so in the future, Li Qingsong thought he might even be able to replace the head of his household. He also planned to follow Hwajinji's example and buy a house in the city. Once the policies loosened up a bit, he'd let his mother open a small shop so she wouldn't have to stay up late gluing cardboard boxes anymore. Not only does making cardboard boxes pay hardly anything, but it's also ruined her eyesight. Now, even the lowest earners in their group make over 20 yuan a month, and a hard worker like Li Qingsong can easily earn 50 or 60 yuan a month, more than a cadre's salary. Li Qingsong's status at home has been rising steadily. Even his own father doesn't dare yell at him casually anymore. That's the magic of money. Boss, what kind of treasure is it? Hwajinji smiled, but still didn't say a word. He just told them to hurry up and push the cart. Li Qingsong grew increasingly curious and couldn't wait to find out, so he pushed the handcart as fast as he could. Finally, they arrived at the destination, which wasn't far from the train station, just across 2 streets. Hwajinji had kept this in mind when buying the house and had intentionally chosen a property near the station. The house wasn't small at all. It had 3 courtyards and a yard, all kept very clean. This alley was called Cyan Well Alley because there were 4 wells inside, used for washing clothes, washing vegetables, and drinking water, respectively. However, now that running water had been installed, the Cyan wells were basically used only for washing clothes and vegetables. After unloading their belongings and securely locking the doors and windows, Hwajinji finally opened the bag. When they saw the bright, brand-new fabric, Li Qingsong and the other 2 were so stunned they stared blankly for a long moment before snapping back to reality. They were so overjoyed they could barely speak. Boss, are all 5 bags full of cloth. End of chapter. Chapter 432. Finding a model, please vote for monthly tickets. Hwajinji nodded and pulled a piece of fabric from his bag, black with small yellow and red flowers. The colors were vivid, and the pattern was quite unique. Li Qingsong's eyes lit up as he excitedly ran his fingers over the fabric and exclaimed, "That floral fabric is really beautiful. If I make dresses for my older sister and younger sister out of it, they'll definitely love them." Boss, how much is the fabric? Li Qingsong was the second of 4 siblings. He was the second child, but the eldest son in the family. He had an older sister to his right, a younger sister to his left, and a younger brother. His sister worked the same shift as his father at the factory, operating a crane. Their wages weren't high. His sister had already found a suitable match, and his future brother-in-law also worked at the machinery factory, not as an office technician, and they were planning to get married next year. I don't need to buy any for myself. I'll take a piece of each pattern home to make dresses. I'll copy that one and have all the girls in our family wear them. Hwajinji took several beautiful dresses out of his bag, some shift dresses and some with full skirts, all with very modern styles. He'd bought them at Yongqing department store. There were definitely no styles that fashionable in Yuecheng. Selling fabric requires a strategy. Although the patterns were novel and the quality was good, without some promotion or advertising, how would people outside know he had fabric? Sister Li Qingsong was the best living advertisement. Of his 5 bags of fabric, 4 contained patterned fabric, and red fabric, all intended for female customers. The 5th bag held blue fabric, suitable for both men and women. He didn't give much thought to male customers. After all, women had the strongest purchasing power. That skirt is really pretty. It must be expensive, right? Men rarely make new clothes throughout the year, but women are different. As long as they have a little extra money, they'll definitely buy new clothes, just like his mother, Su Wanru. Back when Dad was alive, her biggest worry every day was that there weren't any suitable clothes in the closet. Even though the closet was already stuffed to the brim, to a woman, there's always one more pretty dress missing. Li Qingsong grew even more excited. If such a beautiful dress were worn by his sister, she'd undoubtedly be the belle of the machine shop. His sister was already pretty and had a great figure. Otherwise, that college-educated technician wouldn't have taken a liking to her in the first place. I've mentioned before that my sister is a skilled seamstress. Have her make a dress based on those styles, get the fabric from there. I don't want any money for it, but my sister must wear only those dresses every day and nothing else, Hu Jinji instructed. Hu Jinji had met Li Qingsong's older sister before. Her name was Li Qinglan. She was quite attractive, but what stood out most was her figure, tall and slender. She was a natural model. With Li Qinglan serving as a spokesperson, they were sure to attract a large number of customers. Conditions were much better now than they had been in previous years, especially for dual-income families in the city, whose purchasing power was actually quite good. Moreover, fabric was readily available. A beautiful dress could be made for just a few yuan, so there were certainly many women who would be willing to splurge on one. Li Qinglan was the model he had chosen, a term he'd heard from old Master Qi. Overseas fashion houses have dedicated models. Fashion brands like Chanel hold annual fashion shows, inviting professional models to showcase their latest collections on the runway. Although Hu Jinji had never witnessed this firsthand, old Master Qi had described it to him in great detail. Moreover, he was no stranger to that kind of operation. In the past, the Hu family had their own mannequins. They'd select young women with good figures and attractive features to model new floral print garments for clients. Those floral prints sold exceptionally well. That method was devised by his father, Hu Xiu, and before long, the Qin family and other dyeing and printing factories had copied it. So now he needed to find a mannequin of his own, and Li Qinglan was an excellent choice. The 10,000 word update is complete. I'm not asking for subscriptions or monthly votes here. I just hope everyone will support the official version by subscribing, and feel free to cast your monthly votes for this book. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 433, Advertising. Li Qingsong was quick on the uptake and immediately understood Hu Jinji's intention. He nodded repeatedly. I'll have my sister make a new dress tonight. We just got a new sewing machine at home, so it'll be done in one night. My sister's a great seamstress. She can make it just by looking at the pattern. Tomorrow's a day off, so I'll have her wear the new dress and go for a stroll with my future brother-in-law. Hu Jinji couldn't help but smile. He loved smart people who could grasp things without needing to be told much. Boss, I have a sister too. Another short, chubby boy was getting excited. He wanted his sister to wear a flowery dress too. Li Qingsong shot him a disdainful sideways glance. Forget about your sister. She's just as chubby as you are. Don't ruin Big Brother's reputation. The chubby boy was upset and muttered, my sister might be a little chubby, but she's just as pretty as your sister. Tang Xiaonan found it amusing. These street urchins were actually pretty decent people. At least they felt a sense of responsibility toward their families, were respectful to their parents, and cared for their siblings. Being street urchins was simply a result of their circumstances. Li Qingsong exaggerated, your sister is twice as big as mine, of course she's fat. The chubby boy got genuinely angry and snapped, what's it to you what my sister looks like? She's the boss, it's none of your business. It's true she's the boss, but you can't just waste things. Does your sister wearing that serve as an advertisement? Don't make things worse. Li Qingsong wouldn't back down either, and the two best friends stared each other down like two fighting cocks. Li Qingsong and the chubby boy glared at each other resentfully but stopped arguing. Hu Jinji took out a piece of each pattern and handed them to Li Qingsong. This is enough for several pairs. The three of you can split the rest of the fabric. If anyone asks where you bought it, you know what to say, right? You're the one who's a toilet. Li Qingsong, you're a piece of work. I'm going to tell my sister. The chubby boy was furious. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight and planned to tattle to his sister. Li Qingsong had been afraid of her ever since he was a kid. Just as the two were about to come to blows, Hu Jinji pulled them apart. Everyone gets a share, what's there to argue about? Go ahead and tell her. Like I'm scared of some woman. Li Qingsong puffed out his chest, though deep down he felt a twinge of regret. He really was afraid of that chubby girl. She fought even harder than a man. How do you know my sister doesn't look good in it? She sewed herself a red dress last time, and even your sister said it looked nice. Li Qingsong was getting angry too. He was upset that his buddy hadn't backed him up in front of the boss. But actually, he didn't really mean what he was saying. The chubby boy's sister actually looked pretty good in that red dress. Since he and the chubby boy lived in the same building, he naturally knew the boy's sister. She was a year older than him, and they'd even gone to school together before. My sister was just being polite. Can't you tell when someone's just being nice? When she wears that red dress, she looks just like a toilet. It's not pretty one bit. Got it. Let them buy it. Boss, how much are you selling this fabric for? The three of them nodded repeatedly, their faces beaming with delight. The boss was so generous, he was practically giving them all this fabric for free. 70 cents per foot. You'll have to learn how to cut the fabric and get yourselves a ruler and a pair of scissors. When you sell it, add an extra inch or two. Don't be stingy. Don't bring anyone else here. If they want to sell, they can, but they'll have to buy stock from me at 55 cents per foot, no credit. Hu Jinji laid out the rules. He had no trouble selling this fabric, so he didn't need too many people. Besides, he didn't plan to do retail. He wanted to focus on wholesale, as that was the only way to make big money. Li Qingsong and the other two were overjoyed, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride. In their boss's eyes, the three of them were special. No one else could compare to them. End of chapter. Chapter 434. Do you think you can pass the exam? Don't ruin these ready-to-wear clothes. Remember to bring them back after your sister is done using them. Hu Jinji instructed. I'll bring them back tomorrow. My sister won't need them once she's finished cutting out the patterns tonight. Li Qingsong nodded. The three of them happily headed home with the fabric. Li Qingsong and the chubby boy walked arm in arm, once again acting like best buddies. After they left, Tang Lijin asked, "Where are we going to sell this?" He, too, couldn't wait to get started. "Let's sell it at the market. Tomorrow, we'll split the proceeds and take half the fabric home," Wu Jinji replied, having already made plans. Tang Ijuan grew impatient and shouted, "What about me? Where am I supposed to sell it? Aren't you going to school anymore?" Tang Lijin snapped, slapping him on the back. Tang Ijuan pointed at Hu Jinji in frustration and said, "He's not going to school either." Tang Lijin was at a loss for words and replied irritably, "It's none of my business, as long as your parents agree." Third brother, you made a bet with Brother Hua that you'd get into Imperial Capital University. If you don't make it, you have to do whatever Brother Hua says, Tang Xianwan reminded him. After all, just passing the exams wasn't enough to get into Imperial Capital University. Xianwan, say something. Tang Ijuan urged, feeling even more bitter inside. Tang Lijin stared at his nephew as if he were an idiot. Have maggots been gnawing at your brain? Get into Imperial Capital University? Where do you get the nerve? Our Tang family's ancestral graves haven't even started smoking yet. Tang Ijuan felt a pang of bitterness and couldn't help but ask, "Xiaonan, do you think I can get in?" Tang Ijuan, furious and humiliated, snapped, "You're just writing me off as a failure. I'll prove you wrong and get in just to show you. Besides, is it a sure thing that he'll get in? I might not lose after all." Tang Ijuan was dumbfounded. How was he supposed to know? And to be honest, he really didn't have much confidence in himself. After all, his best score so far was just a two-digit number starting with a 5. He'd never even passed a single exam. Tang Ijuan scratched the back of his head, feeling uncertain inside, but putting on a tough front. Mom and Dad will definitely agree. I'll study with Grandpa Chi too. At worst, I'll just make sure I pass the exam. To actually dare to make a bet with Hu Jinji, isn't he afraid of losing even his underwear? Tang Lijin had finally figured it out. This kid, Wu Jinji, was craftier than a fox. He didn't seem like a 12-year-old at all. He guessed that on Mopin Mountain, only his sixth uncle could match this kid's cunning. So this bet was bound to end with his dim-witted nephew losing. Brother Hua will definitely pass the exam. Tang Xiaonan spoke with absolute certainty. After all, in the book, Hu Jinji had passed. Just a moment ago, she'd blurted out Hua without a second thought, but when it came to him, she hesitated for ages before speaking. What was his little sister playing at? Did she lack confidence in his abilities? A hint of smugness flashed in Hu Jinji's eyes. Tang Xiaoping really did have good judgment. He was absolutely certain he'd get into Imperial Capital University. He shot Hu Jinji a defiant glance. Although he wasn't entirely confident about getting into Imperial Capital University, he wasn't panicking. Hu Jinji had never even set foot in a classroom. The odds of him failing the exam were pretty high. If neither of them got in, he wouldn't count it as a loss. Once he'd promised someone something, no matter how impossible it seemed, he would see it through. Third brother, do you think you can get in? Tang Xiaonan asked in return. Tang Xiaonan hesitated, unsure how to answer. She was afraid that telling the truth would hurt third brother's feelings and dampen his motivation to study, but lying would be too obvious. If it were Weching Normal University, she would have answered without hesitation that he could get in. I'll definitely get in. Tang Ijuan gritted his teeth and shouted, his neck stiff. As a real man, he had to keep his word. Since he'd made the bet, he'd give it his all. Who knows, maybe the Tang family's ancestral graves would really start smoking. Then third brother will definitely get in. When that happens, I'll go visit him at Imperial Capital University. Tang Xiaonan smiled sweetly. As long as Tang Ijuan had confidence in himself, a miracle might just happen. Tang Ijuan's eyes sparkled, and his confidence grew. His little sister was a divine child sent from heaven, a blessed little golden mouth whose words were bound to come true. In just 7 more years, he'd be attending Imperial Capital University. End of chapter. Chapter 435. The ad campaign was a huge success. That night, Tang Xiaonan and the others slept at Hu Jinji's place. There were only 2 hard cots. Tang Xiaonan shared one with Tang Lijin. The bed was as hard as a concrete floor. Tang Xiaonan didn't sleep well all night, and her face and body were covered with red mosquito bites. It's so itchy. Tang Xiaonan kept scratching her face until it turned red. Tang Lijin grabbed her hand. If you keep scratching, you'll break the skin. Third brother, go fetch a basin of water. Without waiting for him to ask, Tang Ijuan had already fetched water from the well, clear and cool. Washing up did make her feel a little better, but the itching was still intense. Tang Ijuan spat some saliva onto his hand, ready to rub it on Tang Xiaonan. A little spit will make the itching go away. No, I'll do it myself. Tang Xianwan recoiled in horror and impatiently swatted Tang Ijuan's hand away. She certainly didn't want to put someone else's spit on her, not even third brother's. It was absolutely disgusting. Tang Ijuan chuckled and wiped the saliva on himself instead. Tang Xianwan dabbed a bit of saliva on her face. The itching did stop, but her face was now dotted with over a dozen red spots, making her look like she had smallpox scars. The mosquitoes from last night must have all been feasting on her blood. Tang Ijuan and the other two didn't have a single bite. My little Xunwan is so lovable, even the mosquitoes love her, Tang Lijin said with a smile. Around noon, Li Qingsong and his two companions arrived, bringing back several ready-made garments. They were particularly excited. As soon as they walked in, they exclaimed, "Boss, I've already sold dozens of chi. Last night I took the fabric home, and when some neighbors dropped by, they saw these patterned fabrics and wanted to buy them. And early this morning, people were lining up at our door, afraid they'd miss out. You'll get an 8 commission per chi of fabric, and we'll settle accounts every 10 days. If you have enough capital, you can also stock up and sell on your own, but the selling price must not exceed 7 jiao. If I find out you're selling at a higher price, I'll never work with you again." Hu Jinji's tone turned serious. Tang Xiao and pouted. She certainly didn't want that kind of favor. It had been the same in her past life. Every time she went out to play with friends, her friends were fine, but she'd end up covered in bites. Mosquitoes just seemed to single her out. It was so infuriating. Li Qingsong nodded vigorously. "Don't worry. I'll keep the books crystal clear. How do we handle the payments? I'll keep a close eye on this. If anyone dares to mess around, I'll make sure they pay dearly." Li Qingsong also issued a stern warning. He knew Hu Jinji's temperament. Once he made up his mind, there was no changing it. If they offended a money-making machine like Hu Jinji, their own source of income would dry up. "Have it cut to size and sent over 7 jiao per chi, Qingsong. Keep accurate records. We'll reconcile the accounts later," Hu Jinji said. He pulled a list out of his pants pocket. It contained a long string of entries. Zhang San, 30 feet of floral fabric. Li Si, 8 feet of white fabric. Wang Wu, 7 feet of red fabric, all employees of the machinery factory. Hu Jinji breathed a sigh of relief and felt completely at ease. Just as he had expected, the market for Liang's goods was indeed limitless. As long as he had the stock, there was no way he wouldn't be able to sell it. The chubby boy and his partners also made their stance clear. They weren't fools. They knew that by following Hu Jinji, they could finally have a taste of the good life. Otherwise, they'd remain the good-for-nothings everyone looked down on. They wouldn't even get a sip of meat broth, let alone a bite of meat, and they'd have no future to speak of, just drifting aimlessly through life. They had no intention of going back to their old ways. Hu Jinji softened his tone. "The purchase price is also 55 cents per chi, but the minimum order is 100 chi. Also, if anyone asks where you got the cloth, just say Songqing, don't say anything else." "Got it." Li Qingsong and the other two nodded emphatically. End of chapter. Chapter 436, Anxious and Uneasy. Hu Jinji took out the radio again. "This radio costs 51. You guys can go sell them too. I'll give you a 6 yuan commission per unit." He tuned the radio to a station and played a segment of opera. Li Qingsong and the other two listened, completely spellbound. Their spirits soared even higher, and their admiration for Hu Jinji flowed as relentlessly as the Yellow River. They also felt a twinge of shame. They were several years older than Hu Jinji, yet they were as clueless as a piece of stale pastry. Fortunately, their luck had held. They'd stumbled upon Hu Jinji, this god of wealth. In the future, they were sure to strike it rich and live the good life, living in Western-style mansions, driving Western cars, eating Western bread, and drinking milk. After giving these instructions, Hu Jinji set aside half the fabric, the portion to be taken back to Mopen Mountain later, and Li Qingsong took the initiative to borrow his bicycle. Once he made some money, the very first thing he planned to do was buy a bicycle. No matter their age, men's love for bicycles is the same, just like women's obsession with pretty clothes. No matter day or night, this place can't be left unmanned. "The 3 of you will take turns on duty." As they were about to leave, Hu Jinji gave them further instructions, and Li Qingsong and the other two repeatedly assured him that they understood the gravity of the situation. Hu Jinji carried Tang Xiaonan on the front crossbar, while the 2 bags of cloth were tied to the back. Tang Lijin pushed from the front, while he and Tang Ijuan held the cart from behind. They had eaten lunch in Wecheng before setting out. By the time they reached Mopin Mountain, it would likely be nightfall, which was just as well, since they wouldn't be spotted. Carrying 2 large sacks in broad daylight would have drawn too much attention. They walked and stopped intermittently along the way, taking turns pushing the cart. Tang Xianwan wasn't tired, but her bottom was sore from sitting, so she'd get down to walk a few steps every now and then. The closer they got to Mopin Mountain, the more anxious Tang Ijuan felt. It was pitch dark by the time they reached Mopin Mountain. Many households had turned off their lights, and the streets were deserted. They first delivered the goods to the Hu family home, where Old Master Qi and Su Wanru were both present and delighted to see them. "You're finally back." Lai Fu and Ji Feng just left. They were here one after the other. "They've been coming by every day to ask when you'd be back. They were nearly driven crazy with worry," Old Master Qi said with a smile. Tang Lijin graciously accepted the fabric. With this much cloth, he was sure to win over his parents and his sister-in-law as well, though his older brother might still be a bit of a challenge. But if Hu Jinji gave Tang Lijin the brand new fabric and brought back some gifts as a token of respect, the Tang family's anger might ease a little. Hu Jinji asked Su Wanru to bring over a pair of scissors and a ruler. With a few swift snips, he cut a piece of blue cloth and then a piece of patterned cloth, both 4.5 chi wide. He cut 10 chi of each, enough to make 3 sets of clothes. "Take these back with you." Tang Ijuan's scalp prickled, and his anxiety grew. He feared he wouldn't escape a whipping once he got back. "This fabric is really pretty." "Oh, these skirts are pretty too." Su Wanru held up the skirts and kept holding them up to herself, wishing she could put them on right then and there to try them out. Tang Xiaonan patted him gently on the shoulder. "Third brother, I'll protect you." If Mom and Dad really did hit third brother, she'd just step in front of him. They surely wouldn't be able to bring themselves to do it. Tang Xianwan was quite confident in herself. After all, she was Mom and Dad's little darling. Tang Ijuan felt a little comforted. His little sister was the best. She really cared about him. "Mom, you can't wear that right now." Hu Jinji took the skirt back. Su Wanru had enough trouble just wearing her coarse cloth clothes. If she put on a pretty skirt, she'd probably be swarmed by flies and bedbugs she couldn't shake off. Su Wanru's eyes darkened, and she forced a smile. "I won't wear it. I have to work every day. It'd be a waste to wear new clothes." She understood what her son meant. She'd simply gotten carried away earlier, which was why she'd said those things. In truth, she wouldn't wear it. She couldn't cause her son any more trouble. End of chapter. Chapter 437, Training the Innocent Flower. Hu Jinji was somewhat surprised. He felt that Su Wanru had changed in some way. Although the change wasn't obvious, it was definitely there. He just couldn't put his finger on exactly what had changed. Tang Xiaonan noticed it too. She took a closer look and realized that Su Wanru had tanned quite a bit. She wasn't as fair-skinned as she used to be. In the past, even when Su Wanru was out working, she would choose to work in the shade. Since she was just going through the motions anyway, no one expected her to actually get any work done. The village chief was fairly lenient with her when assigning farm tasks. As a result, Su Wanru's skin remained fair and delicate at all times, as much as she could manage. After she was no longer required to work in the fields, Su Wanru took even better care of her skin, refusing to work under the sun at all costs. Naturally, her skin remained fair and delicate, but in just a few short days, her fair complexion had darkened slightly to a light wheat color, and she no longer looked as pale and frail as before. Tang Xiaonan leaned close to Old Master Qi's ear and whispered, "Grandpa Qi, why hasn't Su gotten a tan?" The old man couldn't help but laugh. He leaned in and murmured back, "That's thanks to your mother." It turned out Su Wanru had run into some trouble these past few days. She'd been harassed by some ne'er-do-wells again. Fortunately, Chai Yuxiang had called Su Jifeng for help. Before Tang Xiaonan left, she'd instructed them to notify Su Jifeng if anything happened, and Chai Yuxiang had carried out the order perfectly. Although Su Jifeng was fed up with Su Wanru, her daughter had given her specific instructions. She still went and chased the ne'er-do-wells away, though she also gave the sobbing Su Wanru a good scolding. She basically called her a good-for-nothing and said she didn't act like a mother should, and her language wasn't exactly refined either. In short, she scolded Su Wanru so thoroughly that she cried all night. Then, "Your mother's been dragging your Aunt Su out to work in the fields these past few days, scolding her if she doesn't do it. Now your Aunt Su can even carry half a dan of water on her shoulder," the old man said with a smile. If Su Wanru could really become even just a tiny bit tougher, that would truly be a cause for celebration, and wouldn't Hu Jinji's life be a little easier too? Tang Xianan's eyes widened in astonishment. Holy crap, her mom is so awesome. She actually managed to toughen up that delicate little flower, and now she can carry half a dan of water? That's so awesome. Before, He'd heard Tang Laifu and Su Jifeng discussing the dowry, saying they needed to start preparing it for their younger sister right away, enough to fill several truckloads, so that once she got married, she wouldn't be mistreated. Tang Ijuan took this to heart. He, too, would prepare a dowry for his sister, one so massive it wouldn't fit even in 10 tractors, so she could marry in style. Grandpa, can I study with you from now on? I won't go to school anymore. Is that okay? Tang Ijuan asked earnestly. So, he had to start working hard to earn money right away. He'd already made up his mind. Once this semester was over, he would follow in Huijinji's footsteps and work part-time while studying. Old Master Chi taught much better than the school teachers, and this way, he wouldn't have to put his earnings on hold. Old Master Chi smiled kindly and readily agreed. Sure, but you'll have to get your parents' permission first. Still, Su Wanra had really impressed her. Although she might have been working obediently out of fear of her mother's martial prowess, Su Wanra herself must have had a desire to change as well. Otherwise, no matter how fierce Su Jifeng was, Su Wanru would never have changed. Tang Ijuan grinned. They'll definitely agree. I'll go back and talk to them right away. The old man said half-jokingly, don't lie though. You guys really scared your parents during that trip to Guangzhou. Tang Ijuan scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. After staying with the Hua family for a while, Tang Lijian picked up Tang Xiaonan and headed home, with Tang Ijuan following behind, clutching 2 pieces of cloth, his lifeline. End of chapter. Chapter 438, Tang Ligui's calculated move. Tang Xiaonan and the others went home first, but since it was pitch dark and no one was there, they headed over to Tang Baishan's place. Sure enough, everyone was there. The house was brightly lit. Even Tang Ligui and his wife were there, and the brothers Tang Aihua and Tang Aigua had returned as well. This won't do. I have to go to Guangzhou. It's been a whole week, and I haven't even gotten a phone call. Something must have happened. Tang Laifu's booming voice rang out, sounding particularly anxious. Tang Xianwan tapped her forehead in frustration. Oh no, she'd forgotten to call when she got back. Big brother, don't worry. Didn't Mr. Chi say she'd be back in a couple of days? Let's wait a little longer, who knows, maybe Xianwan will be home tomorrow. Tang Ligui said soothingly in a soft voice. In truth, he was just as worried, but he was more level-headed. Guangzhou was such a big city, even if Tang Laifu went there, he wouldn't be able to find her. Besides, Tang Laifu had never traveled far in his life. The farthest he'd ever gone was to Wuqing and Weqing. If he went out there, he'd be completely lost. They couldn't risk losing the older one on top of not finding the younger one. Sherlon thought for a moment and said, how about this? The work at Ligui's factory will be wrapped up in 2 days. Have Ligui take some time off to go to Yongqing. He's been there on business before, so he knows his way around a bit. Tang Ligui nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Big brother, you've never been to Yongqing, you wouldn't know your way around there. It's better if I go. It'll take 2 days at most to wrap things up. I'll go ask the factory director for time off. Tang Laifu's expression softened. He knew this was the best arrangement. His second younger brother had traveled widely and was well educated. He was the better choice for this trip. But won't there be problems at the factory while you're away? Even if the plant manager was difficult to deal with, it wouldn't matter. The distillery's signature product, Beauty's Drunken Liquor, was his creation. He'd refined the recipe, and the secret formula was in his hands. The factory had asked him many times to take on an apprentice, but he'd always declined. He understood this logic. He was still young. Whether or not he took on an apprentice didn't matter. When he got a little older, he would pass the secret recipe on to his 3 nephews. He certainly couldn't give it to an outsider. Teach an apprentice, and the master goes hungry. Tang Laifu was a little worried that this might affect his second brother's job. Tang Ligui smiled. Don't worry. I'm only taking a week off, and the factory director is easy to talk to. With the secret recipe in hand, even if his 3 nephews failed to master the craft, they'd still be able to put food on the table. Tang Ligui had planned everything perfectly. He'd even thought through his fallback options. If Sherlon hadn't fallen victim to a plot in the book, and if he hadn't gone mad, perhaps the Tang family's fate would have been different. That's why Tang Ligui could now be said to have nothing to fear. Of course, he remained diligent at his job, but he wasn't worried about being out of work. Many distilleries had extended offers to him, promising exceptionally generous salaries and benefits, and even offering to help transfer Sherlon to teach at the city high school, but Tang Ligui turned them all down. He felt a deep attachment to his current distillery and wouldn't leave unless absolutely necessary. Well then, I'll have to rely on Ligui. Once old 3 and the others get back, I'm going to beat the living daylights out of those 2. Su Jifeng snarled through gritted teeth, even threatening to beat up her younger brother-in-law along with them. The uncle and nephew crouching outside the door shuddered violently, even more afraid to go in. They shoved each other back and forth, neither willing to be the first to step forward. I don't think anything bad will happen. Lai Jin may be a bit of a slacker usually, but he's actually pretty reliable when it comes to serious matters. And that kid from the Hua family, he handles things more steadily than even adults do. With those two keeping an eye on things, Xiao Nan will definitely be fine. Didn't Mr. Qi say she'd be home in a week at most? Tang Lifeng wasn't too worried. She was close to Tang Lijin and knew her younger brother better than most. She knew he might act recklessly in other matters, but when it came to his niece and nephew, he would absolutely never take any chances. End of chapter. Chapter 439. The Family's Little Darling, please vote for monthly tickets. Tang Baishan nodded. He didn't think it was a big deal either, but Tang Laifu and his wife, along with the old lady, were all in such a panic that it had rubbed off on him. Now that Tang Lifeng had said that, he wasn't worried anymore. Let's wait 2 more days. If he still hasn't returned, we'll have Lai Gui make a trip to Yangqing. Tang Baishan made the call, and that settled it. Just as everyone was getting ready for bed, Zhang Manhwa suddenly snapped. Once the third son comes back, I'll have someone find him a tough wife. He'd better stay put at home and work for me. If he goes running around again, I'll break his legs. Outside the door, Tang Lijin shuddered repeatedly, his heart sinking. He really couldn't agree with his mother's taste in women. She might just find him a wife like his eldest sister-in-law. If that happened, he'd rather stay single for the rest of his life. He was definitely going to find a wife on his own, and she had to be a city girl, beautiful, gentle, elegant, and graceful. When he brought her back, she'd absolutely outshine everyone on Mopin Mountain, showing all those who made fun of him that it wasn't that Tang Lijin couldn't find a wife, but that his standards were too high. The girls of Mopin Mountain simply weren't good enough for him. Tang Xunwan looked helplessly at the uncle and nephew, who were as spineless as thieves. If this dragged on any longer, she might as well just spend the night out there. Those two had been pretty tough on the road, but the moment they came back, they turned into total wimps. Grandma, Grandpa, I'm back. Tang Xiaonan shouted at the top of her lungs. Her feet were already aching from standing, and she couldn't be bothered to deal with these two cowards anymore. The uncle and nephew were startled and instinctively tried to flee, but Tang Laifu had already rushed out. There was nowhere to run, so they had no choice but to stand there meekly, tucking their necks in. Su Jifeng came out too. She froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. She reached out to hug Tang Xiaonan, but she was too slow. Tang Xiaonan was already in Tang Laifu's arms. You little brat, sneaking off so far away and even tricking your parents into thinking you were going to Songqing. Why don't you just fly to the moon? You've got the nerve of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Tang Xiaonan was surrounded by her family, each of them doting on her endlessly. Not having seen their little treasure for a week, everyone at home had felt listless, as if their food were lacking salt and couldn't muster any energy. Su Jifeng was beside herself with frustration. She wanted to hug her daughter too, but Tang Laifu completely ignored her, carrying Tang Xiaonan straight into the house. He shot a fierce glare at the two timid uncles and nephews, intending to settle the score with them later. After giving her a long, affectionate sniff, Zhang Manua's face darkened as she scolded her. That little girl is way too wild. She needs a good lesson this time, or who knows what trouble she'll get into in the future. As for Tang Lijin and his nephew, no one paid them any attention at all, which actually suited them just fine. It would be best if no one even remembered they existed. Tang Laifu held his daughter tightly, checking her over from head to toe. Seeing that Tang Xunwan was safe and sound, uninjured, and not a bit thinner, the worry that had been gnawing at his throat for a week finally subsided. He kissed her repeatedly, unable to get enough. That's enough. Give Xianwan back to me. Tang Xunwan giggled, planted a kiss on Zhang Manua's cheek, and said sweetly, Grandma, I'm not mad anymore. From now on, I'll tell you wherever I go. Zhang Manua's expression softened immediately, but it quickly darkened again. She couldn't let herself be fooled by this little girl's sweet talk. She wasn't some fool like Su Jifeng, who'd be completely thrown off balance by just a few kind words. You're not allowed to go anywhere. How old are you anyway, that you're already thinking about going out? From now on, you're to stay put at home. If you go out again, I'll break your legs. Zhang Manhwa scolded her fiercely. It was sheer luck that nothing had happened this time, but she might not be so fortunate in the future. She had to keep a tight leash on this audacious little girl. End of chapter. Chapter 440. Changing the subject, please vote for monthly tickets. Mom, why are you scolding Shonan? It's these two who've led her astray. Su Jifeng couldn't bear to see her daughter scolded, so she redirected her anger toward the uncle and nephew who were trying their best to blend into the background, especially Tang Aijuan, whom she glared at so intensely her eyes seemed ready to pierce right through him. Tang Aijuan shuddered a few times and quickly offered up 2 pieces of cloth, trying to curry favor. This is a gift for you both. Su Jifeng, who had already raised her massive hand to strike, paused in surprise. Her attention was drawn to the two pieces of fabric, especially the brightly patterned one, and she immediately forgot all about hitting him. She snatched the patterned fabric, and as she touched it, her face lit up with even greater delight. The fabric was both sturdy and beautiful. It would surely make a lovely skirt for her little girl. Where did you get this fabric? From Yongqing. Tang Aijuan breathed a sigh of relief. The Hua family really knew how to play the game. They understood that his mother loved a good bargain. Tang Lifeng walked over, her large belly protruding, accompanied by Sherlan and Zhang Manwei. The mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, and sisters-in-law huddled together to examine the two pieces of fabric, once again forgetting all about the uncle and nephew. Sherlan's belly was slightly rounded, and her figure had filled out a bit compared to before. She looked healthy and energetic. Tang Lifeng was also doing well. She was due to give birth in just another month. This is indeed good quality fabric, about 10 feet of it. The blue cloth will make 3 pairs of pants, and the patterned fabric will make dresses for the little girl and Yuxiang. They'll definitely look lovely. Sherlan said in a soft, gentle voice. Her sewing skills were excellent. She could also knit sweaters and crochet hats, shoes, and sofa covers. She had a pair of deft hands. This fabric is sturdy. Pants made from it will surely last for years. The supply and marketing cooperative sells it for 7 jiao per foot, and you even need fabric coupons. Zhang Manzheng liked the blue cloth. She planned to make a new pair of pants for her husband, whose current pair had been worn for 6 or 7 years. No, an uncle gave them to me. He even gave me a bunch of skirts. You can't find skirts like these in Wecheng. They're only available in big cities like Yangcheng. Little one, which uncle gave them to you? Sherlan was a little worried. These skirts weren't cheap, and one shouldn't accept gifts for nothing, especially a young girl. She couldn't be naive. She shouldn't let herself be tricked by a few small favors. What are these things for? They're bright red, quite festive. Tang Xianwan fished a can of Coke out of her bag. Tang Laifu and the others had no idea what this fancy stuff was. They'd never even heard of it. You don't need ration tickets for this, and it doesn't cost any money either, hehe, Tang Aijuan quickly added. Crazy uncle, his brother was relative. He's such a nice guy. He even bought me a Coke, so I brought a can back. Tang Xiaonan eagerly chimed in, pulling out several new dresses and a pair of new shoes from her bag. Su Jifeng and the others were dazzled. It was the first time they'd ever seen such beautiful children's clothes. As soon as he heard it was free, Tang Baishan perked up. Did you find it? Zhang Manwei examined it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was for. Tang Ligai laughed and said, it's soda that Westerners drink. I've had it once before, it tastes a little weird. It's actually pretty good. That crazy old man is so kind to Xiaonan, he even wanted to adopt her as his goddaughter, but I didn't agree. As soon as Tang Aijuan let his guard down, he forgot everything Hua Jinji had told him to keep secret and blurted out that the crazy old man had wanted to adopt Xiaonan as his daughter. The atmosphere froze instantly. Tang Aijuan shuddered, filled with regret. He wished he could slap himself hard across the face. He was practically asking for a beating. What's that phone guy up to? Is he a kidnapper? Tang Laifu demanded in a deep, stern voice. The others also stared intently at the uncle and niece, their gazes brighter than searchlights. The two began to feel nervous again, their calves trembling. Daddy, crazy uncle isn't a bad person, he's really nice. Tang Xiaonan hurried to reassure him. End of chapter. Chapter 441, Beaten to a Pulp, please vote for monthly tickets. But Tang Laifu wasn't so easy to calm down. His nerves were on edge. His attention shifted back to Uncle Tang Aijuan and his nephew. He remembered how those two bastards had abducted his precious daughter, and his gaze, sharp as knives, shot straight at them. Tang Lijian felt like stabbing his nephew to death. Why bring up that old wound? The whole thing was already in the past, but that little bastard had dredged it up again, and now he'd gotten Tang Lijian beaten up because of it. He'd beat that little bastard to a pulp later. Tang Aijuan's calves were shaking, and the hand holding the Coke was trembling too. He looked so pitiful that Tang Xianwan felt both amused and exasperated. What a silly big brother. Daddy, I want a Coke. Tang Xiaonan started clamoring. She had no other choice but to use this trick to divert Tang Laifu's attention. Though it was an old trick, it never failed. Tang Laifu glared fiercely at the uncle and niece, snatched the Coke from Tang Aijuan's hand, and looked kindly at Tang Xiaonan. Daddy will open it for you. Daddy, hurry up. Tang Xiaonan nodded and kept urging him on. Tang Laifu glanced at the can, a bit bewildered. It didn't even have a tab. How was he supposed to open it? Tang Aijuan said ingratiatingly, just pull on that ring on top and it'll open. He was met with another rolling eye. Tang Laifu snorted and slipped his thick finger into the pull tab. Tang Aijuan was about to remind him not to snap it off, but Tang Laifu moved so quickly that before he could speak, there was a snap, and sure enough, the ring was now wrapped around Tang Laifu's finger. He'd snapped it off. Grab a screwdriver and pry it open. A living person isn't going to die from holding his pee, is he? Tang Baishan grumbled, then went to fetch a screwdriver. Tang Ijuan was about to speak again when Tang Lijin kicked him irritably and whispered, "Are you stupid? Let your dad struggle with it. It'd be best if he couldn't get it open all night. How did you snap it? Why did you use so much force? Do you think you're slaughtering a pig?" Su Jifeng shouted in exasperation. "I wasn't even trying that hard. This thing just can't take a pull." "Not everything the Westerners make is any good," Tang Laifu said, thoroughly exasperated. Tang Ijuan's eyes lit up as he looked at Tang Lijin with admiration. His uncle really was quick on his feet. Tang Lijin was extremely pleased with himself. He tugged his nephew and quietly moved them toward the doorway, just in case Tang Laifu remembered them again. This spot would make it easy to escape. Spending the night in the mountains would be better than getting beaten. After a sharp clang, the whole family gasped, followed by Su Jinfeng's complaint. "I told you not to hit it so hard. You've knocked the lid right into the can. How's our little girl supposed to drink from it now?" The whole family bustled around the can of Coke, clanging and clattering. Anyone unaware of the situation would have thought they were hammering on a sheet of tin. Tang Xianwan didn't say a word. Actually, all it would have taken was a few taps around the edge of the lid, but she didn't want to remind them. Let them keep themselves busy, that way. Her third brother's poor but would be saved. Cling. That way, she wouldn't be reminded to settle the score with them. Tang Xianwan blinked. Did he actually knock the cap right into the can? What kind of trick was that? She'd been drinking Coke for so many years, yet she'd never seen anyone manage to knock the cap right into the can. How did her dad do it? Intrigued, Tang Xiaonan squeezed her way in, pushing Tang Laifu's arm aside. The bright red Coke sat on the table, surrounded by the whole family. Standing on a stool and looking down, Tang Xiaonan was overjoyed. Tang Laifu had hammered the Coke cap until it was misshapen. The round cap had become flat and slightly curled, and it fell right into the Coke with a single tap. Tang Laifu picked up the Coke in frustration and said to Tang Xiaonan, "You can still drink it if you pour it out." End of chapter. Chapter 442, My heart aches so much I can't breathe. Please vote for monthly tickets. Tang Xiaonan stifled a laugh and praised him. "Daddy, you're so amazing." Third brother was knocking for ages. The frustration on Tang Laifu's face vanished instantly, replaced by a sense of pride. Of course, he was better than his son, that went without saying. Tang Ijuan, standing by the door, pursed his lips. He'd never do something so embarrassing back then. He'd open the door with a single knock, handling it with ease. His dad, on the other hand, had knocked 28 times. He'd just counted them. Su Jifeng brought over a bowl and poured some out. The dark brown liquid was bubbling slightly, and everyone stared at it as if watching a magic show. It was utterly fascinating. "Isn't this just herbal medicine?" "It's exactly the same," Su Jifeng said. Everyone nodded in agreement. It really did look just like herbal medicine. Tang Lifeng chuckled. "Why is this soda the foreigners made so weird? It doesn't even look good to drink. Orange juice is still the best. Foreigners are all uncouth. What good food could they possibly make? I heard from Lao Lu that foreigners eat meat raw, still bloody, and they just munch on cabbage and radishes raw too. They don't know how to cook them. This soda definitely won't taste good." Tang Baishan wore an expression of utter disdain. He harbored a deep-seated contempt for foreigners. The great Huaxia was still the best. "Xinhuan, go ahead and drink it," said Zhang Manwei, who also had little interest in this foreign soda and couldn't understand why her granddaughter liked it so much. Tang Xinhuan took a small sip from the bowl, then held it to Su Jinfeng's lips and made her take a sip. Su Jifeng smacked her lips. Her eyes lit up a little, and she seemed to want more. "This foreign soda is sweet, with a strong aftertaste. It's really good." Burp. Tang Igua let out a fizzy burp and licked his lips. "Can you buy this foreign soda at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? It's pretty good." The adults had only taken a sip each. The rest was shared among the children. Tang Xianwan hadn't had any either. She'd brought this whole can back specifically for her family to try. Zhang Manwei took a sip, half believing, half doubting, savored it for a moment, then shook her head in disgust. "What's so good about it? It's harsh on the throat. I'd rather drink plain water." Tang Ijuan, standing by the door, couldn't keep quiet any longer. He blurted out, "You can't even buy it in Weqing, but Songcheng should have it. Do you guys know how much a can of this soda costs?" Tang Ijuan snorted. "A few jiao? Dream on. It's 2 yuan 50 a can, and you need connections just to get your hands on it." A few jiao. Tang Igua figured it couldn't possibly cost more than a few jiao. After all, a bottle of orange juice was only 1 jiao. Is it really that good? Zhang Manwei was skeptical. Let them share it among themselves. Save some for Xianwan. Zhang Manwei still favored her granddaughter. The others also took an interest in the foreign soda. After each took a sip, some said it tasted good, while others said it tasted bad. Tastes varied, but one thing was certain. The kids all loved it. Su Jifeng nodded vigorously. "It really is delicious, Mom." You should try some. Sure. A collective gasp filled the room as everyone's eyes darted to the empty can on the table. 2 yuan 50 for just this tiny bit of water? That's a rip-off. Only a fool would buy that to drink. For 2 yuan 50, I could buy 3 gin of brown sugar, enough to make several pots of sugar water, which tastes way better than this stuff. Zhang Manwei grew more and more upset as she spoke. If she'd known this can of foreign soda cost 2.5 yuan, she definitely wouldn't have let them drink it. It would have been so much better to take it to town to sell, buy some brown sugar, and make her own sugar water, enough for the whole family to drink. You wasteful good-for-nothing. Why didn't you say it was so expensive sooner? What's the point of drinking this foreign soda? It's gone in a single pee. With 2.5 yuan, we could have bought some meat to eat. Zhang Manwei was so furious she slapped Tang Aijuan several times. She was so heartbroken she could barely breathe. Another chapter completed. Please keep voting and subscribing. Huang Fengxian is about to hit rock bottom. She's in for a world of trouble. Kisses. I set the posting time wrong? I only realized it after a reader pointed it out. End of chapter. Chapter 443. Got beaten up after all. I didn't buy it. That crazy old man gave it to me. Ouch! Grandma, stop hitting me. Tang Aijuan kept dodging. Zhang Manua's blows were excruciatingly painful, just like his mother, Su Ji-foam. She was a real tigress. If he'd known, he wouldn't have mentioned the price. But his explanation didn't calm Zhang Manwei down. If anything, she hit him even harder, because she was even more upset. If he hadn't drunk that can of Coke, she would have made 2 yuan and 50 jiao out of thin air, but now that money was gone. How many cans did you drink? Zhang Manwei demanded. One can. Just one. Really just one? Zhang Manwei didn't believe him, and her hands didn't stop. It really was just one, Grandma. I scraped this one together from between my teeth. Tang Aijuan felt like crying, but had no tears left. What had he ever done to deserve this? He'd brought it back with good intentions so everyone could try something new, but instead of a single "thank you," he'd gotten a beating. Even though he wouldn't have been as wronged as he was. Zhang Manwei still felt a twinge of pain in her heart. 2 cans were worth 5 yuan, and this wasteful grandson had squandered it all. She slapped him a few more times before calming down a bit, but the moment she thought about how those 5 yuan had ultimately ended up as nothing more than a few peas, she just couldn't bring herself to feel at ease. Fine, I'll get Grandma some meat instead. Tang Laifu also came over and kicked Tang Aijuan. If you ever take your little sister out again, I'll break both your legs. Tang Laifu was about to teach that good-for-nothing another lesson when Tang Xiaonan rushed over to block him. Dad, it's not third brother's fault. Don't hit him. Zhang Manwei decisively slapped him, landing a heavy blow on the back of Tang Aijuan's head. You good-for-nothing. You'll never go broke from eating or drinking. It's only when you mismanage your affairs that you'll be poor for life. I'll have to find this foolish grandson a strong, thrifty wife someday. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy we are, we'll squander it all. After a long standoff, Tang Laifu finally held back. How could he bring himself to hit his own daughter? He'd deal with that little brat later. Smack. Tang Aijuan was so moved his heart nearly melted. Fearing Tang Xianwan might really get hit, he tried to pull her away. Xianwan, move aside, this has nothing to do with you. But Tang Aijuan muttered, Grandma, you stretch a yuan's worth of meat into 7 or 8 meals. It's not even enough to clean your teeth. Tang Laifu pulled his hand back, and the fierce expression on his face softened slightly. But Tang Xiaonan wasn't about to believe him. Tang Laifu had always reasoned with his fists. She clung tightly to Tang Aijuan, refusing to let go. Tang Aijuan grimaced in pain. Tang Laifu's kick had been so powerful it nearly broke his leg. Yet he dared not cry out, keeping his head down and remaining silent. Tang Xianwan gave this dimwit a hard pinch on the waist and glared at him. He was such a big fool. If she left, this clueless third brother would definitely be skinned alive by Tang Laifu. From now on, if anyone gives you such expensive soda again, don't drink it. Grandma will sell it and buy you meat with the money. Meat is so delicious. Dad, go ahead and hit me. It was my idea to have third brother bring it for me. Xiaonan, step aside. I'm not going to hit your third brother. I'm just going to reason with him. Tang Xiaonan was especially well behaved. After all, it was just an empty promise. As long as it made the old lady happy, that was all that mattered. Later, she'd sneak a drink outside without letting the old lady know. After shooting Tang Aijuan a fierce glare, Tang Laifu sat back down, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Tang Aijuan exhaled. Only half the weight had been lifted from her heart. She definitely wouldn't be able to go home tonight. She'd just have to squeeze in with her younger uncle. Tang Xiaonan yawned widely. She was exhausted. The next second, Tang Laifu picked her up. She forced her eyes open and mumbled dazedly, Daddy, don't hit third brother. I'm not hitting him anymore. Tang Laifu glared at Tang Aijuan again, a pang of bitterness welling up inside him. In just a few days, that little rascal had won his daughter over completely. Once Xiaonan fell asleep, he'd beat that little bastard senseless. End of chapter. Chapter 444, Family Members Taking Turns to Give Way. Only then did Tang Xianwan fall into a deep sleep. Even in a sleeper car on the train, she couldn't sleep well. After all, being away from home was no substitute for being at home. Her heart was constantly on edge, and she didn't dare to sleep too soundly. The slightest noise would wake her up. Now, cradled in Tang Laifu's arms, she could finally rest easy. Tang Laifu gazed tenderly at his daughter in his arms. His usually fierce expression had softened into a pool of molasses. He held her tightly with both hands, not daring to move for fear of waking Tang Xiaonan. He shot a fierce glare at Tang Aijuan and his nephew before finally carrying his daughter home. Only after Tang Laifu had walked far away did the uncle and nephew finally let out a sigh of relief. When they wiped their foreheads, they found them covered in sweat. "Uncle, I'm going to sleep with you tonight," Tang Aijuan whispered. Tang Laijin grunted impatiently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Tang Aijuan took this as tacit approval anyway, and, carefree as ever, he cheered up again. Zhang Manhwa and Su Jifeng were figuring out how to allocate the fabric. With so many people in the household, there certainly wouldn't be enough fabric to make a full set of clothes for everyone, but deciding who should get them was another problem. Why would an old woman like me need new clothes? Don't make any for me either. Make them for Aihua and Aigua instead. They need to look presentable for school, Zhang Manhwa flatly refused. She spent all day at home doing housework. Even if she had new pants made, she'd never have a chance to wear them. It would be a waste of good fabric. It was better to make them for her 2 older grandchildren. No need to make anything for the little girl either. She already has so many new dresses. Let's make a flowered dress for Yuxiang. Use the blue cloth to make pants for Dad, Mom, and Laifu, and use the remaining patterned fabric for Laifeng and my younger sister-in-law. Su Jifeng already had a plan in mind. There were many well-off families in town. Her family was considered wealthy in Mopin Mountain, but in town, that didn't mean much. Naturally, when there were nice things at home, she had to prioritize her grandsons first. An old woman like her didn't need them, and Tang Laifu certainly didn't either. Who would a pig butcher show off new clothes to? Pigs wouldn't understand either. Yuxiang and I don't need them either, Tang Laifeng chimed in. Big sister, why don't you make yourself a dress? The pattern on this fabric is lovely. You'll look gorgeous in it, Sherlan urged. She patted her daughter's hand and gave her a subtle nod from below. Although Chai Yuxiang really wanted to wear a flowered dress, she knew her place and didn't feel upset about it. The most important thing in life is to be content. Though Chai Yuxiang was young, she already understood many of life's truths and was more sensible than some adults. Elan and I don't need any, Tang Laigui said with a smile. She would give the blue cloth to her in-laws and husband, and the patterned cloth to her younger brother's wife and her younger sister-in-law and her daughter. She didn't need any for herself. She could still wear her old clothes after mending them. After all, she never went out, so patching up her old clothes was enough. Sherlan and Tang Laifeng also declined, saying they didn't need anything made either. Sherlan nodded with a smile. Although she really liked that piece of floral fabric, she was fine without it. She'd just made a floral print skirt not long ago, though the pattern wasn't as vibrant as this one. Su Jinfin didn't even own a single decent outfit. Even when she went to banquets, she'd wear a light blue blouse and dark pants. Since Sherlan had married into the Tang family, she hadn't seen Su Jinfin wear a skirt once. Her clothes and appearance didn't look feminine at all. I don't wear skirts. I work every day, and it's not practical to work in a skirt, Su Jifeng shook her head vigorously. She'd lived for over 40 years and had never worn a skirt. She might have worn one as a child, but she stopped as soon as she grew up a bit. As the eldest daughter, she had to take care of her younger brother starting at 6 or 7 years old and handle all the household chores. She was busy from morning till night and simply had no time to wear skirts. Besides, Su Jifeng had known since childhood that she wasn't pretty. She had a boyish face and a stocky build. Other girls had willowy waists and walked with a swaying gait, just like Huang Fengyan. They were a sight to behold. End of chapter. Chapter 445, Helping Su Jifeng Change. Although Su Jifeng looked down on Huang Fengxian, constantly calling her a whore, she had to admit that Huang Fengxian was indeed beautiful, much more so than she was. No wonder Tang Laifu couldn't stop thinking about that whore. Su Jifeng had liked Tang Laifu ever since she was a young girl, but she felt inferior and didn't dare to express her feelings. Moreover, once Tang Laifu and Huang Fengxian became an inseparable couple, she dared not make a move at all. She never imagined that Huang Fengxian's engagement would fall through, and that Tang Baishan would then ask her father for her hand in marriage. At the time, her parents were opposed to the idea, believing that Tang Laifu wasn't sincere about their daughter. After all, it had been less than half a year since his engagement to Huang Fengxian had ended. If Tang Laifu had quickly forgotten Huang Fengxian, it would mean he was a heartless man, and their daughter would surely suffer if she married him. But if Tang Laifu still held deep feelings for Huang Fengxian, then she certainly couldn't marry him either. How could she possibly live with a husband who had another woman on his mind? Furthermore, every time Tang Laifeng went to the town health clinic for a checkup, he would bring back something, whether candy, pastries, or meat. People are only human after all, and Su Jifeng wasn't made of stone. She was the type who preferred a gentle approach to a harsh one, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. If they were kind to her by one part, she'd return tenfold. If anyone wronged her by one part, she'd retaliate 12-fold. Now that Su Jifeng no longer felt resentful, her temper had softened considerably. In the past, she certainly wouldn't have been so generous as to share out the fabric her son had brought home. All she asked was that she treat Tang Laifu with sincerity and bear him children. Over time, surely that man wouldn't still be thinking of Huang Fengxian? But the cruel reality left a thorn in Su Jinfeng's heart that she couldn't seem to pull out. Although Tang Laifu had no physical affair with Huang Fengxian, his emotional infidelity made her feel even more resentful. Fortunately, Tang Laifu had now seen Huang Fengxian for who she really was. Su Jifeng felt refreshed, and the unease in her heart naturally vanished. She believed the days ahead would only get better. Su Jinfen felt a little embarrassed and glanced down at her own thick waist. She didn't refuse outright. He's so fat, the underwear won't even fit him. Making it for him would just be a waste of fabric. Let's make it for ourselves, he really doesn't need it. But Su Jinfen was determined to marry him. She didn't care if Tang Laifu had other women on his mind. She felt this was her only chance to marry him, and she was convinced that love could be kindled over time. Su Jifeng was well aware of the situation. Sherlan often bought this and that for her daughter and helped take care of her two sons who were studying in town, putting in more effort than she, their own mother, did. Tang Laifu's younger sister-in-law was also quite kind. With her mediation, Su Jinfeng's relationship with her mother-in-law had improved significantly. Big sister, it's not like I work every day, I'll just make myself a dress to wear. He'll make it for me, Tang Lifeng said with a smile. Her sewing skills were quite good. She made all her children's clothes herself. Both Sherlan and Tang Lifeng had great figures, tall, slender, and graceful, and when they wore skirts, they moved like willows in the wind. But on Sherlan, it looked like a large chamber pot wrapped in floral fabric. She didn't even need to try it on to know it wouldn't look good. Just ask him to cinch the waist a little, it won't look bad. Big sister, I trust him. It'll definitely look good on you, Sherlan said in a soft, gentle voice. She knew how to design clothes herself, with a few minor adjustments to the neckline and waist, or by adding a few little embellishments, the effect could be completely different. Although Su Jifeng was on the sturdier side, as long as the clothes were well made, she could still look beautiful. What woman wouldn't want to wear a skirt? Sherlan felt quite sorry for Su Jifeng. Tang Laifu was truly responsible and reliable when it came to his family, but he wasn't a thoughtful or considerate man. He certainly wouldn't think to buy Su Jifeng a gift. In that regard, he fell far short of Tang Laigai. Sherlan was grateful to Tang Xiaonan and felt sympathy for Su Jifeng. She wanted to help her. End of chapter. Chapter 446, Another Slip of the Tongue. With my figure, would this really look good on me? Su Jifeng was starting to get tempted. Would she really look good in a skirt? What woman doesn't love to look beautiful? She was no exception, especially when she saw Huang Fengyan dressed up so flamboyantly every day. Even ordinary clothes looked so good on her. And men were always staring at her in awe. On one hand, Su Jifeng looked down on Huang Fengxian. On the other, she envied her. She, too, wanted to be able to dress up beautifully one day and make Tang Laifu's eyes spin. But it was just a daydream. Su Jifeng knew her place. She'd better just work hard and earn money. Sherlan smiled, her tone full of confidence. It'll definitely work. I'll take your measurements, and once it's ready, I'll have Lai Gui bring it over. Don't bother Lifeng with it. I'm a bit more efficient than she is. I'd be happy to take it easy. My second sister-in-law's craftsmanship is much better than mine, Tang Lifeng said with a smile. After all, Sherlan was the one who had taught her how to sew. When Sherlan married into the family, Tang Lifeng hadn't gotten married yet. Back then, she was still living at home. Sherlan's dowry included a sewing machine, so Tang Lifeng learned to sew from her, and even picked up knitting and crocheting, though her hands weren't quite as deft as Sherlan's. Su Jinfeng's desire to wear a floral skirt was growing stronger and stronger, but she still lacked confidence. 40 years of self-doubt had become deeply ingrained in her, and it wouldn't change overnight. Maybe we shouldn't make them after all. One set for me is enough for both of you, let's not waste the fabric. Su Jifeng had lost her usual decisiveness and was now torn. She was afraid that if the dress didn't turn out well, it would be a waste of fabric, and that would be such a shame. Big sister, trust Elan. If she says it'll look good, it definitely will. I'm not bragging, but my Elan's craftsmanship is absolutely the best in all of Huaquan Township, Tang Ligui urged. Tang Lijin cringed, desperately wanting to kick her clueless nephew to death. He just couldn't keep his mouth shut. Even if they were to give their lives for a man, they would do so willingly. I was just out having fun. Huajinji has relatives there, so I hung out with him for a few days. Sherlon shot him a playful glare, her heart filled with sweetness. Tang Ligui smiled back at her. The affection between the couple spoke volumes without a word. Zhang Manhwa pursed her lips, a pang of bitterness in her heart. Once he has a wife, he forgets his mother. That second son is such an ungrateful wretch. Tang Lifeng and Su Jifeng, however, felt quite differently. They envied Sherlon because Chai Baoyang and Tang Lifu would never, ever praise their wives in public the way Tang Ligui did. Moreover, Tang Ligui was truly thoughtful and considerate toward Sherlon. Even though she couldn't have children, Tang Ligui cherished her all the more and treated her even better. Stop arguing. There'll be plenty of cloth later, as much as you want. Grandma, second aunt, youngest sister-in-law, and mother-in-law will all get their share. Tang Ijuan shouted loudly, unable to bear seeing the family haggling over such a small amount of cloth. Once he made his fortune, everyone in the family would wear new clothes, and he'd even make a flowery dress for Yuan Bao. Everyone froze, but Tang Ligui was the first to react. He snapped, "What were you doing in Yangcheng? Tell me the truth." If they could marry a man like that, they'd be willing to eat pickled vegetables and chowder every day. Then what's the story with this fabric? How could a relative of the Hu family have so much of it? Tang Ligui pointed at the fabric, his expression stern. Fabric purchases were strictly rationed. This amount exceeded a year's quota. What relative could be so generous? Besides, he'd long heard that Yangqing was full of contraband goods. If these fabrics turned out to be of dubious origin, it would spell trouble. Tang Lijin felt very guilty, but not wanting to make up lies to deceive his family, he said, "Well, our relatives are well connected, aren't they? Anyway, just go ahead and use this cloth, nothing bad will happen." Even Mr. Chi is using it. The old master even said that major reforms will come by next year at the latest. If you don't believe me, do you not believe Mr. Chi? End of chapter. Chapter 447. Boss Du is my idol. Tang Ligui was skeptical. Did Mr. Chi really say that? He really did. He also said that things are about to change drastically. Whoever seizes the opportunity will rise above the rest. Anyway, I'm going to study under Mr. Chi. I want to rise above the rest. Tang Ijuan seized the opportunity to voice his ambition. Having broadened his horizons in the big city, Tang Ijuan was no longer content with a life of simply having enough meat to eat every day. He wanted to leave Melanchon, get into Shitty University, and then go see the foreign country's old master Chi had mentioned, and, of course, earn a generous dowry for his younger sister. That was the most important thing. Tang Lijin nodded repeatedly. That's exactly what old master Chi said. He also mentioned that right now is a time of changing winds and clouds. What was it again? Changing winds and clouds. Tang Ijuan corrected him, shooting his uncle a disdainful glance. Uneducated. Right, the winds and clouds are shifting. Old Master Chi also said that heroes emerge in times of chaos, and that now is the best of times. As long as you seize the opportunity, you're sure to become a prominent figure, just like Du Weshing back in the day. Tang Lijin had been listening to quite a few stories about famous figures from Mr. Chi lately, and the one he admired most was Boss Du with only a few years of schooling, no connections, and no capital. He'd gone from a pear vendor to a regional warlord. How impressive. He didn't have ambitions on that grand scale himself. He simply envied Du Weshing for having so many wives, all of them beauties. He'd also come to realize one truth. If you want lots of wives, you've got to make lots of money. Tang Ligui shot him a disdainful glare and snapped, "And you think you can be like Du Weshing? Just stick to your job and work hard." Du Weshing started out working hard too, but what about you? You're just loafing around all day. You're 25 and still haven't got your act together. What girl would ever want to marry you? A good month's work wasted, you good for nothing, wasteful good for nothing. Zhang Manua's face twisted into a ferocious grimace, and his hand swung out again. Tang Lijin quickly dodged. "It's really urgent. I have to go catch that slut Huang Fengxian's daughter. I heard she went to work. She's definitely up to no good again." Tang Lijin kept dodging, but while he could protect his head, he couldn't shield his body. His skin stung fiercely from the blows, and the pain was excruciating. Zhang Manwei walked over, slapped him, and snarled, "If you don't work, you won't earn a single fin. Everyone in the village works every day, you're the only lazy bum. Since you're back, you're going to work tomorrow. I have something important to do tomorrow. You've been busy for a whole month now. I bet you're just out hanging out with your good-for-nothing friends. What kind of work is that?" Zhang Manwei grew angrier as she spoke, grabbing a feather duster and whipping him several times. "How much money can you make working? It's not even enough to buy meat," Tang Lijin muttered defiantly. How was I supposed to know that Slut's affair was as complicated as a tunnel war? I couldn't catch her for half a day, but this time I'm definitely going to catch her. Tang Lijin protested his innocence, but in truth, Zhang Manwei wasn't wrong. He had indeed spent that entire month hanging out with his ne'er-do-well friends. Still, he hadn't forgotten to catch women in the act. He'd managed to juggle both his official duties and his personal affairs. Another month of catching her? Zhang Manwei snapped. It wasn't that he didn't want to work, he just didn't want to do pointless labor. Smack. Working himself to the bone every day without earning even a yuan, Tang Lijin felt utterly hopeless. He didn't want to waste his youth and time in the countryside with no end in sight. He wanted to make big money. Money is what gives a man his pride. No need, a half a month will do. Half a month, my ass. You're just trying to slack off. I'll beat you to death, you lazy good for nothing. Zhang Manwei started whipping him for no reason at all. Wasting another half-month of labor, she didn't see any sincerity in her youngest son's offer. It was clearly just an excuse to slack off. A week. Ouch! A week should be enough, right? Zhang Manwei put away the feather duster and snapped coldly, if you don't get results in a week, I'll break your damn legs. End of chapter. Chapter 448, The Envious and Jealous Villagers. Tang Lijin rubbed his sore foot, inwardly groaning in frustration. How was he supposed to know if Huang Fengxian would go off to have an affair this week? If that slut actually behaved herself, what was he supposed to do? Besides, he still had to go sell fabric. He couldn't put off making money. But that wasn't a problem for Tang Lijin. He had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. He'd invite a few good buddies over for drinks and have them keep an eye on things. That slut was so promiscuous, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist. As soon as she went to see her old lover, she'd be caught for sure. He'd already let that slut have her fun for a whole month. This time, she definitely wouldn't get away with it. Tang Ligui's expression turned cold as he sneered. Third brother, when the time comes, make a big scene, the bigger, the better. Have your brothers spread the word everywhere and go cause a ruckus at the school district too. I'll cover the expenses. He'd always been kind to others, but that didn't mean he was weak or easy to bully. He was determined to make Huang Fengxian lose her job and her reputation, turning her into a despised rat that everyone would spit on. Second brother, that's not very nice of you to say. There's no need for you to pay for this. Rest assured, Huang Fengxian's good days are over. Tang Lijin's gaze grew even colder. He was no saint. Tang Ligui smiled, skipping the pleasantries. There was no need for formalities among brothers. Sherlan watched him anxiously, afraid something might go wrong. Tang Lifu reassured her with a glance and a faint smile. Don't worry about this. Just focus on your work. Early the next morning, Tang Ligui and Sherlan returned to town, taking the piece of patterned fabric with them. She had taken measurements for both Su Jifeng and Chai Yuxiang and planned to sew their new skirts as soon as they got back. Would she dare? Second sister-in-law, don't be afraid. We Tang family aren't pushovers. If Huang Fengxian dares to cause any more trouble, we won't let her stay on Mopin Mountain. We'll definitely kick her out, Tang Lijin sneered. Tang Lijin also left early that morning, first stopping by Huijinji's place to pick up some fabric. He planned to round up a few of his ne'er-do-well friends to go peddle it around the village. Country folk have even fewer cloth ration tickets, and since they work every day, their clothes wear out quickly, so the demand for cloth is actually huge. I took mostly indigo-dyed cloth, but I also grabbed some patterned fabric. I'll sell the cloth while rounding up Huang Fengxian's female followers, killing two birds with one stone. Exactly, Su Jifeng snapped. No matter how crazy Huang Fengxian gets, just kick her out and let her go beg on the streets. Sherlan felt a little more at ease. Family ties were strong in the countryside. If Huang Fengxian still wanted to live on Mopin Mountain, surely she'd rein herself in after learning her lesson? It's still best to be careful. Huang Fengxian is like a mad dog. I'm afraid if she's cornered, she might turn on us. Sherlan voiced her concern. Hu Jinji, meanwhile, had gone to Wecheng to peddle his wares. He was taking a phased approach to sales. His goal was to secure the markets in Wuching and Wecheng first, then expand into Province C. Just one province would be enough to keep him afloat, and this batch of cloth wouldn't take long to sell out. Tang Xunwan had also returned to her daily routine of going to and from school. As the weather grew hotter, she wore a skirt every day, a new one bought by Crazy Grandpa. The fashionable skirt caused quite a stir in the village. Many women came to admire it, planning to have similar outfits made for their own daughters. Upon learning that Tang Xunan's skirt had been a gift from a relative of Hu Jinji, the villagers grew even more envious. If only they'd known back then to cultivate a good relationship with the Hu family, who knows, maybe they could have reaped some benefits by now. A while back, Tang Xiaojing's family bought a new sewing machine. Since Tang Xiaojing's youngest son was getting married in the second half of the year, Tang Xiaojing had the money but no ration tickets. After great difficulty, he managed to get bicycle ration tickets, but he was still missing the sewing machine. The villagers had heard him complain about it many times, but no one expected him to just go out and buy one. End of chapter. Chapter 449, sold out in a flash. Please vote for monthly tickets. Later, the villagers found out that Huijinji had secured that sewing machine voucher, which Tang Xiaoheng had bought for 80 yuan even in the city. They sold for 100 yuan, and you might not even be able to get one. Moreover, whenever Tang Xiaoheng had nothing to do lately, he'd wander around the village with his new radio, humming along to the operas he was listening to. Sometimes he'd even set the radio up at the village entrance and listen to the operas together with a group of elderly men and women. Now this radio has become an extremely important source of cultural enrichment for Mopin Mountain Village. After dinner, many people head to the village entrance to listen to operas or catch up on current events to learn about the outside world. They'd then spend the rest of the evening shooting the breeze and chatting, and the night would just slip by. Their spiritual lives were far richer than ever before. Soon after, village chief Tang Pengzheng also acquired a new radio identical to Tang Xiaoxing's. When the villagers inquired, they learned that Huijinji had also obtained it from a relative. Just like at the department store, it sold for 50 yuan, but no ration tickets were required. The villagers were eager to get their hands on one, and anyone with a little extra money went to ask Huijinji to help them get a radio. They, too, longed for a richer spiritual life. What the villagers didn't know was that Huijinji had sold the radios to Tang Xiaozheng and Tang Pengzheng for 35 yuan each, claiming it was the cost price from his relative and hadn't made a single fin on the deal. But he'd instructed them to tell others the price was 50 yuan. Tang Xiaoheng and Tang Pengzheng were, of course, more than happy to oblige. They felt deeply gratified, thinking that Huijinji was sensible, knew how to distinguish between close and distant relatives, and was a good-hearted and loyal young man. As a result, with Tang Xiaoheng and Tang Pengzheng serving as living testimonials, people from other villages began sending representatives to buy radios. Huijinji had originally assumed that purchasing power in rural areas was low, but the facts proved him wrong. Half of the 20 radios were bought by rural residents, and demand far outstripped supply, though he had no stock left. Li Qingsong had also sold the remaining few units and received quite a few deposits. Huijinji had only one left, which he was saving for old Master Qi to listen to the news. The ledger was kept fairly accurately. Huijinji did a rough check and counted the money. Li Qingsong had turned in over 500 yuan, the gross profit from selling cloth and radios. He and Tang Lijin had made a good amount as well. All told, it came to about 400 to 500 yuan. After deducting costs and commissions, he'd pocket about 1,000 yuan for himself, not to mention the 2 radios he'd kept and the leftover scraps of fabric. No rush, boss, but shouldn't we restock? Lots of people are clamoring for fabric, Li Qingsong said, his eyes sparkling. In less than a week, the fabric and radios had sold out completely, netting him 1,000 yuan. This deal had been incredibly profitable. Huijinji suppressed his excitement and said calmly, "Calculate your commission yourself. I'll give you the total amount, and you can split it up among the guys." Li Qingsong handed the ledger and a stack of bills to Huijinji. Unlike when they used to sell movie stills, back then it was all small change, including coins and steel tokens. Now it was mostly Great Unity banknotes, which was a sight to behold. "Boss, we've almost sold out of the fabric, and we're completely out of radios. I've also collected quite a few deposits. Here's the money and the receipts, please check the accounts." Selling fabric was more profitable than selling movie stills. He did the math. In just 1 week, he'd made over 100 yuan without a single fen in capital. All it took was a few extra words and a few more smiles, and he could earn several hundred yuan a month. It was a better deal than gold ingots falling from the sky. Plus, his sister had gotten several beautiful dresses for free. She dressed up all fancy every day, which was driving her husband nearly crazy. There was this hot-headed college graduate who'd just been assigned to the area. He was adamant that being unmarried meant she was single, so he went to pester his sister every day. Yelling at him didn't work. He was just too thick-skinned and persistent. "Tell those people that we definitely have the fabric, but they'll have to wait a few days." Huijinji had already booked his ticket and was getting ready to make another trip. End of chapter. Chapter 450. Preparing to return to Guangzhou. Please vote for monthly tickets. Huijinji planned to make this trip alone. With more capital at his disposal, he could now buy 10 sacks of cloth in bulk at once, which would allow Crazy Old Man to arrange for a train car to transport the goods, eliminating the need for him to carry them himself. However, he still had to go in person. Crazy Grandpa's inventory turned over quickly, with new goods arriving frequently, so he needed to be there to inspect and select them. Unfortunately, trains were too slow these days, and the journey would take several days. Li Qingsong hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Do you want me to come along and help carry the goods?" "No need. I can handle it on my own." Huijinji declined. He wouldn't let Li Qingsong know his supply channels. One must always be on guard. He could trust Uncle Tang Lijin and his nephew because Tang Xiaobang was there, but he'd always been wary of Li Qingsong. Li Qingsong smiled and didn't ask any further. He'd only asked offhand. He hadn't actually considered striking out on his own. For one thing, he didn't have enough capital. For another, he knew his own limitations. His vision and abilities simply couldn't match Hua Jinji's. It was better for him to keep working for others. He made good money that way without any headaches. It was just fine. Boss, what should we do with these fabric scraps? Someone said they'd buy them for 50 cents a jean, but I think it's such a waste. Li Qingsong changed the subject. The whole pieces of fabric were almost all sold out, but there were still quite a few scraps left, a whole big bag full. He settled Li Qingsong's wages, took the scraps and the ledger home, and once he'd sorted everything out, he would head to Yongqing. Su Wanra sensed Hua Jinji's delight and felt quite happy herself. She could finally be of help to her son. So she volunteered, why don't I give it a try? It was still early when they got home. Su Wanru was wiping down the table. When she saw the scraps of fabric, she gave them a quick once-over and said, "We could piece them together to make clothes. It'll just be a bit of a hassle." Hua Jinji's eyes lit up. If it could be made, that was great. Su Wanru was a master at needlework and would surely create beautiful clothes. However, he then thought of a practical problem. There was no sewing machine at home. He hadn't considered that before. Sewing by hand would be too slow. My mom made these amaranth pancakes. We don't have a sewing machine at home. I'll ask someone else, Hua Jinji said, shaking his head. Hua Jinji decided to take them home and have Su Wanru try making some children's clothes. He'd see if they could sell them. If it worked out, he'd have discovered another way to make money. Brother Hua, Aunt Su. Tang Xiaonan skipped in, accompanied by Chai Yuxiang. Chai Yuxiang was all dressed up today, wearing a brand new floral skirt. The skirt had a full, puffy hem, perfect for a little girl, and looked especially cute on her. I'll figure it out myself. Don't worry about it. Su Wanra felt a little disappointed. She really wanted to help her son, but he was so independent that there was nothing she could do. Now that she finally had an opportunity, but without a sewing machine, was she really destined to be a useless housewife for the rest of her life? Tang Xiaonan set the basket on the table. Inside were amaranth pancakes made by Su Jifeng. The red amaranth was growing exceptionally well these days. There was more than they could ever eat. After the start of summer, the people of Mopen Mountain would make amaranth pancakes, mix flour with eggs, chop the amaranth into small pieces, add water to form a batter, and spread it into pancakes in a pan. The method was simple, but the taste was excellent, and the color was beautiful. Tang Xiaonan loved them. Please thank your mother for me. Su Wanru accepted the basket. Hua Jinji didn't care for flour-based foods, but she and Old Master Chi both loved them. She took some sesame balls out of the cupboard and offered them to Tang Xiaonan and Chai Yuxiang. Yuxiang's skirt is really pretty. Did your mom make it? Su Wanru asked. End of chapter. Chapter 451, Patchwork Clothes. Please vote for monthly tickets. My second aunt made them. She made 2 sets for me. Chai Yuxiang's face flushed slightly, but her eyes sparkled. It was the first time she'd ever worn such a pretty floral skirt. Before, she'd always worn old clothes that her older brother had altered to fit her. Su Wanru examined it closely and discovered the secret behind the skirt. It turned out this puffy skirt was actually pieced together, likely made from leftover scraps of fabric. Your second aunt is so skilled with her hands, Su Wanru praised. Chai Yuxiang and Tang Xianwan both nodded vigorously. That was exactly right. Sherlan was truly skilled with her hands. She hadn't wasted a single inch of that tenchi roll of floral fabric, using every bit of it. However, Su Jinfeng's skirt wasn't finished yet. Sherlan said she wanted to put some real thought into the design. Aunt Su is also very skilled. These sesame balls are delicious. Tang Xianwan took a bite of a sesame ball. To be honest, they tasted better than the ones Su Jifeng had fried. In fact, Su Wanru had many good qualities, but they simply weren't suited to rural life. Just as an orchid in a secluded valley cannot grow in saline alkali soil. Su Wanru was only suited for a wealthy family, to live the life of a well-to-do lady whose hands never touched household chores. Su Wanru shyly lowered her head. What use was she? She couldn't do anything. All she could do was put some thought into the food, making sure her son and Old Master Chi ate well. Beyond that, there was nothing else she could do. When not in use, she would apply machine oil and cover it with a cloth. She was also very careful when using it. Few households in the village owned a sewing machine, so people often came by to borrow it. Su Jifeng would only lend it to those she was close to. She wouldn't even give the time of day to those she was only casually acquainted with. Her young maid couldn't help with this dilemma either. You have a sewing machine at home, right? But she still felt a bit resentful. Before Tang Xiaonan could even process what was happening, she heard Hua Jinji ask the question. She nodded. Her family did indeed have a sewing machine. She remembered it was a butterfly brand, made in Songqing. Su Jifeng treasured that sewing machine dearly, just as Tang Laifu treasured his bicycle. Tang Xiaonan shook her head. She had no idea, but Chai Yuxiang blurted out, I know. There are 4 sewing machines in the village, at my eldest aunt's house, my 4th maternal grandmother's house, my 6th maternal grandmother's house, and at accountant Huang's house. She could really make beautiful clothes out of those scraps of fabric. That way, her son could earn more money. She really wanted to help her son, but they didn't have a sewing machine at home. Sigh. Tang Xiaonan noticed the worry in Su Wanru's eyes and asked her directly. Hu Jinji watched Tang Xiaonan, who kept patting her chest, with amusement. That silly girl was trying to scare him. It was a classic case of trying to catch a chicken but losing a grain of rice instead. Su Wanru shook her head. It's nothing. Tang Xiaonan looked at Hu Jinji, but he was staring intently at Chai Yuxiang. He'd been doing so ever since she walked in, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Tang Xiaonan had intended to startle him, but before she could say a word, Hu Jinji gave her thigh a hard slap, which ended up giving her quite a fright. Do you know of any other families in the village who have a sewing machine? Hu Jinji asked again. Why isn't Aunt Su happy? Hu Jinji's eyes lit up even more. There were more sewing machines than he'd expected. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to approach Accountant Huang. He'd have the village chief handle that. The 2 households Chai Yuxiang mentioned, her 4th and 6th maternal grandmothers, were the village chiefs and Tang Xiaozheng's families, respectively. He planned to turn these scraps of fabric into a major business venture, one that would earn him even more money than selling whole bolts of cloth. Hu Jinji had first gotten the idea from Su Wanru, and then, upon seeing Chai Yuxiang's new skirt, he became even more determined. As long as the designs were novel and the craftsmanship a bit better, patchwork children's clothing would surely be in high demand. After discussing the main consumer base with Old Master Qi, he realized that products for women and children accounted for the bulk of consumption. Unmarried women were willing to spend money on themselves, while married women were willing to spend money on their children. Therefore, as long as the children's clothes he produced were beautiful and fashionable, he would certainly have no trouble selling them. End of chapter. Chapter 452, Setting up an Assembly Line. Please vote for monthly tickets. Brother Hua, are you thinking of using my family's sewing machine? Tang Xiaoan asked bluntly. If it were just for a day or 2, it wouldn't be a problem. Su Jifeng was usually generous, but if it were for a longer period, her mother would definitely feel the pinch. It would be better to have Hu Jinji just pay her directly, just like when he rented her father's bicycle. Only cash could heal Su Jinfeng's emotional wounds. Hu Jinji smiled. Right. Not just yours, but your 4th and 6th grandmothers too. I'll need 3 of them. Tang Xiaonan blinked. 3? Was the future big shot planning to start a clothing factory? Hu Jinji pulled out a piece of patterned fabric, no bigger than a small square table, with the same design as the skirt Chai Yuxiang was wearing. He said excitedly, if this fabric is sewn into skirts, I'm sure lots of people will buy them. A product's economic value lies in its added value. A single piece of fabric doesn't yield much profit, but if it's made into clothing, the profit multiplies. If it's turned into branded clothing, the profit could be tens or even hundreds of times greater. That's the added value of the product. Scraps of fabric are hard to sell, so why not turn them into products that sell well? He really was too slow on the uptake. It took him this long to figure it out. I want some glutinous rice paper, too. Why do you need 3? Su Wanru didn't understand. 1 would be enough for her. She wouldn't know what to do with 3 sewing machines. She only had 2 hands, after all. Hu Jinji rubbed his nose and didn't dare pinch her again, afraid Tang Xiaonan would really get angry. He pulled 2 big white rabbit candies out of his pocket, gave 1 to Chai Yuxiang, and peeled the wrapper off the other, feeding the candy to Tang Xiaonan, while he popped the rice paper wrapper into his own mouth. Tang Xiaonan rolled her eyes in exasperation and swatted away his annoying hand. Today, Tang Laifeng had braided her hair into a 5-pointed braid. It looked especially pretty. Neither Su Jifeng nor Zhang Manwei knew how to do it, and if he messed up her hairstyle, she'd definitely be furious. No wonder she hadn't struck it rich before. It was a matter of talent, not hard work. Tang Xunan's eyes lit up as she realized Hu Jinji's intention, and she secretly admired him. A big shot is a big shot. Their minds work faster than ordinary people's. She'd been thinking of using those scraps of cloth to make a mop. It was a way to repurpose waste, after all, but the big shot had turned them directly into clothes. Which is more profitable, clothes or mops? Hu Jinji smiled slightly and couldn't resist tugging at Tang Xionan's little braid. Tang Xiupan's mind was getting sharper and sharper, especially in stark contrast to that clueless little girl, Chai Yuxiang. The answer was obvious. Tang Xiunan blurted out, 3 machines definitely work faster than 1. Tang Xiunan was doing it on purpose. After all, the future big shot had tugged her braid. Hu Jinji stuck out his tongue. The glutinous rice paper had already melted. Tang Xianwan huffed, puffing out her cheeks, and said, "You're not allowed to tug my hair anymore." She'd also figured out Hu Jinji's plan. He was probably thinking of setting up an assembly line. That's how garment factories make clothes. One person sews the collars, another the sleeves, and another handles the cutting. With division of labor, it's several times faster than one person making a single garment alone. From start to finish, Chai Yuxiang had been munching on glutinous rice balls and hadn't listened to a word they said. The little girl was only interested in food. However, 3 sewing machines were still a bit too few. Plus, the sewing machines back then were all foot-powered, unlike those in later times, which were all powered by electric motors, faster, and with much finer stitching. Oh. The future big shot gave a non-committal reply, not taking it to heart at all. It was impossible not to feel a little annoyed, but Tang Xiaopeng had a short memory. He'd forget all about it in a few days anyway. "I'm heading out for a bit." Hu Jinji headed out. He was going to find Tang Xiaozheng and the village chief. Ideally, he could have the sewing machines moved to his house. That would be much more efficient. The 10,000 word update is complete. End of chapter. Chapter 453. Let's get to work. Tang Xiaonan didn't know how Hu Jinji had managed to persuade the 3 heads of the Tang family, but by evening, Su Jifeng was already excitedly directing Tang Laifu and his son Tang Aijuan as they carried the sewing machines over to the Hu family's house. The families of Tang Pengzheng and Tang Xiaozheng had already arrived, and 3 sewing machines were now set up in the Hu family's parlor. The room was packed with people. Tang Pengzheng and Tang Xiaoeng were there, along with Tang Baishan and Zhang Manwei, as well as Tang Pengzheng's youngest daughter-in-law, Lu Fengxia, and Tang Xiaozheng's second daughter-in-law, Xian Yinjiao. They were the representatives sent by their families because they were the best seamstresses. "Jinji, could you explain exactly what's going on?" "I still don't quite understand," said Tang Pengzheng. Tang Baishan nodded. "I don't get it either. Where are we going to get that much fabric to make clothes?" Hu Jinji smiled. "Don't worry about the fabric, it's guaranteed. My relative is an executive at a textile mill." Tang Baishan's eyes flickered. He finally understood where the fabric his youngest son and the others had brought back had come from. No wonder there was so much of it. It turned out his relative was an executive at a textile mill. Hu Jinji continued, "The reason I've asked the ladies to come to my house to sew is to save time. This way, they'll earn more money. My mother will handle the cutting, and the 3 ladies will handle the sewing. The wage for each finished garment is 6 jiao, paid on the same day." He actually preferred an assembly line approach. It was more efficient, and Su Jifeng and the others would certainly earn more. But there was a problem. Assembly line wages were distributed equally. He had set the wage at 6 jiao per garment, which meant 2 jiao each for the 3 of them. Over time, this would inevitably lead to conflict. Each of the 3 might feel she was doing more work and therefore deserved a larger share of the pay. As time went on, these conflicts would only intensify, potentially even straining their family ties, leaving him caught in the middle. Hu Jinji nodded with a smile. "It's 6 jiao. We'll settle accounts every day. But I have to be upfront about this. Quality must be guaranteed. If the workmanship is too shoddy, you won't get paid. Don't blame me when that happens, ladies." Xian Yinjiao and Su Jifeng felt the same way. They were absolutely determined to make the men look at them with new eyes. As the chairman said, women hold up half the sky. They'd tear down the other half too and make those big, tough men eat their words. Why blame you? If you don't do a good job, you wouldn't have the face to ask for money. I'd be mortified, Su Jifeng said bluntly. She was petite and not very strong. Her 2 older sisters-in-law had both earned their full work points, but she was the only one who hadn't. Although her in-laws hadn't said anything, she felt frustrated inside. If Hu Jinji really paid 6 jiao per piece, she'd grit her teeth and make 10 pieces a day. 1 day's work would equal 10 days for others, and she'd finally be able to hold her head high. So Hu Jinji came up with another plan. Su Wanru would handle the cutting, while the others would each complete a finished garment on their own. That way, the more they worked, the more they earned, and no one had any objections. Although the pace was a bit slower, this method was more practical and avoided conflicts. Everyone's eyes lit up. 6 jiao for a single garment. They were all quick workers, so making 5 or 6 pieces a day would be no problem at all. Even 5 pieces would bring in 3 yuan. That was far more than they'd earn doing day labor. 6 jiao really? Lu Fengxia couldn't believe it. Lu Fengxia and Xian Yinjiao nodded as well, a competitive spirit stirring within them. They were determined to work both quickly and well, aiming to earn the highest wages among the 3 of them. Su Jifeng, of course, felt the same way. Tang Xiaozheng and Tang Pezheng understood as well. The 2 exchanged surprised glances. Was this child from the Hu family about to make a big splash? Tang Baishan, however, was very worried. Isn't this profiteering? Won't the authorities come to investigate? End of chapter. Chapter 454. Starting a factory isn't that hard. Hu Jinji's eyes flickered, but he said nothing, merely looking at Tang Pengzheng. The reason he'd approached Tang Pengzheng's family was precisely because Tang was the village chief. As long as Tang was willing, whether the venture was profitable or not, or whether it succeeded or failed, the higher-ups wouldn't be able to interfere. Tang Xiaofeng snorted. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, the higher-ups won't have a clue. Even if they come to investigate, it'll be fine. We'll just stick to our story that we're making clothes for our own family. Who's going to stop us? Tang Pengzheng still looked a bit hesitant. As village chief, he had to consider every angle. If things went wrong, losing his position as village chief would be the least of his worries. He feared it might drag down the entire Tang family. Tang Xiaozheng continued, "Don't worry. I went into town a few days ago. The regulations aren't as strict as they used to be. There are plenty of street vendors selling stuff. I even heard that a village in Wiching set up a plastic factory. It opened before the new year, and it's already in full production, doing a booming business." Tang Pengzheng's eyes lit up. They really set up a factory? Why would I lie to you? What was that village called again? Oh, right, I think it was Ingshan Village. If you don't believe me, go ask around. The government has policies in place now. I reckon that in another couple of years, there'll only be more and more factories. And we at Mopin Mountain need to stay ahead of the curve. I think setting up a garment factory would be a great idea. Tang Xiaowen grew more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. Although he hadn't studied economics and wasn't as astute as Old Master Qi, his political instincts were far sharper than Old Master Qi's. After listening to the radio, reading the newspapers, and taking a few walks around town these past few days, he'd formed a bold hypothesis. The sunshine days were just around the corner. The higher-ups were definitely planning a major move. Perhaps they'd already begun, though ordinary folks like him were simply unaware of it. He was 62 this year and would retire in a few more years. He'd already picked a successor for the next village chief, his second son, who was set to return home from military service next year. He planned to let his second son gain experience at home for 2 years before taking over, with the goal of leading Molin Mountain to even greater success. Grandpa Liu is right. It's not just Dingshan Village in Wiching that set up factories. Several other villages have done the same. There are canneries, electronics factories, and hardware factories, all established in accordance with directives from the higher-ups and in full compliance with policy, said Hu Jinji. Tang Pengzheng's mind began to race. Setting up a factory. He had never even considered such a grand goal before, but now the idea was tempting him. Hu Jinji's mind stirred. Tang Xiaozheng's words had indeed reminded him that a garment factory could indeed be set up in Mopin Mountain. However, he wasn't particularly interested in the idea, first, because his goals lay elsewhere, and second, because even if a factory were established, he wouldn't be qualified to serve as its director. But if the Tang family were interested, he'd be willing to lend a hand. He would absolutely never do something just to benefit someone else. He wasn't that fool Donghua, after all. Still, he needed to lay a solid foundation for his second son, and setting up a factory was indeed a good idea. He'd already done some research, not just in Wiching, but in places like Wenching and Jincheng as well. Factories had been popping up one after another, though they were all just small workshops. Perhaps in a few years, these small workshops would either be phased out by the times, expand, or transform into a different business model. Tang Pengzheng finally made up his mind. I'll go to town in a few days to ask around. Even if we could actually set up a factory, we can't do it right now. First, there's the raw materials. Second, there's sales. We have to solve both of these problems. There's another issue. The clothes we make have to look good. If they're unattractive or of poor quality, no one will buy them. Hu Jinji added one more point, and this was the most crucial one. Raw materials and sales really weren't a problem. He could guarantee both, provided the product quality was assured. End of chapter. Chapter 455. Busy working toward a better life. Tang Pengzheng nodded. The clothes definitely have to be beautiful. Customers aren't stupid. If they're spending money, they want something good. Tang Xiaozheng glanced at Hu Jinji and smiled. There's no rush right now. Setting up a factory isn't that easy. Let the three of them get some practice first and see if the clothes they make will sell. Su Jifeng, Lu Fengxia, and the other girl instinctively straightened their backs, feeling both proud and a little nervous, as if 1,000 jin of weight were pressing down on their shoulders. Whether the factory could get off the ground was directly tied to the quality of the clothes they produced. They had to make the clothes perfectly. They couldn't hold Mo Panchen back. Tang Baishan, however, remained worried. He had always been cautious and meticulous, weighing every move carefully, looking both ahead and behind to ensure there were no risks before taking a step. Given the current situation, he still couldn't rest easy. I think we need to bring in one more person, Tang Baishan said calmly. Hu Jinji's eyes flashed again. Finally, someone had thought of it. Tang Xiaozheng and Tang Pengzheng quickly caught on as well. They both nodded in agreement. They definitely needed one more person. I'll go talk to Huang Tongqiao later, Tang Pengzheng said. Huang Tongqiao was none other than Huang the accountant. His family also owned a sewing machine. Zhang Manwei was so indignant she shouted, "Why go looking for someone from the Huang family? If we have money, don't we know how to earn it ourselves, the Tang family?" Only then did Zhang Manwei calm down. As long as Huang Fuxian's family wasn't involved, everything would be fine. She didn't care about anyone else. Even if he started a factory in the future, he would absolutely never hire Huang Fuxian's family. They dared to bring misfortune upon the Tang family's descendants, so he would make sure that family couldn't survive in the village. They wouldn't even have anywhere to beg for food. Tang Pengjing sneered, "Of course I won't hire them. I can hire anyone in the village, but not that family." No one would ever know that it was on this very night that the first seeds of the Tang Huang clothing brand, which would later become world-renowned, were sown. It would grow stronger and stronger until it became an internationally recognized brand. Lu Fengxia and Xian Yingjiao both nodded in agreement. They, too, had no intention of sharing their money with the Huang family. Why should they? Tang Pezheng glared at them. That's just a woman's perspective. You need to think long-term. The three of you get together every day to make clothes. How could the villagers not know? If only our Tang family gets rich and the Huang family gets nothing, what if they report us to the authorities? That would be much more serious than raising rabbits. That settled it. Work would officially begin tomorrow. Everyone was full of enthusiasm, especially the women. They were practically itching to get started that very night. They couldn't wait to start earning money. Su Jifeng also said, "The three of us, me, Fengxia, and Yinjiao, are enough. We don't need to bring anyone else in." Zhang Manwei grumbled, "Huang Fengxian has a sewing machine at home too. Shouldn't we bring that little slut in as well?" However, Tang Huanglian didn't even have a name yet. With only 3 sewing machines crammed into a dilapidated room, Su Wanru was the most excited. As soon as Tang Baishan and the others left, she got to work. She wanted to produce a batch of samples first. Hu Jinji watched Su Wanru bustling about and couldn't help but smile. Busyness meant a fulfilling life. He really liked his mother this way, working hard for a better life. Even if the results were small, as long as she'd tried her best, that was enough. He would take care of the rest. Just as it was time for bed, Tang Pengzheng returned, and Huang Tongqiao's 2 sons arrived carrying a sewing machine. Now they had 4 sewing machines. The Huang family had also sent their youngest daughter-in-law, named Lu Juxiang, who was also a quick-handed woman. The next day, Su Jifeng and the other 3 arrived around the same time, and Tang Lifeng, with her large baby bump, also showed up. She was there to help with the cutting. Su Wanru couldn't manage it all by herself. Tang Lifeng was still in good health and had no trouble with light work. Hu Jinji said she'd be paid 1 jiao per garment cut. 10 garments would amount to 1 yuan, so Tang Lifeng was, of course, willing to help. End of chapter. Chapter 456, Su Jifeng protects the home. The first day's results were quite good. They made a total of 25 pieces. Su Jifeng made 6, Lu Juxiang made 9, and Lu Fengxia and Xian Yingjiao made 5 each. Among the 4, Lu Juxiang was the most unassuming and quiet, but she worked the fastest, quietly finishing her tasks without a word. Hu Jinji settled their wages that very day, 6 jiao per piece. With the cash clearly in their hands, all 4 women beamed with joy, though deep down, they still felt a bit uneasy. Of course, only 3 of them felt this way. Lu Juxiang was the exception. Su Jifeng and the other 2 felt a pang of envy. They picked at Lu Juxiang's work for ages, but they had to admit that her work was both fast and well-made, no worse than theirs. Faced with such skill, Su Jinfen's fiery temper subsided, and she quietly steeled herself. Tomorrow, she was determined to beat Lu Juxiang. She had to be number 1. She was always the top woman in the team when it came to manual labor, so she couldn't fall behind in sewing, especially not to someone from the Huang family. That would be utterly humiliating. Xian Yingjiao and Lu Fengxia naturally felt the same way. They were both seething inside, determined to give it their all tomorrow. These 25 pieces were mostly floral dresses, available in 3 styles, all designed by Su Wanru. They'd also made some blouses out of blue and white cloth. Hu Jinji was heading to Yangqing the next day, and would take the finished garments to Li Qingsong to sell. He had already set the prices, slightly cheaper than the children's clothing at the department store. Both the dresses and blouses were 4 yuan each, while the cheapest items at the department store cost 5 yuan. While he was away, Hu Jinji asked Tang Lifeng to help supervise the production. Su Wanru was too soft-hearted to handle the supervisory work, but Tang Lifeng was up to the task and trustworthy. With Su Jifeng there as well, nothing could go wrong. Any trouble meant she wouldn't make any money, and if anyone got in the way of her getting rich, she'd absolutely dig up that person's ancestral graves. Tang Lijin was very busy over there. Perhaps there'd be a show to watch when he returned. The night before they left, Hu Jinji made a point of stopping by to let her know. Su Jifeng agreed without hesitation, and Tang Lifeng was, of course, on board as well. She tailored 15 pieces yesterday and earned 1 yuan and 50 fin. Her daughter was very close to Brother Hua, so she'd surely be heartbroken when the time came. Most importantly, if anything happened to Hu Jinji, who would help her make a fortune then? Right, let the third son go with her. He can keep an eye on her along the way. Su Jifeng was worried too. Hu Jinji had grown taller now and was quite handsome. What if someone kidnapped him while he was out? Tang Xiaonan shook her head. She didn't feel like eating anything. Are you going all that way by yourself? Why don't you ask Lai Jin to go with you? Tang Lifeng asked, a touch of concern in her voice. Hu Jinji took his leave to go home, and Tang Xianwan saw him out. When they reached the courtyard gate, Hu Jinji tugged gently on her little braid and asked with a smile, "What do you want to eat?" "Don't bother. It's no trouble at all. And don't worry about your mom either. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I'll chop them to pieces." Su Jifeng said heartily. "Thank you, Auntie." Hu Jinji was still just a child himself, only 2 years older than her son. If her own son, Wenhao, were to travel thousands of li away, she'd surely be worried to death. Su Wanru, as a mother, really did have a lot of nerve. Hu Jinji smiled slightly and politely declined. "I'll be fine on my own. I'll be back in 5 days at most. I'd appreciate it if you two aunts could keep an eye on things for me these few days. Just go visit your relatives. I'll keep an eye on things for you. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I'll chop them to pieces." Su Jifeng pounded her chest in assurance. "Please give my regards to Uncle Feng." She wasn't worried about Hu Jinji's safety. If that cripple set his sights on the boss, his fate would surely be grim. "I'll bring you some coke." Hu Jinji tugged at her braid one more time and walked away with a smile before Tang Xiaonan could roll her eyes. Tang Xiaonan found herself laughing in exasperation, but deep down she was truly happy. In less than half a year, so much had changed, and things were moving in an increasingly positive direction. End of chapter. Chapter 457. Financial strength determines a family's status. After Hu Jinji left, Su Jifeng and the others remained busy. Although the 3 of them were giving it their all and working faster and faster, managing to complete more than 8 pieces a day, Lu Juxiang was still faster than them. She seemed to take her time, and her movements didn't appear particularly fast. On the contrary, Su Jifeng and the other 2 looked like they were rushing around frantically. Yet by the end of the day, Lu Juxiang had always made more than them, basically 10 pieces a day, earning 6 yuan. Su Jifeng was green with envy, wishing she had 2 extra pairs of hands and feet. Although Su Jifeng was furious, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, her skills simply weren't up to par. Lu Juxiang had earned her money through her own ability. She certainly couldn't lose her mind and start cursing at her. Still, Su Jifeng was quite content. Even if she wasn't as good as Lu Juxiang, her daily wages were still substantial. 8 pieces earned her 4 yuan and 80 jiao, which was more than even Tang Laifu made. That added up to over 100 yuan a month and nearly 2,000 yuan a year. That would be more than enough to support 3 college students. Su Jifeng held her head high with complete confidence. Financial strength determines one's standing in the family. Before, Tang Laifu earned more, so no matter how furious she got, she had to hold back a bit. Now, though, she wasn't afraid anymore. If Tang Laifu dared to give her the cold shoulder, she'd chop him with a knife. Even if she crippled him, she'd just have to take care of him for the rest of his life. But Su Jinfeng's joy didn't last long. Once the scrap fabric was used up 4 days after Hu Jinji left, the bin was empty, leaving only a few tiny scraps. Piecing together clothes was too time-consuming. She couldn't even finish one in a day. "When is little Hua coming back? We can't even start working." Lu Fengxia asked Su Wanru. Not being able to earn money for a day made her feel anxious. "This is really pretty, isn't it? It's not hard to make either. Since we have so many scraps left, why don't we turn them all into arm warmers?" "Making arm warmers is a great idea. Let's not waste them," Lu Juxiang said with a shy smile as she handed the finished piece to Su Wanru. Lu Juxiang, however, picked out some scraps, all palm-sized pieces of patterned fabric, and sat down at the sewing machine herself. Before long, she'd finished a pair of pretty floral arm warmers. She tried them on her wrists, and they looked surprisingly good. Everyone suddenly felt a bit lost. Having grown accustomed to operating the sewing machine, they now found themselves at a loss without it. "There are still 2 days left. What are we supposed to do these next 2 days?" Su Jifeng snorted and retorted. "Do whatever needs to be done, feed the pigs and chickens, plant vegetables, do laundry, and cook. Didn't we still get by before we started using the foreign machine? Household chores have piled up these past few days. This is the perfect time to catch up on them. We'll just pick up where we left off once little Hua gets back." In the Shaoxing area, sewing machines are called yangche. Some terms are prefixed with the word yang. For example, matches are yanghua and umbrellas are yangsan. That works too. The housework really is piled up. Lu Fengxia and Xian Injiao had no objections and prepared to go home to work. Jinji said he'd be back in 5 days at most, Su Wanru said in a soft, gentle voice. Lu Fengxia and the others perked up and started looking for scraps of fabric to work with. Sleeve cuffs, which required no special skill, were particularly easy to make. Even when pieced together from scraps, they didn't take much effort. Before long, they'd finished over a dozen pairs, some patterned, some blue. No one made the white ones, though. Wearing white sleeve cuffs was considered bad luck, so surely no one would buy them. Su Wanru, however, was stumped. How should we charge for these? Why don't we wait until Jinji comes back to settle up with you all? I'll just jot it down in the ledger. Don't worry about mine, it wasn't much trouble. It only took about the time it takes to eat a meal, Lu Juxiang said with a smile. Lu Fengxia and Xian Injiao hesitated for a moment, but also said there was no need to charge. They'd already earned over 10 yuan, so they felt too embarrassed to ask for money for just a few arm-warmers. End of chapter. Chapter 458. A harsh scolding. Su Wanru felt even more at a loss. She really didn't know how to handle this kind of situation. She stammered, unsure of what to say. Su Jifeng was seething with frustration and snapped at her. You haven't said a single word in ages. If you don't know how to calculate it, just jot it down for now. Wait until Jinji comes back and let him figure it out. Oh, okay, I'll write it down. Su Wanru breathed a sigh of relief and carefully recorded the transaction. She hated having to make decisions. It was best when someone else did it for her. After Lu Fengxia and the others had left, Su Jifeng, frustrated that her daughter wasn't more assertive, snapped. What kind of example are you setting, dithering like this? You're a mother, for heaven's sake. Even a cornered rabbit can take on an eagle. How can you be so spineless? Your son has to handle everything for you. Don't you ever stop to think that your son is only 12? He's still just a child. At 12, other kids are still acting spoiled in front of their parents. But look at your family. The father has washed his hands of everything, and the mother can't even make a peep. Jinji must have been unlucky for 18 lifetimes to end up in your womb as your son. Su Wanru's eyes immediately welled up with tears, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I know I've dragged Jinji down. It's all my fault. You know it, but you won't change? What good is knowing if you don't do anything about it? Su Jinfeng yelled impatiently. Su Wanru shuddered, and tears finally streamed down her face. This only made Su Jinfeng even more irritated. Her hands itched to lay into her. Cry, cry, cry. All you ever do is cry. What good does crying do? Stop it already. Su Jifeng, having reached her limit, let out a loud roar, but Su Wanru only cried even harder, instinctively cowering back, afraid Su Jifeng would hit her. A leopard can't change its spots, and this little vixen, Su Wanru, can't shake her wimpy habit of whining and crying. Jinji really has it tough, running around taking care of everything, having to support the family at such a young age, and being bullied by so many people. Don't you feel sorry for your son? Tang Lifeng asked meaningfully. It's not that. I do feel sorry for him, but I'm just useless. Su Wanru covered her face and wept bitterly. Su Jinfeng's words had struck a raw nerve. Tang Lifeng quickly tried to calm her down. Big sister-in-law, please calm down. No matter how harshly you scold her, it won't do any good. Sister Su can't change overnight, it'll take time. Su Jinfeng snorted. As if she cares. When her son gets beaten, she runs away faster than a rabbit. I bet she wouldn't even come out if Jinji had someone beat her to death. Tang Lifeng looked helplessly at Su Wanru, who was weeping as pear blossoms fell. She couldn't stand it either, but she was slightly more patient than Su Jifeng. She knew Su Wanru didn't mean any harm, it was just her nature. What could be done? Because Su Jifeng was right, when Hu Jinji was being beaten, she couldn't do a thing to help. She had to watch helplessly as her son was beaten to a pulp. She really was a useless failure. She couldn't blame Su Jifeng for berating her. Su Jifeng ran her fingers through her hair in frustration and glared fiercely at Su Wanru, who looked so pitiful but forced herself to hold back from yelling at her again. Tang Lifeng was right. Even if she yelled this woman to death, it wouldn't do any good. How is eating and pooping useful? Is your hand broken or your leg? What woman is born knowing how to fight? You're not useless. You're just heartless and selfish. Su Jifeng lashed out at her without mercy. Su Wanru's face went pale in an instant, and her body wavered a few times. Heartless and selfish? No, that wasn't true. She loved her son. But Su Jifeng wasn't wrong either. She really hadn't taken good care of her son and had even dragged him down. She was nothing but a good-for-nothing. Su Jifeng began to regret it. Those words had been too harsh. But she just couldn't let it go. She genuinely felt for Hu Jinji. Yet seeing Su Wanru looking so dazed and bewildered, she couldn't bring herself to be too hard on her. End of chapter. Chapter 459. An uninvited guest. Please vote for monthly tickets. After spending these past few days with Su Wanru, Su Jifeng had come to understand this little vixen a bit better. She knew that Su Wanru wasn't actually a seductive little vixen. She was much more upright than that harlot Huang Fengxian, but she was truly a good-for-nothing. I really don't know how Su Wanru's parents raised their daughter. They turned a perfectly good young woman into a good-for-nothing, and yet there are still men willing to marry her. But Hu Jinji's father isn't much of a man either. If he were dead, that would be one thing, but since he's still alive, he's even worse, a complete scoundrel, even worse than Su Wanru. Sister Su, my older sister-in-law, just speaks her mind. She didn't mean it that way, don't take it to heart. Tang Lifeng hurried to comfort her, afraid Su Wanru might do something rash. Su Wanru nodded through her tears. Sister Su is right, I'm not a good mother. I'm such a failure. Su Jinfin was so furious she yanked at her hair again. It was always the same old story, oh my, it was driving her crazy. But no matter how angry she was, she didn't dare say anything harsh, afraid something might happen to Su Wanru, and she wouldn't be able to explain herself to Hu Jinji when he returned. Tang Lifeng hesitated for a moment, then said, Sister Su, haven't you ever thought about changing? I've thought about it. I've wanted to be like Sister Su. I've raised pigs, chickens, and ducks, but I'm just so useless, I can't seem to change at all. Su Wanru began to cry again. A personality formed over 30-odd years certainly couldn't be changed overnight, it was just too difficult. Then take it slowly. Even a little progress each day is good. Sister Su, if you truly care about Jinji, you'll definitely be able to become stronger. It all depended on how strong her resolve was. Perhaps, she really did need to change. Yuan Bao was now a mature, capable guard dog. He'd bark at the slightest sound, always on high alert. And thanks to the big bones Hu Jinji frequently gave him, Yuan Bao was in great shape, his coat glossy and shiny, looking even more imposing than a wolfhound. Big sister-in-law, are you going home tonight? Tang Lifeng asked. Tang Lifeng said no more, leaving it at that. Motherhood brings strength. Even the most delicate woman becomes resilient once she becomes a mother, willing to go through fire and water for her children. As long as Su Wanru is determined, she'll surely be able to do it. Tang Lifeng was right, her son was truly exhausted, and she had to help ease some of his burden. I won't be going back. Su Wanru felt even more ashamed. She was acting like a giant baby, incapable of even living on her own. No wonder Su Jifeng looked down on her. Su Jifeng had been staying at the Hu family's house for the past few days. Although she couldn't stand Su Wanru, she had promised Hu Jinji that she would protect his mother, so she just had to endure it for 2 more days. After Su Jifeng dropped Tang Lifeng off at home, she freshened up and came over, carrying a butcher's knife. She bolted the door and propped a stool against it. Yuan Bao followed her closely, wagging his tail excitedly. Go to sleep. After checking the doors and windows, Su Jifeng told Su Wanru to go to bed. She let out a big yawn herself. The two shared a bed. As soon as she hit the mattress, Su Jifeng passed out instantly, snoring so loudly it shook the house. Su Wanru, however, couldn't sleep at all. She lay wide-eyed, counting sheep, but the more she counted, the more awake she became. As the night grew deeper, Su Wanru still couldn't sleep. Yuan Bao suddenly let out a bark. Su Jifeng was sleeping very soundly, exhausted from a day's hard work. She wouldn't wake even if thunder struck. Su Wanru alertly got out of bed. Yuan Bao wouldn't bark for no reason. Someone must be at the door. Terrified, Su Wanru instinctively wanted to wake Su Jifeng, but then she remembered the harsh words Su Jifeng had hurled at her that day, as well as what Tang Lifeng had said. She gritted her teeth, got dressed, and got out of bed on her own. End of chapter. Chapter 460. Su Wanru takes her first step. Please vote for monthly tickets. Seeing the cold, gleaming butcher's knife on the table, Su Wanru hesitated only briefly before reaching for it, but the knife was too heavy. She simply couldn't lift it. With no other choice, Su Wanru switched to a firewood axe. It was lighter. Gripping it nervously, her palms broke out in a cold sweat. She peered through the crack in the door. It was pitch black outside, and she couldn't see a thing, but she could hear sounds. Someone was propping something against the door frame. That familiar sound made Su Wanru's legs go weak in waves. It had to be some lowlife showing up at the door, knowing her son wasn't home. He was trying to take advantage of the situation. Su Wanru mustered her courage and didn't call out to Su Jifeng. Clutching the wood-chopping axe tightly with both hands, she hid behind the door. If that scoundrel dared to come in, she'd chop him to pieces. But Su Wanru's body was trembling, and her limbs were growing weaker by the second. She could barely even hold the wood-chopping axe anymore. It took every ounce of strength she had to resist calling out to Su Jifeng. She had to prove to herself that she could do this. She would no longer be a burden to her son. What are you doing? Old Master Chi's angry shout came from outside the door. He'd been woken by Yuan Bao's cries and, upon coming out, saw the 2 thugs prying open the door. Furious, he barked at them to stop. You old fool, don't you want to live anymore? Get out of the way. The thugs didn't give the old man a second thought. Tonight was a rare opportunity. That tough little bastard was out, leaving only an old man at home. Suwanru, that juicy prize they'd been salivating over for years, was finally within their grasp. As for the Tang family, they didn't give them a second thought. They were just distant relatives. Once they'd had their fill, they'd simply marry Suwanru. Not only would they have a wife, but they'd also get to be a stepfather for free. Where else could they find such a sweet deal? You beast. Su Jifeng came out wielding a butcher's knife. When she saw the blood-soaked thug on the ground, she assumed the old man had hacked him to pieces. It never even crossed her mind that Suwanru could have done it. The wounded ne'er-do-well's blood kept flowing. It clouded his eyes. Thinking he'd gone blind, he was overcome with pain and fear, and his lust vanished instantly. Old Master Chi was also startled, thinking Suwanru had slashed the man's eyes out. He feared the situation had escalated into a major scandal. Another thug examined the wound and found it was merely a 3 or 4 centimeter gash above the eyebrow. The eye itself was unharmed, though the sight was terrifying. Oh my. I can't see anymore. You vile woman, you struck me from behind. Old Master Chi roared in anger and lunged forward to stop the thug, but was shoved to the ground. Hearing Old Master Chi's groans, Suwanru suddenly found the courage to yank the door latch open. The thug, who had been prying the door open, couldn't stop himself in time and fell forward. I'll chop you all to pieces. Suwanru closed her eyes and swung wildly. Several of her blows missed, but one struck flesh. She could feel it, and she heard the thug's agonized scream. Terrified, she opened her eyes and saw that the thug's head was covered in blood. Her blow had struck him squarely on the forehead. She didn't know if he would survive. Cling. Was she going to end up in jail again? Suwanru's firewood axe fell to the ground. She'd killed someone. Would this get her son into trouble too? What are you howling about? You're not going to die. You've got the lust, but not the guts. Su Jifeng examined the wound and felt relieved. She grabbed a handful of wood ash from the stove and smeared it over the cut. To her surprise, the bleeding stopped. The two thugs were terrified at the sight of Su Jifeng. Had they known this tiger of a woman was here, they wouldn't have dared come near her even if their lives depended on it. Mark my words, this family is related to me. Keep your eyes peeled. If you dare come back next time, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Su Jifeng gave her butcher's knife a little lift. It radiated a chilling aura. Yuanbao barked a few times, sticking out his tongue as he glared at the two ne'er-do-wells, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he seemed to eagerly anticipate the food Su Jifeng had mentioned. End of chapter. Chapter 461. The Canary levels up. Please vote for monthly tickets. We won't dare again. We'll never dare again. The two thugs were scared out of their wits. They supported each other as they fled in panic, not even daring to go back to retrieve the shoe they'd dropped. Su Jifeng turned to Old Master Chi and laughed. I was sound asleep. Thank goodness you were alert, Mr. Chi, and gave that bastard a stab. It wasn't me, it was Wanru who slashed him. She was absolutely terrified. Old Master Chi looked worriedly at Su Wanru, whose face was deathly pale. Something was very wrong here. Had something gone wrong? Su Jifeng stared at Su Wanru in astonishment. It was actually the soft-as-dough girl who'd slashed him? The sun must be rising in the west. However, she quickly realized Su Wanru wasn't doing well. She was clearly scared out of her wits. Su Jifeng frowned and pinched Su Wanru's philtrum hard. Su Wanru slowly came to her senses and began crying uncontrollably. I killed someone. I'm going to jail. What am I going to do? Su Jifeng said impatiently, kill my ass. The guy's already run off. What jail are you going to? Su Wanru blinked and looked around. Sure enough, the thug was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She wasn't as scared as before, but she was still terrified. I chopped off that guy's head. There was so much blood. Will I be in trouble? Su Wanru was still worried. She'd almost killed someone just now. Not only would she drag her son down with her, but she'd also be arrested and sent to prison, or even shot. Su Jifeng yawned widely. She still had to go to sleep. She was fairly satisfied with Su Wanru's performance tonight, though she'd been a bit too gentle with her blow. If it had been her, she would have definitely split that guy's skull right down the middle. Only then did Su Wanru feel completely at ease, and her complexion improved somewhat. With that, Su Jifeng went back to her room to sleep, leaving Su Wanru, who was still in a state of utter shock, behind. You did very well today. If Jinji knew about this, he'd certainly be very pleased, the old man said. Seeing that Su Jifeng didn't seem the least bit bothered, Su Wanru felt a little more at ease, though she was still on edge. For a timid woman who'd never even slaughtered a chicken, the sight of that thug's blood-soaked head moments ago had been utterly horrifying. Su Wanru's whole body was now weak. She was barely managing to stay upright. Su Wanru didn't realize Su Jifeng had just been speaking off the cuff. She thought that was exactly what Su Jifeng meant. She was terrified out of her wits. Poor Su Wanru, a little canary who didn't even dare to kill a chicken, had suddenly been thrust into a situation involving murder and dismemberment. Her heart simply couldn't handle it, and she was completely dazed. What if? What if I'd killed him? Jin Feng was just scaring you. That thug is fine, he just lost a little blood. He probably won't dare come back. He's not dead. He was running like the wind just now. Don't worry. That's bullshit. From now on, this is how it's going to be. If anyone dares to come around, just swing that knife at them. These thugs are the type who bully the weak and fear the strong. The tougher you are, the less they'll dare. The weaker you are, the more they'll push you around. Su Wanru let out a sigh of relief and regained her composure a bit. Her voice still trembling, she asked, He really isn't dead? Su Jinfen yawned and replied casually, as if it were no big deal. If he were dead, so be it. We'd chop him up, boil him, and feed him to the pigs. Not even a ghost would know. Old Master Chi stepped in to comfort her. Even though Su Jifeng showed no mercy when slaughtering pigs, she certainly wouldn't dare actually kill a person. She was just talking big. But Su Wanru had taken her at her word. She shuddered violently, overcome by a sudden wave of fear. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and all the color drained from her face. Su Wanru's eyes lit up instantly, but she still felt utterly useless. She stammered, Will Jinji really be happy about this? Of course. Have confidence in yourself. The old man's tone was firm. To be honest, he'd been genuinely impressed by Su Wanru's performance tonight. If she'd been this bold 4 years ago, Jinji wouldn't have had to suffer so much. But as long as she's willing to change, things will definitely get better and better. End of chapter. Chapter 462, The Power of Public Opinion. Please vote for monthly tickets. Praised and encouraged, Su Wanru's eyes sparkled even brighter, and her spirits soared instantly. She no longer feared the pool of blood on the ground. In fact, she even felt a twinge of regret. She should have swung her blade harder just now. Wouldn't that have had a greater deterrent effect? Ow! The old man groaned, clutching his lower back. A moment ago, he'd been shoved by one of the thugs, causing him to fall and hit his back. Are you all right? Let me help you back to your room to lie down, Su Wanru said, looking at him with concern. I'm fine. I just need to lie down for a bit. I'll head back to my room. The old man hobbled back. Once Jinji returned, he'd just have the boy help carry him down. Su Wanru, however, couldn't sleep. She was feeling particularly exhilarated now. Even the pool of blood on the floor didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Images of the thug's pitiful appearance and his howling cries kept flashing through her mind, and she couldn't help but smile. So early as he wasn't all that brave after all, he'd gone limp the moment she swung her blade. She should have kept her eyes open just now, that way she could have landed a few more blows. Su Wanru picked up the wood-chopping axe from the floor, gripped it tightly, and swung it several times in different directions. Her hand began to ache, so she finally set the axe down and fetched some water to wash away the blood on the floor. With the rags all finished, Su Jifeng headed back to work. She had to earn every penny, big or small, since she was supporting 4 college students. Now that her son was away, Su Wanru might just end up giving in, half-heartedly or not, to those good-for-nothings. The next day, the villagers eagerly began gossiping about the screams coming from the Hua household the night before. Some had heard Yuanbao's cries, but no one had bothered to intervene. After all, they weren't relatives, and it wasn't worth risking a confrontation with those ne'er-do-wells. What do you think? Did that vixen from the Hua family give in last night? Yu Mingdi said loudly with a sly wink, immediately drawing a crowd, mostly gossiping women. But not long after, the villagers heard the ne'er-do-well's agonized screams. They were all curious. They didn't know what had happened, but 9 times out of 10, he probably hadn't gotten his way. Otherwise, instead of screaming in agony, he'd be screaming with joy. Su Wanru played with Yuanbao for a while, washed the floor clean, and only then went back inside to sleep. Su Jifeng was already snoring loudly, sleeping on her back with her arms spread wide, taking up most of the bed. Su Wanru smiled and curled up in the corner of the bed to sleep. He probably didn't get away with it. That ne'er-do-well was screaming his head off. I wonder what happened. Yuanbao had been following her back and forth the whole time, wagging his tail with great enthusiasm. Su Wanru stroked his head and said softly, Thanks for today. I'll make you some stewed meat tomorrow, okay? Yuanbao's eyes lit up instantly. He tilted his head and rubbed it against Su Wanru's a few times, then stuck out his tongue to lick her. His pink tongue was soft and warm, leaving Su Wanru's hand covered in drool. You're just happy as long as you get meat to eat. Woo-woo. The rice in the fields had turned a greenish yellow. In a month at most, the double harvest season would begin. There wasn't much work to be done in the fields, so the villagers working there were sluggish, chatting as they labored. Tang Ping saw this, but didn't intervene. In another month, the grueling double harvest would begin, so it was best to let the villagers rest a bit. Besides, some people were just there to watch the spectacle, curious to see if that vixen Su Wanru could actually hold out. Many believed she definitely wouldn't. After all, the only reason she hadn't given in before was because her son was around, and she hadn't dared to. I heard it too. The dog hadn't been barking for long before that good-for-nothing started howling. I'm guessing it didn't work out. Yumingdi let out a cold laugh and said contemptuously, maybe he was just enjoying himself too much. When you're doing that kind of thing, your cries don't exactly sound like singing. Ha ha ha. The women all burst into laughter, agreeing that Yumingdi had a point. I've hit the 10,000 word update goal. Time to ask for monthly votes again. Old Yang's ranking is a bit shaky, so I hope you all can cast more monthly votes. I promise to keep delivering these 10,000 word updates. Love you all. End of chapter. Chapter 463. I'll call them to cut you down right now. So, does that mean she got Ed? TSK. That must have felt amazing. I think there were 2 of them. No, wait, 3. Oh my, it must have been absolutely amazing. No wonder we haven't seen that vixen out and about today. She's probably too exhausted to get out of bed. The women's eyes were gleaming. They'd stopped working and gathered together to slander Su Wanru. In their hearts, they all knew nothing had happened last night, but they refused to believe it, preferring instead to believe that Su Wanru had lost her virtue. She must be over the moon. She'd love it if those good-for-nothings showed up at her door every day. Yumingdi said with a venomous look. In truth, she had no real conflict with Su Wanru, but she simply couldn't stand Su Wanru's seductive appearance. You lot have nothing better to do than gossip behind people's backs every day. Watch out for karma. Lu Fengxia walked over and scolded them with a stern expression. After dealing with Su Wanru for a few days, her impression of this fox spirit had improved somewhat. Of course, she still disliked Su Wanru's delicate, fragile demeanor, but she could tell Su Wanru wasn't the flighty type. She never left the house, so where would she go to seduce men? Besides, she was counting on Hujinji to bring in some money, so naturally she couldn't let these foolish women slander Su Wanru. We're just stating the facts. Didn't that good-for-nothing show up last night? Everyone heard it. Yumingdi retorted sarcastically, not the least bit intimidated by Lu Fengxia. What did you hear? I was sleeping at the Hua household last night. Who could know better than me? Don't think just because she's the village chief's daughter-in-law, she can boss me around. No way. Lu Fengxia was introverted and not very quick with her tongue. She'd only been married to the Amo Pan Mountain family for 3 years. She was still a new bride and wasn't as thick-skinned as Yumingdi. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, her face flushing red with anger. Su Jinfin spoke brazenly, leaving everyone half convinced, half skeptical. Maybe you've made some progress in bed, but since you're on good terms with her family now, of course you're going to speak up for her, Yumingdi said shrilly. Su Jifeng strode over, her face set in a fierce scowl as she glared at the group of gossiping women. Su Wanru dared to chop someone down? Jifeng, who are you trying to fool? She doesn't even dare to slaughter a chicken. She can't carry a load on her shoulders or lift a thing. She's so delicate. How could she possibly chop someone down? Someone questioned. What's the big deal? It was just 2 ne'er-do-wells with ulterior motives showing up at her door. That vixen, that Su Wanru grabbed a wood-chopping axe and hacked at them. She nearly chopped their heads off. Blood was all over the floor, and they ran off in a panic. Jifeng, you're staying at the Hua family's place, right? Come on, tell us, what exactly happened last night? Someone asked curiously, while the others all turned to look at Su Jifeng, eager to hear the story firsthand. Su Jinfin snapped irritably, do I get paid to lie to you? Just because I didn't dare before doesn't mean I don't dare now. Can't a person improve? Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Wanru had worked before, and the way she'd acted so delicate while doing manual labor had really made their eyes blaze with fury. She'd cry her eyes out over a single leech on her foot. A good-for-nothing like her probably couldn't even lift a wood-chopping axe. This really pissed off Su Jinfin. She glared fiercely at Yumingdi and sneered, you don't believe me, do you? Fine. I'll call Su Wanru over right now to chop you up. Let's see if she dares. Yumingdi was startled and felt a twinge of panic, but she quickly regained her composure. That vixen would never dare to chop her. She wasn't afraid. Go ahead and call her. Do you think I'm scared? Go get her and see if she dares to chop me. Yumingdi was very defiant, certain that Su Wanru didn't have the guts to do it. End of chapter. Chapter 464. Cut me down. Su Jifeng let out a cold laugh and strode purposefully toward the Hua family's residence. Everyone else panicked. Was she really going to call people to come and slash her? Someone tried to urge Yumingdi not to go head-to-head with Su Jifeng, but Yumingdi wouldn't listen. Screw being afraid. If Su Wanru dares to attack anyone, I'll eat this clump of mud. She scooped up a handful of mud from the ground and stood with her back straight. This time, she was absolutely certain she'd win. That good-for-nothing Su Wanru wouldn't dare lay a finger on her, even if she had the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Last time she beat up that bastard Hojinji, that vixen could only cry. What a useless piece of trash. The others didn't even bother trying to talk them out of it. After all, this wasn't the first time Yu Mingdi and Su Jifeng had gotten into a fight, so they were more than happy to sit back and watch the show. Before long, Su Jifeng dragged Su Wanru over. Su Wanru looked a bit flustered. She'd been doing laundry at home when Su Jifeng suddenly barged in, dragged her away, and made her grab a wood-chopping axe, claiming they were going to chop someone up. But why would anyone want to chop someone up for no reason? Jifeng really did bring that vixen over. Mingdi, you'd better leave, someone said. I'm not afraid. Let that vixen try to chop me if she dares. Yu Mingdi was still putting on a brave front. She refused to leave, not wanting to give Su Jifeng any cause for mockery. Su Jinfin was soon right in front of her. Su Wanru instinctively hid behind Su Jinfin. She wasn't used to dealing with so many people, and her cowering made Yu Mingdi look down on her even more. Su Wanru's face went deathly pale, and tears streamed down her cheeks. No, those thugs made me do it. I didn't mean it that way. I have a husband. Slash her. Do you know what she just said about you? She said you let two good-for-nothings have their way with you, and that you enjoyed it, that you'd love it if those good-for-nothings came by every day to do the same. Your son shouldn't have chased those good-for-nothings away back then. He ruined your fun. Because Su Wanru's tears made her look like a weeping pear blossom, I felt pity for her. Many men on Mopen Mountain, including Yu Mingdi's husband, Huang Shilin, began to feel sympathy for Su Wanru. Yu Mingdi caught her own husband staring at Su Wanru several times, his eyes fixed on her. Su Wanru's face turned even paler as she cried out in defense, "It was my husband. I'm completely innocent. I didn't do anything wrong. Don't make such baseless accusations." Su Jifeng placed the machete in her hand and snapped irritably, "What's the point of wasting your breath on her? Didn't she say you didn't dare to chop anyone? Well, go ahead and chop her right in the head. If you kill her, I'll take full responsibility. Who knows if that's your husband or just a lover? With how cowardly you are, you'd never cut anyone down. But you sure have plenty of energy for having an affair." Yu Mingdi sneered coldly, her anger flaring at the sight of the vixen weeping and wailing. Su Jifeng pointed at Yu Mingdi. Su Wanru froze for a moment, then looked utterly shocked, shaking her head timidly. Yu Mingdi's mocking voice was grating, and Su Jinfeng's anger flared. The others looked sheepish. They weren't really bad people. Seeing Su Wanru looking so pitiful, their hearts softened, and they couldn't bear to keep egging her on, so they fell silent. Su Wanru gripped her wood-chopping axe tightly, but fear still gnawed at her heart. The courage she'd mustered the night before had vanished. Now, being told to chop someone down for no reason at all, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Su Jifeng impatiently tugged at her hair and raised her voice. "Have you forgotten how that slut used to beat your son? If you still care about him, avenge him right now, chop her down." Su Wanru's expression shifted slightly, and she gripped the wood-chopping axe even tighter. The image of Hojinji, beaten black and blue on the day of the robbery, flashed before her eyes. It was this vile woman who'd beaten him, and now she was ruining her reputation. How despicable. Yu Mingdi's mocking laughter rang in her ears. Su Wanru looked at her and met Yu Mingdi's contemptuous gaze, a gaze as sharp as a knife, piercing deep into Su Wanru's heart. Did I get the timing wrong? End of chapter. Chapter 465, Su Jifeng, who loves to stir up trouble. Don't waste my time. I've got work to do. So what if I'm having an affair? What's there to be ashamed of? Yu Mingdi didn't give Su Wanru the time of day. She snorted derisively and turned to go back to work. The others also lost interest and began to disperse. Su Jifeng was nearly beside herself with rage. What a good-for-nothing. If she ever stood up for Su Wanru again, she'd be a complete fool. Everyone drifted off in small groups. Yu Mingdi shot Su Wanru one last defiant glance and silently cursed her as a slut. Su Wanru's face turned even paler. She bit her lips so hard her teeth left white marks, and her hand gripping the wood-chopping axe turned white. "I'm innocent. I didn't seduce any man. If you keep spreading lies, I'll chop you to pieces." Su Wanru screamed and charged at Yu Mingdi. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. They stood frozen, watching as Su Wanru swung the axe down toward Yu Mingdi's head, leaving them no time to react. Yu Mingdi was also petrified with fear, staring blankly as Su Wanru charged toward her, not even knowing to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Lu Juxiang yanked Yu Mingdi out of the way. Su Wanru missed her target and fell to the ground, but she quickly scrambled back to her feet and, as if possessed, pursued Yu Mingdi relentlessly. "That good-for-nothing let me chop him down. You're spouting nonsense to ruin my reputation. I'm going to chop you to death. You also bullied my son. I'm going to avenge him." After running a few more laps, Yu Mingdi was panting heavily, and Su Wanru was stumbling, yet she still pursued her relentlessly. Su Jifeng watched with glee, fearless of causing a scene as she egged them on. "Throw that wood-chopping axe, aim for her head." But Tang Ping was leading the men in work far off in the distance and didn't hear a thing. The others didn't dare step in to break up the fight, afraid Su Wanru might chop them down. Yu Mingdi ran until her legs felt like they were about to give out. When she glanced back, she saw Su Wanru catching up again with the wood-chopping axe in hand. Terrified, she immediately took off running once more, filled with deep regret. It's bad luck when someone gets killed. Village chief, help me. Drag this lunatic away. Lu Fengxiao's face had gone pale as she looked helplessly at her sister-in-law. This woman was practically stirring up trouble for the sake of it. If only she'd known this vixen had gone mad, she'd gone and provoked her just for the sake of it. What terrible luck. Su Jifeng spoke with absolute certainty, but Lu Fengxiao remained skeptical and could only wait to see how things played out. Su Jinfin, you filthy slut. What have I ever done to you? Hurry up and drag this lunatic away. Yu Mingdi raged, but Su Jinfin ignored her completely, just rolling her eyes at her. She won't get out. Su Wanru isn't capable of that. Don't worry. Lu Fengxia wanted to step in to break it up. If someone actually got killed, her father-in-law would surely be reprimanded, but Su Jifeng grabbed her arm. What's the rush? Let that old slut run. Su Wanru seemed to have taken a magic potion. She was full of energy, chasing Yu Mingdi until she was gasping for breath. The two of them ran in circles through the field, closing in on each other with every step. It looked as if the machete was about to come down on the back of Yu Mingdi's head. Yu Mingdi screamed for help. She never imagined that Su Wanru, that pushover, would actually dare to attack someone. Her eyes were wide and glassy. She might have gone mad. After all, a mad woman attacking someone isn't against the law. If she died, it would be a senseless death. Oh my! Someone screamed in fright. It turned out Su Wanru had actually taken Su Jinfeng's advice and thrown the axe away. Fortunately, just as it was about to strike Yu Mingdi, the axe hit the ground, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But, beat that old hag. Think of how pitiful your son is, and she's ruining your reputation too. Beat that shameless woman to death. Su Jifeng started yelling again. Lu Fengxia twitched the corner of her mouth. No wonder her father-in-law couldn't do anything about his sister-in-law. She was completely out of control. End of chapter. Chapter 466, Su Wanru gone mad. Su Wanru's limbs were weak, and she had little strength left, but a surge of pent-up anger welled up inside her, anger that had been bottled up for 4 years. Even a clay figurine has a spark of life, let alone a living, breathing person. Provoked by Su Jifeng, she actually lunged at Yu Mingdi. Yu Mingdi's legs were so weak from running that Su Wanru's lunge knocked her right to the ground. Su Jifeng stood by, shouting instructions: pull her hair, slap her, kick her in the stomach. These were her 3 signature fighting moves. They never failed. Su Wanru's mind was a complete blur at that moment. She couldn't think straight. She did exactly what Su Jifeng told her to do, like a robot. And so, she yanked her hair, slapped her face, and kicked her in the stomach. Su Wanru followed suit, doing exactly as Su Jifeng instructed. Her strength was limited, so her attacks weren't as devastating as Su Jinfeng's, but they were still more than enough to give Yu Mingdi a taste of her own medicine. I'll beat you to death, spewing nothing but filth, slandering my reputation. Su Wanru clutched Yu Mingdi's hair tightly with one hand, slapped her face with the other, and kept kicking her in the stomach with one foot, perfectly executing Su Jinfeng's 3 key points. Su Jifeng watched and laughed heartily. Her impression of Su Wanru improved considerably. This little vixen wasn't a total lost cause. She had room for improvement. Kick her knees. Jump up and down on her stomach. Military strategist Su was at it again with her crazy ideas. Her principle was simple. Either don't lay a hand on anyone at all, or if you do, go all out. A few half-hearted blows that didn't even sting were pointless. Su Wanru had been completely exhausted, but when she saw Yu Mingdi, who was usually fierce and domineering, now lying helplessly at her mercy like a little lamb, her confidence suddenly soared, and her strength returned. Su Jinfeng's loud voice rang out. Yu Mingdi, who was about to slap Su Wanru, froze for a moment and instinctively looked over. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wanru rolled over like a dead fish and pinned Yu Mingdi beneath her. This time, she didn't need Su Jinfeng's direction. She went at her with both hands and mouth. Village chief, Yu Mingdi is slacking off and not working. She grabbed her hair, bit her ear, and pinched her neck. Following Su Jinfeng's instructions, she delivered a hard kick to Yu Mingdi's knee. Both of them fell to the ground, rolling around and getting covered in mud. The two began wrestling and Yu Mingdi gained the upper hand. Su Wanru was pinned beneath her, and it looked like she was about to get beaten. You little slut, how dare you kick me? I'll flay you alive. Yu Mingdi regained her composure. Her head, body, and face ached terribly, especially her scalp, which felt like it had been doused in chili oil, burning fiercely. It was one thing to get the short end of the stick at Su Jinfeng's hands. That feisty woman couldn't even beat a man, but Su Wanru, that good-for-nothing piece of trash, could actually bully her. A ball of rage built up inside Yumingdi. She wanted nothing more than to tear that little slut to pieces. Su Wanru executed the 3 classic female fighting techniques quite well, it was just that she lacked a bit of strength. Yumingdi was choked by the grip around her throat, her eyes rolling back in her head as she kicked wildly with both legs, trying to break free from Su Wanru. But Su Wanru had already lost all sense of reason. Every word Yumingdi had just spoken cut deeper than a knife, and they struck at the very thing Su Wanru valued most, her reputation. From a young age, her father had taught her that a woman's reputation was more important than her very life. If her reputation were ruined, she would have no face left to live on. She might as well end it all with a white silk sash. I didn't do anything wrong. That good-for-nothing made me cut it off. I've lived an honorable life and never done anything to betray my husband. You're spewing nothing but filth. Su Wanru's eyes were bloodshot, her face and body caked in mud. She clutched Yumingdi's neck with all her might, her delicate features now etched with ruthless determination as she kept repeating over and over that she had done nothing to betray her husband. End of chapter. Chapter 467, Knowing the Difference Between Public and Private. The onlookers all looked a bit sheepish. Behind her back, they'd said plenty of nasty things about Su Wanru, calling her a sly vixen who went around flirting with men. But now that they thought about it, Su Wanru really hadn't done anything out of line. She'd avoid men from a distance, not even exchanging a single word with them. Even when troublemakers caused a ruckus, Jinji would chase them away. After being exempted from farm work this year, Su Wanru simply stopped leaving the house altogether. She was nowhere to be seen from morning till night. She really was quite well behaved and proper. But what could Su Wanru do? She was born with the face of a seductress. Men were spellbound by her, while women were infuriated by her. No matter how demure and well-behaved she acted, no one believed she was truly that kind of person. This was simply the most basic principle of like repelling like. It's rare for a woman to take a liking to a woman of similar age who is far more beautiful than herself, especially a delicate beauty like Su Wanru. While she might stir a man's protective instincts, she also makes women want to despise her the moment they see her, wishing from the bottom of their hearts that Su Wanru would suffer 8 generations of misfortune. But now, seeing Su Wanru driven to the brink and fighting back, these women have begun to feel sympathy for her, wondering if they'd gone too far before. Human nature is so complex, there are no absolute villains, nor are there purely good people. More often than not, there are just numb bystanders, for whom compassion is a rare luxury. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me, I didn't do anything wrong. Su Wanru had completely lost her mind. Her eyes were bloodshot, her teeth clenched tightly, and she was still clutching Yumingdi's neck. In truth, she had very little strength left. She was now fighting purely on sheer willpower, and the moment her resolve faltered, she would collapse. At first, Yumingdi had rolled her eyes, but now they were completely white. Her mouth was wide open, and her legs had stopped kicking. The onlookers panicked, fearing someone might actually die. Lu Fengxia was the first to rush over. Let go. Someone's going to die. Let go. What are you all standing there for? Come on, pull them apart. Stop gawking. Su Jifeng couldn't pry them apart either. She could have forced them apart at worst. She might have broken Su Wanru's hand, but Su Jifeng felt it simply wasn't worth it to hurt Su Wanru just for the sake of Yumingdi, that old hag. Although she didn't like either of them, one was an outsider and the other was family, so naturally, she had to side with her own. Lu Fengxia shouted in exasperation at the crowd of onlookers who seemed to relish the chaos. Only then did the others snap out of it and come over to help pull them apart, but Su Wanru's eyes remained vacant, and she kept muttering to herself. She couldn't stop, as if she'd lost her mind. If that doesn't work, just pry them apart by force. Otherwise, Mingdi will really stop breathing, someone said. But Su Wanru's body was stiff as a board. She simply couldn't be pried apart, especially her hands, which were bent like bows. Lu Fengxia didn't dare use too much force, afraid of snapping her fingers, but Yumingdi's condition was even more critical. If they didn't get her loose soon, something terrible would happen. We have to make a clear distinction between the two. Don't worry. Good people don't live long anyway. That old hag Yumingdi is worthless. She won't die, Su Jifeng shouted brazenly, stopping those who were trying to pry Su Wanru's hands apart. She's not even breathing anymore. If we don't pull them apart, something bad will really happen. Jinfeng, stop messing around. Su Jifeng glared, about to lash out, when Lu Juxiang stepped in and poked Su Wanru in the elbow. Su Wanru's hands went numb, and she involuntarily let go. All her strength drained from her, and she collapsed onto the ground. Yumingdi was gasping for breath. Just a moment ago, it seemed as though she'd truly touched the threshold of the gates of the underworld. It had been eerie and bone-chilling, and she'd even heard the judge of the dead calling her name. Just as she was thinking of going to King Yama to plead her case, she suddenly found herself back in the living world. End of chapter. Chapter 468, finally cleared of suspicion. What are you all arguing about again? If you don't get back to work, all your work points will be deducted. Tang Peng was hurrying over. Just seeing this bunch of women gave him a headache. They dragged their feet at work, yet each one was more skilled than the next at stirring up trouble. Of course, that included the women in his own household. None of them were any good. Village chief, that she-devil just tried to strangle me to death. I almost died. Look, cough, cough. Yu Mingdi craned her neck so Tang Pengzheng could see a ring of marks around her neck. Her throat burned with pain. Aside from the time she'd been wronged by Su Jifeng, she hadn't suffered a single setback since marrying into Mopin Mountain. But today, she'd taken a tumble, a major one, at the hands of the fox spirit she'd always looked down on. Yu Mingdi felt utterly humiliated and wanted nothing more than to flay Su Wanru alive. Tang Ping took a quick look. The pinch marks were indeed quite deep, but he really didn't believe Su Wanru had done it. Su Jifeng was a much more likely culprit. Fourth uncle, don't listen to her bullshit. It was that old hag who started spewing filth first, saying I was cheating on my husband last night, and with 2 men, no less. When someone dumps a whole basin of dirty water on your head like that, how could you not get angry? I was sleeping at the Hua family's house last night and saw everything clearly from start to finish. 2 good-for-nothings did show up, but Su Wanru chased them away with her knife. Su Jifeng shouted loudly, glaring at Yu Mingdi with contempt as she sneered. Your mouth spews filth day in and day out. Even the king of hell finds you too stinky to take you. Why are you in such a rush to be reincarnated? Everyone burst into knowing laughter. Tang Pengzheng's lips twitched slightly, but inside he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Su Jifeng, his niece-in-law, was a hard worker, but she was even more skilled at stirring up trouble. She was a real thorn in his side. He was genuinely afraid of her. You're in cahoots with that vixen. You've conspired to bully me. You Tang family have gone too far. You're always picking on our Huang family. Why doesn't heaven send a bolt of lightning to strike you all dead? Yu Mingdi pounded her chest and stamped her feet, wailing like a banshee, suddenly escalating the conflict into a feud between the Huang and Tang families. Tang Pengzheng's face darkened. Compared to Su Jifeng, he detested Yu Mingdi even more. She was more repulsive than a rat. Looks like you really did take down some thugs last night, and with quite a bit of strength too. Su Jifeng shot her a fierce glare, and Yu Mingdi shrank her neck back, her wailing subsiding slightly. Oh my, Mingdi's neck is really bruised. You didn't hold back, did you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the others immediately returned to their work, though their hearts weren't in it. Tang Pengzheng couldn't be bothered to call them out on it. He simply ordered 500 lashes for each of them, berated them, and then left with a grim expression. No sooner had Tang Pengzheng left than the group of women dispersed, only to gather again in a tight circle. With the dark pinch marks around Yu Mingdi's neck as proof, everyone believed Su Wanru's story. Su Wanru, still on the ground, was suddenly overcome with tears, though she felt even more wronged inside. Tang Pengzheng shouted impatiently, does she not have a name? All you ever do is call her a fox spirit. How did the chairman teach us? To be united, loving, and helpful toward one another, and to make progress together. I think you're all just loafing around. Get back to work immediately. If you keep arguing loudly, all your work points for today will be deducted. If I were bullying you, would you still be wailing like this? I'd have chopped you to pieces long ago and sent you to King Yama for his midnight meal. After being called a fox spirit for so many years, today she had finally cleared her name. Su Wanru covered her face and wept, her tears streaming down like pear blossoms. Su Jifeng snorted impatiently. Startled, Su Wanru quickly stopped crying, but her sobs and gasps only made the whole thing sound even more exasperating. All right, everyone, get back to work. If the village chief sees this, he'll really dock our work points. Mingdi, don't go spouting nonsense like that again, an older woman advised. Yu Mingdi snorted defiantly but didn't say anything out loud. A wise person doesn't take a loss right in front of them. She'd still say what she wanted later. A vixen is a vixen after all. Reeking of promiscuity, how could she ever go straight? Didn't you just say that if Su Wanru dared to slash you with a knife, you'd eat this clump of mud? Lu Juxiang walked over, clutching a clump of mud in her hand. End of chapter. Chapter 469, Live Streaming Eating Mud. Please vote for monthly tickets. Everyone else was thrilled. They loved a good spectacle and couldn't get enough of the drama. They cheered and shouted, that's right, that's right. We all heard it. Mingdi said it herself. She said that if Su Wanru had the guts to slash her, she'd eat this clump of mud. Mingdi, you saw Su Wanru attacking you just now. She didn't hold back on a single blow. Yu Mingdi's face flushed alternately pale and red as she stubbornly denied it, shouting, I didn't say that. You all heard wrong. She certainly wasn't going to eat rotten mud. It was stinky, filthy, and absolutely disgusting. Everyone heard it. It's no use trying to wriggle out of it. Lu Juxiang looked at her calmly, her gaze leaving no room for refusal. She was Huang Tongqiao's daughter-in-law. Though usually quiet, she was principled and quick on her feet. Like Suji Foam, she earned full work points, but she was far more shrewd than Suji Foam. Exactly. We all heard it. What's the point of playing dumb? The others chimed in, delighted to watch Yumingdi make a fool of herself. Even the Huang family joined in. After all, Yumingdi had never been good at getting along with others. She was stingy and mean-spirited, and loved to stir up trouble. She was even more annoying than Suji Foam, and no one liked that old woman. Suji Foam scooped up a handful of mud from the ground. Her hand spread wide like a fan, forming a clump of mud bigger than a goose egg. With a snarl, she approached Yumingdi and threatened, "Are you going to eat it yourself, or do you want me to feed it to you?" Yumingdi backed away in fear. In front of Suji Foam, she felt more insignificant than a mouse, with no room for resistance whatsoever. What made her even more desperate was that not even the Huang family would speak up for her. She picked up a small clump of mud. After hesitating for a long time, Suji Foam gave a soft snort. Yumingdi shuddered, closed her eyes, and shoved it into her mouth, but she couldn't swallow it for ages. Her mouth was filled with the earthy, musty taste of dirt. "I'll eat it myself. What's the rush?" Lu Juxiang remained calm. Although she and Yumingdi were cousins-in-law, they weren't particularly close. Moreover, she detested Huang Fengxian, so naturally she was thoroughly fed up with Yumingdi's family for being so close to Huang Fengyan. I was just joking. Who's joking with you? Are you going to eat it or not? Su Jinfeng yelled. Su Jinfeng grabbed Yumingdi by the arm and tried to shove it into her mouth. Yumingdi struggled desperately to break free. She'd rather eat it herself. That clump of mud in Su Jinfeng's hand could choke someone to death. Taking a smaller portion herself, Yumingdi felt a little better than when Huailin's mother had eaten maggots a few days earlier. At least mud tasted much better than maggots. "Stop dawdling. I'll feed you myself." Yumingdi was kicking herself with regret. She glanced at the sludge in Su Jinfeng's hand and pleaded with Lu Juxiang, "We're family here. Can you put in a good word for me?" Most importantly, Huang Fengxian's son, Shen Yuhai, often snatched food from her daughter Huang Yumei's plate. Lu Juxiang couldn't wait to see this family suffer, and since Su Wanru's son was making her a fortune, she naturally had to side with Su Wanru. The others were all urging her on as well. Not a single person spoke up for Yumingdi. After all, it was just a mouthful of mud. It wasn't going to kill anyone, so everyone was happy to watch the spectacle. Even family can't be unreasonable. Since you said those things, you have to follow through. When the others saw that she'd actually eaten it, they lost interest and scattered in a clatter to get back to work. Yumingdi felt utterly sick to her stomach and threw up the mud. Su Jifeng didn't say a word. After all, she hadn't really made that old woman eat the mud. She'd just been teaching her a lesson. Pft, pft, pft. Ugh. Yumingdi staggered back to rinse her mouth. She felt absolutely miserable. Su Jifeng called out from behind her, "Next time you spew shit from your mouth, I'll make you eat maggots." Her footsteps faltered for a moment. Yumingdi's eyes flashed with hatred as she gritted her teeth and headed back. End of chapter. Chapter 470, finally trained her. Please vote for monthly tickets. Su Jinfeng helped Su Wanru to her feet. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes and tear streaks on her face, she snapped irritably, "What good does crying do? Next time anyone says anything to you, just hack at them with a knife, just like you did earlier." Got it. Su Wanru felt a strange sensation welling up inside her. She never would have imagined that one day she'd actually manage to take down Yumingdi. After all, Yumingdi was the one who'd berated her the most fiercely in all of Mopin Mountain. In the past, she'd always kept her distance from this woman, like a mouse seeing a cat, but today she dared to fight back, and she'd even won. She suddenly realized that Yumingdi wasn't really that scary after all. The moment she got aggressive, the other woman backed down. She'd seen that terrified look on her face perfectly clear just now. Su Wanru nodded, picked up the wood-chopping axe from the ground, and realized that from last night until now, she had already attacked someone twice. The first time was awkward, the second time was easier. By the third time, she might be able to swing it with even greater skill. Her hands burned with pain, the skin was broken in several places, and she'd been cut by the axe, causing a little blood to flow. Yet Su Wanru felt elated inside. She'd finally stood up straight and held her head high. "From now on, if anyone tries to smear me again, I'll fight them to the death." Su Wanru gripped the wood-chopping axe tightly, speaking softly but firmly, her eyes now filled with resolve. "That's right, that's exactly how it should be. When you stand your ground, those people will back down. The more timid you are, the more they'll bully you. Just swing that axe, what the hell is there to be afraid of?" All the clothes and arm sleeves were sold out, and quite a few people still hadn't managed to buy any. Su Wanru nodded and headed home with her wood-chopping axe. Though her silhouette still looked delicate, there was a new kind of presence about her. Tang Lijian patted his chest and promised that Huijinji had been gone for 5 days and should be back in a day or two. He could make dozens of pieces in a single day. It was very fast. Go home and wash your wound, Lu Fengxia said. Why would I lie to you? I'll be honest. I have a relative at the textile mill who can get me good fabric. Out of respect for my fellow villagers, I'm not making any profit on this. I usually sell these for 6 yuan each in the city. Don't go blabbing about this. Don't worry, we'll have more in a few days. But Su Wanru had never put up a fight in these past 4 years. All she did was cry. Naturally, the rumors kept piling up. At the end of the day, you have to be strong on your own. Su Wanru was partly to blame herself. Su Jifeng patted her thigh, her face beaming with satisfaction. She'd finally managed to break her in. Tang Lijian traveled back and forth between the various towns and villages with those little outfits, and sales were unexpectedly strong. The ready-to-wear garments, priced at 4 yuan each, were made of decent fabric and the styles were attractive. Most importantly, they didn't require ration tickets. The children's clothing sold out in less than 3 days, and the arm warmers sold out along with them. Since Huijinji hadn't set a price for them, Tang Lijian took the initiative to price them at 50 cents, and quite a few people bought them. Is that really possible? You're not pulling our leg, are you? The villagers who hadn't managed to buy any were skeptical. Clothes this cheap and made of such good fabric weren't something you came across every day. This little commotion didn't cause much of a stir on Mopin Mountain, but the number of people badmouthing Su Wanru behind her back did decrease somewhat. In truth, these gossiping women were the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. If Su Wanru had taken a firm stance 4 years ago, perhaps no one would have been talking about her anymore. Tang Lijian lowered his voice, adopting an expression that said, "I treat you like family." The simple-hearted villagers were instantly delighted. Their impression of Tang Lijian improved, and they, too, lowered their voices. Of course not. Do you have any fabric at your relative's place? Sure. In a few days, I'll have both clothes and fabric, all top-quality cotton fabric, at 7 jiao per chi. No ration tickets required. That's cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperative, right? I actually sell it for 8 jiao per chi in the county seat, but what can I say? I'm a softie. I just can't bring myself to make money off my fellow villagers. I'm just breaking even. Tang Lijian was incredibly sincere, spinning a web of flattery that deeply moved the villagers. They couldn't help but think he was the kindest person in the world, handsome, kind-hearted, and smooth-talking. Such a fine young man, I wonder if he has a girlfriend yet. End of chapter. Chapter 471. Buying on credit for the first time ever, please vote for monthly tickets. None yet. The nice girls aren't interested in me. Tang Lijian joked with a smile. In reality, quite a few young women had their eyes on him. After all, the Tang family's wealth spoke for itself. Though Tang Lijian was a lazybones, he was handsome and a smooth talker, so there were still girls willing to marry him. But Tang Lijian wasn't interested in any of them. He only wanted to marry a girl from the city. Those sturdy, broad-shouldered country girls weren't right for him, and he didn't want to be a burden to them. Where are you from? How old are you? My niece back home. Huijinji was still at Yangqing railway station, his face betraying his unbridled joy. He truly hadn't expected crazy old man to let him buy on credit. Ma Xiangdong had said that crazy old man's rule was never to extend credit, not even to regular customers, yet he'd made an exception for him. Tang Lijian found a secluded spot and tallied up the day's earnings. He'd made a total of 110 garments and 50 pairs of arm warmers, which should have amounted to 465 yuan. He checked the figures 3 times. The total was correct. Those scraps of fabric he'd been planning to throw away had been turned by Huijinji into over 400 yuan in cash. Even after deducting the labor costs for making the clothes, he'd still made a profit of over 300 yuan. Tang Lijian was truly in awe of this kid. His mind worked like an alien's. He didn't even seem human. How on earth did he come up with all those ideas? Even though he was a human being too, and had been eating for over a decade longer, he felt that, compared to Huijinji, his own brain wasn't even as good as a pig's. Right now, he and Wei were loading the train cars at the station. Crazy old man hadn't shown up. Once the cars were loaded, he'd hop on the train back to Yangqing. Since he could buy on credit, he'd stocked up on 20 bags of fabric and 50 radios, and he'd even managed to get a bag of fabric scraps, surplus from the warehouse that was meant to be cleared out. When Huijinji saw them, he wanted to buy them, so Wei decided to sell him the bag for 30 yuan. What do you need those scraps for? You can't make clothes out of them, they won't sell. Wei couldn't figure it out and couldn't help but ask. An older woman enthusiastically tried to play matchmaker, but Tang Lijian hopped on his bike and fled. He certainly didn't want to get entangled in romantic entanglements. Making money was the only thing that mattered. And catching female criminals. He'd instructed a few of his ne'er-do-well friends to keep a 24-hour watch on Huang Fengxian, but with no news yet, Tang Lijian decided to keep an eye on her himself. If he still came up empty-handed, he wouldn't have the face to show up in front of sixth uncle. Tang Lijin neatly stacked the bills, tied them with a rubber band, and put them away carefully. He'd have to reconcile the accounts with Hu Jinji when he returned. The books had to be in order. As for the cut, Tang Lijin wasn't worried in the least. Hu Jinji would certainly not shortchange him. As soon as they met, Crazy Old Man asked about Tang Xiaoping. He seemed quite disappointed that the chubby girl hadn't come, and now he'd entrusted Tang Lijin with quite a few things for her. Coke, all kinds of snacks and candies, and 3 cans of malted milk, enough to last Tang Xiaoping half a year. Of course, he wouldn't be so presumptuous as to think his personal charm had won over Crazy Old Man. The credit went entirely to Tang Xiaoping. Those scraps of fabric weren't enough to make clothes, nor were they suitable as rags. Crazy Old Man had told them to do whatever they wanted with them. Neither he nor his brothers wanted them, so they'd basically been giving them away for free. He never expected Hu Jinji to actually want to buy them back. Hu Jinji smiled and made no secret of it. They're certainly not suitable for adult clothing, but they might work for children's clothes. It's no trouble at all. Selling them as ready-made garments is more profitable than selling scraps of fabric. Away gave him a heartfelt thumbs up. This kid was the same age as his eldest son, but compared to him, his eldest son was as good as a pig, not even a match for this kid's little toe. When he got home, Away relayed Hu Jinji's words to Crazy Old Man, who couldn't help but laugh. This kid's got more potential than his own father. End of chapter. Chapter 472, The Hunt is On, please vote for monthly tickets. Boss, it looks like Hu Xiao is about to come in for a restock. Should we tell him? Asked Away. Crazy Old Man shook his head. Don't say anything. We just focus on selling our goods. We don't meddle in other people's personal affairs. Make sure everyone knows. Anyone who opens their mouth too much is out of here. Yes, sir. Away replied respectfully, without asking why. He had become Crazy Old Man's right-hand man not because of his intelligence, but because of his loyalty and reticence. Whatever the boss wanted him to know, he would say. If he didn't, it meant Away didn't need to know. Asking would be pointless and would only upset the boss. Boss, if you really like that chubby girl, why don't I head over to Wetching and talk things over with her parents? Wei suggested. Actually, he'd much rather just snatch her away and leave a pile of cash behind, but he was afraid of scaring the chubby girl, so it was better to be a bit more tactful. Mad Master shot him a scornful glare and waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to talk to this dimwit. But Wei wasn't giving up. He kept nagging, Boss, I still think it'd be best if you had a kid of your own. No one from outside can compare to a biological child. Just say the word, and I'll set it up tonight. Get lost. Mad Grandpa roared furiously. Wei stormed out, feeling thoroughly put out, but inwardly he was far from convinced. The boss just hadn't tasted the sweetness of sleeping with a wife yet. Once he did, he'd never want to get out of bed. Tang Xiaonan turned and ran, with Chai Yuxiang chasing after her. It's about 10 li to town. It'll be dark by the time you get home. She had no idea what was going on with Hu Jinji. Although she knew nothing bad would happen to her future husband, Tang Xiaonan was still a little worried. She'd spent the past week on edge. Cousin, let's not go home just yet. Tang Xiaonan's eyes sparkled. Her intuition told her that today would definitely be a success. Chai Yuxiang immediately perked up. Really? Another 2 days passed. It was already late June, and school was about to let out for summer break. Tang Xiaonan was getting very anxious. Why hadn't her uncle made a move yet? Summer vacation was right around the corner. Let's go to town. Huang Fengxian must be up to no good in town. Tang Xiaonan decided not to count on her uncle anymore. He was far too unreliable. She'd have to handle this on her own. Huang Fengxian was either at the school district or still at school. She dragged Chai Yuxiang over to the bike shed, but Huang Fengxian's bike wasn't there. And that kid surnamed Huo was strange, too. Even though he knew his biological father and the boss were acquainted, he stubbornly refused to ask about it. He really had a lot of self-control. Wei scratched his head felt 3 times as big as usual. But the boss wouldn't budge, and he didn't dare force-feed him medicine either. Sigh, it was driving him absolutely crazy. Huang Fengxian's up to no good again. After school that afternoon, Tang Xianwan and Chai Yuxiang walked home together. Lost in thought, Tang Xianwan walked slowly, so Chai Yuxiang had to tug her along by the hand. Chai Yuxiang said resentfully. A thought struck Tang Xiaonan, and she looked up to see Shin Yuhai walking alone ahead of them. Whenever Huang Fengxian was busy, she'd make Shin Yuhai walk home by himself. It seemed Huang Fengxian had gone to town again. To see third brother. Tang Xiaonan decided to seek out Tang Aijuan. The two of them, just kids, weren't safe on their own, but with Tang Aijuan around, she wouldn't have to worry. Tang Aijuan was in study hall, working diligently on his homework. As soon as Tang Xiaonan appeared at the door, Tang Aijuan came out, and as soon as he heard his little sister was going to town, he packed his backpack without a word. If the teacher asks, just tell her I have a stomachache. Tang Aijuan said a quick goodbye to his desk partner, then slung Tang Xiaonan onto his back and left school. As they passed Su Guoqiang's classroom, he called him out too. The four siblings set off for town together, striding along with pride and confidence. Tomorrow's the female cadre event. And finally, a quick shout out for monthly votes? Guys, please don't get annoyed. I'll stop asking after September. I really need those monthly votes this month. The more, the better. Kisses. End of chapter. Chapter 473. One mountain is higher than the next. Did Huang Fengxian really go to town? Su Guoqiang wasn't entirely sure. He didn't like doing things without being certain. Her bike's gone, and Xin Yuhai came home alone. She must have gone to town, Tang Xianwan said with certainty. She hadn't come away empty-handed during this time. At the very least, she'd figured out Huang Fengxian's routine. As long as Xin Yuhai went home alone, 9 times out of 10 she'd gone to town. As for exactly what she was up to, only Huang Fengxian herself knew. Su Guoqiang nodded, glanced at the clueless Tang Aijuan, then looked at Tang Xiaonan. He couldn't help but give Tang Aijuan a light tap on the head. What a dimwit. He wasn't even as sharp as his little cousin. Tang Aijuan snapped irritably. Why'd you tap me? Can't I even flick you? Su Guoqiang glared at him even more fiercely. Tang Aijuan pouted sulkily and dared not say another word. Ever since they were kids, he'd never been able to beat his cousin in a fight, and he still couldn't now. His voice wasn't as loud as his cousin's either, so he just put up with it. Tang Xiaonan covered her mouth and giggled. There's always someone better than you. Only her cousin could keep her third brother in check. 10 or so li wouldn't take long. They'd soon be able to see the town. Tang Aijuan and the others picked up their pace. They passed a small stall selling fried rice cakes run by an older woman who was selling them on the sly. She pushed a small cart, and snow-white rice cakes were sizzling in a pot of oil, skewered on bamboo sticks. The air was thick with the aroma of fried food. Third brother, I want some rice cakes. Tang Xiaonan cried out. Cousin, my third brother has money. He's really something. How much are the rice cakes? Tang Xiaonan asked. Give us 4 more skewers of stinky tofu and the rest all fried rice cakes. Su Guoqiang stopped trying to talk her out of it. He was craving them too. Kids have absolutely no resistance to fried skewers, especially the fragrant, chewy, and delicious fried rice cakes. They were just too tempting. The lady had already fried 9 skewers of rice cakes and coated them all with sweet bean sauce. Tang Aijuan immediately stopped, pulled out some money from his pocket, and called out to the lady, Give me 4 skewers and load them up with sweet soy sauce. 8 fin a skewer, 1 jiao 5 liang for 2, the lady said with a smile, her hands and feet moving non-stop. I've been selling these at the train station since before the liberation. They taste absolutely great. I make my own sweet bean sauce, and I make the stinky tofu myself too. Everyone who's tried it says it's delicious. It's not much, my little girl loves them. Tang Aijuan generously pulled out 1 yuan. Over the weekend, he'd accompanied Tang Lijin to sell fabric and earned about 10 yuan. Combined with the money from selling movie stills, he was a millionaire, with over 40 yuan. So treating his cousin and younger sisters to a 1 yuan snack was no big deal. Alright, how about some stinky tofu? The old lady deftly spread sauce on the rice cakes. Seeing that Tang Aijuan was a well-off kid, she tried to sell him some stinky tofu. My stinky tofu smells amazing, just 1 jiao a skewer. It's not expensive. That's too much. Tang Aijuan didn't think it was too much at all. His whole point in earning money was to buy his little sister something tasty, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered going out to sell things. Sleeping at home was so much more comfortable. Tang Xiaonan took a whiff of the aroma. It was indeed tempting. Plus, the lady's stall was spotless, and she worked with such skill that the food was bound to be good. So she turned to Tang Aijuan and said, I want some stinky tofu. Su Guoqiang thought it was too extravagant, spending an entire yuan on just 1 skewer. If his mom found out, she'd surely scold them for being wasteful. Besides, these fried skewers were meant just for a taste. You couldn't possibly get full on them. Tang Xiaonan smiled sweetly and flattered her, and Tang Aijuan immediately puffed out his chest, held his head high, and started wagging his tail. He was even happier than if he'd been eating rice cakes. Here's a skewer of rice cakes on the house. Your stinky tofu will be ready in a moment. The old lady was all smiles, too. She just loved kids who were generous. They were so adorable. Tang Xiaonan ordered just 1 skewer of fried rice cakes and 1 of stinky tofu, leaving the rest for Tang Aijuan and the others to share. The flavors were truly excellent. The outside was crispy, while the inside was fragrant, chewy, soft, and sweet. The sweet soy sauce was savory, fresh, and slightly sweet. It was genuinely delicious, and all 4 of them ate with great relish. Where are you guys going? Hu Jinji's voice rang out unexpectedly. Thank you, Tenno. Mengxian Yiling, and for the 20,000 tip, I'll schedule an extra update later. There are also so many tips from my dear readers. There are just too many to write about all at once. I'll put together a special list to thank everyone later. I'm truly grateful for your support. End of chapter. Chapter 474, Caught Red-Handed. Hu Jinji had arrived yesterday, but since the wagon hadn't arrived yet, he waited an extra day in town. Today, the wagon arrived, so he and Li Qingsong transported the goods back together. Only then did he return carrying a sack of cloth. He'd pick up the rest tomorrow with Tang Lijin. Brother Hua. Tang Xunwan called out happily, her heart finally at ease. She handed him the stinky tofu she'd taken a bite out of. Seeing the piece missing half its edge, her face flushed slightly, and she tried to take it back, but Hu Jinji had already taken it. He was truly hungry. Hu Jinji ate the stinky tofu Tang Xiao and had bitten into without a second thought. It tasted pretty good. He then took 2 skewers of rice cakes from Tang Ijuan's hand and devoured them in just a few bites. Only then did his stomach feel a little better. Are you guys heading to town? Yeah. Huang Fengxian's off flirting with her lover, so we're going to catch that woman. Tang Ijuan whispered in his ear. Hu Jinji frowned slightly. They still hadn't managed to catch her yet. Tang Lijin's efficiency was far too low, or perhaps Huang Fengxian was just too skilled at keeping a low profile. Are you sure? Tang Ijuan nodded vigorously. 100%. Why don't you come along too? A dozen or so minutes later, they arrived in town. Huang Fengxian's bicycle wasn't parked at the school district entrance. Hu Jinji was about to ask the gatekeeper when he spotted Tang Lijin. Uncle? Tang Lijin's eyes widened, and he was about to yell, but Hu Jinji put a finger to his lips. He walked toward the alley across the street where Huang Fengxian's bicycle was parked. The door was tightly shut and the curtains were drawn. Hu Jinji nodded, scanned the area, hoisted the bag down, and, together with Tang Ijuan, carried it to the thicket of wild grass behind the hillside. The grass was taller than an adult, deep and dense. Once the bag was placed inside, it was completely hidden from view. The group crept up to the window. That lecherous couple was pretty bold. They'd just drawn the curtains and started at it, without even closing the window. Tang Lijin lifted a corner of the curtain and peered through, squinting. His eyes immediately lit up. His cronies nearby grew impatient and crowded in to watch the live erotic scene. Every one of them looked mesmerized, unable to tear their eyes away. Hu Jinji clapped his hands, lifted Tang Xunwan and Chai Yuxiang into the car, one in front, one in back, a perfect fit, and continued toward town. They were still 2 or 3 li away, but they'd be there soon. Tang Lijin came rushing over, followed by several young men, all his rowdy friends. Tang Lijin had also come after receiving a tip from one of his brothers. He'd been holding back for over a month, and today he was determined to make that slut Huang Fengxian look like a complete fool. Tang Xiaonan was instantly excited. In her 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she'd ever caught women in the act. It was so thrilling, and she couldn't wait. Would there be any scenes unsuitable for children? Uncle, you've been trying to catch them for a month and haven't succeeded. Let me help you. Tang Ijuan said with a grin. He and Tang Lijin were as close as brothers, so they spoke to each other without any formalities. What are you 2 doing here? Go home right now. Kids shouldn't get involved in this kind of nonsense. Tang Lijin paused for a moment, then immediately shooed them away. Kids shouldn't see this kind of filth. Tang Xiao pouted. She wanted to watch too, but these guys definitely wouldn't let her. Still, she could tell there was quite a commotion going on. What a pair of scoundrels. Let's go. She just didn't know if it was Gu Songtou inside or the official Huang Fengxian had been flirting with. I can only gloss over the details about the official. There was a chapter that went into more detail, but it got pulled. Don't waste any more time, let's get down to business. Hu Jinji reminded them. If they kept watching, the other couple would be done by the time they finished. End of chapter. Chapter 475, That Filthy Couple. Tang Lijin wiped the corner of his mouth, reluctantly looked away, pulled a few of his buddies aside, and laid out a simple plan. I'll break down the door. Mu Xing, you go grab that couple's clothes. Mu Zhen and Ping'an, you 2 come with me to catch them. Got it. The 3 close friends nodded excitedly. Mu Xing and Mu Zhen were cousins, and Ping'an was also from Gu village. They were all idle ne'er-do-wells who got along very well with Tang Lijin. Tang Ijuan wanted to go in too, but Hu Jinji pulled him back. You and Guoqiang watch my hand signals. As soon as I give the signal, go out onto the street and shout. You know how to do it, right? Got it. Tang Ijuan and Su Guoqiang rushed downstairs eagerly. Just as they reached the ground floor, Tang Lijin kicked the door open. The loud bang startled the couple inside. Huang Fengxian screamed and tried to find her clothes, while a short, stocky man remained slightly calmer, trying to get a clear look at who had come. Mu Xing moved quickly, picking up the clothes scattered on the floor, while Tang Lijin and Mu Zhen held down the adulterous couple. Mu Zhen and Ping'an were quick on their feet. Without a word, they both rushed toward Huang Fengxian, subduing her with ease and taking plenty of liberties along the way. Hu Jinji dragged Tang Xiaonan along with one hand and gave a wave. Tang Aijuan and Su Guiqiang caught the hint immediately and ran out onto the street, shouting, caught a couple in the act. Not even wearing any clothes, how shameful. After a few shouts, half the town had heard the commotion and rushed over to gawk at the spectacle, while Tang Aijuan and Su Guiqiang recounted the story in vivid detail. Over here. Unless that pair of scoundrels wanted to have sex in public, they'd certainly become even more infamous. Tang Lijian waved them over and even opened the door. Inside, everything was plain to see. The scoundrels were both crouched under the bed, too scared to come out. But there was only so much space under there, and since the man was short and stocky, even crouched down, he was still visible, a blindingly white figure that made your eyes hurt. Where's the guy with his mistress? The first to rush over were a few women, full of excitement, their eyes shining like searchlights. Oh my. How shameless. Ugh, ugh, ugh. What a bad omen. He waved to Tang Lijian and the others in the inner room, signaling them to come out. Mugan and the others gave the area a thorough search before reluctantly emerging. Tang Lijian even held the door shut to prevent the adulterous couple from escaping. Hu Jinji sneered, their clothes are out there. It'd be better if they jumped out, it's the street out there, after all. Hu Jinji's lips curled upward. Today really was an auspicious day, everything was going smoothly. Without waiting for Tang Aijuan's signal, a crowd burst in. Seeing is believing, after all, and they were eager to get a look at the teacher who'd managed to seduce their boss. She must have soft, fair skin and be absolutely sultry. Right in there. They're not even wearing clothes, they're not a married couple. Cursing under their breath about how unlucky this was, their eyes widened in shock. They even went into the room, first dragging Huang Fengxian out, completely exposed from head to toe, while the others hauled the man out. Someone recognized him. What if they jump out the window? Tang Lijian was still worried. Upon hearing they weren't a married couple, the eager onlookers got even more excited. They loved watching this kind of scandalous spectacle. With no clothes on, it was obviously a major scandal. He works across the street. I know his wife. She lives right here in town. Don't tell my wife. I was just discussing work with this comrade. It was these thugs who barged in and stripped us of our clothes. We're the victims. The man, with his wealth of street smarts, immediately came up with a good plan. He just had to deny everything. Huang Fengyan nodded vigorously as well. I was discussing work with my boss. We're innocent. End of chapter. Chapter 476, Playing Both Sides. Pfft. When they walked in, we were in the middle of getting down to business. Besides, work matters aren't something you discuss in the office. Why would anyone go to a place like that to talk business? Do they think I'm an idiot? Tang Lijian snapped. Hu Jinji shouted from outside. That man was very persuasive. He guaranteed that that would be transferred to the town next year and that she'd be named outstanding again. No wonder that can't even teach the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 properly, yet gets named outstanding year after year. Huang Fengxian and the man certainly couldn't say those things. They were too busy getting down to business to have any spare thoughts for serious matters. Hu Jinji said that on purpose. The angrier the crowd got, the worse off Huang Fengxian would be. No, he earned that outstanding rating on his own merits. They're really so innocent. Huang Fengxian desperately wanted to defend herself, but she was naked, cowering, and unable to even stand up straight. She didn't dare speak loudly, so her words sounded insincere. No one believed her at all. A woman in her 40s, let loose with a torrent of abuse, her eyes brimming with contempt. The other women were no different. Although Huang Fengxian hadn't stolen their men, in Buduan, women would always unite to condemn a fox spirit, especially now, when having an affair was a grave sin. Bullshit. She's already taken off her clothes, it's crystal clear. Does she think they're idiots? My husband had long suspected that slut. She rented a place but never lived there. She'd pop over every few days. Whenever she came, she'd lock the door and act all sneaky. She definitely wasn't up to anything good. Turns out she was here to steal men and sell herself. We know, right? That slutty vixen has been hooking up with other men. He's seen her several times. Another woman shared her own new discovery. But now that Huang Fengxian had cheated on him, the man felt sick to his stomach, as if a fly were stuck in his throat. Huang Fengxian kept insisting she loved only him, that he was the only man in her life besides her husband, and that she hadn't been intimate with her husband in a long time. The man felt quite smug. Convinced that Huang Fengxian had been swept off her feet by his masculine charm, that was why she was so devoted to him. The stooped, heavy-set man's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Huang Fengyan, his gaze turning icy. That slut was actually playing both sides, using the apartment he'd rented to sneak around with another man. It turned out the apartment was rented by the man specifically, so he could have an affair with Huang Fengxian. Although the office was exciting, it was simply too risky, so Huang Fengxian suggested renting that house across the street, just a short walk away. She was terrified of being spotted, and the man was naturally all for it. Those women all lived nearby. The town was so small. With Huang Fengxian dropping by every other day, it naturally aroused the suspicion of that group of gossipy women. It was just that they were afraid of the fat man and didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Now that someone had already spilled the beans, they naturally couldn't hold back any longer and scrambled to share what they'd discovered. But now, the reality check had come too quickly. The man's pity for Huang Fengxian faded considerably in an instant. He even began to feel somewhat repulsed by her. Especially now, seeing Huang Fengxian's disheveled state, the man realized she was just an ordinary woman, average looks, average figure. How could he have ever thought she was a celestial beauty? His eyes must have been playing tricks on him back then. She'd sweet-talked her way into his heart. Huang Fengxian sensed the man's coldness. Her heart sank to the bottom of her chest, and she shook her head frantically. He didn't. There really isn't another man. We don't want to falsely accuse him. Pfft. I saw it with my own eyes. That slutty vixen is trying to wriggle out of it. That man is quite handsome. He might just be my little lover. The woman who had spoken earlier spat at Huang Fengxian. End of chapter. Chapter 477. Choices. I saw him too. That guy is really handsome, even better looking than a movie star. He comes over every day at noon and stays for 2 hours. Locked up in that house, who knows what they're up to? Pfft, what else could a man and a woman do locked up in a room together? It's not like they're talking business. A group of gossiping women is as destructive as an atomic bomb. With everyone chipping in, they dug up every dirty secret about Huang Fengxian. Huang Fengxian thought no one in town recognized her, so she felt safe and bold enough to have affairs not just with the fat man, but also with Gu Songtao. Previously, she and Gu Songtao had only met at school, but these past few days, Tang Lijian had been watching her too closely, so she had Gu Songtao come to town. Juggling 2 men, Huang Fengxian's life was fulfilling and joyful, but those good days had come to an end. Now she had been stripped bare inside and out, with nowhere to hide. Huang Fengxian crouched on the ground, hunched over, not even daring to lift her head. Her mind was a blank. She had no idea how to handle the situation. She didn't dare utter a sound, only weeping. The commotion was so loud that a growing crowd of onlookers had gathered, blocking the alley completely. Daily life was usually so boring, but with such a scandalous spectacle suddenly unfolding, and for free at that, nearly the entire town had come to watch the show. Everyone looked down on Huang Fengxian with utter contempt. Few people actually cursed the man, however, as all the anger was directed at her, with the women hurling the harshest insults. Slut, filthy whore, slutty vixen, seductress. Some women even resorted to physical violence, grabbing Huang Fengxian by the hair and beating her. Judging by their indignant expressions, one might have thought Huang Fengxian had stolen their own husbands. A gust of wind swept through and a tall, imposing woman burst into the crowd. Upon seeing the man in a pitiful state, her eyes widened with fury as she glared at Huang Fengxian with murderous intent. She lunged forward in a single bound, grabbed Huang Fengxian by the hair, and slapped her viciously across the face, cursing as she struck. I'll beat you to death, you shameless slut. I hate nothing more than promiscuous sluts. Huang Fengxian kept begging for mercy, her voice plaintive and her face streaked with tears, which actually made her seem pitiful. Yet this only infuriated the tall woman even more, causing her to strike even harder. Soon, the beating turned into a barrage of punches and kicks, with Huang Fengxian wailing in agony one cry after another. Spit, you shameless slut. I've long suspected you, you sly vixen. Dressing up all flashy every day to come see my husband and report on work, you're deliberately trying to make him slip up. I'm going to beat you to death. Judging by the woman's tone and the brutality of her attacks, she must also be a pitiful victim who'd suffered in the past. Huang Fengxian dared not fight back. She could only shield her face and let the woman beat her. This tall woman was the fat man's wife. She was even taller than him, with a square jawline, a masculine-looking woman, and astonishing strength. Huang Fengxian was completely helpless under her grip. She was even yanked to her feet. The men all stared intently, taking in this rare spectacle. Although the fat man harbored some resentment toward Huang Fengxian, the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. He couldn't help but feel a pang of pity, and the look in his eyes immediately changed. The tall woman gave the man a cold, meaningful glance. A chill ran through him as he understood his wife's intention. She wanted him to pin the blame entirely on Huang Fengxian. Although he felt some reluctance toward Huang Fengxian, the man didn't hesitate for long. He quickly weighed his options. If his wife made a big scene, his future would be utterly ruined. His future or his mistress. Naturally, he chose his future. End of chapter. Chapter 478, Dogs Biting Dogs. The man said with a look of grievance. I had already clocked out for the day when I ran into Ms. Huang at the door. She said she wanted to discuss work with me, and of course I couldn't refuse, so I went to her office. But as we were talking, Ms. Huang started taking off her clothes and then hugged me and tried to take off my clothes too. I was completely stunned. Before I even had time to react, these people burst in. I really didn't do anything. Huang Fengxian stared at the man in disbelief. Was this really the lover who had just moments ago been calling her my darling? He'd always claimed there was no one else in his heart, that no matter what happened, he'd be her strongest support. Now that trouble had struck, he'd turned on her without a second thought, stabbing her in the back more ruthlessly than anyone. A chill crept through Huang Fengxian's heart as the man continued to ramble on about his injustice, desperately trying to clear his name and insisting that she was the one who had seduced him. Tang Xiaonan heard it all from outside and sneered to herself. A pair of scoundrels who's more innocent than the other. Neither of them is any good. But Huang Fengyan had miscalculated this time. This adulterous couple was very united. They clearly intended to pin everything on Huang Fengxian and let her bear the consequences alone. Initiating an affair and being seduced are two entirely different matters. In the former, you risk losing your job. In the latter, you might just face disciplinary action, and if you have connections higher up, the punishment would be even lighter. I'll beat you to death, you filthy slut. I'll rip off your slutty skin. My man has always been a decent guy, and you're trying to make him slip up? I'll kill you. The tall woman knew her husband's true colors all too well. She was disgusted by him and would have loved to castrate the bastard, but she had no choice but to put up with it to save his job, otherwise, she and the kids would be left out in the cold. Bullshit. My husband and I get along just fine, it's this slutty vixen who seduced him. Say one more word of nonsense and I'll beat you to death. The tall woman stood firmly by her husband's side. She needed his paycheck and her child needed a father. She had no other choice. But she still had to put up with it. The frustrated woman vented all her pent-up rage on Huang Fengxian, landing blow after blow. Before long, Huang Fengxian was covered in bruises, a clump of hair lay scattered on the ground, and her face and body were covered in wounds, yet not a single person felt sympathy for her. That vixen deserves it. Your husband's no good either. It's not like this is the first or second time he's been with this slut. He even rented a place just to make things easier. Who knows, he might have done it with her more times than he has with you. Tang Lijin shouted to stir up the crowd, completely stripping away the tall woman's last shred of dignity. The others burst into uproarious laughter. Their mocking glances filled the tall woman with shame and fury, and her punches grew even heavier. Give it a rest. Just a moment ago, your husband was telling this slut that the she-tiger at home is both ugly and vicious, that the sight of her makes him sick, and he can't even eat. We all heard it. Tang Lijin was only too happy to stir up trouble, so he blatantly lied. Tang Aijuan, Mu Xing, and the others were also the type to enjoy a good spectacle, so without a second thought, they chimed in, exactly. We all heard it. That fat pig said the tiger at home is ugly as sin, not even a tenth as pretty as this slutty vixen. He even said he'd divorce the tiger at home and marry this slutty vixen instead. The tall woman's face turned from red to white, and her murderous glare intensified. The fat man, panicked, hurriedly explained, I didn't say any of that. Don't listen to their nonsense. Huang Fengxian, who had remained silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. How can you say you didn't? You just said you wanted to marry me, and that you couldn't stand that shrew anymore. Since this lousy man showed no regard for their past and wanted to push her into the water alone, she wouldn't hold back. At worst, they'd both go down together. End of chapter. Chapter 479, Exposed, thanks to Eno Mengxian Yiling and donors. Huang Fengxian's words convinced the tall woman completely. Just as much as she had held back before, she was now filled with rage. She shoved Huang Fengxian aside and rushed over to beat up the man. You ungrateful bastard. I bore you sons and daughters, and yet you want to divorce me? I'll beat you to death, you heartless monster. The tall woman's eyes were bloodshot. She had completely lost her composure. Years of suppressed anger had reached a boiling point. She'd wanted to teach this bastard a lesson for a long time, and today she'd finally gotten her chance. Everyone else watched with great interest. They didn't even want to go home for dinner. A spectacle like this, which they hadn't seen in years, was something they simply had to watch to their heart's content. Drag them out. Someone shouted, instantly igniting the crowd's fervor. That's right. Drag them out so everyone can get a good look at that scumbag couple. Everyone was eager to join in, their eyes gleaming. Their dull, monotonous lives needed some excitement, and this adulterous couple was the perfect stimulant. The crowd was united as never before. Huang Fengxian and the fat man panicked and tried to escape, but the others weren't about to let them get away. A thick wall of people blocked their path. Please spare me. I'll never do it again. Huang Fengxian knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. She was truly terrified. If they dragged her out, she'd never have the face to stay in the village. People would mock her mercilessly. The fat man was even more terrified. He was a man of some standing. If this got out, he'd lose all face and his job would be gone. Tang Lijin snapped back, then used a rope to tie Huang Fengxian and the fat man together. The tall woman went wild trying to save her husband. If this got out, how could she and her child possibly show their faces in town? But Hu Jinji refused to let go, no matter what she said. I can't watch this. This guy hadn't been idle at all just now. Just like at that rally on Millstone Mountain before, he'd been stirring up trouble and building momentum everywhere, step by step guiding the onlookers. It was Hu Jinji who was the first to shout about dragging them out and exposing them. Tang Xiaonan heard it loud and clear. Come on. Let me see. Your husband's no better, a slut and a scumbag, a pair of dogs. Tang Lijin had somehow managed to get his hands on a beat-up wash basin and banged it a few times in a row. Everyone quickly made way, lining the street to see the couple off. Tang Xianwan couldn't stop squirming in her seat. She'd never seen anything like this before. She was dying to see how humiliated Huang Fengxian would look. The crowd grew larger and larger. Almost the entire town had turned out, with some even holding their rice bowls as they came to watch the spectacle. Life in this rural town was usually peaceful. It had been a long time since there had been such a commotion, one even livelier than the town market. But no matter how strong she was, she couldn't hold back the crowd's enthusiasm. It was completely futile. She could only watch helplessly as her husband and Huang Fengxian were dragged out of the house and quickly exposed to the public eye. Tang Xiaonan wanted to see what was going on too, but Hu Jinji covered her eyes tightly, completely blocking her view. She couldn't see a thing, hearing only the clamor of the crowd and Hu Jinji's voice. Huang Fengxian and the fat man were tied together with a rope. Both kept their heads bowed, wishing they could sink into the ground. The tall woman was also panicking. She hadn't expected such serious consequences. Pointing at Huang Fengxian, she shouted, "It's this vixen's fault. She's the one who let her go alone. Such filthy scum, they mustn't sully Tang Xiaopeng's eyes." Then what do you think? Tang Xiaonan shouted angrily. I'm an adult, you're a kid. Tang Xiaonan gritted her teeth in fury. Damn it, she's only 12, why is she acting all grown up in front of her? End of chapter. Chapter 480, Jealousy, thanks to No Mei Xianyaling and for the tips. Although Tang Xianwan resisted with all her might, even resorting to acting cute and playing the innocent, Hu Jinji remained unmoved. He never took his hand off her head the entire time, and later went so far as to cover her ears, because some people's words were just too harsh. The future big shot was worried that Tang Xianan's innocent mind might be tainted. Tang Xiaonan had given up struggling. If she couldn't watch it, so be it. It certainly wouldn't be any more exciting than a movie anyway. When she grew up, she could watch whatever she wanted, and Hu Jinji wouldn't be able to stop her. Too bad we didn't catch Gu Songtao. Tang Xianwan still felt a sense of regret. They'd let Gu Songtao slip away. That man was even more repulsive. Hu Jinji let out a cold laugh. He won't get away. With such a huge leverage point as Shin Yuhai, Gu Songtao had no chance of getting away. A thought struck Tang Xiaonan and she thought of Gu Yunchuan and she said, Brother Hua, Brother Gu is so pitiful. Why don't you take him into business with you? Would that be okay? Hu Jinji's expression shifted slightly, a pang of bitterness stinging his heart. He carried Tang Xiaonan away from the crowd before letting go, then asked nonchalantly, why do you want to bring him into business? Tang Xiaonan didn't notice that the boss was upset and continued on her own. Aunt Ingchun is so pitiful. She does so much work every day, but can't make any money. Brother Gu wants to help Aunt Ingchun earn money, so Brother Hua, could you help him? Why should I help him? We're not even friends. Hu Jinji refused without a second thought, feeling an even sharper pang of bitterness. What was there to pity about Gu Yunchuan? At least he had his mom and grandma to protect him. He didn't have to worry about food or clothing, nor was he bullied by anyone. How could someone living in such a life of luxury possibly be pitied? Brother Hua, you're definitely going to run a huge business someday. You won't be able to handle it all by yourself. Brother Gu can help you out, Tang Xiaonan persuaded him. She truly believed that Gu Yunchuan and Hu Jinji would make the perfect business partners. Do you think I can build a big business? Such unreserved praise made Hu Jinji blush a little, and the jealousy in his heart vanished. So, in Tang Xiaopan's eyes, he was the most capable person. Where did Gu Yunchuan even rank? Tang Xiaonan nodded vigorously, without a moment's hesitation. Of course you can. Hua, you're the best. Tang Xiaonan stared at the boss for a long time without saying a word. Hu Jinji felt uncomfortable under her gaze and turned his head away, his face full of awkwardness. Tang Xiaonan assumed the boss didn't like Gu Yunchuan. After all, in the book, Hu Jinji and Gu Yunchuan were archenemies, like oil and water who would get into a fight the moment they met. Tang Xiaopan must just be attracted to Gu Yunchuan's good looks. Gu Yunchuan can't help me. Hu Jinji still wasn't willing to work with someone he disliked. Hu Jinji paused for a moment, then looked down and saw the sincerity in Tang Xiaonan's eyes. He felt a bit embarrassed. Could it be that he'd misunderstood Tang Xiaonan? Just seeing that guy's warm smile annoyed him. Tang Xiaonan was a little disappointed. She really hadn't expected Hu Jinji to dislike Gu Yunchuan so much, especially since there hadn't even been any conflict between them yet. It seemed they were just natural archenemies. She didn't try to persuade him any further, saying too much would only make Hu Jinji resentful. She'd try again later. Gu Yunchuan was also in town at the time. He'd come to help his mother sell eggs. In the past, Huang Yingqian had never let him do this kind of work, but Gu Yunchuan was being particularly stubborn this time, so Huang Yingqian had no choice but to let him do some light chores. Gu Yunchuan was too shy. He came to town right after lunch, but didn't dare go door to door hawking his wares for half the day. He was too embarrassed, and it wasn't until an older woman took the initiative to ask that he finally sold his eggs. Gu Yunchuan didn't go home right away. Instead, he wandered around town, looking for ways to make money. End of chapter. Chapter 481, Gu Yunchuan is here too, thanks to Eno Mengxian Yiling and... After wandering around for a while, Gu Yunchuan did make a discovery. The town wasn't very big. There was only one supply and marketing cooperative. Virtually all of the town's daily necessities were purchased there. Since the cooperative was state-owned, working there carried a lot of prestige. It was even more desirable than being a teacher. What caught Gu Yunchuan's attention were the shady little street vendors, mostly villagers from nearby who brought local specialties and vegetables to town to sell and earn a little extra money. Huang Yingqian often came to sell her goods here, too. However, what piqued Gu Yunchuan's interest was a boy selling photographs, about 11 or 12 years old, carrying a yellow-green school bag. Whenever he spotted young men or women, he'd approach them to ask if they wanted to buy some. From a distance, Gu Yunchuan could see they were photographs. Though not many people were buying them, there were a few customers. The prices weren't exactly cheap, 2 jiao per photo or 3 for 50 jiao. One girl bought 3. Gu Yunchuan made a point of walking closer to get a better look and saw that they were photos of an extremely beautiful movie star, clearly developed prints. The cost wasn't high, just a few from per photo, yet they were selling for 2 jiao each. The profit margin was obvious. Gu Yunchuan wanted to ask the boy about his supply sources. He planned to sell them in Wucheng. But the small town had little foot traffic, whereas the city was teeming with people. Business would surely be good at the train and bus stations. It had to be said that Gu Yunchuan's business acumen was on par with Hu Jinji's. No wonder he'd become a major player capable of rivaling Hu Jinji. Besides, he needed to earn more money to take his grandmother to the county hospital for treatment. Her cough couldn't be put off any longer. How could a sly vixen like that have just one lover? She might be playing the bride every single day, from start to finish. Tang Lijian, who was tapping on a wash basin, had keen senses. Upon hearing this, he immediately shouted out loud. Gu Yunchuan's foot, which had just begun to lift, stopped abruptly. He turned back around, his expression one of shock, unable to believe his ears. Gu Songtao? Was that his father? And Huang Fengxian? Was that the same woman he knew? Hey, isn't that Huang Fengxian? Isn't Gu Songtao her lover? Someone exclaimed in surprise. But the boy was quick on his feet. The moment Gu Yunchuan spoke, he darted away. He wasn't about to let an outsider steal his chance to strike it rich. Gu Yunchuan gave a wry, helpless smile, but he didn't lose heart. He'd head into town in a few days. There would surely be more opportunities there. He was an adult now. He couldn't just sit at home like a good-for-nothing, leaving his mother to toil day and night all by herself. Everyone, come quick and see the slut and her lover. Those shameless bastards, fooling around in a house in broad daylight. Come take a look. The clanging sounds made Gu Yunchuan stop in curiosity. He looked toward the source of the noise and saw a dense crowd, more bustling than during a festival. Gu Yunchuan had intended to go take a look, but upon hearing the shouts, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he turned and walked away. It was better not to witness such filth. He didn't want to sully his eyes. He'd better hurry home and hand the money from selling eggs to his mother so she wouldn't worry. But his father and Uncle Lu had made it clear he had to crush that slut completely, without regard for the ties of the village community. And these past few days, Tang Baishan had been hinting at his doubts about his abilities, as had Uncle Lu, thinking he was incompetent, having chased that woman for so long without any results. Tang Lijian had been seething with rage for quite some time. If he didn't finish off that slut Huang today, he might as well change his last name to Turtle. Huang Fengxian was overcome with shame and indignation. She didn't even dare lift her head. Although it was the end of June and the weather was sweltering, she still felt a bone-chilling cold, colder even than the depths of winter. She shivered uncontrollably. The jeers, insults, and looks of contempt stung her more than knives piercing her flesh. She no longer cared about the future. Right now, she just wanted to escape the humiliation before her. Who could give her something to wear? End of chapter. Chapter 482, Public Outrage, please vote for monthly tickets. You filthy slut, you whore. You've brought utter shame upon our ancestors. Beat her to death. I know that slut, she's Huang Fengxian from Mopin Mountain. She's a master at putting on a show. She's got every man in the village wrapped around her finger. She's even more seductive than Nuji herself. This is terrible. My nephew back home is set to meet a girl from the Huang family on Mopin Mountain for a matchmaking date. I'd better rush back and warn him. He absolutely mustn't marry anyone from the Huang family. Who knows what kind of character their daughters have? They're all from the same family. If one turned out to be a harlot, there's no telling if another might too. Your nephew should find a girl from another family, better safe than sorry. The woman was furious. She picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Huang Fengxian, striking her on the forehead. Blood began to flow. Huang Fengyan trembled with pain, but she didn't dare lift her head or even wipe the blood away. She let it stream down, blurring her vision and making her mind grow increasingly foggy. Tang Lijin banged on the wash basin a few more times and shouted a few sentences at the top of his lungs. He had to clear the Huang family's name. Sixth uncle had said they must focus their efforts on Huang Fengxian's family, but they couldn't afford to offend the entire Huang clan. You filthy whore. You've brought utter shame upon the Huang family, why don't you just die? Huang Fengxian didn't care about making a spectacle of herself. A whore like her deserved to die anyway. But now, the reputation of the Huang family's daughters was being dragged down by this whore, and there were still several unmarried nieces in her maternal family. With someone taking the lead, others quickly followed suit. Pebble, rotten vegetable gang, stinky fish and rotten shrimp. And stinky shoes objects rained down on Huang Fengxian and the fat man like a downpour. Before long, the two of them looked like a garbage dump, filthy, stinking, and covered in blood, a pitiful sight. The woman wasn't satisfied with just one throw. She picked up a few more stones to hurl at them. If her niece's marriage prospects were ruined because of this, even killing this slut wouldn't be enough to satisfy her rage. Everyone, let me say this. This filthy slut doesn't represent the entire Huang family. I'm from the Tang family of Mopin Mountain, and I know the Huang family better than anyone. Aside from this filthy slut's family, the rest are all hardworking, decent people. The young men are capable, and the young women are skilled and resourceful. Someone couldn't stand it anymore. She was a daughter-in-law from the Huang family, about the same age as Huang Fengxian, so naturally she knew her. She'd come to town today to sell eggs and never expected to witness such a rare spectacle, a disgraced woman being paraded through the streets, and one she actually knew at that. Right. There are plenty of good girls out there. Why get so hung up on a girl from the Huang family? What you're saying makes no sense at all. Every family has a few black sheep who bring shame upon them. We Huang families have plenty of good girls. This harlot is like a rotten grain of rice, spoiling the whole pot of soup. Don't tar the whole family with the same brush. I recognize you. You're the brother of Tang the Butcher, aren't you? You're right. In all of Mopin Mountain, there's only this one shameless family. The rest are all decent people. The woman who had been throwing pebbles earlier breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She felt a bit of gratitude toward Tang Lijin and, naturally, even more hatred for Huang Fengxian. That shameless rotten apple wasn't worth a damn, even in death. Tomorrow she would return to Mopin Mountain and tell her third uncle about this, so he could properly punish that filthy slut. That's right. My older brother is indeed Butcher Tang. It just so happened that he came to town today to buy some things and stumbled upon this pair of dogs getting up to their filthy business. What a disgrace. Tang Lijin admitted it openly. He wanted the Huang family to know that the Tang family wasn't to be messed with. If they dared to scheme against his second brother's offspring, he'd make Huang Fengxian's life a living hell. Even if she dies, she'll be the subject of backbiting for the rest of her life. I've hit 10,000 words for today. I'll keep it up tomorrow. Still asking for monthly votes though. There are 5 days left, so I really need lots of them. Kisses. End of chapter. Chapter 483, having had chickenpox several times. The woman let out a few dry laughs. She often visited her parents' home and knew that Tang Laifu's family had recently clashed with Huang Fengxian several times. Whether Tang Lijin's visit this time was a coincidence or intentional, she wasn't stupid. How could she not see through it? Although she had some grievances against Tang Lijin, what angered the woman even more was Huang Fengxian's lack of backbone. Flies don't land on seamless eggs. If Huang Fengxian had conducted herself with integrity, how could the Tang family have possibly found a way to hold her over a barrel? Back at the village meeting, Uncle Huang Sen should have just whipped that filthy slut to death and been done with it. It would have spared them this embarrassment now. With Tang Lijin's revelation, everyone now understood Huang Fengxian's background and despised her even more. Rotten vegetables and stinking fish rained down on her like a hailstorm, and the stench could be smelled from a great distance. Do you know that Gu Songtao and this slut have been sleeping together for over 10 years? Everyone in Gu village knows it, do you know that too? The speaker's tone suddenly turned mysterious, instantly piquing everyone's curiosity, and they urged him to hurry up and tell them. That slut has had several abortions, all of them Gu Songtao's. This bombshell sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving Gu Yinchuan stunned. He stood there like a statue, yet his mind was unusually clear. He recalled the reactions of his grandmother and mother whenever they mentioned Huang Fengxian. They both disliked Huang Fengxian intensely, so much so that it even influenced their opinion of Shen Yuzhu. He hadn't understood it before, but now he finally did. It was all because of his father. Now that you mention it, I remember, it's true. Huang Fengyan did have chickenpox several times. Ugh. That slut has no shame at all, the woman who had married out of the Huang family cursed, filled with righteous indignation. Gu Yunchuan felt a twinge of pain in his heart, but he had no regrets. This was the right decision. His mother was the most important person to him, and he couldn't let her feel hurt or sad. The gossip continued, the voices growing louder and the topics increasingly explicit. Gu Yunchuan desperately wanted to leave, but his feet wouldn't move. The truth was, he didn't want to leave. He wanted to know just how shameless his father could be. He'd keep his distance from now on. By befriending Shen Yuzhu, he was letting his mother down. I have a niece-in-law living on Mopin Mountain. That slut Huang Fengxian gets chickenpox once every 2 years. She's locked up in her room for a month or so and doesn't even step outside the front gate. Chickenpox only comes once in a lifetime. Who gets it every few years? That slut's had it at least twice. If she wasn't getting abortions, what else could it be? But all he wanted was to be fair to his mother. So did Shen Yuzhu know? She probably didn't, Gu Yunchuan thought, feeling a little better. He even felt a sense of pity for Shen Yuzhu, as if they were kindred spirits in misfortune, but that was as far as it went. He and Shen Yuzhu couldn't even be friends anymore. Because she was Huang Fengxian's daughter, even though that was unfair to Shen Yuzhu. His father's mistress was Huang Fengyan. The two had been together for over a decade and even had a child. His mother and grandmother surely knew all this, which was why they despised Huang Fengxian so much and didn't care for Shen Yuzhu either. Tang shouted and listened with rapt attention. An abortion was nothing. Huang Fengxian had even given birth to a son for Gu Songtao. These two were truly in love. Gu Yinchuan's face flushed crimson. He clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes blazing like flames. He didn't want to hear any more. From now on, the only thing he shared with Gu Songtao was that tenuous blood tie. Their emotional bond was severed. All he needed to do was be dutiful to his grandmother and mother. What's an abortion? That filthy slut Huang Fengxian even bore Gu Songtao a son. He's already 7 years old, and his features are the spitting image of Gu Songtao's. Hu Jinji suddenly let out a shout. The air fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in commotion. This revelation was even more explosive than what had come before. An illegitimate son? Not even a movie would dare to portray something like this. Huang Fengyan was simply audacious beyond belief. End of chapter. Chapter 484. Older brother, younger brother. Gu Yunchuan's teeth chattered, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes seemed to burn with fire, shining so brightly they were frightening. He knew exactly who the man was referring to as the bastard. Shen Yuhai happened to be 7 years old, and now that he thought about it, Shen Yuhai's features did indeed resemble his father's. He had never considered this possibility before, but now that he gave it careful thought, more and more doubts began to surface. A few days ago, Shen Yuhai had been bullied at school, and his father had actually stepped in to defend him, getting into a scuffle with a group of kids and making a complete fool of himself. Thinking about it now, his father must have known Shen Yuhai's true origins. That was why he cherished him so deeply. Huh. Gu Yunchuan let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp and sarcastic. Father, he wasn't worthy of that title. Huang Fengyan, stiff as a corpse, flinched at the mention of bastard. Without a second thought, she raised her head and cried out, "No, that's not true. You're lying. Yuhai is my son, he has nothing to do with Gu Songtao." But her outburst only made matters worse. It was like denying the obvious. Even those who had been half convinced now believed her, and several women standing nearby spat at Huang Fengxian with contempt. The scene descended into utter chaos. Tang Lijian, Tang Aijuan, and the others slipped away quietly. Mission accomplished, Huang Fengxian would definitely lose her job and spend the rest of her life living under a barrage of scorn. The Huang family would no longer tolerate her. Let's see how this harlot manages to survive. Let's go home. Hu Jinji was in high spirits as he hoisted Tang Xianwan onto his back. The boy had grown exceptionally fast these past few months, as if making up for all the height he'd missed in previous years. He was now nearly as tall as Tang Aijuan, so carrying him was a breeze. We'll find out once we get there, Su Guoqiang said as they walked, intending to go over and say hello to Gu Yunchuan. Hu Jinji suddenly grabbed his arm and shook his head slightly. Let's go over later. The group walked off with their arms slung around each other's shoulders, not worried that Tang Aijuan and the other kids might run into trouble walking home at night. It was only a dozen or so li, and they were all big and strong. What could possibly go wrong? Tang Lijin and his crew had also arrived, each looking smug. After bottling up their frustration for 2 months, they'd finally let it all out today and could now report back with a clear conscience. Tang Lijin planned to treat a few of his brothers to a meal and some drinks. These rough-and-tumble buddies had worked hard for him lately, so he naturally had to show his appreciation. Otherwise, who would be willing to do him favors in the future? You guys go home first. I'm going to have a drink with my brothers. Tang Ijuan took a few steps forward and peered ahead. It's Gu Yunchuan. What's he doing? They'd walked over a li and were almost out of town. A narrow path lay ahead, and it was already dark. Fortunately, Hu Jinji had brought a flashlight. Let's head back, too. If he wasn't mistaken, Gu Yunchuan was crying. Tang Ijuan took Tang Xianwan from Hu Jinji's back. His little sister was his. No one was going to take her away from him. Hu Jinji felt a bit empty inside and glared at Tang Ijuan with irritation. Tang Xianwan pointed ahead and whispered, "Is that Brother Gu?" And Gu Yunchuan must have heard those words just now. Hearing about his father's sordid deeds from someone else, and suddenly finding out he had such an older half-brother, must have been a huge shock to him. But Hu Jinji still looked down on Gu Yunchuan's weakness. What was there to cry about? He might as well disown such a scumbag of a father. Crying wouldn't do a damn thing. But Hu Jinji wasn't feeling much better himself, because his own father didn't seem like much of a catch either. The woman crazy old man mentioned, it was highly unlikely her relationship with his father was above board. Otherwise, crazy old man wouldn't have mistaken her for his mother. Hu Jinji gave a self-deprecating smile. He had no right to mock Gu Yunchuan. They were, after all, in the same boat, brothers in misfortune. End of chapter. Chapter 485, Sympathy. Gu Yunchuan wiped his eyes and sniffed. His throat felt tight. He despised himself for being this way, but he couldn't help it. Once he reached this secluded spot, he couldn't hold back his tears. He didn't know why he was crying. He just felt a deep sorrow, not for himself, but for his mother. If his mother hadn't married his father or given birth to him, she would surely have had a better life and wouldn't have had to work so hard. Gu Yunchuan knew his mother no longer had any feelings for his father. The only reason she remained in the Gu family was for him. He was the one holding her back. Gu Yunchuan sniffed again, his gaze hardening with resolve. He would earn money, a lot of money, so his mother could live comfortably. He would never again give his father a chance to call him a good-for-nothing. Brother Gu. A sweet, soft voice called out from behind him. Gu Yunchuan frantically wiped his eyes. He couldn't let anyone see him looking so disheveled right now. Before long, Hu Jinji and the others walked over. Gu Yunchuan forced a smile, his eyes red, but everyone pretended not to notice, acting just as they always did. Let's head back together. Hu Jinji froze. What? Tang Xiaonan giggled. Nothing. This pastry is delicious. Hu brother, when summer vacation starts, will you take me to Yangqing to play? Please. This is called a wife cake. It's a pastry from Yangqing, and it tastes great, Hu Jinji said with a smile. He hadn't understood a word of it. I've got some snacks in my bag. Hu Jinji took a few cold meat buns out of his bag and shared them with everyone, including Gu Yunchuan. He didn't dislike Gu Yunchuan as much anymore. In fact, he even felt a bit sorry for him. Tang Ijuan clutched his stomach, looking a bit embarrassed. Then Su Guoqiang cried out, followed by Tang Xianwan. It was well past mealtime by then, and everyone was hungry. Oh no. Tang Xianwan looked down and saw that they really were wife cakes. She couldn't resist joking, is there a wife inside the wife cake? When they reached the spot where they'd hidden the goods earlier, Hu Jinji and Tang Ijuan worked together to pull out the bike and the bag. Gu Yunchuan looked on in surprise. What was this huge bag? And Hu Jinji had actually bought a bike. Where had he gotten that much money? Thank you. Gu Yunchuan let out a sigh of relief. He'd thought it might have been because it was dark and Hu Jinji and the others hadn't seen clearly. The group walked back together, none of them speaking, with only the sound of footsteps, some light, some heavy. Hu Jinji said it matter-of-factly. He had once longed to push Gu Yunchuan into the abyss, to make him taste the cruelty and suffering of the world. The warm smile and clear gaze had vanished from his face. He had thought about it countless times. Gurgle. But now that the day had actually come, he couldn't bring himself to feel happy. Gu Yunchuan took the steamed bun, a meat-filled one, which he rarely got to eat. He wondered how Hu Jinji could afford such a luxury, and what exactly was in that huge bag. Hu Jinji handed Tang Xiaonan some pastries. Crazy Grandpa sent these for you, along with some Coke. I'll give them to you when we get home. Hu Jinji refused without a second thought. Bringing the chubby girl along would be too much of a hassle. He'd have to watch out for crazy old man snatching her away. It was just too exhausting. It was better to travel light on his own. Tang Xianwan was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected that crazy old man to be thinking of her all this time. She'd have to figure out a way to change crazy old man's fate too. Tang Xianwan pouted. Fine, if you won't take me, I'll just go on my own later. Gu Yunchuan's expression grew increasingly surprised. Hearing Yongqing mention time and again, could it be that Hu Jinji had returned from Yongqing? After finishing his buns, Tang Aijuan blurted out, "How much stock did you bring back this time?" Hu Jinji shot him a warning glare, and only then did Tang Aijuan realize he'd said the wrong thing. He scratched his head sheepishly, and Gu Yunchuan spoke up, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." End of chapter. Chapter 486, A Dead Duck Still Squeaks. Hu Jinji snorted lightly. He wasn't worried about Gu Yunchuan going around and spreading rumors. Although he didn't like the kid, he trusted Gu Yunchuan's character, and besides, the kid probably wouldn't have anything to do with Shin Yuju anymore. No one could get past that mental hurdle, the daughter of his own father's mistress. Just the thought of it was sickening. Gu Yunchuan had already pieced things together. If he wasn't mistaken, Hu Jinji was selling goods, sourcing them from Yongqing, and then selling them in Yueqing or Wuqing. No wonder Hu Jinji had suddenly become so wealthy. His heart suddenly raced. Gu Yunchuan hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage and said, Can I help you sell things?" Tang Xiaonan blinked and picked at her ear. Had she heard that right? Gu Yunchuan's goal was to get into college. In the book, he didn't start doing business under Shin Yuju's influence until after he'd been admitted to college, which was several years down the road. Yet now he was voluntarily asking to go into business? Was her butterfly effect really that powerful? Tang Xiaonan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. She was, after all, the lucky star who had influenced the course of an entire book. Hu Jinji eyed the slightly flustered Gu Yunchuan coldly. The atmosphere remained tense for a few seconds. Tang Aijuan tried to speak up but was forcibly silenced by Su Guo. "Aren't you determined to get into college?" Gu Yunchuan gave a wry smile and spoke honestly. "I do want to get into college. I also want to lighten my mom's burden, and my grandma isn't in the best of health. I want to take her to the hospital for treatment." Hu Jinji fell silent again. Gu Yunchuan's face slowly flushed red. He knew Hu Jinji didn't like him, had never liked him, and certainly didn't want to take him along to sell goods. He'd been too impulsive just now. They soon arrived at Gu village. Su Guoqiang and Gu Yunchuan headed home together, while Tang Aijuan and the others continued on their way. Tang Xunwan glanced at Hu Jinji, who looked rather sullen and couldn't help but laugh. "No." Hu Jinji glared at her. It would have been better not to explain. The more he explained, the more guilty he sounded. Tang Xiaonan covered her mouth and couldn't stop laughing. Hu Jinji's expression grew even more awkward. To make matters worse, that dimwit Tang Aijuan blurted out, "You're just feeling sorry for him, aren't you? He was crying just now, looking so pitiful. I just need an extra pair of hands, and he seems pretty sharp. Come by tomorrow morning." With a self-deprecating smile, Gu Yunchuan sighed and said softly, "I was too rash. Just pretend I never said anything. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, not even my mom." Tang Xiaonan was also disappointed. Could it really be that these two big shots couldn't work together? "If you give up as easily as you do when selling things, you won't make a single penny," Hu Jinji said coldly. Hu Jinji said this with a touch of pride, and Gu Yunchuan nodded, feeling quite excited inside, as the gloom cast by Huang Fengxian had lifted considerably. Hu Jinji snorted lightly, looking a bit awkward. He didn't know why he'd agreed in the first place. It had just slipped out on a whim, and now he regretted it. But once the words were out, he had to stick to them. He wasn't the type to go back on his word. Gu Yunchuan was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. He looked at Hu Jinji gratefully and, for the first time ever, stammered, I'll sell them well. Thank you." Hu Jinji snorted impatiently and quickened his pace, not bothering to talk to this dimwit. It wasn't as if he'd been overcome by a sudden wave of sympathy. He was cold-blooded and ruthless. His heart was as black as coal. How could he possibly feel sympathy for anyone? He just needed more people. Tang Aijuan turned to speak to Tang Xiaonan, her voice surprisingly loud. "He won't even admit it. He's as stubborn as a dead duck." Hu Jinji stumbled slightly and quickened his pace, hearing Tang Xiaonan's giggles echoing behind him. End of chapter. Chapter 487, Tang Laifu, a man of self-awareness. By the time he neared the entrance to Mopin Mountain Village, it was already pitch black. Lights were on in every household. Tang Laifu stood at the village entrance, frantically shining his flashlight back and forth, his heart in his throat as he worried about both Tang Xunwan and Chai Yuxiang. As for Tang Aijuan, he wasn't worried about him in the least. That little bastard couldn't even stand his crutches. He'd be fine even if he ran to the ends of the earth. Hearing footsteps, Tang Laifu called out sharply, "Xianwan." "Dad." Tang Xunwan called out loudly. A huge weight lifted from Tang Laifu's heart. He quickened his pace, took Xianwan from Tang Aijuan's back, and then slapped Tang Aijuan on the head. "You didn't come home after school. You took Xianwan and Yuxiang all over the place. If anything happens to them, I'll have my own skin flayed off." Tang Aijuan's face contorted in pain. His father's strength was truly formidable. It hurt far more than when his mother hit him. Just as Tang Laifu was about to slap him again, Tang Xiaonan stepped in to block him. Dad, he asked third brother to take him to town to play. Chai Yuxiang also pleaded on his behalf. She'd had such a wonderful time the day before. She'd eaten delicious food and watched a great show. Even though her cousin had covered her eyes the whole time, she'd been delighted to see Huang Fengxian's misfortune. That woman would surely never be able to teach again. Tang Laifu snorted coldly but let Tang Aijuan off the hook. He looked down at Tang Xiaonan and smiled affectionately. You must be hungry. Let's go home for dinner, I've got your favorite shrimp. He hadn't expected Su Jifeng to earn so much money, 4 or 5 yuan a day. In a single week, she made more than he did in a month. Deep down, Tang Laifu felt a twinge of bitterness. He sensed that his position as head of the household was about to be shaken. But he wasn't a foolish or incompetent man. The fact that Su Jifeng earned a little more meant benefits for the whole family, so he should support her. He also needed to work during the double harvest season, so he had a plan. Once the fabric he'd bought was sold out, he'd make one more trip to Yangqing, and that would be enough. He'd resume his work after the double harvest was over. Hu Jinji nodded with a smile. We can start work tomorrow. We'll have to make as much as we can during the double harvest season. I'll work as a coal miner. As for that twinge of jealousy he'd felt, it vanished without a trace the moment he saw the real gold and silver. Ever since they started making money from sewing clothes, the Tang family's meals had become even more upscale. People in the village often went to the river to catch fish and shrimp, which they'd take to town to sell, and Su Jifeng would frequently go to buy them. The fish and shrimp these days were large, tender, and very cheap. Whether braised, steamed, or stir-fried, they were all delicious, and they particularly suited Tang Xiaonan's taste. Seeing how much her daughter enjoyed them, Su Jifeng naturally bought even more. Uncle Laifu. Hu Jinji called out, and only then did Tang Laifu notice him. Seeing that his car was loaded with yet another large bag, he asked with a smile, Are you looking for work again? Looking at the 2 teenage boys standing before him, the tall, burly oaf being his own son, and the handsome, refined little genius being their son, Tang Laifu felt a pang of unease. But he'd always been a laid-back sort, so he quickly put it out of his mind. He'd met Hu Jinji's father, a strikingly dashing and exceptionally shrewd and capable man. Since he himself wasn't in that league, it was only natural that his son wouldn't measure up to the other family's son either. After all, you can't expect a mutt to give birth to a wolf, it's simply impossible. Tang Laifu took Tang Xianwan home first. Tang Aijuan helped push the cart and returned after dropping Hu Jinji off at his house. Su Jifeng had been reheating the food over and over. As soon as she saw Tang Aijuan, she slapped him across the back of the head, the same spot, delivering another brutal blow. Tang Aijuan didn't even raise an eyebrow. Instead, he said mysteriously, Mom, I've got some really great news. Huang Fengxian's in big trouble. Su Jinfeng's second slap froze midair, and she quickly pulled her hand back. Did they catch my younger uncle? With whom? End of chapter. Chapter 488. Family Fun. Tang Laifu was drawn over as well. No wonder the third brother hadn't come back so late. It turned out he'd gone to town to pick up a girl. Tang Aijuan tried to keep them in suspense, but the impatient couple each slapped him once. Spit it out. Tang Xianwan's mouth twitched. She finally understood why third brother always scored in the single digits on his exams. His perfectly good brain had been beaten into a pulp. Tang Aijuan nonchalantly rubbed the back of his head and recounted today's dramatic, chasing women adventure. Before he even got to the part about swimming, Su Jifeng excitedly slapped her thigh, her eyes sparkling, and let out a long sigh of relief. That filthy slut's finally got what's coming to her. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. Su Jifeng felt even better than if she'd eaten a ginseng fruit. She'd been bottling up her frustration for nearly 20 years, and now, finally, in her lifetime, she'd seen that slut come to a bad end. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Jifeng couldn't wait to share this wonderful news with her mother-in-law and her younger sister-in-law. Go on, go get your grandmother and the others. Chai Yuxiang took off to fetch them, but Tang Aijuan stopped her. He had long legs and ran fast. Before long, Zhang Manwei arrived, supporting Tang Laifeng, who had gained several sizes. Tang Baishan wasn't home. He'd had his evening meal and gone to play chess with Tang Xiaozheng. What's going on? Zhang Manwei asked anxiously. I'm afraid Huang Fengxian won't make it, Tang Laifeng speculated. Su Jifeng sneered contemptuously. That kind of harlot has long since lost all sense of shame. She'll still be living just fine. Zhang Manwei clapped her hands, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. I've finally waited for this slut's downfall. She won't be able to keep her job this time, will she? She definitely won't. If the school doesn't fire that slut, I'll grab a megaphone and stand outside the school gates shouting every day. Su Jifeng sneered. She'd change her last name if she didn't bring Huang Fengxian down. The eyes of both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law shone brighter than light bulbs, and they both revised their opinion of Tang Lijin. The kid was actually pretty useful when it counted. A few years back in Wiching, a promiscuous woman had also been publicly shamed. She was a virgin who'd been tricked by a bad man in a moment of confusion, only to commit a grave mistake. Afterward, the woman went mad. She'd strip in front of anyone and claim she was a whore. She died within a few years. Zhang Manhwa shook her head. Life's tough. Without a salary, I can't even afford pickles. I'd be left with nothing but the wind to eat. Zhang Manhwa nodded. That's right. We've got to ruin that slut, make sure she can't hold her head up in Huaquan Township. Back in the day, a slut like her would have been paraded through the streets. We'd VE drowned her in our own spit. Very few women could go on living after something like that happened to them. Thinking that Huang Fengxian might die, Tang Lifeng felt a pang of unease. It wasn't that she sympathized with Huang Fengxian, she was simply feeling a bit melancholy. Lai Jin caught that slut Huang Fengxian in the act. She was having an affair with a local official in town, and Lai Jin caught them red-handed. He even took their clothes, the whole town saw it, Su Jifeng said excitedly. They were paraded through town. My uncle tied up that adulterous couple and paraded them around town. Everyone in town threw rotten vegetable scraps at them. It stank to high heaven, Chai Yuxiang said gleefully. Su Jifeng was delighted again. As long as Huang Fengxian was suffering, she was happy. She lived 100 times better than that slut, eating the finest food and drinking the best wine every day, and she'd even run right up to that slut's face to eat a piece of meat, just to drive her crazy. Still, she felt a twinge of regret. That bastard Gu Songtao got away. Do you think that slut and Gu Songtao have broken up? Probably. Gu Songtao doesn't have any money, Huang Fengxian wouldn't get anything out of him. They must have split up ages ago. Tang Lifeng agreed. Huang Fengxian was such a pragmatic person, she'd naturally only let a man sleep with her if there was something in it for her. Apart from his decent looks, Gu Songtao was good for nothing. Huang Fengxian had probably grown tired of him long ago. They haven't split up, they even had a son, Tang Ijuan shouted. End of chapter. Chapter 489. Huang Fengxian, who wants to die? Please vote for monthly tickets. The air fell instantly silent, but it was the calm before the storm. Within seconds, chaos erupted. Su Jifeng and Zhang Manhwa jumped to their feet in excitement, while Tang Lifeng was so shaken she nearly broke her water. She pressed her hand against her belly, pushing the baby back into place. Even if it was about to come out, it would have to wait until she'd heard all the gossip first. What son? Which one? The three women were beside themselves with excitement. This was the biggest gossip ever. That scoundrel and that harlot had actually fathered a bastard. Such an outrageous scandal, and they were only finding out about it now? It was too thrilling. Faced with the 6 pairs of piercing stares, Tang Ijuan had no choice but to temporarily put aside his meal to answer the question first. Otherwise, if he got slapped 6 times, he could forget about getting into Imperial Capital University. It's Xin Yuhai. That little bastard looks just like Gu Songtao. That person also said that whenever Huang Fengxian gets chickenpox, it means she's about to give birth, and every time she's had chickenpox, she's had a baby. It's not about giving birth, it's about beating the child. Tang Xiaonan corrected her, then innocently asked, Grandma, why does beating a child cause chickenpox? What business does a little girl like you have asking such things? Just eat your meal. Zhang Manhwa ignored her. Such filthy talk wasn't meant to taint her granddaughter's ears. That reminder brought it all back to her. A few years back, Huang Fengxian had indeed come down with chickenpox twice. At the time, they'd whispered behind her back that when the Huang family got chickenpox, it was always a bit different, but no one had ever thought of it that way. Who could have imagined that Huang Fengxian would have the audacity to so brazenly cuckold Xinlixia? A second postpartum period is just like the regular one. Xinlixia isn't dead. He must know exactly what's going on. Yet this man hasn't uttered a word, and he's even out there defending Huang Fengxian's reputation. What a complete wimp. Got it. Tang Laifu quickly polished off his bowl of rice, then got up and left. Trouble was brewing again at Mopin Mountain. He feared Huang Fengxian wouldn't even be able to stay there much longer. Xin Yuhai and Gu Songtao really do look alike. The more I look at them, the more similar they seem. How come I never noticed that before? Su Jifeng slapped her thigh, as if she'd discovered a new continent. Zhang Manhwa slapped her thigh as well, remembering something, and called out to Tang Laifu, Boss, after you eat, go tell your 6th uncle and 4th uncle. They need to know about this. But he didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy. On the contrary, he felt a sense of vindication. That slut had brought it on herself. She deserved to die. Tang Lifeng sneered. Who would have thought she was this kind of person? We all thought she was decent. That slut was a master at putting on a show. She had the whole village wrapped around her finger. Now she's finally shown her true colors. Huang Fengxian pushed the cart along slowly, like a walking corpse. She couldn't remember how she'd left town. Her lover had been taken back by his wife, and that shrew had beaten her again. Her lover just stood there watching, not saying a single word in her defense, staring helplessly as she was beaten to a pulp by that tigress. Ugh. Huang Fengxian couldn't help but let out a moan. Every part of her body ached. With every step she took, it felt as if her bones were breaking. Her head felt like it was about to explode, and her vision kept going dark. She stumbled along, not knowing where she was going or what she would do tomorrow. She'd probably lose her job. The teaching position she'd worked so hard to secure was now down the drain. Huang Fengxian was heartbroken. With her monthly salary of over 20 yuan gone, how was she ever going to get by? And then there was what had happened in town today. The Tang family would surely spread exaggerated rumors about it throughout the village. How was she supposed to go on living? Huang Fengxian couldn't help but shudder. She didn't dare go any further. In the distance, she faintly saw glints of water and heard the gentle murmur of a stream. As if possessed, she walked to the riverbank, thinking of jumping in to end it all. End of chapter. Chapter 490. The Mother-in-Law and Daughter-in-Law Story. Please vote for monthly tickets. A cold breeze blew by, snapping Huang Fengxian back to her senses. She took a few steps back, still trembling with fear. She couldn't die. What would happen to her son if she died? She had to stay alive, and she had to avenge herself and clear her name. Huang Fengxian clenched her teeth tightly. She was covered in blood, with a few rotten vegetable leaves still stuck to her head. She reeked of dead fish and rotten shrimp, looking utterly bedraggled, yet at that moment, she was more lucid than ever. She had to take revenge. The Tang family had better watch out. Huang Fengxian quickened her pace. She had to hurry home and talk to Uncle Huang San about this first. Of course, she couldn't tell him she'd been having an affair. She'd just say the Tang family had framed her and that she'd been ambushed because she hadn't been paying attention. Losing her job was one thing, but she couldn't afford to lose the Huang family as her support. She truly couldn't survive away from Mopin Mountain. But Huang Fengxian didn't know that Mopin Mountain, which should have been quiet at this hour, was now bustling with activity. People who should have been asleep had all come out, sitting under the big camphor tree at the village entrance, fanning themselves with palm leaves as they listened to Su Jifeng and Zhang Manwei, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, tell a story, with Huang Fengxian, of course, as the main character. They'd embellished the story a bit, and the villagers were listening with rapt attention. It was even more captivating than the storytelling on the radio. Was she really stripped naked? Someone asked loudly. She wasn't even wearing underwear. It was so embarrassing, Su Jifeng said vividly. Zhang Manwei, sitting beside her, immediately picked up the thread. Everyone in town saw her, and they even recognized her as a member of the Huang family from Mopin Mountain. They actually recognized her? Even though they'd braced themselves, everyone was still taken aback by this bombshell. Affairs aren't exactly rare. They happen in every village. As long as it doesn't happen to them, most villagers turn a blind eye, reluctant to meddle in others' affairs. In their spare time, they'd even chat with others about this kind of juicy gossip to add a bit of excitement to their dull, monotonous lives. How could it be a lie? She even called out their full names and knew about that harlot scandal with Gu Songtao. Did you guys know about that? Zhang Manwei lowered her voice, her eyes taking on a deep, intense look. Everyone could tell right away that she had a juicy scoop, so they immediately gathered closer. What do we know? None of us went to town. Third grandma, just spit it out, don't keep us in suspense. The villagers listening to the gossip turned pale, especially the Huang family members. They'd been feasting on someone else's scandal, only to have it land right on their own doorstep, and they instantly grew tense. The villagers kept urging her on, while the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the center of everyone's attention, beamed with pride, feeling even happier than if they'd found 10 yuan. After building everyone's anticipation to the max, Zhang Manwei finally said, "That little slut gave birth to a bastard son with Gu Songtao. He's already 7 years old. Do any of you know which one it is? A 7-year-old son? Which one is it?" But having an illegitimate child was no small matter. It was a very serious affair. This wasn't just about being cuckolded. It was like having a field of green leeks planted right on one's head, cut down one crop, and another would grow. Like wildfire that can't be extinguished, or spring winds that bring new growth. Those with quicker wits immediately thought of Shen Yuhai. After all, isn't that boy exactly 7 years old? Barring any surprises, Shen Yuhai must be Gu Songtao's illegitimate son. Oh my, how did I not notice this before? Shen Yuhai and Gu Songtao are like 2 peas in a pod. Those eyes, that nose, they're exactly alike, someone exclaimed in a fluster, pushing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Everyone was on the edge of their seats. I hadn't even noticed at first, but the more I think about it, the more alike they look. Huang Fengxian is way too bold. How dare she give birth to that bastard? Isn't she afraid Shen Lixia will go ballistic on her? Would that good-for-nothing even dare? Huang Fuxian's cheating on the side, and Xin Lixia's the one covering for her, someone said dismissively, spilling the truth. End of chapter. Chapter 491, A Romantic History. Please vote for monthly tickets. It's hard to understand why Huang Fuxian's son is so good, yet her daughter is so fierce. It turns out she was in love with Gu Songtao all along, but why did she go out of her way to flirt with other men? Some people simply couldn't make sense of Hong. She was even willing to take such a huge risk to give birth to a son, which clearly shows that Huang Fengxian and Gu Songtao are undoubtedly in true love. If they love each other so much, why is that woman acting so unchaste, flirting with Tang Laifu, while also sleeping with her boss, all while finding time to comfort Dong Xinlixia and Gu Songtao? That woman is busier than the president. Another person snorted derisively and spat with contempt. A slut can't feel at ease unless she's hooking up with men every day. Xinlixia and Gu Songtao are barely hanging on. How could they possibly satisfy her? Naturally, she's looking for other men. That's exactly it. That slut must have plenty of other lovers. You'd never guess it, she acts so prim and proper, but she's actually a whore. Puh. Everyone vented their righteous indignation by hurling insults at Huang Fengxian, with the women leading the most vicious tirades. The voices of Su Jifeng and her daughter-in-law rang out the loudest. As they cursed, they slapped their hands together, providing their own sound effects. From the pond not far away came the occasional croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas, which intertwined with the shouts to form the most rustic of rural symphonies. It had been a long time since Mopin Mountain had been so lively. At that hour in the past, the village was usually quiet, with almost everyone already asleep. Shin Yuhai was indeed her and Gu Songtao's son. Less than 2 years after marrying Xinlixia, she had grown tired of that good-for-nothing man. He couldn't earn work points, nor was he any good in bed. He was good for nothing but his big mouth. The sweet nothings she'd loved to hear as a young girl now sounded cloying once she was trapped by the daily grind of food, clothing, and household chores. No matter how melodious they were nowhere near as practical as being thrown a piece of meat. Huang Fengyan rode back with great difficulty. From a great distance, she could hear the commotion at the village entrance. Startled, she stopped her horse and listened closely for a few moments. Huang Fengxian gritted her teeth in rage. She longed to rush over and fight to the death with Su Jinfeng and her mother-in-law. She had merely taken a small piece of meat from Tang Laifu, yet the Tang family was clinging to her like mad dogs, driving her into this wretched state, neither human nor ghost. Just you wait, she wouldn't let that family off the hook. Having calmed down, Huang Fengxian regained her senses. She forced herself to endure the excruciating pain and mosquito bites, dragging her bicycle as she crept behind a haystack to wait until the crowd dispersed before heading home. But those venomous insults, one after another, were carried by the evening breeze straight into her ears. She couldn't help but hear them. The secret she had painstakingly concealed for years would be completely destroyed tomorrow. After giving birth to Xin Yuzhu in Xingdong, Huang Fengxian had never shared a bed with Xin Lixia again. She had taken lovers on the side, not Gu Songtao, but educated youth who had stayed in the village, and not just one, but 3 of them. Those 3 single educated youth were about the same age as Xinlixia, in the prime of their youth. Unable to bear the loneliness in the mornings, Huang Fengxian took the initiative to seduce them, and they naturally took the bait willingly. It didn't matter even if they knew of each other's existence. After all, Huang Fengxian was merely a playmate they used to relieve their loneliness in the village. She didn't even count as a proper girlfriend. The men found satisfaction with Huang Fengxian, while she reaped benefits from them, grain coupons, cash, and rations. During the hardest years, it was thanks to those 3 male educated youths that she didn't go hungry. But the good times didn't last. One by one, her 3 lovers returned to the city, cutting off Huang Fuxian's source of income. She then began a relationship with a teacher from Gu village, Gu Songtao, whom she had met around that time, and was instantly drawn to him. End of chapter. Chapter 492, True Love. Please vote for monthly tickets. Gu Songtao was the only man from whom Huang Fengxian didn't want to gain any benefits. She genuinely liked that handsome, refined man. Moreover, Gu Songtao was skilled in all sorts of ways, hundreds of times better than Xinlixia. Huang Fengxian juggled her relationships with Gu Songtao and her teacher, living a very fulfilling life. Gu Songtao was very good at covering for her and her teacher, because he knew he couldn't offer her any material benefits, so he didn't get jealous, which made Huang Fengxian like him even more. With her teacher's help, Huang Fengxian became a substitute teacher. After that teacher was transferred to the county seat, Huang Fengxian began a relationship with a school administrator. She was hired as a permanent teacher and even received an outstanding evaluation. If it hadn't been for the sudden arrival of Tang Xiaon and that butterfly, Huang Fengxian's career would undoubtedly have soared to new heights. And that's exactly how it played out in the book. Huang Fengxian was transferred to the town elementary school, where she was rated outstanding year after year. She faced no repercussions whatsoever and lived a smooth, comfortable, and very pleasant life. For 7 years, no one knew the truth about Shen Yuhai's origins. Although Shen Lixia was aware of it, that good-for-nothing didn't dare to speak up, which only emboldened Huang Fengxian even further. She grew increasingly brazen in her affairs, but it was precisely on that one occasion that she finally got caught. As for the 2 instances of chickenpox, they actually occurred while Huang Fengxian was in her postpartum recovery period. In the heat of the moment, she accidentally became pregnant. Huang Fengxian certainly didn't want to carry the pregnancy to term, so she terminated it both times. The 3rd time, she intended to do the same, but discovered it too late. The pregnancy was too far along, and a termination would have been dangerous. So Huang Fengyan gave birth to Donglai, who was none other than Shen Yuhai. Shen Yuzhu replied softly, pushing the cart as she walked slowly. She already knew what had happened in the town. Su Jifeng and her mother-in-law had practically been shouting it from the rooftops throughout the village. Even if she and her father had covered their ears, they still couldn't help but hear it. "He's asleep. Where's my dad?" Huang Fengxian asked hoarsely. A pair of legs reached out to help her steady the cart. It was Shen Yuzhu. Huang Fengyan didn't curse at her as she usually would. She no longer had the strength to do so. Moreover, this was her most lonely and helpless moment, and even her daughter, whom she usually despised, brought a glimmer of warmth to Huang Fengxian's heart. Shen Lixia was in a very good mood, and had run off right after dinner. She still hadn't returned. 9 times out of 10, she was with her lover. Shen Yuzhu knew exactly who Shen Lixia's lover was, another female, educated youth who'd stayed behind in the village. She was the only one left in the entire village, and Shen Lixia was very close with her. Huang Fengxian was in excruciating pain, slumped drowsily against a haystack. The blood on her forehead had coagulated into a scab, attracting even more mosquitoes to bite her. Tormented by both pain and itching, she passed out again, only to be jolted awake in the middle of the night by a cold breeze. She shivered violently, her forehead felt scorching hot, and her head grew even more dizzy. Her body felt limp and weak. She didn't have a shred of strength left, not even enough to steady her bicycle. Shen Yuzhu didn't want to get involved in those matters. Her biggest concern right now was Huang Fengxian's job. Without a salary, Huang Fengxian wouldn't just be unable to continue her studies, she wouldn't even be able to put food on the table. As for Shen Yuhai's true identity being exposed, Shen Yuzhu felt conflicted. Though she acted like a good older sister to Shen Yuhai in public, deep down she couldn't wait for something bad to happen to him. He might as well be dead. Now that her detested younger brother's true identity had been exposed, her maternal grandparents would certainly not allow her mother to keep Shen Yuhai, or rather, Du Yuhai, in the family. The Huang family simply couldn't afford that kind of embarrassment. But Shen Yuzhu also worried about how Gu Yunchuan would view her once he learned the truth. Would he still want to be friends with her? Shen Yuzhu didn't dwell on it for too long. She'd never been one to beat herself up over things. Since it had already happened, fretting was pointless. The right thing to do was to find a way to solve the problem. Is there a chapter about the public parade and the little black room? I wonder if I can release it? There'll still be a 10,000 word update tomorrow. Please vote for me every day, only 3 days left in the monthly voting period. Let's do this. End of chapter. Chapter 493, Shen Yuzhu finds a backer. Moreover, Shen Yuzhu felt that Gu Yunchuan probably didn't know about it. He never meddled in outside affairs, and neither the old lady nor Huang Yingchun would use such matters to distract him from his studies. It was highly likely he remained unaware. With that in mind, Shen Yuzhu felt a little more at ease and decided to find some time to visit Gu Yunchuan to gauge his reaction. As for Huang Fengxian's job, Shen Yuzhu didn't dwell on it for too long. If she couldn't keep her position, there was nothing she could do about it. Besides, she'd already found a safety net, her aunt, Shen Bengxia. Yesterday, she'd received a reply from her grandmother. It was clear her grandmother still cared about her father. Not only had she sent some items, but she'd also given Shen Yuzhu her aunt's address in Songqing. Her aunt had truly settled down there, and Shen Yuzhu saw a glimmer of hope. She wasn't worried about whether her aunt would like her. Her aunt was bound to like her. As long as she won her aunt's favor, her aunt would definitely take her to Songqing. Grandma had said her aunt had never married, though she'd been seeing someone for several years now, but still wouldn't tie the knot. Grandma was worried sick about it, and had even asked her to write a letter to persuade her. Shen Yuzhu certainly wouldn't try to persuade her. She'd love for her aunt to stay single forever. An aunt without biological children would be much easier to win over. She wanted to be her aunt's one and only. But if her aunt found out she had a mother who slept around, would she look down on her? Her aunt already looked down on her father. If she found out her mother was that kind of woman, she'd most likely look down on her even more. Shen Yuzhu's heart sank, and panic washed over her. Shin Bangxia was now her last resort. She absolutely couldn't let this opportunity slip away. If only her parents would get a divorce, then she could break free from Huang Fengxian's control and wouldn't have to suffer the consequences of her actions. Now that Huang Fengxian was out of work, her father's meager work points were the family's only source of food rations. Huang Fengxian might even force her to start earning work points right away, or even force her to get married. When she got home, Huang Fengxian was so exhausted she collapsed onto the floor, completely drained of energy. Shin Yuzhu shuddered violently as a cold breeze swept over her. Her back felt icy, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. This thought, like a sponge soaked in water, swelled larger and larger, filling her mind completely. It felt as if a huge boulder were weighing down on Shin Yuzhu's heart, making her feel incredibly heavy. Shin Yuzhu glanced back. Huang Fengxian's disheveled and pitiful appearance filled her with even greater disgust, and her gaze grew colder. But Shin Yuzhu knew full well that Huang Fengxian would absolutely never divorce her father, not in the past, and certainly not now. She had to get away from Malwan Mountain as soon as possible. Her father couldn't get a divorce, and even if he could, Huang Fengxian would never let her go. What was she supposed to do? A thought suddenly flashed through her mind, startling Shin Yuzhu so much that her face went pale. She tried to suppress this terrifying thought, but she couldn't. It seemed to possess a magical power of its own. Help me up. After waiting for ages without Shin Yuzhu coming to her aid, Huang Fengxian's anger flared, and she lashed out, though her voice was hoarse and weak, lacking any real force. Shin Yuzhu heard her, but she couldn't be bothered. Huang Fengxian was nothing more than a beaten dog now. She just wanted to get rid of this wretch, and didn't want to endure the humiliation of serving her any longer. It would be for the best if she were in agony. Huang Fengxian called out a few times, but no one answered. The frustration made her body ache even more, and her head felt foggy. Yet the stench on her body was simply unbearable. She forced herself to get up, washed off with cold water, and changed her clothes. Her body felt refreshed, but her forehead grew even hotter. Huang Fengxian could hold on no longer and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. End of chapter. Chapter 494, The Encounter. The next day, the villagers went about their work as usual, heading out to the fields early in the morning. However, something felt a little different on Mopen Mountain that day. Everyone was still mulling over last night's gossip and was very concerned about the well-known gossip subject, Huang Fengxian. "Inxiao, have you heard about what happened to my Fengxian?" Fearing the matter might escalate, a nosy villager went straight to Huang Inxiao, Huang Fengxian's father. Huang Inxiao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his son, Huang Huailin, looked just as grim. The two of them kept their heads down, hoeing the ground without uttering a word. Of course they knew, how could they not? Su Jinfeng's voice was louder than thunder. Before dawn, they went to check on Huang Fengxian, hoping to get the details, but she was unconscious and couldn't even open her eyes. Shin Lixiao was out carousing and hadn't come home. And the granddaughter he had once doted on now made him feel sick to his stomach. If she really was Gu Songtao's child, that bastard had to be sent back to the Gu family. They couldn't afford the shame. Since Huang Fengxian remained in a deep coma, the father and son had no choice but to go to work. Even if it meant facing the mockery of the entire village, they had to earn their work points. "Oh my, he's been stripped naked. I bet he didn't go to town yesterday." The beaten villager, furious, brushed the mud off his body and sneered, "My sister's having an affair and selling herself. Is that such a big deal? If you've got the energy to beat me up, why don't you keep that slut of mine under lock and key? You've brought nothing but shame to the whole village of Malwan Mountain." Judging by his own feelings, the other men must surely be thinking the same thing. His daughter would likely never find a good husband. Huang Huailin gritted his teeth in rage. Just as much as he had once loved and cherished Huang Fengxian, he now despised her just as much. A few people were actually afraid. While Huang Inxiao could tolerate being mocked right in front of father and son, Huang Huailin, hot-headed and young, couldn't stand it. He swung his hoe at the villager who was shouting the loudest. Luckily, the guy was quick on his feet. He rolled on the ground to dodge it. Huang Huailin tossed aside his hoe and grappled with him. It took the others a real struggle to pull them apart. He really had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes, stuck with a slutty older sister like that. "Damn it. Huailin, my sister was out partying in town yesterday. I know it, okay?" The busybody wouldn't let it go. Seeing that the father and son looked unfazed, the others backed off a bit, afraid of getting dragged into the mess if a fight broke out. Who knows what kind of trash he's brought home? He was very worried that Huang Fengxian's scandal would affect his daughter's future marriage prospects. When arranging a marriage for a young woman, the most important consideration is a family with a clean reputation. He himself had investigated his wife's background thoroughly before marrying her. He wouldn't have wanted to marry someone with a relative who wasn't a proper wife. Huang Huailin was even more worried that his wife might actually ask for a divorce. During those days, he made several trips to his in-laws' home to speak kindly with them, and finally managed to get his wife to agree, promising to return in 2 days. But after the commotion caused by Kong Shi, he feared his wife might come back that time specifically to file for divorce. Huang Huailin's face turned red and his neck bulged. If someone hadn't been holding him back, he would surely have started a fight again. Huang Yinxiao walked over and glared at him fiercely, his expression so grim it was frightening. He dragged his son away, and their work for the day was ruined. The villagers watched the father and son's disheveled and angry retreating figures, and actually felt some sympathy. With what had happened to Huang Fengyan, Huang Yinxiao's family had been the hardest hit. They couldn't even hold their heads up anymore. Huang Huailin's daughter was certainly no exception. Her future marriage prospects were likely going to be difficult. In any case, they certainly wouldn't let any relative marry such a girl. With her aunt being a prostitute who sleeps with anyone, her niece was bound to take after her to some extent. What family would want to bring a girl like that into their home? Huang Fengyan hadn't left the house all afternoon, and Xin Yuzhu didn't dare go out either. She was afraid of being humiliated. Just a moment ago, her grandfather and uncle had come over and unleashed another tirade. Since Huang Fengyan hadn't woken up and Xin Yuhai was still at school, they'd taken their anger out on her instead. Although she didn't want to go out, the family was running low on firewood. They didn't even have enough to cook lunch, so Xin Yuzhu had to carry a basket up the mountain to gather firewood. On her way back with the firewood, she unexpectedly ran into Gu Yunchuan not far from the Hua family's house. Xin Yuzhu froze for a moment. End of chapter. Chapter 495, Estrangement. Gu Yunchuan was carrying a large bag filled with cloth. He had come to pick up the goods. Wu Jinji had given him 100 chi of cloth without charging him for it. Just like with Tang Lijin and the others, he offered an 8 fin commission per chi of cloth and even provided a ruler and scissors. His generosity was so thorough that even Hu Jinji looked down on himself. How had he turned into such a do-gooder? He clearly hated Gu Yunchuan so much. Feeling flustered, Hu Jinji gave Gu Yunchuan a cold shoulder and even kicked him out the door. In truth, he was angry at himself because he didn't allow himself to be the good guy, yet here he was, acting exactly that way and toward Gu Yunchuan of all people. Hu Jinji felt he must have lost his mind, but he was sure he'd snap back to normal in a while. After laying down the rules, he kicked Gu Yunchuan out the door, too lazy to look at that annoying guy, out of sight, out of mind. Gu Yunchuan didn't care at all about Hu Jinji's hostile attitude. In fact, he was grateful. He was sure he'd have no trouble selling this cloth 8 fin per chi, so 100 chi would be 8 kwai. With a bit of luck, he could earn 8 kwai in a single day. Then his mother wouldn't have to work so hard, and his grandmother could finally get medical treatment. He planned to go to Wuching to sell the cloth. Hu Jinji had told him that people were already selling it in Wuching, and since the distance was too far, Wuching would be more convenient. Just as Gu Yunchuan, carrying a sack of cloth on his back, reached the foot of the mountain, he ran into Xin Yuzhu. He didn't react at first and froze in place. But Gu Yunchuan quickly regained his composure. His gaze grew distant, his back straightened, and he offered a polite smile. He would have nothing more to do with Xin Yuzhu, not even as ordinary friends. He couldn't let his mother be heartbroken anymore. After returning home last night, he hadn't told Huang Yingqian about what happened in town. It wouldn't be long before the whole village of Gu knew secrets don't stay hidden in the countryside, especially not when the incident had caused such a stir. Someone was bound to spread the news, and Huang Yingqian would find out sooner or later. Since both his grandmother and his mother didn't want him to know about this mess, he'd just pretend he didn't know. Xin Yuzhu's heart sank. She keenly sensed the change in Gu Yunchuan's attitude. Could it be that he found out? Yunchuan, are you going to Wuching to buy books? I'm really in a hurry. Bye. Gu Yunchuan didn't hesitate for a moment. He gradually walked away, and after turning a corner, his figure disappeared from view. Xin Yuzhu clenched her teeth tightly. A metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. Gu Yunchuan's drastic change in attitude hit her harder than the shock of discovering Huang Fengxian's scandal. Gu Yunchuan was probably the only person to whom Xin Yuzhu had ever truly given her heart. But he really couldn't face Xin Yuzhu without reservation anymore. No, thanks. I'm in a hurry, I have to go. Gu Yunchuan refused flatly and walked away quickly. Xin Yuzhu's expression turned cold as she clenched her fists tightly. Reluctantly, she called out to him, "Aren't you misunderstanding something?" Gu Yunchuan's expression remained impassive, making it clear he didn't want to say more. Xin Yuzhu's heart sank even further, yet her smile grew wider. "I happen to have some time. Why don't we go together?" Gu Yunchuan didn't even turn his head. He was afraid that seeing Xin Yuzhu would make him soften. After all, it was Huang Fengxian and his father who were at fault. Xin Yuzhu was innocent. She had even imagined a future with Gu Yunchuan, a future that was far off and full of promise. But now it had all become a dream. She and Gu Yunchuan had no future together. Shin Yuzhu didn't dwell on her sadness for long. She turned and walked away, glancing toward the Hua family's house. Spotting Tang Lijin, as well as Su Jifeng, Lu Juxiang, and the others, her gaze turned piercing. She knew that Hua Jinji had secured a large supply of cloth and had won over both the village chief and accountant Huang. Hua Jinji was a different man now, no one dared to bully him anymore. She knew that Hua Jinji had obtained that fabric from Songqing, which only strengthened her resolve to go there. If Hua Jinji could get it, so could she. She just needed to get in touch with her aunt. End of chapter. Chapter 496, The Pitiable Gu Yunchuan. Shin Yuzhu moved a little closer and could faintly hear Su Jinfeng's loud voice as she chatted and laughed with Lu Juxiang and the others. Since Hua Jinji had managed to get their hands on so much fabric, they were set to make a fortune again. Naturally, they were overjoyed. However, to Shin Yuzhu's ears, their laughter sounded particularly jarring. Her family was shrouded in gloom and suffering beyond description, yet these people were as joyful as if it were the Lunar New Year. It felt as though they were mocking her family. Shin Yuzhu couldn't help but overthink the situation. As she passed the Hua residence, she quickened her pace, not wanting to see Su Jifeng and the others. After walking a few steps faster, Shin Yuzhu heard Gu Yunchuan's name. When Su Jifeng and the others began talking about him, she stopped and listened intently. That bastard Gu Songtao is bound to meet a terrible end. Inchun bore him such a fine son, yet he still has to mess around with that slut Huang Fengxian. Doesn't he realize that his reckless behavior is ruining his son's reputation? How is his son ever going to find a wife in the future? It was Lu Fengxia who was seething with righteous indignation. She had never seen Gu Yunchuan before. She'd only just met him, and now she couldn't take her eyes off him. He was so handsome, so polite, and spoke so well. In comparison, her two sons were as stiff as planks of wood, not even a toe's worth of a match for Gu Yunchuan. Their pity for Gu Yunchuan stirred a surge of maternal instinct in these women, while their loathing for Gu Songtao and Huang Fengxian grew even stronger. That pair of scoundrels might have had their fun, but they dragged an innocent child into this mess. His family background wasn't great to begin with, and now with this scandal, it'll be hard for this boy to find a wife. Xian Yingjiao also felt quite sympathetic toward Gu Yunchuan. It's a bit better for a boy. Thank goodness Yingchun didn't give birth to a daughter, otherwise, she'd really have a hard time getting married. I've heard that Gu Yunchuan is a very good student. The matriarch of the Gu family is determined to have him go to college. Perhaps he'll be able to leave this place someday. As long as he's not back home, those scandals won't matter much. He's such a handsome boy, he won't have any trouble finding a wife. Lu Juxiang, who usually didn't say much, had spoken so much on this rare occasion. It was simply because Gu Yunchuan was so endearing that all the women couldn't help but want to protect him, afraid he might suffer even the slightest harm. Shin Yuzhu gave a silent, cold laugh and walked away quickly. Once she got back, she would write a letter to her aunt. She was determined to become powerful enough to look down on the entire Mopin Mountain, including Hua Jinji. Shin Yuzhu didn't dare get too close, so she didn't catch everything, but what she heard was enough. She hated Hua Jinji, and she hated the Tang family even more. She no longer felt sad or distressed. All she felt now was hatred. First they drove a wedge between her and Grandpa Qi, and now they were turning Gu Yunchuan against him, all because they were using their family's wealth to bully others. On the other hand, even though Hua Jinji's circumstances were far more tragic, they didn't feel that way. They always felt that Hua Jinji didn't need any sympathy at all. He was so powerful that he dared to kill people, and many adults weren't even as capable as he was. This child is quite sensible too. He knows how hard Yingchun works, so he wants to earn money to support the family. I don't know if he'll be able to sell his work, though he's very shy. His face turns red just from talking. She just needs to practice more. Everything's hard at first. If she can make a living that way, Yingchun's life would be a little easier. I saw Yingchun when I visited my parents' home the other day. Oh, she's aging so fast. She can't even straighten her back anymore. Su Jifeng sighed, feeling deep sympathy for Huang Yingchun. Though a few years younger than her, she looked much older, her hair had turned white, and her back was hunched. It was truly a tragedy. She was determined to make Gu Yunchuan regret what he'd done today. Shin Yuzhu, who had rushed home in one go, was nearly sickened by the foul stench at her doorstep. Someone had dumped manure right outside her house, attracting a swarm of green-headed flies. Shin Yuzhu fought back her nausea and cleaned up the entrance, deciding not to pursue the matter. Right now, her family was treated like a stinking rat in the village, worse off than they had been under Hua Jinji, so she had no choice but to endure it. It would be fine once she got in touch with her aunt. End of chapter. Chapter 497, Intimidation. Hua Jinji and Tang Lijin were in the county seat to pick up their goods. Children's clothing was selling surprisingly well, and the profit margin was much higher than that of fabric. He had come to take back some more fabric scraps. Su Jifeng and her team worked quickly. They could make about 30 pieces a day, and items like arm warmers and aprons were even faster to produce. I'll have to make another trip to Guangzhou before the double harvest season. Hua Jinji had packed 2 large bags. The fabric was selling faster than he'd anticipated. This time, he'd brought back 20 bags of fabric and 5 large bags of scraps, which he estimated wouldn't last more than a few days. Why don't you give Crazy Grandpa a call and have him send a truckload? You could just pick up the shipment here, Tang Lijin suggested. Making a round trip would take several days. It was too time-consuming. Hua Jinji shook his head. No, I have to be there in person. Crazy Grandpa's fabrics didn't come in fixed patterns. The designs were constantly changing. Plus, other electronic products were being updated as well. Hua Jinji needed to select items based on market trends. The market was ever-changing, and if he stuck to the same inventory, he'd surely box himself in. He'd rather work a little harder to ensure product diversity. Only then could he firmly control the Southeast market. Tang Lijin didn't try to persuade him any further. He couldn't be bothered to think it through. Hua Jinji was the one in charge, and his job was simply to do the heavy lifting. He had now wholeheartedly admitted that his mind wasn't as sharp as a child's, and he saw no shame in that. His greatest strength was his self-awareness. Li Qingsong and his group also had their families make and sell children's clothing, with Li Qingsong handling the accounting for everyone, with wages paid the same as for Su Jinfeng and the others. However, this arrangement was rather cumbersome and carried the risk of embezzlement. For the time being, though, Hua Jinji had no better solution. If policies were to become more lenient, he could set up a factory, expand operations, and naturally earn more money. Hua Jinji and Li Qingsong reconciled their accounts. For the most part, everything was in order, though there were still some minor issues: how much inventory was received, how much was distributed, how much was sold, and how much was given away. Hua Jinji had a crystal-clear picture of the situation in his mind, with every detail accounted for. Li Qingsong explained nervously, maybe my hand slipped a bit while cutting. I cut out quite a bit more than intended. I'll tell them later not to be so generous. Hua Jinji's fingers danced nimbly across the abacus, leaving Li Qingsong and the others dazzled. Their admiration for him grew even more. It seemed there was nothing their leader couldn't do. He was skilled in both the arts and martial arts, and he even had a knack for business. Li Qingsong wasn't very bold. He only dared to pull off minor schemes, all within the limits Hua Jinji allowed. Just as water that is too clear has no fish, the same applies to managing people. It's impossible to let someone go without any benefit at all. But he had to make Li Qingsong aware of his bottom line. The price difference between the plain and patterned cloth is a bit too large, about 100 feet. Hua Jinji remarked suddenly. Li Qingsong's eyes flickered, but the glance didn't escape Hua Jinji's notice. Hua Jinji remained expressionless as he said quietly, in business, you must be lenient on the surface, but strict behind the scenes. You can offer a little extra, but it mustn't go too far, and you certainly mustn't use my cloth to curry favor with others. I'll let this one slide, but if you're too lenient next time, I won't be able to keep this operation afloat. Li Qingsong and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Cold sweat broke out on their brows, and they dared not meet Hua Jinji's gaze, afraid of giving themselves away. Although Hua Jinji was younger than all of them, they feared this young man more than they would their homeroom teacher. They felt as if their little schemes had nowhere to hide under Hua Jinji's gaze, as if their skin had been peeled right off. The boss is right. I'll definitely discipline them. If they fall this short again in the future, I'll kick them out without the boss even having to say a word. Li Qingsong made the promise, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. End of chapter. Chapter 498, Wholeheartedly Convinced. Please vote for monthly tickets. Li Qingsong realized that Hua Jinji had saved face for him this time, but he wouldn't be so polite next time. It was his own fault for getting carried away in his moment of triumph and using a large amount of cloth as a favor. He had thought that Hua Jinji wouldn't notice such a large quantity of cloth, but to his surprise, Hua Jinji had calculated it all out with a single flick of his abacus, down to the last thread, as if he had X-ray vision. Li Qingsong instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. His admiration for Hua Jinji reached new heights. He resolved never to try to be clever again. From now on, he would follow the boss loyally. The others felt the same way. Only by following the boss could they live a good life and reach the pinnacle of success. They couldn't let petty gains cloud their judgment and end up sacrificing the big picture for small gains. Don't worry, boss. We won't make any more mistakes. We won't give an inch. The others chimed in with their own assurances, afraid that Hua Jinji might grow tired of them and stop taking them along. Not giving an inch isn't the answer either. We need to let customers see some benefit. For example, if a customer buys 10 feet, giving them an extra 2 or 3 inches is acceptable. If the customer is happy, they'll come back to buy our fabric and even refer other customers. It's a win-win for everyone. Hu Jinji's tone softened slightly. Li Qingsong and the others nodded repeatedly and paid him a few more compliments, and only then did the atmosphere lighten up. Hu Jinji balanced the books and assigned new sales targets. Boss, someone asked me about TVs. Can you get one for me? Li Qingsong was trying to impress. He wanted Hu Jinji to recognize his value. How many inches? Li Qingsong's face flushed red with embarrassment as he stammered. It's a cousin of mine who helped my family out before. I wouldn't even take the 30 yuan. Hu Jinji thought for a moment, then said, tell your relative, 600 yuan per set. He'll need to pay a 300 yuan deposit. If he wants one, I'll bring it over next time. 600 yuan was cheaper than the department store. How could his relative possibly refuse? A 14-inch one. It's for a relative of mine, a pretty wealthy family. As long as you can get the TV, my relative will definitely buy it. Even 12-inch models at the department store sold for 500 yuan, and that was with a TV ration ticket, so selling them for 600 yuan wasn't expensive. Yet, he could pocket nearly half the profit. Crazy old man had plenty of TVs, even color ones, all brought over from Hong Kong. A 14-inch black and white TV cost him only 300 yuan. Just quote the actual price. I'll give you a 30 yuan commission on this TV. Hu Jinji was worried that Li Qingsong might pocket the difference. He didn't want Li Qingsong to disrupt the market. Hu Jinji's expression was calm. Li Qingsong couldn't read his thoughts at all, which made him admire him even more. He himself couldn't pull that off. The slightest thing would show on his face. The boss seemed to keep this impassive expression no matter how huge the issue was. He really didn't act like a kid at all. He was more like an ancient demon who'd lived for thousands of years. Li Qingsong nodded vigorously with delight. Sure, I'll talk to my relatives right away. They'll definitely be happy to do it. But there were times when the boss's expression did change, namely, when he was with that chubby girl Tang Xianwan. His face would light up with emotion then, unlike the poker face he always wore around them. Here, take this. It's your service fee. Li Qingsong didn't dare refuse again, afraid Hu Jinji would get upset. Deep down, he was actually delighted. 30 yuan was more than his sister's monthly salary, and all he'd done was set up a single deal. He'd have to ask around to see who else wanted a TV. Those things were even more profitable than radios. Hu Jinji went to the department store to buy some high-end pastries before returning to Mopin Mountain with Tang Lijin. He was in a great mood. His first batch of inventory cost 2,000 yuan, and he'd already made a profit of just over 1,000 yuan. Selling fabric certainly didn't yield such high margins. The main profit came from children's clothing. I'll update 6,000 words first, then make up the remaining 4,000 during the day. There are only 2 days left. Please vote for me. The more, the better. End of chapter. Chapter 499. It's impossible not to make money. Please vote for monthly tickets. In just 10 days, Hu Jinji's assets had more than doubled. At this rate, he should be able to accumulate 50,000 as his initial capital, or even more, before the end of the year. He set himself a small goal. Once he'd accumulated 100,000, he planned to expand his business into other cities. If everything went smoothly, he could become a millionaire within 3 years. Tang Lijin, who was usually talkative, had fallen silent, as if lost in thought. Hu Jinji found this odd and called out to him. Tang Lijin gave a start, nearly losing his balance, and shot him an annoyed glare. Are you thinking about coffee? I'll treat you when we go to Songcheng in a few days, Hu Jinji teased. Around the Tang family, his expressions were indeed a bit more animated, unlike the cold detachment he showed to others. Tang Lijin shook his head. I'm not really thinking about coffee right now. All I want is to take a TV back home. That would be so impressive. There wasn't a single TV in the entire Quan Wakwin township. At that time, a TV was rarer than a Rolls Royce. A TV cost 500 or 600 yuan, but a strong laborer like Tang Laifu earned only about 300 work points a year. Even with his side job slaughtering pigs, he'd make at most 400 yuan a year. Even if he didn't eat or drink for a whole year, he still couldn't afford one. Hu Jinji found it amusing. This guy's goals really did change from one day to the next. How much money does Uncle Lijin have? Uncle Lijin could team up with Gu Yunchuan. It'd be more convenient for the two of them to work together. Here's what we'll do. You put up 450 yuan, and I'll get you a TV. I won't charge you for it, Hu Jinji said with a straight face. It was impossible not to make any money on this. Personal favors were one thing, business was another. At worst, he'd just make a little less. Besides, Hu Jinji, as if possessed, blurted out an idea. The moment he said it, he regretted it, clamped his mouth shut, and said nothing more. He felt like slapping himself across the face. Hu Jinji remained impassive, but Tang Lijin felt even more embarrassed. He certainly couldn't take advantage of a kid, then just include the travel expenses too. Tang Lijin felt a bit embarrassed. He'd originally had over 200, but after treating his rowdy friends to meals and drinks these past few days, he'd spent quite a bit and only had about 170 or 80 left. That certainly wouldn't be enough. Tang Lijin was so excited, he didn't know what to do with himself. He immediately felt motivated and decided to change his current sales strategy. I'll go to Wuching to sell them tomorrow. I'll head over early. Tang Lijin's eyes lit up. Only 450? Won't you lose money on that? Go for it, Uncle Lijin. Hu Jinji didn't hold back on his encouragement. The market in Wuching was indeed a bit bigger, and even if Tang Lijin hadn't asked, he would have suggested it himself. He was determined to work hard to earn money and buy a TV before the new year. Then let's see who would dare call him a good-for-nothing pastry maker. Less than 200. No need. Given our relationship, Uncle Lijin, let's stick with 450. Once Uncle Lijin has saved up enough, I'll bring one back for you. Whether that guy Gu Yunchuan could sell it or not was none of his business. Why on earth should he make Tang Lijin carry it? He must be out of his mind. We'll just lose a little on the travel expenses. Tang Lijin nodded repeatedly. It's definitely better with 2 people. I'll bring Gu Yunchuan along tomorrow morning. The kid's actually kind of pitiful. Hu Jinji's expression grew even gloomier. One after another, they were all saying Gu Yunchuan was pitiful. What was there to feel sorry for? He had his grandma and mom doting on him, didn't have to worry about a thing, and lived in a honeypot. He wasn't pitiful in the least. But everyone who saw Gu Yunchuan felt pity for him, praising him as a good kid and sympathizing with his plight, yet no one ever said a word to him about it, even though he was younger and had suffered far worse. Those people all lacked insight, including Tang Lijin. End of chapter. Chapter 500. Another change of heart. Do you think we should make and sell dresses for adults? I think we'd make more money selling dresses than fabric, Tang Lijin suggested enthusiastically. You'd make even more money selling airplanes. Why don't you go sell those? Hu Jinji retorted irritably, then rode off at top speed. He couldn't stand the sight of anyone right now. Tang Lijin looked taken aback. What was going on? They'd been laughing and joking just a moment ago, and now his mood had changed completely in an instant. Who had upset him? Hu Jinji rode all the way back to Mopin Mountain at breakneck speed. It was already evening. Su Jifeng and the others had been working exceptionally fast. They'd already finished sewing all the scraps of fabric Hu Jinji had brought back yesterday. Zhang Manwei and a few other elderly women had also come over to help trim the loose threads. Lu Juxiang had discovered that getting others to help trim the loose threads sped up the process. Previously, she'd done it all herself, which had wasted a lot of time. After she asked her mother-in-law to help, she was able to finish 2 more pieces a day. Su Jifeng and the others followed her example and asked their own mothers-in-law to help trim the threads, and the pace did indeed pick up considerably. Tang Lifeng's belly was already very prominent. Her due date was still about 10 days away, which coincided with the double harvest season. However, Tang Lifeng was in excellent health now. She hadn't felt dizzy in a long time, and the doctor had assured her there would be no complications. Tang Xiaonan was outside, watching Yuan Bao play with the big goose, when she spotted Hu Jinji and the others from a distance and ran happily toward them. Hu Jinji couldn't help but smile. He pulled a big white rabbit candy out of his pocket, habitually ate the glutinous rice wrapper, and slipped the milk candy into Tang Xiaonan's mouth. Hu Jinji's mood instantly improved. He slowed his pace and felt a pang of self-disdain for his earlier behavior. After all, he was a man destined for great things. How could he act like a child, brooding over such a trivial matter? Those people didn't pity him. It wasn't that they were blind. It was because he was so formidable. Therefore, he wasn't to be pitied at all. He lived better than anyone else and didn't need sympathy. My dog always gets so excited he pees. Gu Yunchuan, however, was thrilled. He'd finally earned money on his own, and a substantial amount at that. He could finally do his part for his family. Here's 62 yuan. Thank you. Sold out. Hu Jinji's voice was devoid of emotion. Sold out. Hu Jinji tugged at Tang Xiaonuan's little braid, then ruffled Yuan Bao's head. Yuan Bao was so excited he peed himself. He adored Hu Jinji and felt like he'd die if he didn't see him for even a day. Brother Hua, the cloth is all sewn up. Mom and the others worked so fast, they finished it in no time. Tang Xiaonuan's little legs couldn't keep up, so she had to run in tiny little steps, looking just like a little duckling. As dusk approached, Gu Yunchuan returned. To Hu Jinji's surprise, he had actually sold all the cloth, not a single chi remained. Gu Yunchuan pulled out a stack of money tied with rubber bands, all neatly arranged. He counted out 62 yuan and handed it to Hu Jinji, the payment for 100 chi of cloth. Hu Jinji took the money without even counting it, somewhat curious as to how Gu Yunchuan had managed to sell it all. After all, the guy was just a stuffy scholar. Could he really bring himself to hawk goods? Brother Gu, was selling cloth fun? Tang Xiaonan asked on his behalf. Hu Jinji, in a good mood, gave her little braid another tug, earning a big roll of the eyes from Tang Xiaonan. Gu Yunchuan nodded, his face flushed. It's pretty fun. By noon, I hadn't sold a single chi, so I found the biggest machinery factory and set up my stall at the bottom of the employee housing complex and sold out completely. After arriving in Wuching, he had stood there dumbfounded for quite a while, unable to bring himself to call out to customers. So he asked for the address of the machinery factory, set up his stall there, and by noon, when the area was bustling with people, he didn't even need to call out. Many female factory workers gathered around. As soon as they heard the price was only 7 jiao and the quality was good, everyone scrambled to buy them. End of chapter. Chapter 501, Petty-Minded. There was also a kind-hearted middle-aged woman who, seeing how slow he was, helped him sell the fabric and even kept an eye out for dishonest customers. Gradually, Gu Yinchuan's movements became more practiced, and he sold 100 feet of fabric just at the machine factory. He gave the remaining scraps to the kind-hearted woman. Gu Yunchuan did the math. He'd earned 7 yuan and 2 jiao today, not quite 8 yuan, since he had to give away a free sample. Still, he was quite satisfied with the 7 yuan and 2 jiao. After all, Huang Yingchen only made that much after half a month of digging medicinal herbs. Brother Gu, you're so amazing. Tang Xianwan didn't hesitate to praise him. He truly was a future business tycoon. His mind was so sharp. But no sooner had the words left her mouth than she felt a chill down her spine. She didn't even need to turn around to know what was going on. Future big shots really do have such small minds, smaller than the tip of a needle, Tang Xiaonan grumbled to herself. Still, she turned around, forced on her most sincere smile, and praised him enthusiastically. Brother Hua is amazing too. Traveling all that way by himself, you're the best. Hua Jinji's expression softened a bit. Well, at least this chubby girl had some good judgment. Gu Yinchuan said sincerely, Jinji is much more capable than I am. Only those who dare to lead the way are truly wise. I'm nowhere near his level. He was 2 years older than Hu Jinji, yet he fell far short of him. Hu Jinji felt even happier. He figured this guy knew his place. Will you be selling again tomorrow? Whatever you want. Hurry up and eat. Gu Yinchuan nodded. I'll be selling. I'd like to bring more fabric, is that okay? Thank you, Aunt Sue. He's bound to get into college too. Hu Jinji's tone was casual, but his opinion of Gu Yunchuan had shifted somewhat. This guy wasn't actually that old-fashioned after all. He was pretty sharp, though still far behind him. Gu Yunchuan didn't stand on ceremony. He was genuinely hungry. He pulled the bowl closer and began to eat. Even though he was starving, he still ate very politely, taking his time. He finished the 2 eggs in no time, drank the soup, and even pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his mouth, a very refined gesture. Have some. Gu Yunchuan couldn't hide his excitement. Tomorrow he planned to bring 200 feet of cloth, and he was confident he could sell it all. After all, quite a few residents near the machine factory had been drawn over today, and nearly every household was short on cloth. He'd analyzed the situation. The current cloth market was in a state of supply falling short of demand, so no matter how much cloth he brought, he'd be able to sell it all. Suwanra brought over a bowl of soft-boiled eggs. She had boiled 2 eggs, their snow-white shells encased orange-red yolks, and they looked irresistible. Gu Yunchuan swallowed hard. He hadn't been able to bring himself to buy lunch, so his stomach was already growling. But 200 chi a day was already his limit, and he'd have to move to a different spot every few days. He couldn't keep selling in the same place all the time. Gu Yunchuan had a plan in mind, and his confidence in making money grew even stronger. He was determined to give his grandmother and mother a comfortable life. Su Wanru smiled, set the bowl in front of Gu Yunchuan, and went back to her work. She was much more confident now than before. Her brow carried a newfound strength, and she worked with greater efficiency. Under the influence of Su Jinfeng, Tang Lifeng, and the others, Su Wanra had subtly changed quite a bit. Hu Jinji snorted lightly. Such a fuss. Gu Yunchuan took his leave. He couldn't wait to share today's results with Grandma and Mom. If he could sell all 200 feet of cloth tomorrow, he'd be able to take Grandma to the hospital for treatment. A few days later, Tang Xiaonan overheard teachers at school discussing that Huang Fengxian had been expelled, along with her lover, and a public notice had been posted at the school entrance. Moral misconduct was considered a very serious offense these days. Once discovered, it resulted in immediate dismissal. Not to mention that this couple had even been paraded through the streets. The school's reputation had been completely ruined, so dismissal was inevitable. End of chapter. Chapter 502, Fired. Please vote for monthly tickets. Serves her right. That filthy slut won't starve to death without her paycheck. Cha Yuxiang muttered the curse under her breath in indignation, then whispered, I haven't seen that slut in days. I wonder if she's dead? Tang Xiaonan frowned slightly. It had been 4 or 5 days since the incident at Yuj. Huang Fengxian hadn't set foot outside her home. Rumor had it she was very ill. Xin Lixia was nowhere to be seen. Xin Yuzhu was as elusive as ever, and even Xin Yuhai hadn't shown up for school. The whole household was eerily quiet. But she certainly wasn't dead. How could someone like Huang Fengxian possibly take her own life out of shame and despair just because her scandal was exposed? But she certainly wasn't doing well. Without a salary, relying only on Xin Lixia's meager work points, which aren't even enough to support him, Huang Fengxian has grown accustomed to a life of idleness and indulgence over the years. She certainly can't stand the hardship of going hungry. I wonder what she'll come up with. Maybe she'll go back to her old ways and keep selling herself? Tang Xiaonan shrugged, refusing to think any more about that disgusting woman. She tugged on Chai Yuxiang's arm to go out for a meal. Cousin, how much longer until my little brother is born? I don't know. Grandma says it'll be soon. Chai Yuxiang's little face showed a mix of anticipation and disappointment. She wanted her little brother to come out soon, but she was also worried that once he was born, she wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. She really didn't want to go back to that cold, unwelcoming home. Tang Xiaonan felt a twinge of regret, so she comforted her. When the time comes, we'll have auntie and your little brother go back home, and you can stay at my place, cousin. Tang Xianwan noticed Gu Zilyu looking gloomy, and Chai Yuxiang saw him too. She even called him over. In the summer heat, Gu Zilyu looked much fresher, his runny nose had cleared up, and his clothes were clean and neat. He was quite a handsome young boy. Chai Yuxiang had come to terms with the situation as well. Things would work out as they went along, there was no point in worrying too much now. The worst-case scenario was simply going home. She could just go back to living as she had before. Chai Yuxiang gave a wry smile, but her worries didn't ease. If Tang Lifeng went back, she'd inevitably have to go with her. Her grandmother would never let her stay, and she didn't have the nerve to linger any longer. It's okay. My mom's still in her postpartum recovery period. We'll figure it out when the time comes. Tang Xiaonan patted her shoulder gently, but she already had a plan in mind. If that old hag in the Chai family continued to mistreat Chai Yuxiang, she would do whatever it took to convince her parents to bring her back to live with them. As for living expenses, she'd have her uncle cover them. Tang Xinhuan knew exactly how much Tang Lijin was earning these days. It would be more than enough to support 10 Chai Yuxiangs. Gujila. Lately, fish and shrimp had become a regular sight on the Tang family's dining table. The fish were tender and plump, and the shrimp were large and fresh. Su Jifeng had asked the fishmonger to set aside 2 jin of shrimp or a few fish every day, the shrimp blanched, the crucian carp braised in soy sauce or steamed, and the tofu soup was simply exquisite, all of which were Tang Xiaonan's favorites. Naturally, Su Jifeng bought them more often. As long as her daughter enjoyed them, she was happy to spend whatever it took. It was now the end of June, and the weather was growing increasingly sweltering. The sun blazed down, so Tang Xiaonan found a shady spot. With the heat, there was no need to warm the food, it was just right to eat it cold. She gave all the meat to Chai Yuxiang and ate only the shrimp herself. Gu Zilyu walked over and sat down next to them. Chai Yuxiang, being impatient, blurted out, "Did your stepmom refuse to give you food again?" "I've already eaten." Gu Jila shook his head. With the clan elders watching, his stepmother didn't dare to mistreat him openly anymore. Even though it was just leftovers, it was still enough to fill his stomach. What was troubling him was something else. "Then what's got you so down? Did that woman hit you?" Chai Yuxiang asked curiously. "I've finished this update. There are 2 days left, it's double monthly votes. I'm rolling around being cute to beg for monthly votes?" End of chapter. Chapter 503, The Stepmother's Scheme. Gu Zilyu still shook his head. His stepmother never hit him. All she had to do was give a subtle glance or say a casual remark, and his father's fists and feet would come flying at him. Chai Yuxiang grew impatient. "You're not starving, and you haven't been beaten, so why are you looking so miserable?" Tang Xiaonan was just as baffled, but Gu Zilyu refused to say a word, keeping his lips tightly sealed like a gagged gourd. Chai Yuxiang was so frustrated she lost her appetite and kept urging him to speak. Gu Zilyu suddenly burst into tears and choked out, "Even if I tell you, you can't help. Uncle and the others have given up on me." It made perfect sense for the Gu family to prevent Gu Zila's older sister from continuing her education. After all, it was only natural for a girl to marry once she reached a certain age. This time, Gu Zila's stepmother's actions were beyond reproach, both morally and logically. The Gu family elders couldn't intervene even if they wanted to, and frankly, they probably didn't want to anyway. Gu Zila cried for a while, then felt embarrassed. She wiped her face a few times with her sleeve and, with red eyes, explained the situation. Tang Xianwan's frown deepened even further. No wonder the Gu family elders refused to intervene. This was indeed a matter beyond their control. After all, The preference for sons over daughters was still deeply ingrained in rural areas at the time, and very few girls even attended junior high, let alone high school. But whether Gu Jian knelt on the ground begging or threatened to take her own life, Gu Jila's father remained unmoved. He even made a harsh remark: even if Gu Jian really did die, he wouldn't bat an eye. He'd simply consider her an ungrateful child he'd raised for 17 years. But Gu Jian refused to accept this. She was only 17 and had absolutely no intention of getting married. She wanted to go to college. Her teacher had told her she was sure to get into a prestigious university, and only by attending college would she ever have a chance to make something of her life. What are you crying for? If anyone sees you, they'll think I'm bullying you. Seriously. Chai Yuxiang was getting annoyed. She hated it when grown men cried all the time. Her own older brother, Chai Wenhao, was just like that. It drove her crazy. Besides, Gu Jian didn't believe her stepmother was genuinely trying to find her a good man. Working at the distillery certainly sounded appealing, but who knew what kind of character this man actually had? Her older sister went to see their uncle, who had stood up for her not long ago, but this time he refused to help. Instead, he urged her to be understanding toward their parents and not throw a tantrum. The other elders were all the same. They all felt that her father and stepmother hadn't done anything wrong. It turned out that Gu Jila's stepmother had persuaded his father to arrange a marriage for his older sister, Gu Jian. The terms were quite favorable. It was a well-to-do family in town, and the groom was an employee at the distillery. With such a good match, the Gu family elders couldn't find a single fault with it. They even praised the stepmother for being virtuous, capable, and kind-hearted. Tang Xiaonan urged him gently, "Tell me what's going on first. Maybe my cousin and I can help." His sister was desperate, and so was he. He just hated that he was so useless right now. There was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, the elders of the Gu family thought Gu Jian was being too reckless. What good was it for a young woman to study so much? Sooner or later, she'd have to get married and become someone else's daughter-in-law. They felt it was already generous enough of the Gu family to have supported Gu Jian through high school. Some even said she was completely unreasonable, that her studies had made her too wild, and that only marriage could set her straight. Gu Zilyu choked back tears as he said, "My dad only wants my sister to finish this semester. He wants her to get engaged after the double harvest season and marry off before the new year. My sister has one more year before the college entrance exams. She's definitely going to get in. Her grades are exceptionally good. She's been #1 every single year. Has your dad lost his mind? If your sister gets into college, it'll reflect well on him too," Chai Yuxiang said indignantly. Gu Zilyu let out a cold laugh. He only listens to that woman now. Only the children she bears are his precious treasures. My sister and I are just outsiders. End of chapter. Chapter 504, Oblivion. What does your sister plan to do? Tang Xiaonan asked, looking puzzled. A moment ago, she had vaguely recalled some things, probably related to Gu Jila and his sister. No wonder the name Gu Jian had sounded familiar the first time she heard it. The book must have mentioned her, and it must have been something very significant, yet she couldn't remember it. Gu Zilyu shook his head sadly. "I don't know. My sister doesn't know either. This is the first time I've ever seen her cry. She never used to cry, not even when Dad hit her. She always said tears were the most useless thing." Seeing his usually strong older sister cry, Gu Zilyu felt utterly hopeless. He knew there was no way to save the situation. His sister wouldn't be able to go to college and would have to marry a stranger. She certainly wouldn't be happy. He was even more furious at his own helplessness. In the past, his sister had always protected him, but now that she was in trouble, he couldn't do a single thing to help. Chai Yuxiang snapped, "Your Gu family is just like mine. No matter how good a girl is, she's worthless. But no matter how stupid a son is, he's a treasure. If only your sister were a son." Gu Jila's expression shifted slightly as he muttered, "Are sons the only ones who have value?" "Of course. Look at how your stepmother mistreats you. She won't even feed you. Didn't your uncle go and beat up your father? If you were a daughter, there's no way your uncle would have stood up for you." Gu Zilyu's expression grew even stranger. Tang Xunwan felt a pang of unease, so she tried to reassure him, "Let's think of another way. There's bound to be a solution, don't worry so much. It's too late. Once we're engaged, it's too late. I've got a plan now. Thanks." He'd let her down at the most critical moment. Tang Xiaonan slapped her forehead in frustration. From now on, she'd definitely stop skimming through books. But Gu Zilyu didn't even turn back. He slowly walked away. Chai Yuxiang, furious, kicked a rock and muttered resentfully, "He still doesn't trust us. Humph. There are morning glories over there. I'll go pick some seeds to make medicine for Grandpa." Tang Xunan's unease, however, grew stronger and stronger. She tried to recall that vague memory, but the more she thought about it, the fuzzier it became. She could only vaguely remember that it had something to do with Gu Jian, but the specific details had slipped her mind. Gu Jila's voice sounded distant. He even smiled at Chai Yuxiang before walking off on his own. Something had felt off about him from start to finish. Chai Yuxiang called after him, "Do you have a plan now?" But she was certain it was definitely not good news. Chai Yuxiang spotted a patch of pale blue morning glories up ahead, blooming profusely. She eagerly went over to collect their seeds, dark and grimy, like mouse droppings, which Tang Baishan often brought home to use in his herbal remedies. After finishing her meal absent-mindedly, Tang Xianwan was still deep in thought, while Chai Yuxiang seemed completely carefree. In this regard, her carefree nature, she resembled Tang Aijuan more than anyone else. Tang Xiaonan joined her in picking the seeds and putting them in her pocket. The flowers grew wild by the roadside and thrived even better than the cultivated ones. The two sisters ended up filling a whole pocket to the brim. "Grandpa will definitely be happy." Chai Yuxiang happily squeezed her pocket. Tang Xiaonan smiled and tugged her back towards school. The sun was beating down on them. But just as they were nearing the school gate, they ran into Gu Yunchuan. Gu Yunchuan was supporting the rarely seen Lady Gu as they walked slowly toward them. The old lady looked even paler than she had recently and coughed from time to time. "Hello, Grandma Gu." Tang Xiaonan and Chai Yuxiang stopped to greet her. A faint smile tugged at the old lady's gaunt, pale face, though it didn't look particularly kind. The first time Tang Xiaonan had seen this elderly woman, she'd sensed she wasn't a gentle soul. A woman capable of managing the Gu family's vast estate, how could she possibly have the heart of a true bodhisattva? End of chapter. Chapter 505, The Old Lady's Obsession. "Hurry back to class, it's hot out here." Gu Yunchuan smiled faintly, looking quite cheerful. Tang Xiaonan waved at them, then tugged Chai Yuxiang's hand and ran back into the school. It was the first time the old lady had seen Tang Xiaonan up close, though she wasn't sure which one was the Xiaonan her grandson often mentioned. Both girls had made a good impression just now. The chubby one was sweet and innocent, while the slender one was sensible and capable. They were both well-mannered. It was clear they came from a respectable family. "Is the chubby girl from the Tang family?" the old lady asked in a hoarse voice. Gu Yunchuan nodded with a smile. "Grandma, please don't ever call Xianwan chubby in front of her. She hates it when people say she's chubby." The slender one is Xianwan's cousin. She was also deeply relieved that her grandson had finally grown up and was ready to shoulder the family's responsibilities. Last night, when she saw her grandson pull out so much money, the old lady couldn't believe her eyes. She knew he'd been leaving early and returning late these past few days, but she had no idea what exactly he was doing. She never imagined he'd secretly pulled off something so big, earning 30 yuan in just a few short days. Huang Yingchun, however, was terrified, fearing that Gu Yunchuan might be taken away by the work team, but the old lady wasn't worried. She listened to the radio every day and kept up with current events. The government was now encouraging self-employed individuals, and in time, there might even be major policy shifts from the higher-ups. Her Yunchuan was ahead of his time and had seized the best opportunity. "I'll go over there myself tomorrow. You don't need to take me, I'm not exactly helpless." The old lady also learned that Gu Yunchuan was collaborating with Hu Jinji and the Tang family. More accurately, it was Hu Jinji and the Tang family who were willing to give her grandson a chance to make a living. Otherwise, they could have found anyone else to do the job. There was no need to turn to Yunchuan. Ahem. The old lady declined. She was feeling much better now. Perhaps it was all in her head, or perhaps the Western medicine really was effective. After the penicillin injection, the tightness in her chest had eased, and her body felt much lighter. The old lady smiled. "A little girl looks prettier when she's a bit chubby." That chubby girl had such fine features and such fair, soft skin. She was sure to grow into a beautiful young woman. She never would have thought that Tang Laifu and Su Ji Foam, those two rough-and-tumble folk, could produce such a lovely girl. After selling cloth for a few days and earning about 30 yuan, Gu Yunchuan gave Huang Yingchun 20 yuan and planned to use the rest to take the old lady to the town clinic for treatment. Fortunately, the doctor said the old lady only had bronchitis that had dragged on for too long. A few penicillin injections would do the trick, and he prescribed some medicine as well, so there was no need to go to the county hospital. The old lady coughed lightly a few times, a faint blush spreading across her face. Gu Yunchuan patted her back gently and said softly, "I'll take you back tomorrow for another injection. Once you finish taking the medicine, you'll be all better. Work hard, but don't neglect your studies. You must get into Capital University," the old lady urged earnestly. Imperial Capital University was the goal she had set for Gu Yunchuan. She looked down on all other universities because Gu Yunchuan's grandfather, Gu Chang'an, had always dreamed of getting into Imperial Capital University. However, although Gu Chang'an was a skilled businessman, his academic performance was lacking, and he had barely managed to get into high school. As a result, getting into Imperial Capital University had become an obsession for him. There was another reason why the matriarch insisted that Gu Yunchuan get into Imperial Capital University. It was a psychological hurdle she couldn't get over. That wretch was a student at Imperial Capital University. She had stolen Gu Chang'an away, and even had the nerve to tell her that Gu Chang'an didn't love her, that it was an arranged marriage born of feudal, old-fashioned thinking. She and Gu Chang'an were married by parental decree and matchmaker's arrangement. She was carried into the Gu family in a proper 8-man palanquin and had paid her respects to the Gu family's ancestors. She was a legitimate Gu family daughter-in-law. That little slut was nothing but a lowly prostitute unfit for public view. End of chapter. Chapter 506. Fighting with every last ounce of strength. But Gu Chang'an's heart and mind were consumed by that little slut. Not only had he fathered children with her, he was probably even a grandfather by now and was surely living a life of luxury abroad, while she was left in Gu village to suffer every imaginable hardship. Fortunately, heaven had blessed her with such a wonderful grandson. That little slut's grandson was surely no match for Yun Chuan. She would definitely insist that Yun Chuan be admitted to Imperial Capital University, then go abroad to find Gu Chang'an, so that both Gu Chang'an and that little slut could see for themselves even if she, Zhang Xuemei, were all alone. She had never disgraced the Gu family's ancestors. She had raised such fine descendants for the Gu family. She also prayed to live long enough to see that little slut die before her. If heaven had any sense, it certainly wouldn't let that little slut have an easy life. Even if she outlived her by a single breath, she would still be the winner. Don't worry, Grandma. He'll definitely get into Imperial Capital University. Gu Yunchuan was overjoyed. Grandma had finally stopped objecting to his work. He just needed Grandma's approval. Mom surely wouldn't have any objections. He thought he was smart and, at the very least, had a decent aptitude for learning, but after seeing Hu Jinji and Tang Xiaonan, he realized just how far he fell short. Compared to those two, his so-called talent was nothing. Even that little brat Tang Xiaonan was better than him. Gu Yunchuan smiled slightly and replied, Mr. Qi lived with Jinji all those years. Grandpa Tang had the children in the family take Mr. Qi as their teacher, and they would study with him in their spare time. Xiaonan isn't a language prodigy, but her foreign language skills are better than Jinji's. It was actually her who asked Mr. Qi to tutor him. It's just that his foundation in foreign languages is so weak he has to start from scratch. The old lady knew nothing about old Master Qi and the Hu family. She'd only vaguely heard of such a person, a pitiful wanderer, well-versed in both Eastern and Western cultures, brimming with talent, but simply unlucky in his career. If Yunchuan could receive Mr. Qi's guidance, he'd certainly have a shot at getting into Imperial Capital University. Gu Yunchuan nodded. With the Tang family's protection, no one dares to treat Mr. Qi with disrespect anymore. Grandma, you must be tired from walking. Let him carry you. The old lady was overjoyed. With a good teacher to guide him, his progress would be twice as fast with half the effort. Yunchuan wouldn't have to study so hard anymore. The Tang family was truly a blessing to her family, especially that chubby little girl, Tang Xianwan. She really was a bundle of good fortune. Those rumors circulating outside were indeed true. A look of frustration crossed the handsome young man's face. He had never studied a foreign language before, and after spending those few days learning from the old master, he realized just how little he knew and felt all the more ashamed. Is that Mr. Qi, the one who returned from abroad? How do I know him? Mr. Qi is also tutoring him. Many things he didn't understand before have suddenly become clear, and his progress has nearly doubled. Gu Yunchuan shared another piece of good news, and the old lady's face lit up with joy. I'm worried about my weak foundation, but Grandma, I'm confident I'll learn well. I must treat Mr. Qi with the utmost respect. I mustn't follow others' example and be disrespectful to him. He'll let my mother know. We'll need to prepare a token of appreciation for Mr. Qi. We must observe proper etiquette, said the old lady. The old lady stopped him from bowing and said with a smile, it's not tiring at all. As long as Grandma is happy, I wouldn't mind walking. Another 10-li good fortune has come to our family. Have my mother cook a few special dishes this morning, so we can celebrate properly. Gu Yunchuan smiled and nodded, feeling equally joyful inside, a joy filled with a sense of accomplishment. He was also even more grateful to Hu Jinji and Tang Xianwan. They were both benefactors in his life, and he would cherish their kindness in his heart forever. The grandmother and grandson were almost home when they heard a commotion coming from inside. The joy on their faces vanished instantly, and they both furrowed their brows. It was Gu Songtao and Huang Yingchen arguing, and quite heatedly at that. End of chapter. Chapter 507. Worse than an animal. Gu Songtao, hand over the money. Huang Yingchen lowered her voice. Although she was frantic inside, that was her son's hard-earned money. After all, she had hidden it safely in a hole under the stove, only to find it gone after just one night. 20 yuan. It had to be Gu Songtao, no one else. Huang Yingchun was angry, heartbroken, and filled with self-reproach. Her son had entrusted her with that money, yet she hadn't kept it safe. She had let him down. But no matter how anxious she was, she didn't dare make a scene, for fear that others would find out her son was running a business, a grave offense of profiteering. Gu Songtao sensed Huang Yingchun's concerns, which only emboldened him further. I didn't take any of your money. You're acting crazy every day, get out of my way. 20 yuan, you took it. Don't even think about leaving until you hand it over. Huang Yingchun clung tightly to the doorframe, refusing to let Gu Songtao leave. She was certain the money was still on him. What 20 yuan? I've never seen it. Move out of the way right now, or I'll beat you to death. Gu Songtao flatly denied it, his eyes flashing with fury, but in the end he didn't lay a hand on her, not out of pity for Huang Yingchun, but because he didn't have the guts, fearing the old lady would come back and make him pay. You goddamn beast, you're bound to have given that money to that filthy whore Huang Fengxian, and to the little bastard you had with her. Ugh. Everyone in Huaquan Township knows about the shameful things you two shameless people have done. You've even dragged Yunchuan through the mud. Now you're even taking the money meant for Yunchuan's education. Are you even human? Gu Songtao, do you have any conscience left? Yunchuan is your own son, he's your flesh and blood. Huang Yingchun screamed the last sentence with heart-wrenching anguish, glaring at Gu Songtao with hatred. If you don't pay back the money, don't ever think of walking out that door. Huang Yingchun stared blankly at Gu Songtao. Her hands, clenched around the doorframe, had turned white, her fingernails had torn back, and blood was seeping out, but Huang Yingchun seemed oblivious to the pain, feeling nothing at all. If anything, she gripped the doorframe even tighter. She didn't blame Gu Songtao for not caring about her, after all, he'd never liked her to begin with. She accepted her misfortune, but she hated this beast for neglecting even his own son. Her son was so outstanding, 1,000,000 times better than that little bastard Shin Yuhai, yet this beast had room in his heart only for that whore and that little bastard. She was so full of hatred. She wanted nothing more than to kill this beast. Even after saying that, he still wasn't satisfied, so he sneered, even a sow is prettier than you. I don't have any money. Get out of my way right now, or I'll kill you. Pay me back. Huang Yingchun's face went pale, and her heart ached as if it were being stabbed with a knife, but she couldn't argue, because Gu Songtao was telling the truth. Gu Songtao felt a twinge of panic, but his anger only grew. What right did this ugly hag have to glare at him? He was the victim, it was this ugly hag who owed him. Gu Songtao looked away guiltily, not daring to meet Huang Yingchun's gaze, but soon his anger flared up again. So, what if he's my biological son? Don't you have any idea how this son came to be? I never wanted him, it was you and my mother who schemed to get him. Humph. I've never seen a woman as shameless as you, throwing herself at a man like that. Huang Yingchun wouldn't back down an inch, she had to get those 20 yuan back. Don't push me too far, or I'll go to town and tell everyone your son's a black market speculator. Gu Songtao suddenly blurted out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he startled himself and felt a twinge of regret. After all, he was his biological son. Although Gu Yunchuan's birth had been a source of discomfort, he still had some affection for him. Gu Songtao had never really intended to harm Gu Yunchuan. He'd only blurted it out in a fit of rage. But there was no way he was going to back down in front of Huang Yingchun. He glared at her resentfully, unaware that a hint of coldness had flashed in the old lady's eyes just outside the door. It was but a fleeting moment. End of chapter. Chapter 508, Only One Grandson. You're worse than an animal. I'm going to kill you first. Huang Yingchun was startled, then flew into a rage. Like a lioness, she pounced on Gu Songtao and began pounding him with both fists. How dare he harm her son? She would kill this beast first. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. You'd even harm your own son, you're more vicious than a tiger. I'll kill you first. If it comes to it, I'll take the blame for your murder. Huang Yingchun's plain face hardened into a look of ruthless determination. She clamped both hands tightly around Gu Songtao's neck, squeezing harder and harder. Gu Songtao's eyes rolled back repeatedly, and his breathing grew fainter and fainter. He was filled with unbearable regret. If only he'd known this ugly hag was crazy, he wouldn't have said those things to provoke her. As darkness closed in, Gu Songtao desperately hoped the old lady and Gu Yunchuan would return soon, but even as he lost consciousness, he never saw anyone coming to his rescue. Gu Songtao slowly came to. His vision was double and blurry. He thought he had arrived in the underworld, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. He hadn't even seen his son grow up yet. Of course, he was referring to Shin Yuhai. In this scumbag's mind, only Shin Yuhai was his son, the fruit of his love with Huang Fengxian. Gu Yunchuan was merely the product of a scheme. He simply couldn't bring himself to care for him. Yunchuan, force-feed him water. If you had the guts to father him, you should have the guts to raise him yourself. That little bastard is your son, not my grandson. My only grandson is Yunchuan, and Yunchuan is the only grandson listed in the Gu family genealogy. Did you give the money to Huang Fengxian? The old lady demanded. A chill ran through Gu Songtao's heart. Daring not to conceal the truth from the old lady, he nodded obediently. Huang Yingchun was so enraged she wanted to strike out again, but the old lady stopped her. Her gaze grew colder and colder, and in her heart, she had already made her final decision. Mother, Yuhai is also your grandson. He's the Gu family's heir. He's starving to death, doesn't that break your heart? Gu Yunchuan poured him a cup of water, which went down like a refreshing shower. Gu Songtao's throat felt soothed. He looked at his son with mixed emotions, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. She didn't seem angry at all. It was as if they were having a casual conversation, but then the old lady personally broke his leg with her own hands. Gu Songtao shuddered and instinctively looked down at his leg, only to discover to his horror that he was bound so tightly he couldn't move. No wonder his body ached so terribly. The old lady spoke slowly and deliberately. Though her voice wasn't loud, it filled Gu Songtao with growing fear. He suddenly recalled that night many years ago when she dragged him back from the casino. She'd spoken to him just like this then, too. Gu Songtao's shameless words made Gu Yinchuan's blood boil. He desperately wanted to smash a cup over this man's head. He forced himself to suppress his rage and grabbed Huang Yingchuan's hand. His mother was suffering the most right now, and he was determined to be her strongest and most reliable pillar of support. Huang Yingchuan patted her son's hand gently. In truth, she wasn't upset at all, because she had completely given up on Gu Songtao. Nothing this man did could hurt her. She lived only for her son. The old lady's hoarse voice rang out. Gu Songtao jolted awake, only then realizing he wasn't dead. He was very much alive. Overcome with surprise, he didn't notice that he was tied up tight on the bed, unable to move. Let me go. Mother. I'll never do it again. Please let me go. I'll go get the money back right now. Gu Songtao struggled incessantly, his fear growing deeper by the moment. He was truly terrified that the old lady would break his legs again. He never wanted to feel that agony, worse than death ever again. No need for that. The old lady gave a cold laugh and stuffed a rag into Gu Songtao's mouth. His cries were driving her crazy. End of chapter. Chapter 509. True Colors Revealed. Please vote for monthly tickets. Huang Fengxian lay on the bed, completely drained of strength. The wounds on her body had become infected, and the hot weather was slowing her recovery. Xin Lixia was only concerned with her own pleasure, while Xin Yuzhu pretended not to hear or see anything and ignored her. Huang Fengyan didn't even have the strength left to curse. Xin Yuhai could do nothing but cry. He was no help at all. Huang Fengxian was both angry and worried that her youngest son would suffer, which only made her internal heat flare up even more. Her fever didn't subside for several days, and she had wasted away to the point of being unrecognizable. Fortunately, she still had her mother, who came secretly without her father's knowledge, to clean her wounds and prepared a decoction of herbal remedies for her to drink. It was sheer luck that her fever finally subsided, though she remained utterly drained. Her vitality had been severely depleted this time. It would likely take half a year to recover. Fortunately, she also had Gu Songtao. True friendship is revealed in times of trouble. At this moment, only Gu Songtao still remembered her, secretly sending her the money that saved her life. Mom, please go buy me some meat. I haven't had any in ages. Huailin's mother tucked away the 1 yuan. Seeing her daughter's forlorn appearance, she felt both heartbroken and angry. Angry at the Tang family's cruelty and at Xin Yuzhu and her daughter's callousness. She had already seen through Xin Lixia. She was nothing but an ungrateful wretch, but Xin Yuzhu had surprised her. She was even more heartless than Xin Lixia. She had raised this granddaughter for nothing. Huailin's mother furrowed her brow, glanced at Xin Yuhai standing outside with a worried look on his face, and sighed. What a fateful entanglement. At least he still has a conscience. I'll go to town tomorrow morning to buy some meat. Huang Fengxian fished 20 yuan out from under her pillow, 1 10 yuan note, 1 5 yuan note, and 5 1 yuan notes. Huailin's eyes lit up, and she asked happily, "Is that the salary the school gave you?" Huang Fengxian's voice was hoarse, her hair was disheveled and greasy, and her face was pale and haggard. Compared to her usual radiant, cheerful self, she now looked at least a dozen years older. Huang Fengxian gave a bitter smile. How could the school possibly be kind enough to make up her wages? She had actually had some savings, but a few days ago, Su Jifeng, that bandit, had stolen it all. 28 yuan, not a single fin left. She didn't dare refuse to pay. That bandit Su Jifeng really would smash her sewing machine. The egg was also something she'd managed to save up with great difficulty. Her daughter's family was so poor they couldn't even spare a single egg, and when she asked Xin Yuzhu, she didn't know a thing. Huailin's mother had finally seen through it. This granddaughter was heartless, and all her usual kindness was just an act. Huailin's mother sighed. The money's with your father. I'll steam some egg custard for you. I have money. Songta sent it. If it weren't for the 20 yuan Gu Songta had sent, Huang Fengxian truly wouldn't have known how to get by. With no wages and unable to find work, and her father and younger brother certainly wouldn't have helped her, she would have starved to death. What are you going to do about that ungrateful little brat? I told you from the start not to marry Xinlixia. You could tell right away that man had no conscience. Yuzhu takes after her father. She's got a reverse bone at the back of her head and is more ruthless than a wolf. You've wasted a decade of your life on her. Mrs. Huailin's tone was tinged with reproach. If her daughter had listened to her earlier and married a strong, hard-working man, she wouldn't be suffering like this now. What good is a handsome man? They all look the same once the lights are out. What really matters is being able to earn work points. Huang Fengxian gave a silent, cold laugh and said through gritted teeth, it wasn't a waste. That little beast won't get away from me. She saw right through that little beast's schemes. She wasn't dead yet. That little beast wouldn't get the last laugh. Hua Linyang remained non-committal. She was heading home. How Huang Fengxian chose to deal with Xin Yuzhu was none of her business, and she couldn't be bothered to care. If she got back too late, the old man would scold her again. End of chapter. Chapter 510, Finding a Child Bride. Anyway, be careful. As for Yuhai, I think we should just give him to the Gu family. You can't possibly afford to raise him now. Huailin's mother urged. No way. Huang Yingchen will definitely mistreat Yuhai. I won't give him away. Huang Fengxian firmly refused. There was no way she would hand her son over to Huang Yingchen. Your father made it clear, it's not up to you. If you don't want to send him to the Gu family, that's fine. Your father said to find a well-off family so Yuhai can have a good life. Divorce that good-for-nothing Xinlixia. I'll find you a decent man, Huailin's mother pleaded. She, too, was in favor of sending Xin Yuhai away. That way, Huang Fengxian could remarry. Otherwise, with a son in tow, what man would dare to marry her? As for Xinlixia, in Huailin's mother's eyes, he was already as good as useless. She could divorce him at any time. Huang Fengxian gave a bitter laugh and said self-deprecatingly, in my current state, what man would still marry me? A decent man wouldn't marry her, and the ones who aren't respectable, and she wouldn't want to marry them anyway. Of course there are. Do you remember your cousin who married in Gan province? She came back a while ago and is doing quite well. She even gave the family 5 or 600 jin of grain coupons and quite a bit of money. Her husband works underground in a coal mine and makes over 40 a month. She also said there are plenty of old bachelors at the mine, men in their 40s who still haven't found wives. Mom, just mention it to your cousin and have her find you a man at the coal mine. You'll live just as well. Huailin's mother grew more and more excited as she spoke. Jiangxi province was far from the reach of the authorities, and with all those old bachelors there, this match was sure to work out. Her daughter was pretty and knew how to get along with people. In a place where no one knew her, she would definitely live a good life. Huang Fengxian was also tempted. If she could really marry into Jiangxi, that wouldn't be so bad. A salary of over 40 yuan wasn't bad at all, but she still couldn't bear to part with her son. Huailin's face darkened as she glared at her daughter in disappointment. Her mind was growing increasingly muddled. Mother, find out which family is looking for a child bride. As long as the money's right, it'll work, Huang Fengxian said, a cold gleam in her eyes. Huailin's mother softened her tone. Go ahead and get married first. With your abilities, you're sure to have a good life. You can always bring Yuhai back later. The way things are now, you can't even support yourself. How can you bear to let Yuhai suffer alongside you? Huang Fengxian covered her face and wept. She knew her mother was right, but she simply couldn't bear to part with her son. Then, mother, please find a good family for Yuhai. These words touched Huang Fengxian. She really did need to find a way out. As long as she made it to the coal mine, she was confident she could make a good life for herself. She might even land a decent job. By then, she could bring her son back. Huailin's mother let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry. Yuhai is my own grandson too. How could I ever harm him? You go to sleep. I'll make some inquiries to see if there are any well-to-do families in the county seat. Who's going to raise your son for free? Get your head straight. Either send Yuhai to the Gu family or to some other family. Your cousin is coming back with her child next month. I'll talk to her about this. We have to find a solution for Yuhai. I can still get married even with Yuhai. Mother, please talk to my cousin about it. Huailin's mother paused for a moment, then quickly understood. She nodded and left. Watching Huailin's mother walk away, Huang Fengxian felt as if her heart were being torn apart, and her hatred for the Tang family cut deep into her soul. Once she made her fortune, she vowed to make this family pay the price. Yuhai, come here, Mom. Huang Fengxian called out, and Xin Yuhai walked in and sat next to her. Mother and son shed tears together for a while, then Huang Fengxian fell into a deep sleep. Xin Yuhai sniffled a few times, then went out to play. But no one in the village would play with him. Whenever they saw him, they called him a dog bastard and tried to hit him, so he went off by himself to watch the ants moving their colony under a tree. End of chapter. Chapter 511. The Water Monkey. Tang Xiaonan and Chai Yuxiang were walking home from school. Their final exams were tomorrow, and summer vacation would begin right after they were over, but Tang Xiaonan couldn't bring herself to feel happy. She kept trying to recall that vague memory, but she just couldn't remember it. Xiaonan, be careful. You almost fell into the pond. Chai Yuxiang yanked her arm sharply. Tang Xiaonan snapped out of her daze and realized she had unconsciously wandered right up to the edge of the pond. She'd nearly fallen in, but luckily Chai Yuxiang had grabbed her just in time. Still shaken, Tang Xiaonan ran a few steps away, keeping a safe distance from the pond. This pond belonged to Gu Village. It covered several mu and was exceptionally deep. In past years, children had often met with accidents here, and even adults had drowned. It was said that water monkeys lived in the pond and would drag children from the shore into the water. She didn't know if it was true, but the pond certainly had a sinister, eerie atmosphere. The emerald green water looked like the gaping maw of an abyss, coldly staring at the children on the shore, ready to devour innocent victims at any moment. Cousin, come over here a bit, there's a water monkey in there. Tang Xiaonan tugged Chai Yuxiang over as well, and only when they were several meters away from the pond did she feel at ease. Suddenly, another thought flashed through her mind, but unfortunately, she still couldn't quite grasp it. Yet that fragment of memory had grown a bit clearer. Although she still couldn't recall the specific details, Tang Xiaonan was confident she would figure it out. It was just a matter of time. Chai Yuxiang was startled when she heard about the water monkeys. She pulled Tang Xiaonan a few more steps away, far from the pond, before she lowered her voice and said, "My mom said water monkeys are the spirits of dead children. They can only be reincarnated by dragging a child into the water. Xiaonan, you must never go near the pond again. There's a water monkey in every pond." When I was little, I had an inexplicable fear of ponds, stemming from the adult stories about water monkeys. Whenever I walked past the water's edge, my eyes would involuntarily fix on my feet, terrified that a dark, shadowy water monkey might suddenly emerge from the water. But to this day, I've never actually seen what a water monkey looks like. Huh. Tang Xianwan nodded. You shouldn't go there either, cousin. Chai Yuxiang nodded emphatically, and the two sisters, hand in hand, hurried home. No one was home, so as usual, Chai Yuxiang grabbed a hoe and a bamboo basket to go gather pig fodder. Tang Xiaonan slung a basket over her back as well and decided to stop by the Hua family's house on the way. Zhang Manwei and Su Jifeng were surely working there. Ingchun's back. Did you know? Said Grandma Lu Juxiang, Mrs. Huang, the accountant's wife, in a mysterious tone. But Su Jifeng and the others weren't about to keep quiet either. With several elderly ladies and 4 women gathered together, it was practically a full-scale meeting, and quite a lively one at that. She was already afraid of water and couldn't swim, so there was no way she'd go near the pond. After the grass was cut, Chai Yuxiang took it home, and Tang Xiaonan went to the old man's house to hand in her homework. Hu Jinji wasn't home, and Su Jifeng and the others were bustling about. It had a bit of that garment factory vibe, just on a smaller scale. Accountant Huang's home was very close to Huang Yingchuan's parents' house, so she was the first in the village to find out. The others immediately perked up, and the flames of gossip blazed fiercely. Yingchuan's been married into Gu Village for 15 years, and she only comes back for the new year. She never comes back otherwise. Why did she suddenly come back this time? Su Jinfeng asked curiously. I don't know. She's still at home right now. Huang Manqiang didn't go to work this afternoon either. It seems like something serious is going on. Mrs. Huang shook her head. She'd like to drop by and ask, but her family wasn't particularly close to the Huang Manqiang family. They didn't interact much normally, and it would be awkward to show up unannounced for no reason. Something must have happened. Yingchuan is so proud, she wouldn't come back to see Huang Manqiang unless it were a major issue. She must have been treated unfairly at the Gu family's house. Your Huang family needs to stand up for her. That poor girl has had such a hard life. Zhang Manwei sighed. End of chapter. Chapter 512. Asking for money. Please vote for monthly tickets. The village chief's wife and Zhou Ziping, Tang Xiaojing's wife, both nodded in agreement. As members of the Tang family, it would be inappropriate for them to step forward, but the accountant's wife could do so openly and without reservation. Why would we step in for no reason? Yingchuan has never complained. She didn't even mention the injustices she suffered at the Gu household when she came back. We can't just force our way in like that. But if she really comes asking for help this time, we'll definitely stand up for her. That bastard Gu Songtao is truly scum. Mrs. Accountant cursed hatefully. She'd never seen such a shameless man. Even a dog was better than him. That harlot Huang Fengxian is no better either. I bet she's involved in this, Su Jifeng said contemptuously. That slut never even leaves the house. What kind of trouble could she possibly stir up? I bet it's about that kid, Shin Yuhai. After all, he's a Gu family child. Maybe the old lady Gu wants to take him back to raise, but Ingchun doesn't want to. Lu Fengxia speculated. That must be it. Ingchun wouldn't want that, neither would I. Who'd want to raise a mongrel for that scoundrel and his mistress? Besides, Ingchun has such a wonderful son of her own. In a few years, she'll be living the good life, Xian Yingjiao said, speaking up for Huang Ingchun. Tang Xianwan had just handed in her homework when she overheard this juicy piece of gossip. She, too, was curious about the reason behind Huang Ingchun's return. Could it really be for Shin Yuhai? But she didn't think the old lady would be that foolish. Bringing Shin Yuhai back would only hurt the hearts of her daughter-in-law and grandson. Surely there must be another reason? This mystery was soon solved. After hanging out with Su Jifeng for a while, Tang Xianwan headed home with Chai Yuxiang. Halfway there, they saw several people jogging along excitedly, clearly on their way to check out the commotion. Huang Manqiang sent his brothers to cause a scene at the Huang family's place. It's the first time he stood up for Ingchun. He should have done this ages ago. Huang Manqiang actually has a shred of conscience. A scumbag and a slut, they'll meet a terrible end. What's this about? That little bastard. Xiaonan, you wait here. Seems not. According to Huang Manqiang's wife, it's about money. That bastard Gu Songto stole money from the family to spend on that whore Huang Fengxian. That money was what Ingchun had painstakingly saved by digging up medicinal herbs to pay for her son's education. Ugh, what a shameless bastard. As they ran, the group discussed the matter loudly. It only took a few sentences to get the whole story straight. Tang Xiaonan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Could there really be such a disgusting scumbag in this world? That scummy couple sure is in love, but they're trampling on Huang Ingchun's blood, sweat, and dignity to do it, and they even took Gu Yunchuan's tuition money. No wonder Huang Ingchun was so furious. Huang Ingchun could endure all kinds of injustices, but she could not tolerate anyone harming her son. Last time, just a basket of eggs had made Huang Ingchun lash out like a lioness. This time, Gu Songtao has gone even further. He even dared to steal money. And as for Huang Fengxian, she knew full well that Gu Songtao didn't earn a penny of that money. It was Huang Ingchun's hard-earned cash, yet she took it without a shred of guilt. Chai Yuxiang ran home as fast as she could, dropped off the pig feed, and then dashed back, dragging Tang Xiaonan along to join the commotion. Upon hearing the news, Su Jifeng and the others even stopped working to earn money. Zhang Manhwa took the lead, running the fastest, with Su Jifeng close behind. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were always the most eager to watch Huang Fengxian's drama. Huang Fengxian's doorstep was once again packed with people. Huang Ingchun and her father, Huang Manqiang, stood at the front, along with several of Huang Manqiang's brothers and Huang Ingchun's cousins. A dozen or so people blocked the doorway so tightly that not a breath of air could get through. But the door remained tightly shut. Huang Manqiang called out for ages, but no one answered. Huang Ingchun pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes shining brightly. Without a word, she stepped forward and rammed the door. She had to get those 20 yuan back, no matter what it took. It's the last day. I'm rolling around on the ground, acting cute and begging for monthly votes. Thanks so much for your support, my sweethearts. Kisses. End of chapter. Chapter 513, Breaking Down the Door. Ingchun, move aside, I'll handle this. A tall, burly man shoved Huang Ingchun aside. It was her cousin. Several others joined in, and with each person taking a turn to ram the door, the wooden door swung open with ease. The villagers who had gathered to watch grew even more excited. It was clear they had no intention of negotiating peacefully. It was going to be quite a show. Tang Xiaonan and Chai Yuxiang, taking advantage of their small stature, squeezed through the gaps between the adults to get right to the front. Seeing the Huang family members charging in with such ferocity, the two were in high spirits, practically hoping these people would give Huang Fengxian a good beating. Aunt Ingchun, Grandpa Manqiang, you. Shin Yuzhu rushed out in a panic, but before she could finish speaking, Huang Ingchun shoved her aside. Shin Yuzhu fell to the ground, realizing something was seriously wrong. This group had come to cause trouble, and she wasn't going to get involved. She had already gotten in touch with her aunt, who had written back, praising her beautiful handwriting while pointing out a few misspelled characters and urging her to study hard so she could get into a university in Songcheng. Shin Yuzhu quietly hid herself away, not wanting to get involved in Huang Fengxian's nonsense. However, she didn't go far. She stayed right inside the room. She, too, wanted to know what Huang Fengxian had done this time to make even Huang Ingchun, usually as tight-lipped as a gourd, so furious. Huang Fengxian had been dozing when she was suddenly jolted awake. She looked in panic at the group of people in front of her, speaking in harsh tones. They were technically her cousins, but their relationship was distant, and they rarely even exchanged greetings when they met. Gu Songtao has already confessed. Are you still going to deny it? If you don't hand it over, we'll search the place. The aunt in the letter wasn't at all as short-tempered as her father had described. She was exceptionally patient with her. She'd even slipped 10 yuan into the envelope, telling her to buy books and snacks, and adding that a young lady shouldn't be so petty, or people would look down on her. Huang Manqiang and the others began ransacking the other rooms as well, turning every room upside down. They even opened the cupboard, but they couldn't find a single penny. Huang Fengxian, lying on the bed, instinctively clutched her pillow tighter. She wanted to secretly move the money, but with everyone watching, she didn't dare move a muscle, hoping only that these thugs wouldn't search the bed. Huang Yingchun, however, wasn't in the mood for small talk. She immediately began ransacking the room, opening every drawer and going through every trunk. The floor was littered with clothes, but she didn't find a single penny. Huang Fengxian refused to admit anything, lying on the bed with a defiant expression, not moving a muscle. She was convinced these people couldn't do anything to her. She'd already given up on everything anyway. With Shin Bangxia's support, Shin Yuzhu now held her head much higher. She planned to gradually build a bond with her aunt. Once she'd figured out her aunt's personality, she'd find a way to get her to adopt her. With Songqing as her grand stage, she'd be able to truly spread her wings. Neither Hu Jinji nor Gu Yunchuan could hold a candle to her, and as for that country bumpkin Tang Xiaonan, she'd have nothing but to look up to her from now on. She wasn't even worth a toenail of hers. "You filthy little slut, hand over the money the 20 yuan Gu Songtao gave you this morning," one of Huang Yingchuan's cousins snarled. She quickly regained her composure. There was no way she was handing over those 20 yuan. She needed the money for food, and besides, she hadn't stolen it. Gu Songtao had given it to her willingly. Why on earth should she give it back? "I don't have any money. Stop falsely accusing me. You're trespassing. That's against the law. I'm going to report you to the police," Huang Fengxian muttered weakly. She just hoped her father and brothers would come to her defense, but she knew that was unlikely. Her father and younger brother were doing everything they could to avoid her right now. "You're a bunch of thieves. All of you, get out of here." Huailine's mother rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the house turned upside down, she flew into a rage and began cursing. End of chapter. Chapter 514, A Mother's Rage. When the police show up, they'll arrest you first, you slut. Hand over the money right now, or I'll tear the roof off your house. The burly man who had just kicked down the door snarled viciously. He'd been seething with rage for a long time, but since Huang Yingchun hadn't spoken up herself, he hadn't dared to take the lead. Now that his cousin had finally returned to her parents' home for help, he was determined to vent his anger on her no matter what. He wouldn't rest until he'd finished off that filthy slut. "Hand over the money." The other cousins also roared menacingly. They were all seething with rage and couldn't wait to kill that filthy whore Huang Fengxian. "I don't have any money. You can kill me, but I still won't have any." Huang Fengyan simply lay down on her pillow, pressing down hard on it. Those 20 yuan were her lifeline. She absolutely would not hand them over. "I'll kill you right now." Huang Yingchun, who had remained silent until then, suddenly lunged forward, yanked Huang Fengxian to her feet, and dragged her to the floor, taking the straw mat, pillows, and blanket down with her. A stack of money scattered all over the floor. Huang Fengxian frantically tried to pick up the money, but it was scattered all over the place, one bill here, another there. She wasn't as quick as the others, so Huang Yingchun kicked her aside, scooped up the money from the floor, and the others handed her whatever they'd managed to gather. The total came to 19 yuan, 1 yuan short. But Huang Yingchun still didn't stop. The resentment she'd bottled up for over a decade, how could a few punches possibly make up for that? "I've never cared about your dirty affairs with Gu Songtao. That beast isn't even human. If you want to sleep with him, go ahead, I don't care one bit. I don't even care if you give birth to a bastard." "Huang Fengxian, I didn't meddle in your sordid affairs before. Did you really think I was afraid of you? I've simply been too lazy to bother. But there's one thing you absolutely should never have done, scheming to take my son's tuition money. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Huang Yingchun shoved the money into her pocket, then landed punch after punch on Huang Fengxian, beating her senseless. The wounds that had barely begun to heal were torn open again, and she sustained numerous new injuries. Huang Fengxian struggled desperately, trying to snatch the money back, but she couldn't move an inch under Huang Yingchuan's iron grip. "That money is mine. Give it back to me." A gentle person, once enraged, is more terrifying than a wolf. Huang Yingchun grabbed Huang Fengxian by the collar with one hand, radiating an overwhelming aura of power, a stark contrast to her former timidity, now brimming with murderous intent. It just goes to show, never provoke a mother protecting her child. No matter how honest or timid she may be, she'll fight to the death for her child. It was only in recent years that she had given up hope for Gu Songtao. In the early years, she still held out hope that this man would change his mind and live a steady, down-to-earth life with her. It didn't matter if he couldn't earn work points, she would support the family, as long as Gu Songtao stayed at home and behaved himself. Huang Yingchun devoted her entire heart to Gu Yunchuan. She didn't mind enduring hardship and toil herself, but she wouldn't tolerate her son suffering the slightest injustice. Otherwise, she would fight tooth and nail. The people of Gu village had long witnessed this, so no one dared to provoke Gu Yunchuan, nor did they allow their own children to do so. Hand over another yuan. She claimed not to care, but how could that be true? But when even this meager hope was dashed, with Gu Songtao and Huang Fengxian becoming increasingly outrageous, and even giving birth to that little bastard, Huang Yingchun finally gave up all hope. Yet it wasn't until today that she vented her pent-up rage. She was so enraged she felt like beating Huang Fengxian to death. Yingchun, stop hitting her. Huang Manqiang rushed over to pull his daughter away, afraid she might actually kill someone. Huang Fengxian lay limp on the ground, not moving at all. It didn't look good. Let Yingchun beat her. If she kills her, we'll toss the body up the mountain to feed the wolves. That filthy whore has tarnished the Huang family's reputation. She's better off dead than alive. One of her cousins said hatefully. Surprisingly, none of the other Huang family members objected. They were all only too happy for Huang Yingchun to beat that filthy slut to death. Her very existence was a disgrace to the Huang family, so it would be better if she were dead. End of chapter. Chapter 515. A Violent Brawl. Tang Xiaonan watched with her heart in her throat. This was really going to end in a fatality. Of course, she didn't feel sorry for Huang Fengxian, but she was worried that Huang Yingchun would end up in jail. It just wasn't worth it to go to prison for a woman who slept around with anyone. Cousin, go find Grandpa, the village chief. Tang Xiaonan whispered. Chai Yuxiang was a fast runner. Only the village chief could stop her. Everyone else was just there to gawk at the spectacle. The one shouting the loudest was her mother, Su Jifeng, followed by Zhang Manhwa. On Mopin Mountain, the two people who most wanted Huang Fengxian dead were, first and foremost, this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Beat that slut to death. Beat her mercilessly. Su Jifeng shouted, shaking her fists. She desperately wanted to step in and help. She could kill that filthy slut with just 2 punches, but this was a family matter for the Huang family. As a member of the Tang family, it wasn't appropriate for her to interfere. Some people still retained a shred of reason and feared the situation would escalate, but everyone's judgment was clouded by rage. Even if a few remained level-headed, it was to no avail. The tension reached a fever pitch. Huang Yingchuan's eyes turned red as she pounded Huang Fengyan with blow after blow. Stop hitting her. I'll give you your money back. Huailing's mother, both anxious and frightened, pulled a coin from her pocket and tossed it to Huang Yingchun, hoping she would stop. Huh. So you're in cahoots after all. The older cousin and the younger one teamed up to swindle Yingchun out of her money. How shameless. Su Jifeng shouted. Huang Yingchun took the 1 yuan, but her fists didn't stop. She was already in a rage. The more she hit, the more furious she became. She simply couldn't stop. All she wanted was to kill that cousin. Tang Xiaonan was frantic with worry. Why wasn't the village chief here yet? If he didn't show up soon, someone was going to die. Besides, Huang Huailin and his son were nowhere to be found, not even showing their faces. She refused to believe the two of them really didn't know what was going on. Mo Pan Mountain was so small, even the tiniest bit of gossip spread like wildfire. There was no way they didn't know. Huang Yingchuan's hand stiffened slightly as she shot Shin Yuhai a look of disgust. It was this little bastard. He looked almost exactly like Gu Songtao, even more like that beast than Yunchuan did. She'd known it the moment she laid eyes on Shin Yuhai. Get away. Huang Yingchun shoved Shin Yuhai away, but the boy crawled right back, wailing loudly. He looked rather pitiful. Tang Xiaonan frowned. Shin Yuhai wasn't actually a bad kid at heart. He'd been spoiled rotten by Huang Fengxian as a child, and then, as an adult, Shen Yuzhu had pampered him to the point of ruin, completely spoiling him. Now 7 years old, Shen Yuhai hadn't actually done anything particularly malicious. At most, he was just a mischievous little rascal with itchy hands, and he was still quite timid, not the type to pull off anything major. He just didn't want to deal with it, and his heart was truly cold. Mom, don't hit her. Sniff. Don't hit my mom. Everyone else looked on with contempt at the mother and daughter, especially the Huang family members. They were deeply humiliated and hated Huang Fengxian with a passion. This harlot had brought shame upon the Huang family's reputation and even jeopardized their daughter's marriage prospects. Shen Yuhai ran over, sobbing as he tried to grab Huang Yingchuan's arm. The moment he returned, he saw his mother lying on the ground, looking as if she were dead, and, terrified, rushed to stop her. But where had Shen Yuzhu gone? Tang Xiaonan found her quickly. Shen Yuzhu was hiding in the room next door. The door was ajar, and through the crack, her silhouette was visible. Shen Yuzhu was peeking out. She wasn't coming out to show her filial piety at a time like this, even though she would have come out long ago under normal circumstances. Tang Xiaonan grew suspicious. This wasn't like Shen Yuzhu at all. Shouldn't she have come out to put on a good show? At the very least, she should have pretended she didn't know anything about the 20 yuan, but Shin Yuzhu hadn't done so. It was highly unusual. Something's definitely up. What kind of mischief is Shin Yuzhu hatching now? In the end, Huang Yingchuan's heart softened, and she didn't lay a heavy hand on Shin Yuhai. Although she despised the child, she wouldn't hit someone for no reason. Beating Huang Fengxian was simply to vent the pent-up anger she'd been holding in for over a decade. End of chapter. Chapter 516, The Mother-in-Law and Daughter-in-Law Who Love to Stir Up Trouble. Everyone, disperse. What's there to see? Tang Ping was rushing over when he spotted the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who were causing the biggest commotion. His head spun. These two were always causing trouble everywhere. He'd never seen them get along so well before. To be fair, Huang Fengxian did deserve some credit. At the very least, she'd helped foster a close mother-in-law, daughter-in-law relationship between his third sister-in-law and his cousin's wife. Village chief, you've got to do something about this madwoman. She's going to beat Fengxian to death. Huailian's mother clung to Tang Pengzheng as if she'd found a savior, dragging him inside. If he didn't stop Huang Yingchun right away, her daughter really would be beaten to death. Although she was angry at her daughter for being such a disappointment and causing so much trouble, she was, after all, her own flesh and blood. Seeing Huang Fengxian's pitiful state now, she simply couldn't bring herself to be harsh. She only resented the Tang family's cruelty for driving her daughter to the brink of death over a few jin of meat. Now even her own family was kicking her when she was down, standing by and watching without lifting a finger to stop that madwoman Huang Yingchun. Huailian's mother felt a chill run through her very bones, not only because of the Huang clan's indifference, but even more so because of her husband and son's coldness. They hadn't even shown their faces once from start to finish. Their hearts were truly hard. It's better if she's beaten to death. A slut like your daughter will only bring shame to Dayamapan Mountain while she's alive. Su Jifeng shouted loudly. Zhang Manhwa chimed in as well, even clapping her hands a few times. It was her habit to clap for dramatic effect whenever she got excited. Though the other villagers remained silent, their expressions made it clear they agreed with Su Jinfeng's words. A disreputable slut like that can only be cleansed of her filth through death. It's a good thing we live in a new society now where lynchings aren't allowed. Back in the old days, a slut like Huang Fengxian would have been drowned in a pond long ago. Although Weching is right next to Songqing and Hangqing and belongs to the Jiang'an region, the people of Weching have a fiercely combative spirit. After all, it had once produced a warlord like Go Jian, so the people of Yu City had hot blood running through their veins. They'd come to blows at the slightest disagreement, and their speech was harsh and blunt, unlike the people of Song City and Hang City, whose soft, murmuring tones sounded like lovers' whispers and were quite pleasant to the ear. So Huang Fengxian was actually quite lucky to have been born in the new society. Had she lived in the old one, she certainly wouldn't have lived to see tomorrow's sunrise. She would have been executed by the Huang clan long ago. You're full and have nothing better to do? Go shovel manure for me tomorrow. Su Jifeng muttered under her breath, unwilling to accept this. It wasn't me who had an affair and sold my virtue. Why do I have to haul manure? Tang Pezheng shot her a fierce glare. She loved to stir up trouble. Ever since this niece-in-law had Zhang Manu backing her up, she'd become increasingly out of line. It was outrageous. Tang Pengzheng glared at her again, and Su Jifeng sulkily shut her mouth. If she had to carry manure, so be it. It was just a little smelly. What was the big deal? Even when people from Yueching spoke calmly, it sounded like an argument. And since Mopin Mountain was located in the mountains, the locals were even more fiery. Tang Laifu and Su Jifeng were prime examples of this. With the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who had been stirring up trouble, out of the picture, the world finally felt peaceful. Tang Peng walked into the room to find the floor in utter disarray. Huang Yingchun was straddling Huang Fengxian, acting as if possessed, her bloodshot eyes staring blankly ahead, her hands clenched tightly around Huang Fengxian's neck. Huang Fengxian's condition was truly dire. She was exhaling but not inhaling. Tang Pengzheng was startled and rushed to pull Huang Yingchun away, but she was incredibly strong. Her fingers were like iron clamps, and he couldn't pry them open no matter how hard he pulled. Yingchun, it's not worth sacrificing your life for someone like this. You still have a son to raise. Do as I say, let go right now. Tang Ping tried to reason with her, but Huang Yingchun showed no reaction. Perhaps she hadn't even heard him. Huailian's mother, however, grew desperate and tried to twist Huang Yingchun's arm. End of chapter. Chapter 517, backed by her family. What are you trying to do? One of Huang Yingchun's cousins yanked her hard, nearly flinging Huailian's mother to the ground. A dozen or so burly men glared at her menacingly. Terrified and distraught, Huailian's mother plopped down on the ground and burst into tears, but no one paid her any attention. Meanwhile, Tang Ping was still trying to reason with her, but Huang Yingchun remained frozen in place, her posture unchanged. Perhaps she had simply run out of strength, for Huang Fuxian's complexion had improved slightly, though Huang Yingchuan's hand was still clenched tightly around her wrist. "Mom." Gu Yunchuan's anxious voice drifted in from outside, and immediately afterward, he burst through the door. Everyone instinctively stepped aside, feeling a deep, heartfelt sympathy for him. "Mom, let's go home together." Gu Yunchuan's face was covered in sweat, and he looked somewhat disheveled, but this only made him more pitiable. Such is the charm of the author's own son. When he's triumphant, no one envies him. When he's in a fix, people can only feel sympathy for him. Huang Yingchuan's eyes darted about, her body trembled slightly, and she slowly turned to look at Gu Yunchuan, finally showing some reaction. "Mom, I'm here to take you home." Gu Yunchuan's eyes were red, and his voice was slightly choked with emotion as he gently helped Huang Yingchun to her feet. Tang Ping let out a sigh of relief and sniffed under Huang Fuxian's nose, feeling even more reassured. Gu Yunchuan nodded. A lump formed in his throat, a mixture of bitterness and sorrow, and he said hoarsely, "All right, I'll tend the fire for you." A woman with the support of her parents' family behind her is much bolder. He felt guilty toward his eldest daughter. She hadn't had an easy life these past years, and he, too, had lain awake at night worrying. But since she kept her distance from him, he hadn't dared to visit her on his own initiative. Now that she had finally spoken up, Huang Manqiang was truly delighted. His heart felt a little lighter, and he could finally do something for his eldest daughter. "Big sister, if you need anything, just ask. Your brother and I are here for you." She hadn't expected her father to stand up for her. Seeking help from her parents' home had been a last resort. She couldn't think of a better solution, so she'd come back to give it a try. But as soon as she spoke up, her father had gone and rounded up several uncles and cousins, who rushed over to stand up for her. Only then did Huang Yingchun find the courage to stand up to Huang Fengxian. "If there's a problem, come home and talk about it. It's not like there's no one here." Huang Manqiang's voice was low as he looked at his daughter with a complex expression. Huang Yingchun smiled. She felt around in her pocket again, sensing the hard bills, and only then did she feel completely at ease. Her spirits were restored. Seeing so many people around her, Huang Yingchun felt a bit embarrassed, but also a sense of warmth. "She's still breathing, that bitch has got 9 lives, she won't die." Huang Yingchuan's gaze finally came into focus, fixated entirely on her son. The people around her were like air, she didn't even notice them. "You must be hungry. Mom's going home right now to cook a late-night meal." The speaker was a man about the same age as Tang Liijin, Huang Yingchuan's half-brother. Standing beside him was a taciturn man, slightly older, but with a look of intense emotion in his eyes. He, too, was Huang Yingchuan's half-brother. Because of their stepmother, Huang Yingchun didn't have a close relationship with her 2 younger brothers, and they rarely kept in touch. But in truth, both brothers really wanted to do something for their eldest sister. Back then, their mother hadn't treated her very well. Though she hadn't abused her, she certainly hadn't treated her kindly either. To secure the dowry for the Gu family, she had even pushed their eldest sister into a living hell. Seeing their older sister suffer all these years had weighed heavily on their hearts, but she was exceptionally stubborn. Anything they sent her was returned unopened, making it clear she wanted to draw a line between them. The 2 brothers didn't dare to push the issue, fearing they might upset Huang Yingchun, but today, their chance had finally come. End of chapter. Chapter 518, Unraveling the Knot. Huang Yingchuan's mind was equally unsettled. In truth, she didn't blame her 2 younger brothers, nor did she blame her stepmother. Back then, her father had arranged another marriage for her to a widower of decent character and hadn't forced her to marry Gu Songtao. She had chosen him of her own accord. She had simply been captivated by Gu Songtao's handsome features at first sight. She was enchanted from the moment she laid eyes on him. She thought of him day and night and lost all focus on her work. Even before she developed pockmarks, she wasn't particularly pretty, and after they appeared, she became even uglier. To the point where she didn't even want to look in the mirror. Since childhood, people had called her ugly duckling and pockmarked hag. Though Huang Yingchun didn't seem to care on the surface, deep down she had always remembered it. She also harbored a secret resentment. She was determined to marry a man of unparalleled good looks, even if his class background was questionable. It didn't matter. She wasn't afraid if he didn't like her. She believed that just as a stone could be warmed by holding it close, she could surely warm a heart of flesh. It took Huang Yingchun 15 years to prove that, though the human heart is made of flesh, it can be colder and harder than stone, and she couldn't warm it. But she had no regrets. If she'd married another man, could she have given birth to such a wonderful son as Gu Yunchuan? Of course not. She simply regarded Gu Songtao as a stud pig. It wasn't such a bad deal after all. Besides, Yunchuan was now earning a living, and her mother-in-law said the policies were becoming more lenient, social background didn't matter anymore. And the future would only get brighter. Huang Yingchuan's heart grew fiercer and fiercer. That pair of scoundrels, Gu Songtao and Huang Fengxian, weren't worth a damn. She was going to live her life to the fullest, better than those scoundrels, and she was determined to see them die with her own eyes. After they were buried, she would even lay a bouquet of bright red flowers at their graves to celebrate. Huang Yingchuan's mood brightened instantly. A smile spread across her face, and the knot in her heart was untied. She gave her two younger brothers a gentle smile, then turned to Huang Manqiang and said, "Father, thank you." Huang Manqiang and his two brothers all breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Yingchuan's cousins and the other villagers couldn't help but rejoice for the family. The knot had finally been untied. Now that Huang Yingchuan had her maternal family's backing, let's see if that bastard Song Tao dared to bully anyone anymore. Then I'll bring the geese over tomorrow. You can stew them for Yinchuan, let him eat a few more so he'll grow taller, the two brothers said eagerly, though they felt a bit anxious, afraid Huang Yingchuan might refuse. Huang Yingchuan smiled and declined. "I'm not eating right now, my mother-in-law's home. Come back another time." Huang Manqiang suddenly turned his head away, rubbing his eyes repeatedly. As he got older, sand kept getting into them. Huang Yingchuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, come over for dinner tomorrow." What a lovely nephew, so well-behaved, filial, and a good student. Their eldest sister was finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. The two brothers were so happy they couldn't stop rubbing their hands together. Not being very articulate, they simply said, "Come home for dinner. We'll have your aunt stew a goose for you, it'll help you grow taller." Gu Yinchuan also addressed them respectfully. "Grandpa, eldest uncle, second uncle. This is so wonderful. Why be so formal among family? You must come back often from now on. Malpan Mountain is your maternal home. It wouldn't be right not to come back." Tang Peng was walking over, offering earnest advice. Huang Yingchuan had such a stubborn temperament. In truth, Huang Manqiang's second wife wasn't a malicious person, but with a stepmother-daughter dynamic, it was only natural they wouldn't be close. Besides, with the family's meager supply of grain, a mother would naturally feed her own son first. However, he knew that Huang Yingchuan's biggest source of distress was the pockmarks on her face. If Huang Manqiang and his wife had paid a little more attention back then, the child wouldn't have ended up with a face full of pockmarks. How could a young woman with a face full of pockmarks ever make a good marriage? The suitors who came calling were either widowers, good-for-nothings, or even fools. Gu Songtao was truly the most outstanding among them. I'll have Yunchuan come by more often from now on," Huang Yingchuan nodded. End of chapter. Chapter 519, Mother is the most important. Yunchuan really should visit his maternal family more often. Such a fine young man, he's the pride of our Malpan Mountain after all. Tang Pengzheng said with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration as he looked at Gu Yunchuan. The more he looked at him, the happier he became. It was just a pity that his granddaughters were either too old or too young. None of them was a suitable match for Gu Yunchuan. However, Tang Pengzheng spotted Tang Xiaonan standing behind Su Jinfeng, plump and fair-skinned, such a pretty girl. Although she was 8 years younger, the saying goes that a man being 8 years older isn't a big deal, but a woman being 8 years older is a real headache. He'd have to find time to mention this to his third brother. These days, no one even cared about class background anymore, and Yunchuan really was a fine young man. Tang Xiaonan sensed Tang Pengzheng's intense gaze, as if he were looking at a precious treasure. She couldn't help but touch her nose, then her face, and even looked down to check herself. She wasn't dressed inappropriately. What on earth was going on with her fourth grandfather? Huang Fengxian, lying on the ground, moaned a few times and came to, but she couldn't move. No one paid her any attention, only Huailin's mother was tending to her. 2 streams of tears trickled down the corners of Huang Fengxian's eyes. For the first time, she felt regret. She should have been more careful. If she hadn't been discovered, she'd still be a respectable teacher, and even if that ugly wretch Huang Yingchuan had 100 times the courage, she wouldn't dare treat her this way. "Mom and my cousin said to go to the mine." Huang Fengxian managed to utter these words with great effort before passing out again. She couldn't stay at Malwan Mountain any longer. Sooner or later, she'd be tortured to death. Once she got to the coal mine, with her abilities, she was sure to make a name for herself, and then she'd return home in glory. Huailin's mother couldn't lift Huang Fengxian by herself. She nearly strained her back, and in her fury, she shouted into the house, "Yuzhu, you good for nothing. Think you're all grown up now, huh? Get your butt out here and help." The villagers, who had already begun to disperse, had made their way out into the courtyard, but Huailin's shout brought them rushing back. Only then did they remember Shen Yuzhu, who hadn't shown her face once from start to finish. Only after Huailin Yang bellowed a few more times was Shen Yuzhu forced to come out. Though she hated the old woman with a passion, her expression was pitiful, her eyes red and swollen from rubbing them, as if she'd been crying. She stood there, shrinking back, just like a little maid in a landlord's household back in the day, while Huailin's mother stood there menacingly, even more vicious than a landlord's wife. He and Xinyuzhu could only be strangers. No matter how innocent Xinyuzhu might be, having a mother like Huang Fengyan meant she was no longer innocent. Don't think that just because your mother's down on her luck now, you can run wild. I'm still here, you'd better behave yourself. Hearing Xinyuzhu's wails, Gu Yunchuan paused for a moment, but quickly resumed walking, continuing to support Huang Yingchun as they moved forward. Huang Fengxian's lost her wages, and the work points Shen Lixia earned with half a life left aren't even enough to feed herself. Life's tough. Everyone sighed and grumbled for a while. Although they felt immense sympathy for Xinyuzhu, that was as far as it went. These days, no one was having an easy time of it, and there was no sympathy to spare for others. Before Huang Yingchun could finish speaking, Gu Yunchuan interrupted her, his tone firm. Mom, I know what I'm doing. Adult matters have nothing to do with you kids. Don't you dare. That child is so pitiful. Oh dear. Huang Yingchun let out a wistful sigh. In the end, her love for her son overcame her distaste for Xinyuzhu. As long as her son was happy, she truly didn't care. Huailin's mother pinched him hard a few times. Xinyuzhu cried out in pain, looking even more pitiful. The others couldn't help but sigh, feeling genuine sympathy for Xinyuzhu. He couldn't keep stabbing his mother in the heart like that. That would be an act of gross disobedience. Huang Yingchun smiled with relief, clutched her son's hand tightly, took longer strides, and held her back even straighter. With such a wonderful son, she feared nothing. End of chapter. Chapter 520. Nyo Hulu, Xiao Nan, please subscribe. Xinyuzhu, who was struggling to support Huang Fengxian, looked disappointedly at Gu Yunchuan's retreating figure. She knew full well that things between her and Gu Yunchuan could never go back to the way they were. She had gone to great lengths to feign ignorance, striving to act the way Gu Yunchuan liked her to be, all to keep him from discovering the sordid affair between her mother and Gu Songtao, not to mention that scourge of a man, Shin Yuhai. She had worked so hard to keep it hidden, yet now it had all come crashing down. Xinyuzhu felt a sharp pain in her chest, and resentment flashed in the corners of her eyes. Huang Fengxian weighed heavily on her, and she desperately wanted to throw this woman to the ground and walk away. Why wasn't her mother Su Jifeng? Although Su Jifeng was crude, she doted so much on the clumsy and dim-witted Tang Xianwan. Xinyuzhu wanted a mother like that too, and even more, she wanted a father like Tang Laifu, grandparents like Tang Baishan and Zhang Manhwa, and a brother like Tang Aijuan. She wanted everything Tang Xianwan had. But in reality, she had nothing. No, wait, she had her aunt now. Everyone else had scattered, and Tang Xiaonan brought up the rear. She couldn't shake the feeling that Xinyuzhu was up to no good, as if she were hatching some kind of scheme. This venomous snake was far more poisonous than Huang Fengxian. She'd have to be careful. Xinyuzhu's mood improved even more. What was Gu Yunchuan anyway? Once she went to Songqing, she'd meet even better men. Imo Pan Mountain, such a tiny backwater, wasn't good enough for her. What a sense of accomplishment. Her aunt had mentioned that she'd be going to Yangqing on business in a few days, and would be very busy. And then there was her aunt's boyfriend. Grandma had said he was very wealthy, but he just didn't want to marry her aunt. Xinyuzhu stood up straight, feeling a little better. Her aunt was so capable and had firmly established herself in a big city like Songqing. Although her aunt hadn't specified her job in the letter, Xinyuzhu could guess that she was definitely in business. Still, Tang Xiaonan was quite relieved that Xinyuzhu's official love interest, the author's own son, Gu Yunchuan, had finally parted ways with that woman and was now working perfectly alongside Hua Jinji. Hua Jinji's business acumen and Gu Yunchuan's approachability made them simply the most perfect partners in the world. Hearing Huailin's sharp command, Xinyuzhu startled slightly. She buried her resentment deep within her heart, continued to put on a pitiful act, and, together with Huailin, helped the barely conscious Huang Fengxian back into the room. Her world was in Songqing. Hold her steady. She'd reward herself with an extra piece of meat tonight. The next day, Hua Jinji was heading south again. With Gu Yunchuan on board, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Not only did he single-handedly handle nearly half of the sales, but he also secured a major order. Nayukalu's Xiaonan. Tang Xiaonan was absolutely convinced that once these two bigwigs joined forces, they would inevitably build the most spectacular business empire, one even grander and more magnificent than the one depicted in the book. And the catalyst for this mighty business empire would be none other than her. There was a kind-hearted middle-aged woman who was a longtime customer of Gu Yunchuan. She was particularly fond of him. Not only did she help sell his fabric, but she also promoted him enthusiastically, ultimately landing a big client. It was the machinery factory where Gu Yunchuan had made his first sale. As July and August rolled around, the factory was set to distribute high-temperature allowances. Since the factory was doing well in previous years, in addition to cash payments, it would also give employees gifts such as fruit and towels. But the employees had grown tired of receiving the same fruits and towels year after year. The enthusiastic middle-aged woman's son happened to be the director in charge of logistics, so she suggested to him that they simply give each employee a few feet of fabric instead. The employees would surely be delighted, and the cost would be about the same. The woman's son agreed right away. Everyone was short on fabric, and summer meant using even more of it, whether for making floral skirts, shirts, or pants. Giving each person 10 feet of fabric would definitely make everyone happy, and the total cost wouldn't be any higher than in previous years. End of chapter. Chapter 521, Gu Yunchuan's Business Philosophy. So, with a completely bewildered look on his face, Gu Yunchuan, introduced by the enthusiastic Aunt Wu, went to her home for a sumptuous Chinese meal. While there, he also discussed a business partnership with Aunt Wu's son, Director Wu. Although he was a bit confused at first, Gu Yunchuan quickly caught on. Suppressing his excitement, he negotiated a large order with Director Wu. He also took the initiative to haggle with Director Wu, securing the order at 6 jiao per chi of fabric, even though the actual cost was 5 jiao and 8 fin. The 2 fin kickback was a bribe for Director Wu. Of course, Director Wu certainly wouldn't dare to pocket that bribe all by himself. He had to make sure to show his respect to the factory director, the party secretary, and others, otherwise, his tenure as director would come to an end. Hu Jinji had originally planned to travel to Nandong in a couple of days, but since Gu Yunchuan had just returned and told him about such a major development, he decided to leave early. He had to secure that large order and establish a long-term partnership. Large factories like the machinery plant offered excellent benefits, distributing bonuses during festivals and holidays. In previous years, they distributed things like local specialties, but from now on, he would have to work to ensure the machinery plant distributed them as well. That order from the machinery plant was a harsh way-up call for Hu Jinji. Hu Jinji's eyes widened in surprise. That bookworm had taken him by surprise yet again. He spoke so knowledgeably about economics. Had he been holed up at home reading economics books all this time? His thinking was as broad as the skies of Yunnan and Sichuan. After just a few days of selling, he'd already thought to go to the factory to secure an order. It was a shame that Hu Jinji had always looked down on him, thinking Gu Yunchuan was nothing but a bookworm who only knew how to study. How was I supposed to know he'd agree to a price of 58? Was I supposed to worry that he'd lose money? Can't he just go for high volume with low margins? Hu Jinji retorted. Gu Yunchuan shook his head. My current situation isn't even close to selling in large volumes at a small profit. I only stock a limited amount of goods each time. If the profit margin is less than 2 jiao, I won't make much. Given my personality, I would have quit long ago. Have I studied economics specifically? Hu Jinji looked at Gu Yunchuan, who was about the same height as him, with a complex expression. He'd underestimated that guy, and Gu Yunchuan was far too hard on himself. He'd never look down on anyone again. Even a seemingly insignificant nobody could be hiding extraordinary skills. Gu Yunchuan smiled slightly, his tone confident. I give him an 8/10 commission, which means my profit margin is at least 2 jiao. I still make money even at 5 jiao and 8. I haven't specifically researched it, but his grandmother often tells him stories from the past. I know his family used to be in the herbal medicine business. They also ran cloth and rice shops, and the operation wasn't small. His grandmother was very successful, and he's heard plenty of her business wisdom. Gu Yunchuan was very grateful that the old lady took time every day to tell him stories about the Gu family, such as the story of how his great-grandfather made his fortune, the story of his grandfather's entrepreneurial journey, and how his great-grandmother had struggled to preserve the family business. The old lady recounted all of this to him in great detail. His great-grandfather was a renowned physician, but he also had a keen business sense. So, after saving up some money, he opened a herbal medicine shop. Because his great-grandfather was such a skilled doctor, the pharmacy thrived. Within a few years, he expanded the premises, bought fields and land in Gu Village, and acquired some shops in Yu City, though these were merely small-scale ventures. The Gu family's true rise to wealth was due to his grandfather's efforts. Although his grandfather wasn't a skilled physician, he had a keen business sense. He transformed his great-grandfather's signature dogskin plaster into a ready-to-use, long-lasting medicine, heavily advertised it, and sold it very well. That single product alone brought in a fortune. Later, his grandfather partnered with them to open a silk mill in Songcheng, earning even more. End of chapter. Chapter 522, Winning Hearts, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. If it hadn't been for the war, Gu Yunchuan believed his grandfather could have expanded the business even further. Whenever Grandma spoke of Grandpa, her eyes would brim with admiration. Even though Grandpa had let her down, she still loved him, which was why she had encouraged him to get into Xingdu University and then go abroad to find his grandfather. Gu Yunchuan's expression grew somber. He had never met his grandfather. As soon as the war broke out, his grandfather sold the silk factory and other properties in Songqing and took his concubine and her family abroad. A few letters had arrived afterward, but there had been no word from him at all in recent years. He actually felt Grandma had been treated unfairly. She'd spent her whole life waiting for a man who didn't love her, and she might never see Grandpa again before she died. He knew Grandma's greatest wish was to see Grandpa one last time. He hoped he could really find his grandfather. No matter what, he would bring the old man back to see his grandmother, and he would ask his grandfather why he hadn't taken his grandmother with him all those years ago. Why had he left his grandmother, a defenseless woman, behind? In such a turbulent and chaotic era, with wars raging everywhere, Grandma had to raise Gu Songtao, who was only 12 at the time, while also safeguarding the Gu family's estate. Gu Yunchuan had no idea how Grandma had managed to endure those years. But he knew it must have been incredibly hard for her. This was what Grandpa owed Grandma. He wanted to bring Grandpa back, so he could say, "I'm sorry," to Grandma. Hu Jinji saw him lost in thought, but didn't disturb him. Only when Gu Yunchuan snapped back to reality did he say, "I can definitely make 58 cents. I can even give you a commission of 1 foot and 5 fin." The cost price of the cloth was 3 jiao and 5 fin. Even at 5 jiao and 8 fin, he'd still make a profit of 2 jiao and 3 fin. After giving Gu Yunchuan a commission of 5 fin, he'd still have 1 jiao and 8 fin left. After deducting travel expenses and cloth wastage, he'd still have at least 1 jiao and 5 fin. Not to mention the possibility of continued collaboration in the future. With 3 major holidays a year, Mid-Autumn Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and Spring Festival, Wu Jinji felt he could use these occasions to build a better relationship with Director Wu. The machinery factory had 500 employees. At 10 feet per person, that meant a profit of 1 yuan and 5 jiao per person. With 500 people, that came to 250 yuan. In reality, the profit would be even higher than 250 yuan. The larger the volume, the lower his costs. Only a fool would turn down an order that could earn him so much in a single go. Yunchuan, you must understand, those who just keep their heads down and work are like oxen. They'll always be nothing more than oxen. If you want to make big money and rise above the rest, you have to use your brain. That's the only way you can get the oxen to work for you. Gu Yunchuan heard the old lady's words ringing in his ears. He hadn't quite understood them before, but now he did. His mother's annual work points totaled just over 200, yet in a single day, he had earned the equivalent of 3 years' worth of her work points. For example, delivering a radio or some fashionable clothes, a woman's influence behind the scenes can be quite powerful. Gu Yunchuan stared in astonishment, quickly doing the math in his head. With a commission of 1 fin per chi, he soon arrived at the answer. He'd pocket 750 yuan. Isn't 5 fin a bit too much? His mom was exactly the workhorse Grandma had described. Grandma wanted him to use his brain to make money, and now that he'd done it and tasted the rewards, Gu Yunchuan's ambition was ignited. If he found a few more factories, he'd earn even more money, and his mom would no longer have to be a workhorse. Gu Yunchuan felt a little embarrassed. It's definitely not a small amount, but you deserve it. Don't worry, I'll definitely earn more than you. Hu Jinji spoke honestly. He certainly wouldn't come out on the losing end. He'd never do something as foolish as cutting off his own flesh to feed an eagle, or sacrificing himself for others, not even in his next life. He just wanted to win people over, so Gu Yunchuan would work even harder. Wishing you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day. Still 10,000 updates as usual. Love you all. End of chapter. Chapter 524. The Joy of Learning. Aunt Sue, my mom asked me to bring some candy over for Yang. Tang Xiaonan skipped into the kitchen. Su Wanru was preparing dinner. Lately, the revolutionary friendship between Su Jifeng and Su Wanru had been growing deeper. Whenever Su Wanru made delicious pastries, she'd send them over to the Tang family, and whenever Su Jifeng had something tasty, she'd bring it over as well. With these exchanges back and forth, their bond naturally grew deeper, and they were well on their way to becoming best friends. It smells so good. Your mom is such a great cook. Su Wanru had become much more efficient in both speech and action. A touch of boldness had appeared in her expression, which did not detract from her beauty, but rather added to her charm. Tang Xiaonan often wondered, if Su Wanru kept hanging out with her mom, would she end up learning her mom's special skill for slaughtering pigs? She imagined the delicate beauty wielding a butcher's knife, one hand pinning down the pig while she plunged the blade in to bleed it out. Tang Xiaonan shuddered and quickly banished that absurd image from her mind. She couldn't think about it anymore. It's still early for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why is your mom already thinking about steaming sugar-candied pumpkin? Su Wanru placed the sugar balls in a basket and hung it from the ceiling beam. This way, they'd keep for several days, and she could simply steam them when she wanted to eat them. She also took out some homemade pumpkin cakes from the basket. Wojinji loved glutinous rice pastries, so she'd switch up the varieties every few days. Sesame balls, pumpkin cakes, rice balls, and green glutinous rice dumplings, they weren't difficult to make. After 4 years of school, this was the first time Tang Aijuan had truly experienced the joy of learning. It was as if he'd been given a new lease on life. He was so happy that he didn't even want to go back to the way things were before. So he stubbornly declared, "I said I'd get a 70, and I'll get a 70. If I don't, I'll do whatever you say from now on." My third older brother passed every subject on his final exams. He even scored 68 in math. When he said he wanted some candied ginger, Mom made some, and sixth grandpa rewarded him with a pork knuckle this big. Gu Yunchuan laughed. "I'll be the witness. Next time, Aijuan, you have to score at least 70 in every subject. If you don't, you'll listen to Jinji, no backing out. Even 1 point better is progress." It turned out that as long as he did well on his exams, even his usually fierce mom would become so kind and grant his every wish. Dad was the same. He smiled whenever he saw him. Even the teacher, who used to shake her head and sigh whenever she saw him, now looked at him with more tenderness than she would her own son, patting him on the shoulder and encouraging him to keep up the good work next semester. "I'm so happy." Tang Xiaonan gestured with her hand, a pumpkin cookie tucked between her teeth. Her adorable expression made Hu Jinji and the others laugh, while Tang Aijuan looked a bit shy, though he couldn't hide the pride on his face, and the tail on his back wagged with joy. Su Wanru gave him a thumbs up, lavishing him with praise. Tang Aijuan smiled sheepishly, his face lighting up like a blooming flower. "Aijuan, you're so amazing. You said 10 points, Gu Yunchuan, you're my witness." He said he'd improve by 10 points on the next exam, which means scoring over 70 in every subject. What if he can't do it? Hu Jinji immediately cut Tang Aijuan off, preventing him from backing out. Tang Xiaonan tapped her forehead. Her clueless third brother had fallen for the challenge tactic again. Tang Aijuan's face immediately flushed red, and he stuck out his chin and shouted, "Don't look down on me. I'm definitely going to improve even more on the next exam." Tang Aijuan was actually starting to regret it. 70 points was really too hard. He'd never even scored 70 points combined across 2 subjects before, but he didn't want to admit defeat in front of Hu Jinji. His little sister would make fun of him. Gu Yunchuan congratulated him too, but Hu Jinji pointedly remarked, "Don't tell me this is just a flash in the pan." Tang Aijuan's face flushed even redder, and he snapped, "I don't give a damn about a single point. Either I won't improve at all, or if I do, it'll be by 10 points. A real man stands by his word, like water once spilled. I'll never go back on it." Tang Aijuan looked very uncomfortable, and beads of sweat even broke out on his forehead. He was panicking. He was worried he wouldn't be able to pull it off, but he couldn't let his confidence waver. "Tang Yang is really delicious, by the way. Has anyone tried it yet?" End of chapter. Chapter 526, Suspecting I've Gone Crazy. Dinner at the Hu family's was quite lavish, and Gu Yunchuan stayed for the meal. It wasn't that he wanted to eat the squirrel-style fish, but rather that he wanted to listen to old Master Qi discuss classical texts and foreign customs and traditions over dinner. He never grew tired of hearing him talk. "The tangong is truly delicious. Aijuan, when you get back, please thank your mom and grandma for me." Old Master Qi couldn't stop raving about the sugar-candied lotus seeds. He ate 2 pieces, skipping his rice entirely and taking only a few bites of the other dishes. "We still have some at home. I'll bring you some more tomorrow," Tang Aijuan said generously. Su Jifeng had made a small fortune and was even more generous with her spending. And this time she'd gone all out making the steamed sugar cakes. She'd sent plenty to her parents' home and had Tang Ligui bring quite a few back to town for her in-laws to enjoy. Tang Aihua and his brother had always been well looked after by Sherlan's parents at school, and Su Jifeng had long wanted to thank them. "Great. This will do for breakfast. Just 2 pieces will fill me up." The old man gladly accepted it. He loved sweets and enjoyed all kinds of pastries as long as they were sweet. He didn't care for savory foods, but when it came to zongzi, he had to have the savory kind. He didn't like the sweet ones. The same went for soy milk. He found sweet soy milk hard to swallow. After breakfast, Hu Jinji prepared to pay a visit to the Tang family. He was leaving on a long trip the next day and needed to ask Su Jifeng to look after Su Wanru, though he was still unaware of Su Wanru's recent heroic deeds. "Don't trouble Aunt Jinfeng. I'll be fine at home on my own, and Yuan Bao is here, too," Su Wanru said, stopping her son. Hu Jinji paused, looking at his mother in surprise. Only then did he notice that something was different about Su Wanru, but he still couldn't help but worry. What if something happened? "I'm really fine. If any thugs dare to show up, I'll chop them up with my knife," Su Wanru said calmly, her words tinged with violence. "Brother Hua, Aunt Su is so tough. Last time, she slashed some thug until his head was bleeding all over the place. He even peed himself from fear, and she gave Aunt Mingdi a good beating too." Tang Xiaonan hurried to set the record straight for Su Wanru. With so much going on lately, she'd completely forgotten about that incident. Her own mother wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. I didn't do a good job before. I put you through so much hardship. From now on, I won't be a burden to you anymore. Hu Jinji, whose expression had remained unflinching even if a mountain had collapsed before him, finally lost his composure. Chopping someone with a knife? Su Wanru pursed her lips and smiled shyly. Seeing the disbelief on Hu Jinji's face, she felt a twinge of sadness, but mostly shame. Su Jifeng had been right to scold her. She'd been so useless back then. She was sorry to her son. It was like watching the delicate Lin Dayu suddenly toss aside her flower-bearing trowel and start carrying manure instead. The shift was too bizarre. What the hell had triggered this? Could this be the beginning of a mental breakdown? Hu Jinji couldn't feel relieved. Instead, he was deeply worried that Su Wanru might have been so deeply traumatized that she'd gone mad. After all, some people do seem to act completely inexplicably right before a mental breakdown. Hu Jinji, however, was far from calm. His mind was in turmoil. Su Wanru's transformation had come too suddenly, and he couldn't accept it right away. I won't be going to Yangqing tomorrow. I'll take you to the hospital to get checked out. Su Wanru's voice was soft, but her tone was firm. She absolutely refused to be a burden to her son anymore. She intended to learn the art of cutting people down, just like Su Jifeng. Hu Jinji changed his mind. Making money was a minor matter. His mother's health was far more important. Everyone was taken aback. What kind of reaction was this? Why go to the hospital when she was perfectly fine? I'm not sick. There's no need to go to the hospital, Su Wanru said gently. But Hu Jinji was unwavering and wouldn't take no for an answer. I'll feel better if we go to the hospital to get her checked out. All those crazy people in the psychiatric hospital claimed they weren't sick, which only made him increasingly convinced that his mother was mentally unstable. End of chapter.